I was away for a little while, had some work to get done, but I'm back and I'm hoping that we can have a good discussion on this. So join the live, share the live, join, give me some hearts, give me some likes, give me some diamonds, not physically, but paper diamonds, internet diamonds, type of diamonds, I guess, that don't have any value. Here to show. Thank you, Gurley Prasad. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Gloria Raj Bansi, Moses Starboy, Orla, good and faithful souls. Seems as if I do have a good following now. That's good. We're gonna Boj Kumar, all these folks. I'm going to get YouTube now. Sorry, I have YouTube on. I'm gonna try and get Facebook. Facebook now, coming through from Facebook. Create live. Tap to add a description. Let's tap and said MV Barima, and we also have Guyana's oil share. That's very important right now because as a Guyanese, as a person whose navel string is better than Guyana, I don't care who tell me what, living in the diaspora. We can only sell barrels here and you not taking care of our share. And that is our country also. If you get enough, then other people got to get too. Those who don't want to speak and have enough, well, then let other people get. Those who have trawlers, those who have farm, those who have this, those who have that, let everybody get a piece of the pie. Cut the Guyanese. Now your daddy get a. I'm going to be very rough with some of you people now. Some of you people in the administration, na your daddy property da. I'll na your daddy give that. It belongs to all Guyanese. So make sure that everybody get, not you alone. That's not what this is about, okay? You need to get the wealth, get it shared for everyone in Guyana. So I believe I'm live on Facebook, so I'm waiting for some comments. Trying to reconnect there on Facebook. I don't know why that is, but speaking on your behalf, the voice of the community here. Send me some stars, send me some likes, send me some glyphs. Dwayne, Pilau, Trini, blessings forever. Chris K, Ali, Moses, Starboy, Shagar, all you good folks out there. Send me some love, send me some stars. Send me something that I know you appreciate what I'm doing. If not, let me get back to my brief that I was working on. So we got to get this going now. See, Tipper Sad, you hearing me? If you're not hearing me, then so please indicate. Please indicate if you're not hearing me. And the Facebook. Okay, so let's get this MV Barima rolling. Let's get this ship on the sea. Let's get this ship moving. This ship has been moored, or it's been lying on the dock on the bottom of the river. We need to bring it up and get it moving. This is the ship of the diaspora, the ship that wants to have its voices heard in Guyana's affairs in accordance with all the greatest levels of democracy. Oh yes, we can be having a stake in this. So the diaspora needs to get its own voice in Guyana's affairs. We need to be used also. We're calling on the laws to be repealed and replaced. I had a conversation today with a very brilliant young woman, and we talked about it, and there's many people who want to come back and help Guyana. But you can't let Guyanese, diaspora Guyanese who've been through the mill of life here in America to go to Guyana and then you torture them. You don't give them anything, you don't give them any incentives, you don't even give them the right. You only have a stepchildren status or orphan child where we don't get to run for office. We can go run for member of parliament unless you renounce your citizenship here. And since Guyana is at very good, peaceful relationships with America, very positive relationships, that should not be the case. That's a backward step. And many people have accused Guyana of being a backward country. And this is one of the backward laws that we have, which needs to be changed and changed now. Don't be scared of people coming home. They're coming to help. They're not coming to take your seat in parliament, take your prime ministership, take your presidency. They're not coming for that, or your vice presidency. They're coming to help Guyana. They have paid their dues. They have not been milking the system like many of you have grown up on that system. You've gotten rich there. You've become like billionaires here of Guyana system. Never really worked in your life like the Americans, Guyanese Americans who came here. So have some respect for them. Don't only think that when you have a problem with Venezuela, the Albert Baldeo will be calling up the Secretary of State, going as a constituent to the Congress, to the Black Caucus, fighting for Guyana. You need to show us more respect. You need to show us inclusivity. You need to show us equality. That is what needs to be done now by those in Guyana and the whole parliament. None of you must be scared. None of you must feel, oh, if you bring in these people, that we will no longer be member of parliament. We won't be the honorable so and so. It's not like that. You bring the best and the brightest, and you be fair to them. You bring them in because you need to have people in Guyana from all walks of life, from all the diaspora. They call them diasporians. I was watching some stuff from some diasporians, very unhappy with what's going on in Guyana. You need to be equal. You need to treat them as Guyanese. Don't treat them like foreigner come home for take your position, or foreigner come home for take your wealth. That is rubbish. Malarkey, as President Biden would say, the feces of a bird. So we don't want to have too much malarkey. You got to step away from malarkey. We have too much malarkey in Guyana right now. You got to allow people to come back and have a fair right to be member of parliament and also prime minister and president. You can't feel, well, oh, they going to come take my position and what we could do. No, Guyana is to make itself as strong as it can from its Guyanese brothers and sisters, those who neighbor string were buried in Guyana, those who have an equal standing with all of you. And all of you must welcome them with open arms, because many times you have dropped the ball. Many times you show ignorance. Many times you show like you don't know how to handle situations. You don't have the experience of American experience or Canadian experience or British experience. You have not been exposed. People come into your country and rape you. People come into your country and tell you, oh, you know what? Give me your shirt, and you will give your shirt a last back. But we who've been exposed to the system over here understand what it is. So give me the likes, give me the hearts, spread the word, spread the link, spread the life, and let's get back to where we have dropped the ball. Now, where we have dropped the ball is because I've issued a statement. I've issued a statement here as the elected community advocate and leader of the largest diaspora outside of Guyana. That is in Little Guyana, Richmond Hill, in Ozone Park. I have issued a statement here in accordance with my United Communities Alliance. And we have issued a statement, a very simple statement, because we have recognized now, I'm surprised the government is quiet on this. The government should be out front shouting on top of the rooftop, because Guyana has reached a defining moment. ExxonMobil has confirmed that the Stabroek Block Consortium has fully recovered approximately US $55 billion in investments and operating costs, almost 2 years ahead of schedule. Yet I don't hear anybody from the ministry, the president, the vice president, anybody who should be talking about this. You should be congratulating them. You should be telling the Guyanese people, guess what? The people that you all said thieving all the money and giving us 2%, these people now get back the US 55 billion. Cheers. They've gotten back their 55 billion. And they get it back almost 2 years ahead of schedule. We are happy for them. We are so happy for ExxonMobil. And they confirmed that the Stabroek Block Consortium has fully recovered $55 billion. Good luck to you. Blessings to you. We're happy for you. And in the same breath, if you're a proper politician worth your salt, or you're a real Guyanese who's supposed to act on behalf of the Guyanese people, if you're really a son of Guyana, and you're not a bullshit artist, you're not a guy trying to get some money through the back door or through something else, and you really care about Guyana, then you stick it to them and said, well, what are we doing now about the share for Guyanese? What are we doing about the 2%? Now that you have gotten 2 years ahead of time, where is the share for Guyanese stakeholders, the man in the street, the man in the Stabroek market, the man in the border mall, the common people, the masses, the typical Guyanese? Where is the deal for other Guyanese? That is what I want to know. So you've had this statement come out like a week now, And I'm not hearing anything from Parliament or the President or the Vice President or who. And I'm calling you out. Yes, I am. Looking you straight in the eye and calling you out. You're supposed to be coming out and saying, where is a share for Guyana? Where is our share? What do we get now? Now, when I say Guyana, what you put in your pocket, you personally and you and your shell companies, I'm talking to the people of Guyana. I'm talking to the masses, the other 800,000 there. And the diaspora also is included in that because they enable string bearing in Guyana too. They need to be included. They by right are included. By democracy, by birth, and by who they are, they have to be included in that. So if you don't want the money, if you get enough, or if you cart off enough, you still have to get for the poor people. You still have to get for the people who have to get. So I want to see that. I want to see what you're going to be doing now. I want to see what you're going to be coming out and saying. Too much people have been silent on this. Who serves in charge of this oil? Who's in charge of this accountability? Who's in charge of this oversight? You need to come out and say, well, this is what we're going to be getting as Guyanese. Guyanese are no longer be getting 2%. They'll be getting into this 50-50 share. This changes everything. This is part of my press statement sent to the newspapers and here, the Wall Street Journal, the Wall Street, the New York Times, and sent to the Department of State and sent to the people who represent us, okay? So we're talking about now, this changes everything. Under the 2016 oil agreement, Exxon and its partners could use up to 75% of monthly production to recover costs. The remaining profit was divided equally between the consortium in Guyana, which also receives a mere 2% royalty. So the days of mere 2% royalty are over, or they're supposed to be. There should no longer be a 2% royalty being given the chicken feed, the kush kush given to Guyanese. That's not how this was structured. These people were there, Exxon, since 2016. Since 2016, 10 years. They have been getting their money recovered and their profits and so on. They've been dictating the terms to Guyana because you've had some very, very deceitful folks who signed that agreement or incompetent to the hilt. Those people who have signed that agreement to put Guyana in servitude to Exxon for over 10 years, getting 2%. In other countries, they are tarred and hung. They are tarred and hung for public justice because what they did was treason. They may not have overthrown Guyana, but it did an injustice to Guyana. And those people will be persona non grata. They will not be welcome in the country. And yet you all have them, big up them, the 2016 people who signed that agreement. So since these people have been there 10 years, ExxonMobil, and getting the money, the time has come now for Guyana, Guyanese then, and Guyanese diasporans to get their share. And what is their entitlement by being virtue of their navel string being buried in Guyana, by virtue of being born Guyanese citizens. They may be American citizens, they may be Canadian citizens, they may also be British citizens, Australia, where have you? They've gone all over the world, our Guyanese brothers and sisters. But that does not derogate from the fact that they have a nexus to Guyana. They have their roots in Guyana. And you or me cannot take that away from them. It is as simple as that. That is their country, that is their birthright, that is their heritage, and they're entitled to some of the oil. Very, very simple. This is not very sophisticated stuff. This is stuff to what people's birthright is. This is what you have. So if you all agree with me, then tell me, Ajay Singh and all y'all, Michael Ramhit, y'all send me some stars. Send me some stars. Let me see if I'm making sense to you. That we should get more now. Send me some stars. Send me some diamonds. Share the link. Invite other people to come. I want to see the stars coming. Or then I guess, I will have to close off and go and do my other work and prepare my brief. So let me see those stars running out. If you believe in this, I'm the voice saying it for you. If you can't be in the background and send stars and stand behind me, then we don't need to have these programs because then we're standing up on behalf of very, very people who have backbone. We're standing up on behalf of the crabs in the barrel pulling each other down. That's all I want to do. But if you're standing up firm and you, Lachman Arjun, yes, to be president of Guyana, and you want to do that, then you give me the stars. Send the stars going, and send the diamonds, whatever they mean for these programs. But I think they mean something positive. That's why I'm asking you about it. So therefore, I've seen the stars, and I will continue. I've seen that. Continue to keep it going. Continue to share the link. share the live, join my group so you get notifications. And the issue here is Long Walk to Freedom. Somebody want a copy of my book? Yes, Long Walk to Freedom. That's Nelson Mandela. Great book. Go on Amazon. They might have some secondhand copies there, brother. It's not very difficult. Buy books like those. You might get a good secondhand copy for less than $5. Tell you the truth. One less beer, or two less beer, or two less half of a goat curry, and you get Long Walk to Freedom. Go on Amazon and check it out. You don't have to buy the brand new editions. But Long Walk to Freedom is one of the greatest books ever written from one of the greatest men who ever lived, Nelson Mandela. And Nelson Mandela went 27 years in jail. 27 years in jail. And you know what he said? They asked him when he was coming out of jail, why aren't you bitter with those white people, the apartheid folks, who imprisoned you for 27 years and took away the best years of your life? And he says, I forgive them. I will never give them the privilege, nor I will never give them the chance for them to occupy space in my heart. That is what Mandela said. I will not give them any space in my heart because they're not worthwhile. And I will still be imprisoned. If I keep them in my system, I will still be a prisoner of theirs, a prisoner of their making. I will flush myself out of it. You know, like when you flush a toilet or you empty the garbage bin. Nelson Mandela in his greatness threw all of them out. I don't know if he forgave them or whatever for somebody holding you 27 years in prison, but it got him out of his mind. He looked up, he looked forward, and he was the first African to be elected president in a free South Africa, and a no longer apartheid South Africa. Oh, he saw the bigger picture, the vision of freeing his people. That was his number one priority. It's just like us on a smaller scale. We see the vision of helping our people instead of going to take some money or take some land or take some sort of concessions to keep quiet. And I could even say, well, I'm no longer working for the people. I'm no longer going to be a voice for the people. Give me some land, let me go and get rich in Guyana. Give me some black belly sheep. Give me some cows. You know what I mean? Give me something and I will be happy there, I'm not into that. I am representing the people. I am their voice. You have elected me to be your voice. I don't get paid for this as the community leader, an advocate. I don't get paid. I've never asked for money. I haven't been paid a cent. So understand that those who like to yap and talk and badmouth people, because Guyanese are good for that, pull each other down and yap and talk and always say, oh, yeah, he this, he did that. Put that to the back of your mouth and smoke it. Because I've never had that kind of motivation. The motivation is to help people. God has blessed me in many ways. And I've never looked back, and I always look forward because God is the greatest. And that is why I want you to follow my example. The example that this great man did, Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi and Barack Obama, all these cherry jagging, and then you have Martin Luther King there. What these great men did was simply this. They excavated all the bad feelings in their heart, all the malice, all the bad, and they're entitled to have those. But they were so strong that they were able to overcome any kind of hate, any kind of retribution, any kind of anger that they had at their captors and their imprisoners. They always lift and rise to the higher lights. And that is a great example, just like Christ. When he was crucified, he said, Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They had already strung him up and crucified him and desecrated him and humiliated him and stripped him naked and let that man, the Son of God, in such an awful way, worst, so sinful. And that lesson of the Bible tells us, as in all other scriptures, will tell us the same thing. The same thing they will tell us, that what is done has to be forgiven and moved on. And Christ asks for forgiveness, for they know not what they do. Mahatma Gandhi did the same. Barack Obama, Martin Luther King, and Nelson Mandela, long walk to freedom. And it was a very long walk. It was 27 years. Some people live to be 27 years. He was imprisoned for 27 years. Imagine 27 years you in a cell 6x6. Kept by people who didn't know who you were, who were of a different race, white, who suppressed you. And Miriam is saying that is why they are people have been saying that. And the problem here is that we have to take that example. We have to take that example because that is what has to be done. So the situation we continue to recover here is that we call upon the president of Guyana and the vice president to come out and congratulate Exxon. Tell him we're glad you got back your US 55 billion in investments and that you recovered all your operating costs. Wonderful news. 2 years ahead of schedule. We're out of part of the world. Would you do that 2 years ahead of schedule? 2 years ahead of schedule, they would have stopped you in your tracks and said, we need some of that money or you're getting nationalized. We need some of that money you're getting out of our country. They have gotten back their money and stayed in Guyana for $55 billion recouped them in investments. That is a great, impressive story thanks to the Guyanese people. Now, this is where the Guyanese leadership need to come out and say, well, now that you've gotten everything you want, now that you're sailing high, now that you're getting everything, now this is what we have to get. We have to get back more. We have to get more than this 2%. Now, that is what this program it deals with today. And the MV Barima will get to that, and then we'll have some people come on and have a discussion. But right now, the most important thing is that I'm repeating this. This was published in the Guyana newspapers. This was published in Amsterdam News, a black news in the United States. And this has been able from makes sense. And this is standing up for the people. So anybody who want to stand up for the people, this is how you stand up for them. This is what you tell them, that we need Exxon to give us more of our oil money. Simple as that. Now that they've gotten back their money, now that they have recouped everything, the time has come for them to stop playing, I won't say games, but the time has come to stop being greedy. How did I get that word greedy? Because President Trump telling them that they're greedy. Just a few days ago, President Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States, told ExxonMobil and Chevron and these other oil companies, you are very greedy and you need to stop. You need to share and give money to the public. And it is easy for our president and our vice president to call President Trump and said, Mr. President, these same greedy oil companies, guess what? They get back their money, 57 billion, and they get it back 2 years early. Mr. President, you said they were greedy. So I ask you now to enforce them to let them come and give us more money. Give them more money. Now, you can't have presidents being not there for standing up for the people. Like I said at the beginning of this program, Guyana is not any person's daddy owned. You know what that term in Guyana? It means your daddy gives Guyana. Nobody owns Guyana like that. Even Cherry Jagan couldn't say, well, my son Joey owned Guyana. He couldn't. No. Not even Forbes Born, not even those people who gave Guyana independence. Guyana belongs collectively to the 800,000 people. What is it that you don't understand about that? It's a very simple thing of a country with territorial integrity and sovereignty. That is who owns Guyana. You who are looking at this program, you who have heritage in Guyana, you who were born in Guyana, you whose navel string is buried there, us who live in America but have Guyanese ancestry and heritage. That is how you measure an international law works. They trace your ancestry. So you can't have anybody come up and tell you, oh, you live and you went to America, oh, you live and you went there and left out these and this. No, because we were the ones who kept you afloat before the oil and after the oil. And now up to today, we keep you afloat with our barrels and what we give for you and the sponsorship. So don't be ungrateful. Don't be namakaram. Namakaram is not something we will tolerate. It's a simple thing. Do not be greedy. The oil is there for all Guyanese, whether local or expatriate, or overseas, then, in the diaspora. The diasporans came to America and then pick up gold on the street. Oh, somebody said, Burbage girl, Jag, you own Guyana, you do not know. Oh, okay. Well, we'll know about these things. Because there are many ways to express dissatisfaction to people who feel they own Guyana. Many, many ways. Okay? So these are how things need, and I'm calling upon the higher echelons to now represent Guyana, represent us, go to Trump. It will be governmental malpractice if you don't do so. If you're the head of state or you're head in charge of oil and you can't speak on behalf of your people, then you are not fit to be president. And this happens to anybody. So I'm not Win, APNU, PPP, or anybody else. I'm telling you how government works. And I was elected to serve, and this is how we do it in America. If you cannot represent the voices who elected you, then get out of the place. Don't waste time. Get somebody else. Let somebody else who can do it. Am I right? If you agree with me, send me the stars. Let me see the hearts, the stars, and the diamonds. I want to see the hearts, the stars, the diamonds, and some signal from somebody to tell me somebody's asking from the Guyana's ambassador to the US because they see a pin here. They see a pin here with Guyana and they see a pin here with America. No, this is my pride to be a Guyanese, American, or American Guyanese, however you want to put it. I was born in Guyana and I became an American citizen decades ago. But I've never forgotten Guyana. Unlike the Makaram who forget Guyana and don't care nothing, I am different. I speak as a dual citizen, as a Guyanese American proudly, and as an American Guyanese. And I've always done so, and I've used this to speak on your behalf. Because when Venezuela was going to take you and annex you, it was us, people like me, who called Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State. American citizens like me who send you barrels. American citizens like me when they get flood to send money home. American citizens like me who fight for you and go to the Guyana, the government. Trump 1 presidency with Mike Pompeo, Trump 2 with Marco Rubio, and during Biden's time, that was able to speak on your behalf so that you were not annexed by Venezuela. So you didn't become honorary Venezuelans. Okay? So you almost understand your history and understand. So when you ask me why I got 2 pins here, I can easily take the guy and pin and throw it. Very easily. But you know why? Because I love my country. I was born there and I'm a Guyanese patriot. But nothing stops me from taking this part of the pin, chop them out, and throw it away. Or just wear an American pin. Most people do that. They don't want to hear nothing else, nothing but Guyana. They don't have time to waste with you guys. They don't have time for the Makaram and people who pull each other down like crabs. Nobody has time. They've got time for work for the almighty guy, US dollars. So be proud and thankful that I am standing up for you. Never forgot you. Always fought for you. Always helped you. Gave you a better life. And can still stand up. And I'm still fighting up for you. That is something that you folks need to understand and understand very quickly. Because Guyanese have a terrible mentality. Sometimes they don't understand. Sometimes cockroach eat out the conscience. Sometimes cockroach eat out the conscience. Or dig out the eyes. They play like a blind. So don't bring that to me, okay? You have to understand. And as Ganesh said, I proudly wear my US Ghana label. Pin and the power to you, brother. That's what you have to do. Don't be scared. You're an American citizen. Be proud of it. But if you love the country where you were born or your ancestors went through, be equally proud of that also, especially now. Especially now. And even if you're proud of it because Guyana has oil and you want to share some of that oil, by all means, you can do that. By all means, the oil is there because of your birthright. It's part of your birthright. It's part of your birthright benefits. Nobody can take that from you. But I know what you're talking about. When they go to Guyana, they always throw the remarks, oh, you've been in America, you're going to pick up gold and honey. But you tell them the same gold and honey and milk and honey they're picking up and gold and diamonds was dummy used to send it by the barrel and send them to you. Just tell them that. Play their game. Beat them in their own game. You know? When they come and said, oh, you guys are very well off over there. Said, yes, but not thanks to that. Thanks to the 3 jobs that we used to do here. Thanks to the basement we used to live in. Thanks for what we used to eat here to get up. Thanks to our sacrifices, what we alone know. And we're scared and shamed to tell people we went through. To make us ourselves somebody in a land that just milked the sweet from us, the best from us, America. That sucked us dry, that sucked our blood. And that our parents worked 3 and 4 jobs to get a job here to feed us and to mine us. And now we've now come up, okay? So you don't have to answer that. You don't have to apologize to nobody. You paid your dues. You tell them, I have paid my dues in America proudly. And now you should understand that we hear about this. Now, the important thing is that, coming back to the oil, Exxon got back its money. over 10 years. They were here 2016. They got back the US 55 billion. So now you can't continue get back all this and you give me 2%. You cannot give Guyanese 2%. And that's why I'm calling on the Guyana government to come out and state how much they have to give now. The time has passed. This has already gone on for some days. I've written it on the press, and like I said, this is not somebody's personal oil wells to say, well, I'm gonna let you know at a later date. No, it is your public duty as an official of the Guyana government, whosoever is in charge or in charge, the whole cabinet, to come out and speak about this as to what Guyana is going to get, what Guyana is going to get. Simple as that. What are Guyanese going to get in Guyana, and expatriates, what is their share? This is different from the cash grant talk. This doesn't concern cash grant. This concerns the dividends from the oil, where the people said, ExxonMobil and Chevron and all these oil companies, they said, we have recovered our oil. We get back our oil. We get back our investment. We're running into the billions now. And you sit back as a leader of the Guyanese people there. These people are in your backyard. They're in sovereign territory that belongs to Guyanese collectively. And they're there in territories that is ours. And you're not saying anything to them? You are not saying anything to them? No, that doesn't make sense, sir. You need to come out and clear the air on this. You need to come out and make a public statement, whether you're the Prime Minister, the President, the Vice President, or who, or the Cabinet, and speak and let us know what is a new deal. What is a new deal? And I've termed it that I've called this deal the Fair Guyana Oil now. I've termed it the new Guyana oil arrangements now. Now's the time to get a new oil agreement. So now that the 55 billion cost bank has been recovered, Exxon cannot continue deducting historical expenses as though they remain unpaid. After legitimate current expenses, Guyana must receive its full 50% of profit oil. So Guyana must now receive 50%. They get back the money after 10 years. They get back in record time. They are doing quite well. They are breaking records. They are making money. President Trump said, you all are very greedy. Your numbers have gone up 10 times. Your numbers are way through the roof. You're breaking the ceiling. So give back Guyana the 50%. And if the president cannot get Exxon top brass or CEO and these people to agree, or in a representative capacity on behalf of these oil companies, then he should put his foot down. Put his foot down and help the Guyanese people. But President Trump is not going to put his foot down when our leaders are not doing anything. This must be a public discussion. This must be a public disclosure. This is something that has to be filtered out there so people can know what's going on. That we're getting the 50% share of the profit oil, where it's going, and account for it. There now, Exxon's own production entitlement will fall by approximately 100,000 barrels per day as Guyana's share increases. Every additional barrel and dollar must be properly accounted for and publicly disclosed. That's regular government. Governments must disclose. That's how governments work, or are supposed to work. The government must immediately reveal when the 55 billion US was fully recovered. Guyana's increased monthly allocation and all new expenses being placed into the cost recovery account. Future projects such as UARU, URI, URAO, Whiptail, and Longtail will generate new costs. URI, Whiptail, UARI, Whiptail, and Longtail will generate new costs. But Guyana must not allow these expenses to create a permanent 75% deduction. You can't continue with the same old. Each change must be independently audited, reasonably incurred, and properly attributed. Each must be treated separately. You can't carry over one loss to another, or one perceived loss or expenses or whatever you're saying to the other one. It does not work that way. Significantly, President Trump accused these people of too much money and said they should return some of their profits to the public. And by party of reasoning, Guyana. That's my part. And if you're going to return to the public, then you must return some to the very people that you're taking the oil from, and that is Guyanese. Okay, so that is the position. And somebody telling me my Clark in Guyana, Balika, and I were friends. Balika name? Okay. I have lost touch with Guyana. I give my regards to everybody who've worked with me in the past, who's been there when I was a prosecutor, all the police officers, those I lectured to when I was a police state legal advisor, those that helped me when I was a prosecutor, when I was a senior state counsel, when I was a special prosecutor, when I was a magistrate. I send my regards to all lawyers, all folks, all clerks, all people that have remembered me, worked in the deeds registry, all people who've been in Pearl Street. I send you my best greetings, um, my warmest congratulations, my warmest respect and regards, and I hope to see you soon. Because I intend to be at the Commission of Inquiry, either by Zoom or coming back. I intend to see what's going on with that and to keep an eye on things, and also to represent some people of this 100 people who have died. I'm going to be representing some of these people who have died. Nasdin said he worked at the deeds registry. How are you, brother Nasdin? I'm sure that I will remember you as soon as I see you. And my best regards and greetings to you from people in the deeds registry, people from across the court, clerks, lawyers, colleagues, former magistrates, former judges, former friends, acquaintances. I send you my respect and my regards. Independently audited, reasonably incurred, and properly attributed. These are checks that have to be maintained. And then we talked about how President Trump accused them. So that is why, as president, you have a very fertile playing field. You have a wicket that you can bat on. You now have a wicket where Exxon and Chevron, to use a cricket phrase, can't bowl bounces to you, or can't bowl you Chinaman you can't read. They can't bowl a googly or the wrongon or the dusra that you can read. Because the wicket is good. You have to step out and play the shot. Step forward and play the shot. Look my bat here. You see? Step forward and play the shot. Don't wait back and push and poke, and hide and this kind of thing with Exxon. You have to go and play the cover drive, play the on drive, play the hook, play the leg cut, play the above head, play over mid on. You have to bat like Brian Lara. You have to, or Sachin. So the time has come now. You know why you can bat like that? Because they don't get back there 55 billion and 2 years ahead of schedule. So if you can't think and understand that this is the time when you ought to act on behalf of the Guyanese people, then you need to go back to school. Or if you never went to school, start going to school. Because this is precipitate. And this is how basic politics 101 works. That if the playing field is there, if the time is right, politics is all about timing. Politics is all about timing sometimes. And you have to make the request to President Trump. Because you have grounds in which to ask for it. Why may I have to beat a dead dog? Why you operate like a dead dog? Why are you operating like you're a piece of furniture you can't comprehend or understand what I'm saying? How can you continue to do what you're doing and expect people to do that? You need to make sure that you can take the bull by the horns, no pun intended, and push Exxon and Chevron and ExxonMobil. Push them. Because that is what you will get from them. The playing field is fertile. The ground is conducive to stroke play. What are you going to tell you? What are you going to tell you? You're going to eat off your head? He's going to cut off your head? All they're going to tell you, the most he could tell you is that I can't do it, I'm sorry. And I don't think he will. But if you fail to try, then you will fail. You must try on behalf of the Guyanese people. You must have that hunger. You know, I feel that if somebody's ruling of a country or so forth, they must divorce themselves from their comfort and their chauffeur-driven cars and lifestyle in order to feel the pain of the common man. Go and walk barefoot in the villages. Go and walk barefoot in the villages. That way you get hungry and you realize what people are going through. And that way you can get what you want from ExxonMobil and these other places. Okay? And that is how you can get to be in the people's situation. That is why you see people like Mandela, Gandhi, Martin Luther King, they walked in the shoes of other people. I myself have walked in the shoes of others. That is why you get a very good understanding that you can't buy in a college. You may have gone to the best colleges and universities and places of learning like I have, from Queens College go right up. But unless you understand the pain of the common man, the pain of the people in Guyana, you will never understand what it is that they expect or what they are going through. And you owe it to them to call on their behalf. That is what a leadership is about. That is what a ruler needs to get done. Okay? That is what an elected government, if you're ready for the people, must go out and do. And that is why I can make it in no other words very clear than this, that the Guyana's leadership must talk to President Trump and must talk collectively with Exxon, Chevron, and the other companies there, ExxonMobil, that we need to get more of our share and ask them for 50%. Because when I wrote my previous article, I was not aware that all this had happened. So I had to rewrite my article. And having rewritten it in terms that Exxon has now recovered its $56 billion and 2 years ahead of schedule, then these additional points are ripe for implementation. That all of these things now have to be adhered to. All of these must be carried out. Okay? So my point is, it's US dollars, by the way. Somebody said that money is not easy for thief. I don't know the relevance of that. But the relevance of it is that the people have recovered their losses. They're no longer at risk with their investments. And that is why you could tell them you're no longer at risk. And you're making money now, pure profit. But I can't get 2% and you get 98%. We got to go 50-50. Simple as that. All y'all Guyanese know that. All y'all do that in Guyana. All of y'all know that. Don't tell me you don't know about that. All of your business people, I've seen that. I've seen you in the market when you haggle and you said, okay, sell me for $50. And you tell him, oh, you only got 30. It's all right, man, give me 40. There's always some in between. That happens all over the world. There's always some in between thing that people get. And that way it is done. So we have to get common ground. President Trump said it's too much money, excessive profits. We have now stronger grounds to demand a fair return from its own irreplaceable oil resources. You hear that word? Irreplaceable? Irreplaceable. You won't get it back. When that oil is finished in Guyana, that's the end of the oil. So if you don't act now, you will never get it. You think you can go back and tell Exxon or new ownership another 50 years from now, oh, I need reparations. I need reparations. I need, like what are for parents, what happened to them? That conversation has been going on a long time, and there's nothing binding in it. But people would say, "Oh yeah, we agree with it in principle, we agree with it," but they will not pay up. They will not pay up. So what you do, you grab them by the collar now. You grab them now because they're in your country. They are in Guyana. If you think you can go and tell ExxonMobil years down the road and said, oh, you know what? You steal our oil 50 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. The oil done now for Guyana. But you're supposed to pay us back. You were supposed to give us profits in 2026 because 2 years earlier than usual, you'd get back all the money. You know what they'll tell you? Go to hell. Go to hell. That's what they're going to tell you. But they'll say it in a nice way. We will consider it. Write a letter to us and send it there and make a copy there. And we'll have a meeting on that. You're going to have 1,001 meetings. You won't get nothing. Trust me. Someone says, who's a representative of Guyana in Queens? We don't need no representative in Queens to make this call. In the world of the world is now, I can make a call. Right now, people in Guyana and Madi are seeing me and following me in Bartica, Berbice, and all over the place. Australia, New Zealand, Greenland, Canada, UK, Scotland, all over the world. People are joining me on my live, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, or whether it's TikTok. And that's a good break to tell you, join the live, share it, be part of the group, and be part of it right now. All of you who's here, send me stars, send me diamonds. I'm talking about the TikTok thing. It don't really go into my pocket. I don't want a real diamond. Send me through the app, through Facebook, through TikTok, through YouTube. Send it to me. Show me you appreciate that. I am not paid to do this. I am not mandated to do this. I was elected a leader in New York, and we do take care of problems here. But I do believe that there's a great nexus to ask to the people of Guyana because it is what your relatives are asking me to speak about. They're asking me for solutions on this. How come we still got to send barrel or me still got to send Western Union when they people get all the money? Look, Denise Sabudar, she's in Auckland, New Zealand. Tell him Denise Subade, Sudabi. Denise Sudabi. She there in Auckland, New Zealand, listening to this podcast, put this press podcast on Facebook. Okay? So tell me where some of you are. Tell me what country you are. Denise, I know you're in Auckland, New Zealand. Tell me some people where you are, Mariam, and on YouTube. Tell me which country you're in. Mona Pasad and sharing and all these kinds of things you all are talking about. Tell me where some of you people are, some of you folks are, which part of the world. Tell me which part of the world you're calling me from, or you're listening to my life. Maxi for you from Guyana. Okay, you're in Guyana. What part of Guyana, Max for? You? Quintana Roo, Mexico. Wow. Cash is in Quintana. Nasdaq is in Maryland. Rowan Harpersad is in Guyana. Anita is in Guyana. Wow. Fish. Somebody named Fish. Um, West Side. Somebody from West Side. Good night, wifey. One wifey. I remember you, wifey, from last time. I know you in New York. Somebody from Barticanum. Gavin, Harup. West Palm Beach, baby girl. Wow. Angela Chung from Guyana. Maryland. That's United States. I'm from Guyana. Her Stelling. Dutch lady. Wow. The Dutch lady. Queen Trinidad. Indira Singh. Long Island. Naresh. Dinesh Ram Prasad. I wonder if Dinesh is a cricketer. I don't know. I like that cricketer. He's a very good man. Orlando, Florida. Where else we got people, brother? Cricket doctors. How are you, sir? Keep up the great job. Thank you, sir. Guyana, Port Kaituma, Roland. Yeah, you in Ground Zero. You're in Ground Zero. Ground Zero, yes, Dubai. There's somebody from Dubai looking at me. And Ground Zero is also looking at me from Port Kaituma. Well, look at that, eh? People are united, and I compliment and thank you and praise all of you for your life, for coming together, for joining this broadcast, for listening to me from Trinidad here and from all over Barbados, from the Caribbean, from a further field, from Australia, from New Zealand, from Ireland, from Scotland, from India. Always good. Parika, Barima. Wow. So continue to tell me where you all are from. Tela Gane, she's from Guyana. Where are you? Dutch lady. I guess you must be in Holland. Are you in Holland, Dutch lady? King Virgo. King Virgo is in Guyana. Wow. Suriname. Shami Ramdan. Wow. I didn't know we were going that far. Very nice. Very nice. Naikeri. Welcome. Welcome to all of you and God's greatest blessings to all of you. Thank you. You see, that's what I tell people, that we are concerned about Guyana. Look somebody in East Fishkill, New York, Salaziz. They're all the way in Fishkill. And these people don't understand this, people in power, Victoria Village, that people are concerned about Guyana because we love Guyana. You think people got time for look at this about Guyana and the oil either they love Guyana? No, it's because they want to see Guyana do good. They want to see their brothers and sisters do good. So I'm not doing this because I feed all diaspora and all these people I names I just mentioned should be getting some oil benefits also, or some oil dividends. I'm saying it because we have to move together inside and outside. And the Dutch lady in Guyana, she's in Guyana, sorry, not Holland. Bob Khan is living in French Guyana. It is because of our love. It is because of our concern, Long Island, reindeer. It is because of who we are as Guyanese. It is because of the love, Long Island reindeer, because of what we want to see done. What original Canal Number 1 gal, that Denise, you're from Canal Number 1. My grandfather was from Canal Number 1. AJ, he had a good store there near Laka. One of the richest men in Canal Number 1 history. I'm his grandson. You know, this is how we have carried the torch. Reindeer from Long Island, and Naresh here. Naresh, okay, yes, I think I went there today. Yes, I enjoyed Naresh cuisine. That must be Naresh, my good friend, where I bought some stuff today at his restaurant. How are you, brother? The food was excellent. Guyana, Mahaika, Wendy, Gilarty. Naresh Cuisine, a new cuisine that opened up on Liberty. You almost support him. He's a very nice young man. And he cooks fresh food every day. And he does very good stuff. And his food is very tasty. I had some bacon saltfish today. And I was very, very impressed. Very fresh. Kevin, Guyana, Port Kaituma. We gonna come to Port Kaituma. I used to be magistrate and go to Port Kaituma in airplane and boat and so on to whole court. So I forget Port Kaituma. We're gonna deal with Port Kaituma at the Commission of Inquiry. We're gonna see that justice is done to them 100 people. See all them people there at the bottom of the sea where they can't bring up that boat up to now? It's gonna come up. And when it come up, some people gonna have to pay for what happened there. But it come from Guyana, Port Morant. Well, Port Morant is a great part of Guyana. We got Canai and Sober. Canai and Vorganuja. My grandfather name was Baldeo from I know about that baby girl. They got a lot of Baldeos and Vorganu. I think we related also. But you see, Port Morant, that's one of the greatest places in Guyana. We got Cherry Jagan, Ron Canal, and Calitran, all the great Joe Solomon, Bassel Butcher, all the great people were there, right? My grandfather's last name was Balde for Vorganugan. Okay. What Plaisance? I was born in Plaisance Village. Somebody now is watching from Plaisance Village. Unity Mahaika. I know Unity Mahaika. Carl Singh is from there. The chancellor, we were in school together. He used to plant rice up there. I think they still have it. Raj Maraj from Florida. Well, look at this, huh? And a lot of people from all over the place. So I want the president of Guyana, the prime minister, and the vice president. Why you have all these people, and I'm glad you all tell me where you're from and give me all these stars. I thank you and God bless you. And I speak up on your behalf, is because they want to see that justice is done. Dr. Baldeo is my brother, Gene Kamash. Yes, Dr. Baldeo. He's not in Guyana, he's in New York. He's my brother. Recently, Dawn Baldeo is my cousin. Very bright girl. She went to Bishop's High, Nasdin. Lady joined my church recently, Dawn Baldeo. Dawn was CARICOM, a top position in CARICOM, but Dawn used to bring first in every class. But tell Dawn I say hello. Our cousin. We went to Bishop's High School together. Tell Dawn Albert says hello. Dawn was in CARICOM. I know she's retired now, but Dawn used to bring first in every single class in Bishop's. She became highly qualified at CARICOM, and I was very proud of her. Yes, and she is a church lady indeed. Brian Marcus. I think I know that name. I think so. Nasdin. Marcus is Brian Marcus, his name? Marcus Bistram, sorry, Marcus Bistram. Yes, I met him and he's a nice guy. I know he had some issues, but I'm not here to judge anybody. Okay? I'm not God. I'm a Guyanese and I love all of you and I stand up for all of you. That is the purpose of my life, to make us better here, because I've seen how we've been ill-treated in America and how we've never been given our dues. And I love the stars that are coming, and I thank you, Nasdin, and continue to send me the stars. I am very, very impressed. Somebody here, I think it's from Bermuda. Nourish Cuisine, it's you? I love my country, Guyana. Okay. Are you stealing the money too? No, me the only way in New York here. How me gonna steal money? I work with Don at CARICOM. Okay, Miriam, yeah, Don, CARICOM, right. Somebody asked if I'm stealing the money. I the only way in New York, buying my own business here. Don't even get paid here, right? And somebody asking me if I'm stealing the money in Guyana. Like they don't know how this thing is work or what. I don't understand how I'm going to be and I'm going to be talking so proudly and vociferously and so straightforward here. No, I'd have been quiet like everybody else, you know. I would have been quiet, I guess, and you don't want trouble because the money is flowing. I'm not here to challenge anybody on the money. I'm not here to take away money from them. I am here for fight for the people. Oh, somebody said Jagdi was stealing the money. Buddy said Jagdi was stealing the money. Well, I am Baldeo, I'm not Jagdio. My name is Albert Baldeo. So if somebody's likening me to Jagdio, then we're two different people, right? And I don't have any evidence of that, but I guess there's always room for investigations. There's always room. There's always justice. There's always law, and there's always the right thing to do. And nobody's above the law. That is what I can tell you, that no one, be he so high or he so low, is above or below the law. That is a principle that we're very simple, Raj Maraj, on Facebook, okay? It seems that YouTube, though, is one of these dormant sites, YouTube. You don't get much action from YouTube, but you get certainly from TikTok and you get from Facebook. But coming back to this oil issue here, President Irfan Ali should immediately seek President Trump's support in pressing Exxon Oil and Chevron for better terms. Trump's comments do not legally rewrite the contract, but they create a rare political and negotiating opportunity. This is my point. It creates a rare political and negotiating opportunity. Okay? Ignoring it will be governmental malpractice. Ignoring it would be governmental malpractice. So that is why I'm telling you that they have to do it now. And even if they belly full, they got to do it for the poor Guyanese people, the 800,000 Guyanese people have to get their fair share. The small man must be the real man. It must only be Christmas time that comes and every man will get a share, which is a bottle, lick, or a couple shots of rum. That's not a fair share, or some duck curry, or some chicken curry. No, they must get because of this. Yvonne Williams from DPP office. Wow, I remember Yvonne. How are you? Long time no here. Yvonne Williams is a very nice person. I remember working with her from the DPP office when Mr. Reverend Ramon, Manny Ramon, was the director of public prosecutions. Yes, Yvonne. Nice to hear from you. Because send me some stars, Yvonne, so I know it's you. Yvonne Williams used to work there. Yes, my good friend. Yvonne Walcott, I think is her name. Yvonne Williams from DPP. It must be Walcott because I know her as Walcott. I don't know if she remarried, she got the name Williams. But I know it's Yvonne Walcott. She was a very, very nice woman and a very, very efficient staff worker there with the rest of the people. Shirley Fraser and I forget the name of the other person, but they were we had a very skeleton staff at DPP. But we did the worst cases. We did all of the harsh murder cases, grievous bodily, kick down the door bandits. And we had no staff as big as what was at the Attorney General or any other law offices, CARICOM and so on. But yet we did our jobs. There were just like 6 prosecutors there. And we used to share the cases. And we did a lot of work there. We did a lot of cases. Every session we would do like at least 50 cases. Roll through all of them. Who not plead guilty? We try them. Okay? We try them. And we tried them and got results. So that is why you got when I was telling you that these captains shouldn't be charged for murder, but something lesser. Because they couldn't have had the mens rea. I know what I'm talking about because I've had that experience as a prosecutor in Guyana. I have done these cases. I've taken them to trial. I know Neville Bulai and Atta Sankar very well. I think Atta is a nice man too. I think he died also. And Neville Bulai. I think both of them died, Nasdin. I think so. I couldn't be sure. I haven't been to Guyana for some time. Turn this country around, Miriam. Yes, they can turn the country around. What do you think we got oil for? Oil was given to us by God to turn the country around. All God said, Guyanese, you punish enough. Yes, Nasdin, both passed. I am going to give you and take you to the promised land. I will discover oil for you. I'll give you oil reserves. So you have to get it now. You can't wait till the oil done. Then you said, Exxon rob us. And Exxon, we're going to sue you because you won't have no basis to sue. Time will have passed. The way you got to act is when the people are in your ground now. When the people are under your jurisdiction. When their wells are in your territory. When the wells are in your sovereignty. That's when you act. That's when you go after them. That's when you take them to the table. You don't wait until then you're going to say, let's do reparations. Let's do compensation. Let's do unjust enrichment. Balderdash. You have to do it now. Because now is when the time is ripe that they're getting so much money. You can audit them. You can find out. They themselves said I get back on me $57 million. I'm going to get it back 2 years ahead of time. So what, Guyanese, you're so stupid and you can't understand well what the people are telling you? The people said we don't make money. We making a lot of money now. But if you don't ask, you won't get. And if he was president before oil, if you're president, then push for the oil now. Push for it now for the people. It's malpractice if you don't. You know when I said doctor killed people and he had reason to, or Lloyd do lose the case because he messed up the case? He messed it up? That is malpractice if you was president of a country and you can't ask on behalf of your 800,000 people, I want more oil for my people. Even if you're going to put it in the form of dividends, If you're going to put it in the public treasury, or how you're going to do it, we welcome it, we require it, we need it. Don't walk around like a big boy, oh, guy is very wealthy, guy is moving around. That's all balderdash. You need to ask. There are people punishing in Guyana. You might not be punishing, but people are hungry. And apart from the hunger, they're entitled to it. All those Amerindian folks, all those people that the MV Barima that went down to the ocean, they can do with that money. You have a duty to fight for that money. You have a duty to get that money for them. This is not something that you can say, oh, I don't care about it, or I don't want that, or I'm not going to do it. No, you have to. So the cabinet is put on notice that you must ask for this oil and ask for it now. Don't wait on no reparations and restitution and all this BS down the road. You need to do it now, okay? You need to do it now and bring those people in your country, the oil companies, bring them to justice and tell them that we need you to do what you got to do now, okay? People working, buddy, say, and they still can't afford to live a normal life. True. So you're all a lot of people taking it from you, stealing it from you, sending it to their own country and their own people and families. And we now, whose oil it is, who God blesses with oil, must then get wiped out. We must get wiped out. Must I say it any clearer? We must get wiped out. And what you call it. I forget some of these terms I hear people tell each other when they're going out, when they're quarreling and fighting and so on. Because I grew up with the masses. They get white mouth and lengre or something like that, or cat bite, goat bite me or whatever. What, goat bite us? You think goat bite us, are we not entitled to the oil? Is it that a language you all want to hear? Well, I can tell you that language. Goat and bite no Guyanese. Goat then bite any Guyanese. Goat not bite Guyanese, to say it in Creolese. We are entitled to our oil, and you must give it to us because under the law and international law, it is our oil. And you are a mere guest of the Guyana government. And you must give us fairly and squarely what is ours. That's a simple thing. Am I right, Nadia Singh? Nadia Singh, give me some stars if you agree with what I say. The oil is for Guyana. Well, I guess she is on Facebook, so she might be able to send stars. But Kira and so on, other people can send me stars, and they can give me the like. Give me the like. We got over 8.1 thousand stars, and we got a lot of new faces. So make sure you share the link, and all three in Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Make sure you share the link. Make sure you like the program. Make sure you join the program, and make sure you send the stars and the diamonds to make sure that we can get to a better place. Okay? Kira is the word. Kani Sakunsa Kira. If you read what do you mean Kira? Well, I guess that's how you put it. But whatever it is, we didn't got Kira. Okay? And go to bite us. We got oil too. We like money too. Okay? Everybody like money. Nessa? Everybody like money. And if the money is coming from your own country, then you're entitled to it. Because it's not money you're stealing. It's money that's coming to you. Long rope for Magagoat. Okay. Well, that's a good one. So the rope is not burst. We got to burst the rope. Got to cut the rope from Exxon. If you're going to stay in this country, get back your money. You'll come on 2 years early. Give us the oil now. Not at 2%. 2% is right, ready, but it's give us white mouth. 2% is what you should get. What we're going to give you 50. 50-50 now. That's how people operate. That is how people operate and represent their country. You go 50-50 now because you already recovered to 55 billion. How much billion? 55 billion US you recover, and you recover it 2 years ahead of schedule, Exxon oil company. And your own president said you're greedy. So why can't you give us our fair share now? But you can't be a president and you don't even know or want to speak, and this thing happened here. Suriname is getting 50-50. Look, buddy just said it. They signed a contract. Contract or no contract, everybody got a conscience. You sign a contract, and what the contract means in terms of this now is that the contract means you give us 50-50. That's just how we interpret the contract. If you don't interpret the contract, then pack your stuff up and get out. That's got another oil company to come here. You're just telling them that because you're negotiating hard. You don't negotiate with oil companies in a way that they can sell you will get lost. Baby Benson from Connecticut, you're doing a great job. Bless up. Thank you, Vedwati Benson. The point here is that The time to act is now, and it's very precipitous. Trump is on the back. We need to get more. Now's the time to ask. My problem is that I've not heard a single Guyanese leader coming out and asking for people to get oil, for the Guyanese people to get more of this oil, dividends, oil grants, oil cash grants, differentiated for what you're getting, or going to the Guyana Treasury, or coming back to the people. We need all of this to come back to the people. Okay, so that is my take on this today. Better terms, better dividends, 50%, strict ring fencing of individual projects. That means you can't take one loss from one project and carry them over to the other one. That's going to continue to be a very devious way of hiding your profits and always keeping your host country in the red. You're always going to say, oh, you know what? Mega problem. Nazin said Jagdeo negotiated the agreement. But I think it was Stratman, whosoever negotiates agreement, Guyanese people should push them out in the front. You need to go and ask. I have written to the new press. They published it today in the newspaper. I think it was Kaicho News, and I'm hoping it's be published elsewhere. Because you got people from over here, only the ministers fortifying themselves. Trotman, buddy said, this Trotman, you got to push you out and let you go back. Push him in the front of the line and tell him you need to go back and ask for more money, more dividends. God, I'm saying people you sign contract with now 10 years, and people said they got back all the 55 billion. And on top of that, they come in 2 years ahead of time. So you need to get your so-and-so in front of the line. Simple. And you need to go and tell them. All right? You need to go out there because this is what has to be done with the oil. Now, this ring fencing, you can't continue to play this game where you're carrying over losses to another oil thing and say, oh, we find another one, but it wasn't as good as stop. It wasn't a good oil thing, so we lost. All the profit when we make, we lost. Guys, that's the next thing I'll come and tell you, and I might sue the guy in the government for that money. So if you could think you're going to say, oh, reparations, we need the money now, or, put more money, plenty people over here in this country that said they buy a house, and they take 1% because they couldn't show the money. And then the people got it 99% don't want to give back the house. You all know about that in New York. Many people didn't qualify for the loan. So guess what happened to them? They put 99% of the poorest who got a tax return to qualify for the loan to own 99% of the house. Do you know a large amount of those people still can't get a house? Because the deed says 99% to them. Your own blood family. Exxon is not our blood family. Exxon is not part of Guyana. Exxon only know Guyana because they got oil. Do you think Exxon knew about Guyanese or care about Guyanese people? A big oil company? They don't care the hell who you are. All they're concerned about is that we are getting oil from Guyana because Guyana got oil reserves. That is what brought them to Guyana. You think they came to Guyana because you all have good looks? No. That's not how the international world operates. They came to Guyana because they saw that they could make more millions and trillions and billions, as they have, and recoup it in a quick time and then make share profit in Guyana. So put that in your head and understand why Exxon is there. Exxon is not there for any other reason than to make themselves richer. Okay? That is the reason why. And as soon as you make this to your leaders who may have forgotten, if you wine and dine somebody all the time, they may feel that them as your friend, they're getting what they cut. You now ask for your cut, the people. Okay? Like Yatahan is saying, we need 98% of our royalties back because we need to control our oil. Exactly. You have to control your oil. It has to be a fair split or something as close as possible. But it ain't going to be that 2% again. That 2% has always been criticized. It's always been ostracized. And it's always been refuted by anybody who got a brain. Anybody who got beyond little ABC or big ABC know that 2% is kush. 2% is no money. 2% is just a token. 2% is an excuse to beat you on your head. To say, well, may I give you something, right? May I give you? Why are you giving me 2%? Then you realize. And a lot of you know how to count money more than you can write. So figure it out. 2% is nothing. And the other person getting 98%. And then taking out the expenses. And when they're done, they're taking the 98%. So wake up, Guyanese. You know who has to represent you? Them same people you all elect. The same people you all go and vote for. You go back and say, we vote for you. And you need to do this because you are a leader. Okay? You need to get to them. You need to write papers in the press. You need to go on the phone to them. You need to do petitions. You need to go out there and tell them because nobody's telling nothing. Nobody's come out since Exxon said, oh, we recover all our money. Nobody's coming out and say this is the way forward for Guyana. Nobody's coming out and talking about it. Okay? Now, if not at least 75% of our royalties, they can make their moves with 25%, but 75%. Well, the other hand, all of these can achieved, even if it dropped to 50%, it's all through negotiations. So I want you, all of you on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube to join my group, join the link, share the link, join the conversation, contribute, send stars, send diamonds, and let us continue to be a voice for those who cannot be spoken. Let us be a voice for those, as Jesus spoke on behalf of all of us. He spoke on behalf of all of us and represented us and died for us. That is how we have to continue to help and be a leader for our people. Those of us who've been elected to be leaders, we have to continue to speak. If you're lead elected in Guyana, as they are leaders there, then you have to represent the Guyanese people. This is not something that Baldeo pick fight with you. It's not. This is a situation where you need to have a conscience that you as a leader must put aside yourself and put yourself in the place of the Guyanese people. Not all of them have chauffeur-driven cars. Not all of them have air-conditioned rooms. Not all of them have farms. Not all of them have swimming pools. Not all of them have staff. Not all of them have manservant and maid servants. Not all of them have food to eat. Not all of them are well off. Not all of them have bank accounts. So get the hell and do what you have to do for them. It's as simple as that. This has to do with, oh, Baldeo store up trouble. Oh, Baldeo want this and Baldeo want that. I don't want no oil money. I don't even get paid for what I'm doing here. I don't get paid as district leader. But somebody must speak out, and we must speak out because we want to have the truth. The truth shall set you free. And that is what God has instructed us to do. It's in the Bible, it's in the Quran, it's in the Bhagavad Gita, it's in all over. That you have to speak up on behalf of those who do not have the voice to do so. That is how you earn your ticket to go to heaven. That is how your charity covers a multitude of sins. When you speak up for justice and you speak up for the underprivileged, charity covers a multitude of sins. I'm not ashamed to tell you that I believe in that. Okay, Deep Pockets, speak it, brother. I like that name, Deep Pockets. Wow. Well, my brother, this 55 billion US is really deep pockets for truth. Their pockets really deep. Thank you, Mr. Baldeo, for teaching our fellow Guyanese and citizens a migrant crisis on the policy of Commonwealth and its use to inflate the population. Is Guyana really ready for a migrant crisis? Well, that's a good point. They have just said, listen, you bring in Cubans, you bring in Venezuelans, you're bringing Indians, you're bringing people from all over the world over your own Guyanese who you don't want to give the dividends to. By giving jobs and contracts to these people, or you're giving them something more than you're giving your own Guyanese born there. That is wrong. Guyanese come first. There's no other country you can go to and say, well, push up your hand and say, well, I'm better than you people in your own country. No president and no leader will tolerate that. That's not how the world works. You can't go to India and say, I'm from Guyana. My grandfather came in with a ship, indentureship, and therefore I am Indian. They might very well tell you belong to a lower caste. In India, they don't just recognize you. They may be nice to you for a few morning, yes, glad to meet you, my brother, and so on. I'll come from Uttar Pradesh, and we're good and people, and I'll be related. I'll be come from one village in Uttar Pradesh, and then it'll finish at a certain point. You will have overstayed your welcome beyond 1 week, and then the kicking gonna start. Where you wouldn't get a job, you'll have to compete in the markets, you'll have to be able to hold your own. And that is how the world works. So don't feel a guy, and that has happened to a lot of Guyanese like us who came to America here, where you've seen that you're a second-class citizen. You've seen that you're not counted as an individual. Look, when we had our redistricting, we had a priest here named Reverend Ijaz Nabi. He gave a great and wonderful article. They didn't want to publish ours, but they asked a priest because they wanted to have somebody neutral, not a politician like me being a leader. They felt, well, he might come out too hard. But they got the same message from Reverend Nabi, God bless him. He told them that this place here is separated. We got this district. You got 4 different or 5 different assembly district leaders. And they got the message. And when we were to get our fair seat, they had an assemblyman named David Weprin. He gonna talk his way and crawl his way and talk to them, and they give us back the same thing. They had already approved a district for Guyanese here, district, and I'm showing you how race works and how the status quo preserves itself. And they said they kept the seat and kept us divided into 4 different pieces, like a pie, 4 different pieces, like a pizza. We were divided and cut up again. This is how politics works. Everybody protect themselves. Everybody's for themselves. They're not for us. They don't give nothing about us. And so why should you in Guyana now ask the people? Look, Jean Camacho is saying a whole lot of foreign peoples in Guyana, just like in America, including the Chinese. So you got the Chinese, you got the Venezuelans, you got the Cubans, from what I'm hearing, and all these other folks here. Some of them cars are flying South Road the other day because 40 of them were living in one place, trying to save money and making money in Guyana and putting illegal apartments there and defecating the place. And now we have to tolerate these people. So where's our country's policy with these people? We may need labor, but that's not the way to do it. You can't anytime Dick and Harry walk into the country and doing what they want like that. It doesn't work that way. That's not good policy. You have to have a system to trace where these people is. In America, you have to give them where you're living. If you move, you have to tell them where you're moving to. And if you don't and they catch you, then they can inflict punishment upon you, including deporting you. If you don't fill up the AR-11, that's a form, AR-11, and the citizens don't have to do this, but if you don't fill up the AR-11 form and tell the American government where you're living, if they catch you and they find out you're not living there, then they're going to deport you. Because you breach the law. It's a criminal offense, but they may expedite it and said, you're going to need to leave here now. Go back to your country because you didn't apply with our law. So Martin Adrian, thank you for talking to us, and sir, you must say the truth. A lot of young Guyanese don't want to work. Oh, okay. A lot of young Guyanese don't want to work. Well, that's bad. They have to go to work. They have to learn that man shall not live by bread alone. But he definitely got to live by bread. So he must definitely go out and work. He has to live by bread. How is he going to get his bread? By choke and rob? By putting his hand in somebody's pocket? That is not good policy. So that is where we have to have a difference. We have to work together as Guyanese. We have to work together as one people, one nation, one destiny, one Guyana. All these slogans I'm hearing. But yet in reality, y'all are saying that was not the right thing to do. That you have to come together. You can't see each other as black, white, green, Indian, Koli, Bok, or whatever you want to say. You're all Guyanese. You can't be looking at each other as different. God made you in his own likeness. Remember that. God made each of you and all of them in his own likeness. So when you think you're better than everybody, no. Westside President is saying, thank you for your contribution as a Guyanese living abroad. Sure, I was elected to be a voice here. We'll continue to fight. Like I talk, we fight for ourselves here. Like we're redistricting and getting the subway and getting city services and getting the potholes filled. But if we see something wrong in Guyana, well, sure, we would speak. Sure, we will speak. Why, are you going to stop me from coming back to the country where I was born? Well, let's see how that's going to happen. Let's see how that is going to happen. So my point is that the people of Guyana need to stand up together. Look past each other's race, religion, creed, or whatever may be the case. You have to unite and you have to hold a common purpose, common head. You have to be united in whatever you do. And one of those unity is to unite to get more money from the oil. And the oil that the money will help you. The young people have to go out and work. I am surprised that people are saying that the young people don't want to work. And if the young people don't want to work, and the Cubans and the Chinese and the Venezuelans are coming in, then you have to understand that you're the one who caused that. Underage is driving with a license that they bought. That's why so much accidents is happening. So now we got to stop this. You got to stop this whole thing about buying license and paying a bribe. Up to yesterday, I had somebody die. Somebody was killed on the road. A young man left his kids, and every day some terrible accident. So now, if I was president, I would scrap that and put a ministry, put it under a department that is accountable. That everybody who gets a license must show they did the road test, they did the classes, they did the physical test. It must all be documented in photographs, and it must be in evidence on the file. If they are not there, they must be regularly audited. If that is not so, then give me back my license because you are not entitled to this. Give us back your license. It's not becoming a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer like my brothers and myself or other people, teachers and scientists and so on, had to do 10-year course, 5-year course, so many years, so much, or becoming a priest and so much abstinence and so much like sacrifice. This is a simple class that you should be able to do. So should allow you to go crazy out on the road and killing people. Also, put up speed limits, or it's a fine. Yes, down here, if you drive too fast, say your ticket comes to you in the mail. Even if they set 25, you drive at 28 or 30, the ticket comes in the mail and it's under your name. It becomes a lien against your property. And it's self-sufficient. It's paying for itself. So put up speed limits, put up cameras, and as soon as you drive past the 30 miles per hour, a ticket will follow you in the mail. And then you will learn sense that, you know what? I am being fined so much thousands of dollars every month. I'm going to leave early. I'm going to drive with my seatbelt. I'm going to make sure that I do the right thing. You understand? Now, this thing here by the Barima, as everybody's been talking about that, we don't talk enough about the this Exxon and so try y'all call y'all people over there and tell them you need more oil dividends, more oil money. You're entitled to it, and you're not going to rest till you get it. You understand now? This thing, you got to call or send a message or call up the consulate of Guyana and tell them you need to relay a message to Guyana. Somebody said, I just come back from weeks in Guyana. Guyanese all wear a sour face. We used to be much more pleased. But I guess the sour face is because they're not happy. They're not happy what's happening. They're probably not happy with the MV Barima, the lack of bringing up this ship, the lack of so many things, that's happening. That it's not right. It's not fair. People must be happy. People must be happy. Happy is not a premium. People are entitled to be happy. Check the U.S. Constitution. It talks about that. Liberty, life, pursuit of happiness. Pursuit of happiness means you must be happy. Okay? So we're not getting that kind of situation there in Guyana, where people are not seeing what their way. Let me see. Geeta Devi said she has a guest request. She wanted to come on, so I'm saying let me put her on. Let's see what happened here on TikTok. I haven't seen her yet. Jean Kamash. Jean looks like she know a lot. Let me invite her and see if she can come on. Because she said a lot, quite a mouthful. Let me see. Ken want the co-host and Nu want the co-host. Personally, Westside President said I do believe. MV, how are you, sir? MV Barima could have been avoided. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. What's going on your side?
Well, good. Where you are? In New York, Guyana, or where?
No, I'm in Trinidad.
Oh, Trinidad. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I think you wanted to join?
You send your request, so I join. What's going on your side?
Oh no, I saw you and I thought you were looking to join. But as you know, we are in Guyana. We're sister countries. I used to live in Trinidad. I studied law there at Tunapuna Law School many years ago. Trinidad was a great country. And it is a great country, Dad. And now we don't have control over crime, and we don't have any control over this man and
it's all over the
Barima, right? So what do you think about that, brother? How can you tell us what we need to get done?
What, the Barima?
Well, you know about the Barima tragedy?
I heard about it, yes.
Oh, you heard about right, right.
It's messed up.
Um, and the crime situation. What is your recommendations to us
So the
as
crime,
Caribbean people
the crime is all over the world. What you
all over
need
the
to
world?
do, what you need to do, is pay the policemen a proper salary. Take police officers who is well educated, has a couple of subjects, make them officers in Guyana. When you
Yes,
get them doing crimes or like getting themselves involved in bribery, you take away every piece of asset from them and send them to jail. And the rest will learn from that. And then they
yes.
will
The
make
salary situation, especially since we're getting oil now, should go to teachers and police officers and nurses.
three places need to fix. Three things need to fix immediate. The security
Mhm.
forces in Guyana, their medical facilities, and the education section. Those three
Right.
things need to fix immediately.
Education, correct.
All right.
And there are
Without
three
that,
vital things.
I live in the U.S. If there's proper governance in Guyana, I leave every shit right here and I go back to Guyana because Guyana is paradise. But just these politicians are messing it up.
Yes, yes.
A simple thing like that MV Barima. Back in the days, I traveled on that. That boat is a very old boat. I went there. My father sent me on that boat 2 times. And I tell him
Oh,
I'm not gonna ever go back on that boat. And those days it was in better condition than what it is now.
right, right.
Right? Number one, you're not supposed to be transporting cargo and passengers together on one of those vessels.
Hmm.
If one of those vessels is taking cargo, they should have at least had to take a barge
Yes.
and
Or
transport
pontoon.
goods. Like, yeah, the barge and the pontoon, you hook it together and take it to there. If you don't have a proper boat with
Right,
hatch and all of that to store people's stuff, use
right.
that for now. Get a special boat to house passengers. That same thing that went on there when I traveled on that boat. People were sleeping. And I myself had to put my bag and throw back on the ground, right? Because there weren't enough space to sleep, and the trip is a long trip right around.
Yes.
So, you know,
So you're
uh,
Trinidadian or Guyanese?
nah, I was just joking. I'm born Guyanese, 110% Guyanese. I
Oh,
live in the
okay.
US.
What
Anyway,
part of
you're
the US
talking
you
about
live?
the MV Puerto Rico now. Why is it that boat is not that deep under the water where it is,
Uh-huh.
right? It's not that deep. Why can't you salvage that boat?
It has to because there's a commission of inquiry and a lot of time has
There's other
passed.
things in that boat there that's
Uh-huh.
why they will never ever bring that boat up. Don't let them listen. We don't care. We don't care. We don't want the boat. We don't want the boat to use, but we just want the evidence from the boat.
Right. Yeah, the
That's all
boat
I
can
want
be
it for.
used. Hmm.
We don't need the boat to use back. So why you can't bring it up?
Yeah,
All
we do
right,
have another boat, Melissa, that's supposed to be flying, and that make it look so bad that you didn't use a new boat.
oh, no. That boat is for party. We're not gonna fetch passenger with that.
That really thing shocked me. I couldn't
Yeah.
up to now
That's
that I can't
that's
stomach
for
that thing.
enjoyment. We're not gonna use that boat to
You gotta
fetch
dress up in white
passengers or
clothes and
anything.
go and drink champagne with the big
Correct.
ones.
We're gonna do the boat cruise with that boat there. So,
Wow.
if they don't want to waste money as they claim, it's not profitable of salvaging that boat. Here's another guy. I think the opposition leader is willing to take it on at his
Yes, he
expense.
had said that, but they didn't follow him because they feel he get too much mileage out of it. But yet somebody's now making deals with the 10 million to bring up the boat. I don't know why it's 10 million. The boat is far less, to
It's
salvage
what?
it.
10
Why is it so
million?
high?
10 million what? US?
Yes,
To raise that boat?
I think it's 10 million. I have to check back my figures.
Brother, listen to me. Let them give us 500,000 US, not 10 million. Me and you, right?
We'll
Me,
subcontract it
me and you, 500,000 US, and we going to raise that boat.
with
You
all the
hear?
what you call the cricket thing, man, when you roll cricket pitch, the rollers, and what kind of heavy load somebody put on that some minister to say.
They
You
put
bring
on
up everything, right?
I come in myself. I come in myself and I taking you out there. We just need a couple more people. We need one of those pontoons that put brakes. And now you're going to jump into my suit and we're going to
Yes,
go. We're going to go and we're going to get it for 500,000, not 10 million.
exactly. My
That's
figures
what
may
I'm
be
going to bring
wrong.
to them. I'm gonna bring two of my boys.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that difficult, man. I don't know why. But like you said, and somebody agree with you, Fonte 592, the truth is sunken with the boat, sadly. See? Gold. Somebody said gold. White powder. Oh, Lord.
Nah, I don't think I don't know where they get that idea from, but that
But you
boat
see,
was
people are going to
going to
speculate as long as you leave the boat down there. You're
no,
looking for
no.
trouble.
It's
People
nothing
are going to go
concerning.
wild.
It's not nothing concerning that. That boat was going from Georgetown to Northwest.
Hmm.
All right. If the boat was coming, I
From.
would say the white was on the boat
Okay. The
coming,
white and
but
the
it's not
gold
gonna be
coming
going
out.
coming out.
You don't carry in that.
We don't care. We're not gonna take that there. We're gonna bring it back this way,
That's for the other trip.
right? That's the other side
My
over here.
gosh.
So that's
I mean, I'm
that's all it
smiling,
is.
bro, but I mean, it's kind of very, very disconcerting when you look at all these things. And like you said, it's three
There's a
weeks
lot of
now.
things. There's a lot of people that's still in there, but they would not. I don't know how. Maybe they're trapped in certain places that fishes and shrimps cannot get to them. They're going to be good, but I don't know. Now it's a long time. Maybe they deteriorate. But those people that when they're going to take them out, they're going to see them under the water good, but then when you're going to pick them up, they're going to be crumbling up like breadcrumbs. They're going to be loose up
That
because
actually
some people
happened.
could still get their little relative bones to bury and feel a little
People
happy.
are saying, just give me a bone, let me bury them. Let me remember them.
Something,
Oh,
something.
God. I mean, how can they rest if it's their own
Now,
family,
but
man?
when
Even
we
if you had
bring
a
that
dog.
boat up, we're gonna see the tons and tons of overload that was on the boat.
Mhm. And they should go down with cameras, like you made a good point. Before you lift it up, photograph the whole place. You got underwater cameras and so
Now they're gonna
forth.
wait. The
Videotape
water
the
is
whole
tumbling
boat.
out there. This is what happened under the water. When you got something is under the water within that tight kind of tide and that current there, it's wreck it up, it damages.
Then you got piranha out there too, They eat up meat like nothing in human flesh.
Yeah.
They eat out all the evidence.
Nah, shrimps is the man. Shrimps
Shrimps,
is the
huh? Them
man.
big shrimps eat up Guyana,
Not
Guyana
so much fishes, but shrimps. Shrimps.
shrimps just eat the big shrimps.
They like that. That's their best.
That's like a
That's
delicacy.
happy hour for them there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
So
you think we got people that know all this, brother? This is common knowledge, and they refuse to bring up that boat, that
it's
ship.
gonna come up. The boat is going. They're gonna raise that boat. They're gonna raise that boat, and when they're ready to raise it, maybe it's gonna cost that same 10 million indeed, because it's gonna be maybe in two parts, three parts. You know, these are things gonna happen. I think they got two excavators on that boat there. They're gonna fall off, like how
I heard
told
about
you
the
before.
excavators too. Yeah, they're gonna fall off and remain at the bottom.
They got vehicles on the boat. It's gonna fall overboard. They're gonna bring up that boat. There's a lot. Those people are smart. They're gonna wait for time before they raise that vessel. And when they're gonna raise that vessel, it's gonna cost next to nothing. And then they're gonna tell the Guyanese, uh, we spent 10 million US dollars to raise that, and it didn't worth it. But we just wanted to prove to the people them that we did
Apparently,
salvage the
it's 10
boat.
million that's been talked about because somebody just said 9.5 million goes to politicians. So that 500,000 you talk about, somebody's agreeing with you on number
Correct.
three poster.
That boat is not more than 30 feet under the water. So what are you doing with 10 million US dollars to salvage a vessel like that? It's not
Yeah,
even
I hear
100
you.
feet long.
They say it's 500,000, but 9.5 billion is being talked about and bartered and commission and split up. I mean, this is all sick, brother. That at this point in time, with people's lives, back off with all them things where you all met with land and blackberry
Brother,
sheep
we
and,
gotta
and,
buy
and cow and all
we
this, all
we gotta
chocolate and all
have
this
what
nasty stuff you guys got involved with.
we have to get enough money
Barefaced
so that we can develop
robbery and crookery.
full farms on around the place.
God damn
Full
it.
farms. The other thing, um, in my time, transporting a little, we call it mutton.
Mutton,
America, we call it lamb,
lamb, right, okay.
right? The right name is sheep. I used to transport little lamb from the Rupuni to Georgetown,
Oh,
and I
okay.
had a lengthy breadth of documents to go through. I had to get those documents before I could bring it to Georgetown. Foot and mouth disease, this disease, that disease, the vet them had to certify it and all bunch of crazy stuff to bring one or two sheep out of the Rupununi. Now, there's been truckloads of cows are being transported from the Rupununi to Georgetown. What and who is verifying these disease that is not coming foot and mouth disease and whatever more and whatever more?
You're right about that foot and mouth because that's a serious disease, and people there's actually you know we had a COVID foot and mouth. What if disease is Legionnaires? Every couple of months you're hearing about a recurrence of another disease. So you have to take all precautions here. There's no question about it.
These people are crazy. That place there at Corpacari, halfway of the distance when you're going to the Rupununi there's the Ayukarama rainforest. In my time there, I don't know if it's still going on, but there was they were funded from the U.S. to preserve that rainforest for the wildlife and the everything that the trees and whatever in that area, the forest.
Uh huh.
Um, my time I saw a truck was passing me whilst I was going in with a set of timber, green heart. I was like, where that coming from, bro? I said, Ayukarama. So I made a stop and I check in and I ask what is going on here because we're supposed to be preserving the rainforest. The guy said to me, we are cutting down the old trees and tagging the young trees so we can know how old they are. They're going to be in another 25 years or how many years after. So I said, brother, I mean, that sounds good. But why you are only targeting green heart and purple heart trees?
Right.
What happened with the other trees?
Yeah. Why aren't you doing the same test for them? Because those are the top quality wood. That is a world class lumber you're talking about now. That's
I'm
a
going to tell you
diamonds.
another story. There's another place in Omai that I was doing gold mining. It's called Boneyard. It's not too far away from there. The main office, Omai had their office and their compound. It's not too far away from there, maybe 2 miles away from that spot there. Just you cross over, not too far in, and the crossing there, it's called Boneyard. We were doing gold mining. I personally was making 45 ounces of gold every 3 days at that spot. They came in and they moved us from there. And on top, the gold was so much in that spot there that we didn't even care about the diamonds. They were first sieved diamonds, which is 1 carat. Those, very big diamonds. We weren't paying attention to the diamond because whenever the gold price is up, the diamonds would go down. So nobody they didn't have no time with diamonds. We were concentrating on the gold. Now Omai was there, shipping gold out of there, but nobody talked about what happened with the diamonds that place had. What happened with the diamonds? Everybody said that the diamonds, there were no diamonds in that area. Then they had another company after the Omai ripped the hell out of it. Another company came back, which it was the same Omai company, came back again as a different name as Madja Gold. So what they did, it was like 1,000 of us working in there. They put us out of that area there and they sold that place to Madja Gold. Madja Gold now sent me a paper that they're going to give me concession on the land to work. But I have to pay them a royalty. Now, I was born and raised there. Why do I have to pay a foreign company royalty when I can give that royalty to the gold board?
Wow.
Right? Now, they said they're going to do mining in that big pond, the 1,500 feet pond that Omai left. So I wanted to know how they was going to take that water out of that pond. They said that they're going to freeze it and take it out in ice blocks. I was like, what the hell? I want to see that. It never happened. They went when company, if you could remember years ago when they said company found top surface gold. That was in the dump where they dumped the overburden, the stuff that they dig out that we would work, the local mining, because they were concentrating on the deep mining in the rocks, 1,500 feet down. Because it's close to the river, the Essequibo River, the water was, it had a lot of water was coming in. It was made in a circle like this driving down till you get to the bottom. And you drive it back. It's filled with water now, But it's 1,500, about 1,500 feet deep because When those 777 go down at the bottom, they look like a little matchbox. You know, those are big trucks, you know. So it's so messed up, you know. I don't know. I really don't know,
It's
you know.
bad when there's
But
no kind of,
I got one
regulations.
advice for people in Guyana. They need to stop voting race and vote for a better Guyana.
Yes.
That's the only way. Everybody, the people need to unite. Everybody needs to unite as one.
Yes.
And then you're going to have, you know, come on, man. Everybody, the older people, we had PNC days. You see what they have done. I mean, they didn't do so, but whatever.
One, the company name was
Wasn't a
Barama
bad
Limited.
man of what I know
Hey,
of
brother.
him. Huh?
One, the company was Barama Limited. Somebody, West Side president, used to work for the same company. He said if the company name was Barama Limited.
That did what?
That was the name of the company, Barama Limited.
Barama that was doing the logging in the Rupununi
Yeah,
area?
yeah.
No, it was Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods. Oh.
Tiger Woods.
Kaisa like he thing. Then somebody say you guys talking nonsense. How many gun smugglers
You
from
will
Brazil
find that.
to
You will always find that. You will never find, you know, you always, that's how the world is being made up. Everybody's not going to like us. Everybody
Big
that
boy?
sees you not
Tiger
going to
says
like you.
big boy, stop telling lies. But you have
Anyway,
personal experience, like you said.
we are talking facts and realities. Yes,
One
it has
great thing you
happened.
said, right, which nobody can dispute, or even these small minds that jump. Small minds always come and jump on and they're pulling
You
each
can't
other down.
stop
And
that.
you and
That's
me
how the
know
world is
about it
being
on
made
this.
up.
In part, I've been accosted as a lawyer and as a politician. People always telling you, accusing you of this and that and so on. Once you look at your face and you see what you like what you see, you don't have to worry with nobody. They're gonna always got foolish people out there. But one great thing you have said, which I hope they are listening, all the politicians in Guyana, you must come together as one Guyana. All this thing about race and party got to be put aside. You have to have a national government. I mean, an equal, even if you're not under one umbrella, you respect each other and do what you got to do on the basis of what is right for the people. And right of everybody fighting for themselves or fighting to,
You
fight
know,
each
this
other.
is some people mentality. Oh, there are so many different things that occurs when there is election time. Some say, me not vote for Coolie people because me not want no Coolie man rule me. Then the blacks were gonna say, that's what the blacks say. Then the Indians gonna say, me not want no black man rule me. Me before punish under the PPP, but
Oh my gosh,
that's not
yeah.
the point. That's not the point. Some gonna say, whether whoever run and turn president, we still got to walk. And, those crazy
Somebody
things
say
they
it
say.
have a big American company right now in Guyana named Dream Hole Mining Company. You ever hear about that? Dream Hole
I've
Mining
heard about
Company.
that company too.
Dream Hole
I don't know
Mining
what is
Company.
that.
Well, they're making a big hole, I guess.
Exactly.
Name of nature. They're telling you clear, we're coming to make a big hole. Take it where we can and be gone.
You know how they had Jonestown?
Yes, Jonestown. Oh, yes.
Anybody know that there's a U.S. Army base in the Northwest?
They didn't let that come to light, but there was it an army base as such, or was it like,
Okay, the documents were signed when the General Secretary from New York was going to Guyana to congratulate
thank you,
the
Albert Bennett.
the president of Guyana on the winning of his election. Now we had other great men that win election. We had Desmond Hoyt, which would have been putting that country back. You know, if he was going to make that country a real paradise, but
He was, huh?
the poor guy did not get a chance to do what he had to do. He
I
wanted a fair
respect
and
what he
free
did with
election.
Carter. Whatever you say with Carter, he was a gentleman. He agreed.
He was the one that said that the PPP never lost the election. I want a free and fair election now and introduce the Carter. And that's where he lost. But then
Yes.
a good guy came in, but he didn't, poor thing didn't get to live to serve his time and do what he had to do. He got too old. That was the big chetty.
Yes.
And then Granny took over, and then everybody say, Granny, we can't handle you. But that's
Yes.
not the way that my boy trained Brother B up. Brother B go to take things in the different directions, and it's all right. So what we gonna do? We need, when me and you say we're gonna stand up for our rights there, another 10 say It's like, oh, it's like if we wanted to, we can make some things happen in Guyana. We can, all the minibus drivers and taxi drivers need to stay home for 1 week. Let's see what's going to happen. But you know what? We're not going to have that cooperation because if 1,000 minibus stay home, another 500 is going to go say, oh, it's nice time for us. We're going to make more money. So
Mhm.
the cooperation is not there. So we're going to find, you know, it's a problem. We must able as Guyanese to put you there and to take you out.
Mhm. Well,
And
that's democracy, you know.
and that's another thing that people are like, oh, I don't have time with this. So go in there. I ain't going to vote. Your vote, you need to vote. Your vote means a lot.
You know, it's the same mentality here. You know, I've run for office several times in this. I've won a few. I've won some. I've lost the big ones, and I lost a big one in state senator by 500 votes. Our own people, Guyanese people, didn't come out and vote,
That's how it goes, man.
and they're the ones who
And
need.
then, when they are being pressured now and they start facing the hard times, then they start to complain.
Yes, when they
It's
started to
because
raid the
people don't
basement, started to close down their homes, take away their homes, hit them with violations, harass them, take away their goods, ICE and all these things come into play. Then they start to go looking. But they should understand that you must look and have people in your place who will know your circumstances.
I think this is the second biggest tragedy ever in Guyana, other than the Jonestown
Do you
tragedy
understand?
that they had. So many lives has been, and then look at the people those people has more rights than me and you in that country. The American
Yeah.
people, they are actually the first set of people there.
Yes.
Those people got a lot of rights, and it's so sad that we didn't even we just throw them behind our back just like that. Come on, man.
Yes.
Sometimes the story is so sad. Sometimes I don't really want to speak about it. Sometimes, and then sometimes it kind of annoys me of what went on, and I try not to because carry a little mental toll on me. Anyway, brother Baldeo, thank you so much for having me here. I'm gonna hit you a follow. We can always,
Yes, yes. I appreciate you coming on, brother.
yeah. I'm
Um,
always on here every day.
oh, you're on every day. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, it's
All
a
right. Take
pleasure to
care.
meet you.
Nice to meet you. Ken is the name.
Okay. Good,
All
Ken.
right.
Pleasure meeting you. Thank you.
Friend, my friend,
How are you?
how you doing?
Where you are?
Pakistan, you?
We always end up with folks in
What?
Pakistan. We're in New York.
Are you New
New
York
York and
too?
Queens. How is it in Pakistan there?
Hot, hot.
Hot, right? Yeah, New
Yes,
York too. It's
yes.
hot. Sometimes
New
it's
York
90 something
too?
degrees here.
Oh man, yo, my friend, one question though. One question.
Yes, sure.
My friend, follow me, you?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Oh, definitely. Yes, follow.
Okay, let's do.
Yeah, I'll follow you, my friend.
I follow you too, Albert.
Baldeo.
Very good, my friend.
What
Oh,
is your name?
Why you lie me? Why you lie me? You don't follow.
Oh no, no. I see you came on. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Tumas,
yeah.
Tumas. Yeah,
But look at
Tumas.
that. You're in Pakistan, I'm in Queens, and we can talk. Look how great we're communicating now, brother. Let me see my friend trying to invite him. I don't know why. I'm inviting some people. I'm not getting them to come on. So send me the live, brothers and sisters. Send me the live. Send me the join my group. And I'm trying to get Onik. I'm trying to get you on. I don't know. The account is not blocked, but I don't know why. As I told you to join. I don't know why it's not allowing you to come on. Alim is saying what you plan for those 15 old vehicles or 15 old vehicles on 117th Street between so and so not registered. Well, what you got to do, Alim, is call 311. Call 311 and make a report. If those are abandoned vehicles, the city will tow them away. They will give them a fine, but they'll tow them away. So call 311. They will come. They'll check the vehicles. They'll check the registration. They'll see if they're outdated and investigate them. And they have the ability to clean up, to take those vehicles out. So what you got to do, Alim, is dial 311. Dial 311. You hear? The city has the authority over those abandoned vehicles or those stray vehicles. They might be out of state. That's one of the major issues in our community. And that's why you have to go there and get it done. Call 311. You can actually do that from your home. Okay? You can actually call from your home. You can actually call from your home. And call them 311. Tell them the vehicles if you want to go there and take pictures of the vehicle numbers. And tell 311 and give them the exact location, the street, and between what avenue and what avenue. And they will come on. You understand? So, Bennett, how are you, sir?
I'm good, brother. Nice meeting you,
Put
man.
on your camera. You from Guyana?
Yeah.
Good, good. Put on your camera, brother. If you can. Follow back. Let me follow you back. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm not seeing you.
Sound about the camera. I'm in the dark.
Oh, man. How are we going to see you, man?
Yeah, I'm in the dark. Actually, I'm like, way above Bartico. I'm in the interior.
Oh, you in the interior. It's nice to see
Yeah.
speak to somebody from Guyana. You don't got no lamp or so there?
Yeah, I got a lamp.
Oh, we're glad to see you. Oh, I used to go in the interiors magistrate, man. That bring back a lot of memories. Don't be shy, brother. Nobody
Okay,
can
that's
come there
nice.
and deport you. ICE is hot in Queens. But they ain't got no jurisdiction in Guyana unless y'all allow them to go there, like Exxon, and rob the place. You know. So tell me now, wait, take you in bar ticket, so you're a man in business. You know what's going on, eh?
Yeah,
So when
that's
y'all gonna bring
exactly,
up that
exactly.
boat, that ship? Not you, but your
Yeah,
government.
and I'm a diver too. I'm a diver.
Oh,
I'm
you
a
a
local
diver?
diver, and that's one of
I'm
the
glad
reasons.
that you're on, man. You can shed a light on this thing. Here, from your experience, brother, how long will it take to bring up that ship?
To be honest, it could take actually like 2 days.
All right.
2 days.
2 days.
Yeah, 2 days.
And do we have the equipment in Guyana? Or do we gotta go,
Yeah, we do have.
we do have the equipment?
Yeah.
So why we paying $10 million to lift this boat, this ship, this ferry?
Yeah. Now, let me be honest with you, right? So yesterday I saw there was a salvaging crew that was somewhere around Corica side that been salvaging barge, right?
Uh-huh.
And this guy, a company, right, that bring up
Uh-huh.
this barge. Now, this barge, bringing up a vessel like the MV Barima, remember, is a tall building, right?
Uh-huh.
So you cannot bring it up on the side. You got to bring it up accurately that it must
Yeah.
surface. All right. But number one, what we do as local divers, You got to see what we call drago. The drago them is these large dredges that work in the, the mining sector in the river,
Uh-huh.
right? And when one of these things sink, right? When one of these equipment sink, what we normally do, it contain housing like the accommodation for workers at the top, and then the pontoon and the bottom frame and so forth.
Uh-huh.
So salvaging one of these tower building now, what we normally do. You see, this guy, Mr. Mohammed, he brought up a video where he called these balloons, these
Mm-hmm.
underwater balloons. All right.
Yes.
Well, we don't, we local divers, we don't have the kind of specific thing in Guyana here, right at hand. So if one of these vessels go down, what we normally do, these 50 gallons drums, right?
Oh.
These drums, what we do, we fill them with water, strap them, carry them down at the bottom, strap down on the vessel. If it take like, depends the size of the vessel. If it's take 1,000, 200, 300 drum, depends on the size of the vessel. We carry it on, strap it down, full it with water, carry it and strap it down. Strap it on the vessel at any part where we could get it for strap on. Right? Now, what we do is take the nada hose from the compressor. I mean, as a diver, if I show the equipment that I got, is like not updated with, the modern world technology. We got like, a normal compressor spinning by a engine and them kind of thing. You go now, you take one of the hose, you couple it on to the compressor with an X outlet there to the compressor tank, and you're going to pump up all of these same 50-gallon drums. And eventually, the boat will start raising from the bottom. Because remember, the object now in the water has become much more lighter.
Mm-hmm.
For something like the MV Barima now, the first thing they gotta do, they gotta use a pontoon with a crane to take off the machine. The heavyweight has been accessible that you could get for like winch it up. So when you get it up like that, then now, in the hatch, you could go down and see how much you could discharge from the hatch, how much you could, get out from the hatch. If there's nothing possible that you could discharge and it got space, you take these same drums and you're going to put them in the hatch, because remember, you still got the hatch where you're going to lock these drums. So you don't got to strap nothing under there now. So you just keep pumping the air inside these drums and you pump it accurately. And eventually, the vessel going to emerge. You're going to take a time and it can start coming up.
Take a floater back. Yes. So we could do that then. We should have been doing that since this boat ship went down. And it?
When I look at it and I see, what I mean, but as a small man, now nobody's gonna want to pay a small man $10 million for going float it. Right? Then go want to take a company, and the company gotta take a contract.
Yes.
And the contract now gotta go through certain procedure before it can, the money can be available. We know. As personally, I look for a day, we just work for like as a local diver here, right? What I normally do, probably I know how to do it, but I could have sent you a picture to show you exactly what we just do, right? We just normally pump sand for do like
So as a
backfilling.
diver, you're saying that this MV Barima can be floated up using local drums,
Yeah,
albeit over 100.
yeah, local method. If it's 10, if it's 2,000 drums, then same 50-gallon drums.
Uh-huh.
That's a big
Those
vessel,
are
right?
steel drums or plastic drums?
Plastic drums, these same plastic drums.
Oh, plastic. I got as lighter. You don't want them heavy thing to
Hey,
move
get away
with
from
you.
here. Damn
You pull,
spy.
So,
you pull it
Anik,
to-
Hi, Albert. Thank you for
how you
bringing
doing?
me
You're on
on.
live.
Thank
I
you for
think you
bringing
were
me
you
on.
were you were chasing away somebody from you, calling them a spy. Was that a dog or?
Oh, it's a fly just came in, and I said, "You damn spy." You know
Yes, I
me.
heard you loud and
You know.
clear.
You know me. I know you because I know I was on. I know what I was doing.
Yes, you never know. You never know that, people are sending things like that around now. So,
Oh, I
Anika, a
know.
very important point was
I'm
made by
spied on
Bennett.
all the time. I literally have proof of my Ring camera being hacked. I have proof of my electricity getting turned off. They do all kinds of stuff,
Oh,
Albert.
yes, yes,
I can just
yes.
list. I can just.
Hmm.
If I talk about this, we'd spend all night, which
No, it's true.
I
They
don't
do
want
have
to.
these different ways of hacking your stuff and listening to you and tracking you and all sorts of things. Yes, Uncle
Oh,
Sam
they
is always
even mess
watching.
with TikTok now. Like I never had a problem with TikTok until I came on your panel.
Oh,
and
wow.
and now I can't. I mean, all this craziness. It's
Yes, yes.
ridiculous.
Well, I can assure you, I'm not that advanced in
No, I
technology.
don't think it's you. By the way, I think it's I think it's their doing. But anyway, good evening, everyone. I want to thank Albert for bringing me on his panel. And tonight, I know you guys are talking about the MV Barima.
Right.
Albert, is it okay if I speak about what's happening in Queens right now
Okay.
in the community? So in Queens, we have a young Guyanese American community that is under attack. They're facing targeted harassment, oppression, and deliberate campaign to strip away their fundamental freedom of expression. We're dealing with a menace who thinks they can intimidate these youths into silence. This isn't just a minor neighborhood dispute. It's a direct violation of civil rights. When you target young people because of who they are, where their family come from, or how they choose to express their culture, you're attacking the entire Guyanese diaspora. We cannot and we will not look the other way while our youths are being made to feel unsafe in their own streets. Okay?
Mhm.
These young ladies are crying out for leaders in our community to help them. They have tried to respond to this individual with similar antics as she is using, which is belittling. They have belittled themselves in the most awful way. No young women should have to defend themselves against this woman's violent, vulgar antics. They shouldn't have to stoop to her level to get some kind of results. We should not, as elders in the community, we should not see our young people putting themselves through that. This woman has done a lot of damage, and I'm not embarrassed to say at first when she came out and she was specifically targeting an incident in New York regarding a pageant and monies that weren't paid and things to do with the Hindu temple. I was one of the individual who helped her navigate it. Since then, she's misused every single thing that I've taught her against every young Guyanese. She researched them online. She used background check information. And when you go to these background check website, it clearly tells you you cannot use this information to harass people. You have to literally sign something to say you wouldn't do that. This woman is still carrying on with this nonsense. She looked them up that way, find out everything about where they're living, what's their phone number, what's their email, who they're connected to, what kind of business they have, who's renting, who owns a house. I mean, these are all personal information, and nobody should sit in their home and just do this. It's not right, Albert. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I
I'm
agree with
sorry
you.
it's a bit lengthy, but I'm very upset in the way they're treating these young men and young women. Listen, I am not saying some of these things that these young women are doing and saying it's right or it's wrong. What I'm saying, they have a right to choose to express themselves. And none of us here in North America have the right to take that away from them. In Guyana, this kind of condemning happens on a daily basis. And we can't allow it to happen in North America.
So, Bennett, what
We
you have
just
to say
can't.
about that? Is it a case where people can say, well, we take the person from Guyana, but we can't take the Guyana out of them in a bad way, meaning the bad vibes that they give out?
Absolutely, absolutely. And what I would say, like, in discriminating certain things within different folks, you know what I mean, different strategy, you got to think about, like, I don't want to get involved within certain things. From my point of view, it's like the youth voices got to be heard some way or the other. If there is thing offending them, somebody has to talk it out. Now, I want to be frank and fair. I'm the father of 13 kids,
Wow.
right?
You got a whole cricket team there and two extras.
Yeah, I the father of 13
You're a
kids, right?
blessed man. You're a blessed
And
man.
you know, within the 13, I got, I will say, like three brilliant one, very brilliant, right? One works at Pegasus in Guyana,
Uh-huh.
and one is a housewife. The other one, she's still going to school. There's the smallest one, and sometimes this child comes with some topic, some days, and she will say, "Dad, I don't want to go, or I don't want to befriend this person." I sometimes I said, "Why? The reason why?" She said that, they probably might tell me that I'm Indian or I'm probably black. I said, "But baby, what's the difference?" I said, "You hear a twist. You're a mixed breed because her mom, is Afro.
I
I'm
imagine they were
Indian."
from different mothers too, right?
Yeah. So I was looking at this, and I learned one thing. I tell him, I said, "Look, the love that I got, right? I saw an individual, a young man who was crying, saying that his daughter has passed away, and he was posting some picture concerning his daughter has been passed away.
Yes.
3 days ago, 3 days ago, I went over to charge my phone, and I met him. He was in a hammock, and he was like talking to his sister-in-law, and then he said he wanted to talk to his daughter. So the sister-in-law put him on to his daughter. He get connected to his daughter. He was speaking with her, and he continued. Remember, he was under the influence of alcohol, so he was kind of like, "Babe, does he love daddy? Babe, daddy love you." And he kind of like. So I was like, I said, "Bro, get a child a breathing space. That child is very tender. She's young, and what you're doing is, like creating something. Like you're asking her a question continuously. Do you love me? Do you know I'm your father? The child don't know you're the father. Do you love me? Yes, daddy, I love you. Now today, I brought it up. I brought back the topic within friends, friends who respect him, who got to, like wanna be. So I brought it back. I said, man, I want you to apologize in front of everybody about the things that you said about your daughter, how she passed away. Right? You don't want to do it because it's shame of doing it. Eventually, I said, listen, your friends that get to realize, he said, how long did you know this guy? How long this guy talked to his daughter? Says 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Right? Now I turned to her. I said, bro, if you want to tell this young lady something, you want to tell the mom something, listen what you do. Just the way you talk to the sister-in-law, you talk to your daughter, ask to talk to your former wife. Make your apology. Stick your point. Let the woman know exactly how you felt about the situation or why you are separate. It come to a level like this. Can we be back together? Yes or no? Fine. If there is a no, then don't push it. Find somebody else, move on. You already know this young lady had moved on, right? Now, you could have done the same, but instead of that, you put alcohol in front and you want alcohol to do the job for you. Now you want people to be sympathetic with you because you tell yourself that you don't have a mother, you don't have a father, but you're a man. You got the
Exactly.
breath of life.
Alcohol should not be,
An
be the
excuse.
reason, an excuse to harass or negate from your responsibility. But let me finish
Yeah.
up here. This is I want to mention this for you because our community, and well, I live in Georgia, but I used to live in Queens. I understand what's happening there, and I'm really concerned about these young lady and this menace that has been allowed to run wild in the community with harassing these young people, which is why I'm asking our wonderful Albert Baldeo, the district leader, to kind of activate some sort of or mobilize some kind of defense for these young people going forward and not allowing any individual who migrates from Guyana to utilize the same type of things that happen back home where our speech is being suppressed, not just by political leaders, but also by elderlies and people in the community, in the village. They can't do that here. This is North America. It does not happen here. These people are allowed to come here. The ones that were born here, they're allowed to live their life and thrive in the best way that they know how. No one have a right to bring up people's stories and talk about them. I mean, even Albert, there were some issues with Albert and they just bring it up over and over. It's almost like nobody is allowed to make a mistake. No one can make a mistake. Nobody knows Albert's story. Nobody knows how it happened. I actually know Albert, the kind of man he is. He's very helpful and he helped his community. He's helped me when I first came to the state. He's given me a job letter. What he did back then was an effort to help. Maybe he didn't had all the right information at the time of what was happening, and he stepped up to the plate. He followed the system, and he did what he needed to do. Again, with his mistake, he didn't try to avoid it. He didn't lie about it. He didn't curse out people. He didn't make people feel safe on the streets. The people who probably either they set him up or they didn't know either. He didn't go after them. He didn't stalk them. He had to leave his
But I had
child
all
and his
reason to
wife.
because these people lied against me, and they couldn't say they gave me $500 for my campaign. They never vote. They never get involved. I kind of walk away from all of them because I didn't need them. But I've always, tried to be on the higher ground and so on. So what's the name of this person, Onik?
So you want a name of the person that is actually the menace, or you want a names of the young lady that is being attacked, or both?
Well, both of them, so we can then
Okay.
follow up on it and
So
see
the
and do our own
the the, the
investigation.
woman that's the menace right now, her name is Rhonda Bob, but she also is known as Rhonda Dixon, Rhonda Cruz, Rhonda Anti 592 or some nonsense like that. But I think if you go on TikTok, she can be easily found. And this is what I recommend that we do as a group collectively. I think to solve this, we can do it at a multiple response. We can first call the New York 102 and the 106 precinct to deploy community affairs unit to ensure that the streets are safe, because one of the young women was walking down the street this evening going about her night, And she felt so unsafe because Rhonda has a track record of sending people to stalk to get videos and all these things. Okay. So she felt unsafe. She had to get off her live and things like that. Apparently, no one was stalking her, but she just is so frightened. Well, I don't want to say she's frightened, but she's so stressed because of what they're doing with her young daughter. They're online talking about her young daughter in a sexual manner. This young lady is probably, from what I guesstimate, no more than 15 or 16 years. And
All
then they're
right. So
so
what I'm
lewd
going to
about
do,
her.
because I have some other guests that came on, I'm going to do
Okay.
some research and investigations into this. I must tell you that I see. Hello, Bali. How are you from Amarjit Gotra? How are you, sir? Some of these folks are what you would say cyberbullying is a crime, a serious
I
crime.
think we need to call the 102 and 106 precinct and
Right, but the
deploy
district attorney
community
also
affairs.
Queens District Attorney has a unit that goes after this kinds of stuff. So I'm going to look into this now that you've raised it to me. It's my duty to look into it,
And no elder,
and I
no
will get
elderly
back to you on
man,
it.
no elderly woman have a right to take away the freedom of expression from anyone in North America. They can do it in Guyana if they want. I don't know what they do in Canada, but they should not be allowed to do it here. And we know the laws, and we know how to go about making sure that this particular issue don't turn into some sort of civil mess.
I see what
Does
you
that
mean.
make
Yes,
sense, Albert?
yes, we can be good. No,
So
Amarjit was asking a friend of mine of a Sikh community. It's not Rhonda Binder. It's Rhonda Bob. It's
her
another
name
person totally
Run the
different.
Bob, yeah.
Amarjit from Facebook
And the
wanted to get the
girls that are
information. It was
under
Rhonda Binder.
attack.
No, it's not about Rhonda Binder, Amarjit. It's Rhonda Binder. She's talking. Sorry, Rhonda Bob. Sorry, Rhonda Bob. That has
So
some other
the
different names
young
that she's
ladies, the
talking
name
about.
to finish up what you asked me, the other young ladies are Bina Sankar Sigobin. That's one of them. The other one is Ariana V and her daughter. I don't want to mention her daughter name on the live, but it's important. You know, it doesn't matter what these young lady are doing or not doing. We as elder, many of these women are at least 40 and over, have no right to condemn them. They have no right to condemn them. You understand?
Yes,
It's
we are a
not.
community. We are already facing a lot of problems and issues. I'm going to come to you, Blessing and Guyana, by very soon. So I'm just finishing off with Anik. I'm going to follow up tomorrow, and I'm going to give you a call on this as to what is the best
Thank you
solution
very
here.
much. I appreciate
But
it.
since you brought it to my attention, then I have to
And
act
I'm
as a
also
community
gonna do
leader.
my own. I'm also gonna do my own things from my
Because
end
these things were
to
not
get
set up
this
for
sorted
people to
out.
get stars and that kind of way, or people to build an illegal living off of slandering and harassing others. You know, an abuse of
Well, we need to
cyberbullying,
let
using this
the
to bully
perpet.
people, is a crime.
Yes, exactly. We need to let the perpetrator of this harassment to be to understand that the youths are protected by the United States Constitution, and the Guyanese community should stand and unite behind these young women, even if we have to use legal, political, community resources that are available to break this oppression that have been happening for at least 3 years that I know of. Okay, if we
Yes,
allow it, put it this way, if we allow this to continue, this oppression to continue, then what the parents did by leaving the oppression from Guyana to come to the state to be able to get a job and build their life away from being oppressed is now happening in Queens. And all the Americans who family have been here for generation is just looking at us as though we can't even solve our own
yes,
business.
we can be going after our own people. We have to build each other up. We are all together here. And the Sikhs, Guyanese, Trinidadians, South Asians, Bangladeshi, we are all together. They look at us the same way. We are the underdogs. We are the people that are being left out.
And to
So we got to
everybody on
unite.
this
We can't
live
be
right
fighting
now, we
each
have
other.
what I'm seeing is 128 people. Let's protect our kids, protect our culture, and protect little Guyana. Thank you, Albert, for obliging me.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Anika. I'm going to give you a call on that soon, okay? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye. Mm-hmm.
She brought up
So
a very
listen, I'm
nice
back
topic.
here with Guyana. Bennett, we're back now. Let's talk some Guyanese, and we have to. Andrea Cameron didn't like that discussion. However, I will have to follow up since it was brought to my attention because I want our family, I want our community to live in harmony. We cannot be fighting each other. We're already minorities. We can't afford
Absolutely.
to fight each other. This don't make no sense. You're already
Exactly.
underdogs, right? So
That's
let's
so
keep
true.
fighting and let's get going together. So, Blessing, this is a situation with Bennett. Now, let me ask Blessing this. I had written an article to the Guyana Press. I don't know if you saw it. It was published that
Hmm.
ExxonMobil has recovered its $55 billion that they invested since 2016, and
Correct,
that they're
correct.
now making, and they said we've recovered all operating costs. So I was calling on the government of Guyana to come out and say, well, this 2%, we're not going to accept this anymore. And just for your knowledge, I know that and President Trump is also saying that they shouldn't be given, that should be giving Guyana its fair share. So my point is that I'm calling on the Guyana government to give more money or to take more money from Exxon and the profits. What do you think about this? Since with 10 years have passed, the people said that we already are good with this. We recover all our money, and we are now, we no longer have any debts outstanding.
Well, you see, Albert, I mean, one would have to question the silence on the government part because I mean we know that and this what we are fine with some of the person who would be supportive of the government. They would come and try to justify why the government has not released that. I mean, the information is that what the government is being masked by corruption. Now here it is, we have a case whereby the government is going to get more revenue from the oil or from the oil production or the oil sale, and they're very silent when it comes to it, right? And any smart-minded person, they would ask themselves, why is it? Why is the government so silent? Had it not been for Exxon releasing this, it means that the Guyanese public would have not been aware of that, right? It means that their profit share is going to be far more. They're going to earn more revenue, which means that they can do more, right? So the big question is, why is the government so silent,
And why
right?
are you
Why?
still silent? I mean, I've written to the press about this. People have talked to me about it. People know about this. It's not something that can be hidden. It's already out there in the press. The more you hide, just like the MV Barima hiding, you cannot have a government of hiding. You cannot be a responsible voice of the people or lead of the people, and you're hiding stuff from people.
Yeah, I
And
saw
the
the
Exxon is
opposition
coming
leader
out.
made a
What is
video.
this going on here? What's this?
Yeah, I saw the opposition leader. I saw it
I
since
think
last
I
week. I saw it.
saw.
I see X.
I
Yeah,
think I saw. President Donald Trump has voiced something saying that
Yes, he told him they're too greedy.
Exxon,
You
yeah,
got to give more. And
Exxon
Lloyd,
and
welcome to the show.
yeah,
I'm talking about
is
the Guyana
giving
Exxon profit sharing has already,
yeah,
been out there. That Exxon recovered the money, the 55 billion. They were there since 2016. 10 years have
yeah, that's
passed. Guyana
that's
used to
their
get
investment.
2%, and
Yeah,
therefore this 2% cannot work anymore. You can't be in my country. No other country will allow that. India, Pakistan, United States. You can. That's just Guyana. This is Guyana resources you're talking about. So let me
yeah.
ask Lloyd. So Bennett,
If
that's the
I'm correct,
situation. Let me ask
Albert.
Lloyd Drapal what he thinks about this. Lloyd, can you put on your camera?
Um,
Lloyd
right
Drapal.
now, yes. Thanks for having me on, Mr. Albert. Right, evening, guys. Yes, I'm in a very dark place right now.
All right, all
The
right. So let
camera,
me leave
if
it
you go
like
on my
that, and
page, you
you
will see who I am. I'm not a guy. I'm not a person hiding. I live in Guyana, right? I'm in
Okay,
region
what part of
2.
Guyana you live?
Well, I'm currently originally from Kitty, right?
Oh,
Kitty. So
uh-huh.
right now, currently, I'm in Bokal, a place in Essequibo, right?
Bhopal.
So yeah,
Bokal,
Bokal.
Bennett
Bokal.
is in Bartica, right, Bennett?
yeah,
That
just
does
above
yeah, you know,
And
part
Baganaro,
of
Blessing, where you
Bartica.
are?
just above Baganaro, tourist
That's
resort,
where.
just about 3 miles away from Bardico.
Wow. So I got three people in the interior here. talking to me. Look how great I am. Look how privileged I am. That I can
No, no,
here
no, no, no.
and
I'm
I can
from, I'm
connect
from,
with three people from my country.
no, Albert. I'm from Eccles. I'm from Eccles, Albert. I live in Georgetown.
But you're in Georgetown right now.
Yeah. I works in Georgetown as well. I
Now
live
I'm
in
saying
Georgetown, works in Georgetown.
we're in different countries right now and we're talking how great it is. Eh? So let me hear, Lloyd, what you have to say about this. Blessing has made a good point that the people came out, the big Exxon company, and said that listen, we got oil. We recover all our money, 55 billion, and we thank you and we make it 2 years ahead of time. And I'm not hearing the guy in the government saying, well, come to the table now. We're glad you succeed. Congratulations. And what is
Yeah.
the money? And who's in charge of this oil? I think it's the VP, Vice President Jagdeo. He should be coming out and talking about this.
Well,
And I hope
report.
I'm looking them straight in the face or whosoever. I'm not PVP, PNC, or Win or whatever. I'm speaking up on behalf of poor people. That's what I do for a living. I am not necessarily poor, but I speak up on behalf of poor people because I came from very humble beginnings and became a leader and a lawyer and an advocate for the people. So I am not afraid to speak up. It's my way of giving back to where I came from. So let me ask you,
About
gentlemen,
about
Lloyd,
three
what do you
years
think
ago,
about this?
I was following up, right? I was following up, but 3 years ago, I was following up. I used to get up like during the night, and I used to follow the Ukraine war prior to the same news about this exploring the oil in Guyana and so forth, right? And there was a previous news reporter. I can't remember the reporter name, but he was saying that Guyana was already sold out. The blocks was sold to different companies and so forth. And when I look down at it, it's like Ghana actually owns nothing. It was already being sold
Where the oil resources.
with the other resources.
Right, but that's two different issues. That's a issue of major concern. I'm glad you brought it up. That now we have sold our rights. You mean that we don't have no percentage to get from any of these these sales?
Actually,
Um.
It-
Anyway, let the guy go ahead. I can speak. I'll speak after.
Yeah, I
go
think
ahead.
he conclude the point there. Like you can come in there.
Yeah. No, you asked the question, right? When Exxon they recover the costs
right.
and Guyana, according to how you guys putting it forward, that we got nothing from it. Well, first and foremost, right? You got to remember the contract was signed under the previous administration before the PPP came back in 2020, right? And sanctity of contract we need to literally, because if you cannot abide by a simple contract, how can Guyana look as a business, as a place to bring in business to the rest of the world, right? We will not look good. So if we was like to scrap the contract like what Venezuela did under Chavez how many years back, literally kicked Exxon and all the others. And if you notice the other day, Darren Woods talk about it, right? That Venezuela is not a place to do business with. It's pretty much impossible to do business with them. We don't want Guyana to become a pariah when it concerning, major business entities coming to do business here. So yes, I think that first and foremost, the government had to keep that because we cannot look bad at we can scrap the initial contract to do what? To better Guyana. Yes, we are bettering right now because if we find oil like 100 years back like Trinidad, I think we would have been far better off, right? We would have been more developed, right? During Barnum era, if you was letting manganese and all these investors come and explore our natural resources and get the right price for it, yes, we would have been far better. Right now we are a generation back because of those policies. So and that's just one part of what I'm trying to say, right? I agree with what is happening with this contract and with Exxon. Secondly, you got to look at the fact that geopolitics. We're
But
in a
like
region where Venezuela.
oh,
We're in a region where Venezuela want to take over Essequibo, Oil-rich region. Who do we have to back us? Big brother, right? Exxon, big brother. Come on, right? We gotta be realistic about it. We just can't keep
but
going after Exxon change the contract, sanctity a
like
contract that is what brings investors into our country because we're actually fulfilling our contractual obligation. Isn't that so? So you cannot just scrap a
Yeah.
contract. Now somebody else want to come in our country for do business. Oh, look what we did to Exxon, one of the biggest country in the world, and I think was the number one um in the market a couple years back, right? So how can we do that? How would we look to the rest of the world if we did that to Exxon? Anyway,
But you
guys,
know,
but
like
cannot do nothing
I
about
think
it anymore,
I
right?
think you miss
All right,
I
let
think you
Blessing
miss
talk then.
Albert. I think you miss Albert entire question that he asked you, because let me he's not speaking about the clause of the contract in no way. Based on what he said, he spoke about the clause or whether or not it was good for the Guyanese public or not. I think what he raised, I don't know if you missed it, but what he raised, he said that how he's not hearing the ExxonMobil have already recovered their costs already, which means that the profit share towards the Guyanese people and the Guyanese government, it would be more. But he's not hearing anything from the government. ExxonMobil put out something to indicate, you know what, we have already recovered our money 2 years before. That's what he said. So he was asking
Yes,
your point
that's
of
what I
view
said.
as
Yes.
to why you believe the government is not saying anything. He's not. I know where I heard he speak anything about the clause after if it is good or if it is bad. I never heard anything like that. I think this is
Yeah, but we gotta look at it like this way, blessings, right? Is that okay? Exxon, there's a corporation, right? They want investors to come in. They're on the market, right? More investors, more the company worth. So they need to put out profits that they make, right? That's for their benefit. Likewise, the government of Guyana, they don't have to do anything. You could literally look at our coffers. Just look at it. Look at the consolidated fund. What's happening, right? You know, we came in with a deficit. Now it's way, way up. You know, you got to look at that and just don't look at the petty things. Exxon, yes, they might be taking a lot out of us because of the lopsided contract that the Granger government signed. But again, the reason why this current government cannot, because you want to lure investors into the country. You don't want to make yourself look bad. Simple and plain. Just in
All
layman
right,
terms.
let's look at it in this perspective. You got the president of the free world, President Donald Trump, the most powerful man on the earth. And he's saying, you know what? Look at the storms we tell them. And I took it out and put it in my article in the press. Chevron, too much money. ExxonMobil, too much. Too much money as declared, calling upon these companies to reduce prices and give some of their profits back. And they tell them you ought to make too much money and said they should return some of their profits to the public. And me now, lawyer that I am, Guyanese that I am, I'm only doing this, I don't get none of that money. And by
Albert,
party of reasoning, Guyana. So now,
Albert,
if you are
context.
president of Guyana, would you then pick up the phone and say, you know what? I think I'm going to try something here. I think I'm going to try because president is on them now. He can command these corporations because he's powerful enough to help me. I'm a small player. But at the same time, I want more from the people. So, Mr. Trump, sir, can you help us? Can you give us more or talk to these people who you talk about greed and all that to tell them to give my people something more, sir? I'm begging you.
Albert, he would not, because context first. The reason he did that to those corporations because of the war that is going on currently. He wants oil prices to drop. They have a midterm elections coming up, right? So the prices need to drop. A lot of people over there are feeling the squeeze just because of this war. So right now he's pressuring these big companies. Not necessarily he's telling them because, don't make too much profit. Make as much profit as you need, but try to minimize it on the consumers, right? So context with that statement you just made, I understand. I know it. I read everything. I pretty much have followed every single thing, Mr. Albert. So what I'm trying to
You
say
read my
is that
letter? It was published in, I think, one of them newspaper over there. I can't remember which one. Starbuck News or something like that. Sorry, Kaicho. I think Starbuck News is
News.
in Around.
Pablo gone already, bro.
I think
I
it's
know what
Kaicho
they.
News.
I read Kaitra a lot.
How I look at the
Kaitra a lot.
war, actually,
No, but
I
you
see
saw the
like
article
the
there?
war is actually escalating more.
No, I did
What is that,
not.
Bennett?
The war is escalating more. It's not,
The war is escalating more.
yeah,
I was
the
just
threat
thinking,
are
apart
more.
from the war, given Guyana is not involved in that war, but I was
No,
wondering
but
if it was worth a phone call.
yeah,
Since that has never happened before, and I'm looking out for my people, and I know you can either tell me no or yes. What else he can do
Yeah,
me? He
absolutely.
can't beat me. He
Absolutely.
can't make me persona non grata. He can't take away my visa. He can't stop me from coming to America. We're all in the land of free nations. And he's not
I
a
want to
man.
know
You see how Mom Daddy
Trump
just stand
in.
up to him?
But
The more you
one
stand
of
up
the
to a
things,
man like Mr. Trump, President
yeah,
Trump, the better your chances are. From time you squeak and thing with people with that kind of self-confidence, you gotta say, well, Skip, what about me, and we people need some more money. We've been good to you. You help us with Venezuela. We thank you. You're a great ally. You're the greatest man who ever lived. But here what happened now, talk to the same Chevron people and these Exxon people and just tell them to give me more money. What is the percentage we're going to get out, Lloyd? The same 2%?
I think Trump would
Well,
actually
here's what.
deduct more because remember, look at what Trump did to us the other day. Imposed tariff because we what forced labor.
Exactly.
What forced labor? Come on.
Exactly.
You see, Trump is all about America. You cannot appease Trump. Don't matter how much you suck up there.
No,
You
no, 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 no,
cannot.
no, 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 no. You're going to
Right?
use that now and say, Mr. Trump, President Trump. That's a good point you made, Lloyd. You hit us with tariff the other day. Gosh, up to now we can't get out of that. And now these are companies, these big corporate gods are sucking us here, and just ask them if they can give us more. Okay, you're already hitting us with tariffs. Or if you want to hit us more with more tariffs, at least to go to the coffers of the United States, at least give us something to give you. More oil money, more oil share, dividends.
It's hard to negotiate with Trump.
But
As we could see.
But you
Albert,
got to get good people to negotiate on your behalf.
Mississippi,
You got to get, I'll tell you something about some other governments before. They actually had some people that go to the White House and negotiate. And these people, you got to get strong people. You got to get people who are not looking for any favors but can show, listen, it's not about me. It's about my country. It's about my country. Kamala Bissessar is one of those people to some extent. And this lady from Barbados, they're very strong women. I look at what they do. They got very good leverage because they're very strong and confident women. And they can get what they want. And in the world of politics, sometimes you got to get the strongest people out there. If you want to look presidential, sure, but send an envoy who could quarrel and fight without being abrasive. Somebody who could bring home the bacon. That's what you got to do in politics when you go to Washington, Albany, City Council. You want to bring money for your community. Sometimes you got to fight, and people may not like you. People may talk, and then people say, this man is a madman. They can talk what they want. As long as you bring back the bacon for your people, you can go to bed and say, you know what? I did something for my people. I ain't care what anybody said. They get better food, they get better, more resources, they get more services. I fight and I'm glad. I stand up for my
Yeah,
people.
that's not where you come from, Mr. Baldeo, right? But you got to look at it, right? When you fight, you got to have leverage, right? When, especially you're going to Trump, if you don't have leverage, you have nothing. Simple and plain. Yes,
Yeah, but
Guyana, we
Trump ain't
get.
got shares in them. Trump ain't got
But then
no
Trump,
interest in them.
no, but then Trump could go to Rodriguez, right, and say, you know what, you want Essequibo? Look, Guyana trying to play a hard ball. We can, try to pressure them. And you never know. That's what I'm trying to say.
So you gonna stay
Geopolitics.
quiet all the
Guyana, we
time?
have nothing. We have no
This
leverage, brother.
conversation is being done in a way that you're not upsetting the leader of the free world. You're talking to him diplomatically. You're entitled to do that. United Nations, all of us have that.
Like trying water and
You're
dog.
speaking respectfully to this man, like you're speaking to a headmaster. Nothing is wrong with that. Mr. Trump, this is our problem. Can you say yes or no? And I don't want you to say, well, you can stop helping me with Venezuela. Because you never know, that one even can change your mind anytime too, That's how
But
politics
I
is.
follow Trump. I follow Trump since from way since apprentice time, right? When he had a show, right? And
Okay.
for me, you know what Trump would tell you? That's not a question you should even be asking me. You have nothing. Simple and plain.
You're
So,
fired.
right? So I mean, you gotta look at the personality. So you don't go into something without knowing the individual you negotiate and what you're dealing with, right? So I mean,
Well, look
again,
how Mam
Guyana,
Danny just got away with it.
man,
He just got for beat up Mam Danny. Next thing you know, you're hugging up the man because Mam Danny is using the suave. Zoran is using this kind of.
well,
And
well,
Zoran still standing up to he. We got
if
to
I
take an
think
example
man,
from Zoran book. If Zoran could stand up to he and he's a mayor way below Trump, then a president is more or less, I would say the Guyana president is equal with Trump. No way will I say that. But at the same time, he's president too. He's high. He's at his own sovereignty, you know what I mean? And in the League of United Nations and the world. But at the same time, how can he leverage that?
I
And
think
President Ali got a lot of
well,
charms.
Albert, you know what?
President Ali is not
I think
a bad guy. He knows how to present himself. He can be very nice. He can be very suave. He can be very respectful. He got charisma. He got personality. He's not a fool. I've seen him and I liked how he operates. He operates with a lot of class and he could jove and jive and so on. So he got to know when to make this request. You
Hold on,
understand?
blessing before you go, right? On that Mom Danny issue, why Trump is, I won't say he's actually cozy into him, is because of politics. Now, we get the Social Democrats in America. Mandamini, he pretty much is the head of it. AOC, Bernie Sanders, etc. Right? Now, if he's pushing a rift within the Democratic Party, yes, he would try to make people like Mamdami a bit famous. They can go back and forth. The more obviously, and that's how Trump came to prominence too. The more media you get on you, is the more prominent you become. Oh, you're talking about socialist agenda, XYZ, Marxist ideology, blah. You know? And if you notice now in America, the Democratic Party is in a rift. And yes, Trump cozying up for pretty much politics. It's not because he like Mamdami. I mean, look at Fox News, for example. They given AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mamdani a lot of airtime, a lot of things because they're pushing them, right? Is that means that they're for them, but they're pushing them because they want a rift. So yes, for that issue there, it's just for a rift within that party for let the Republicans stay into power. That's just my take on that piece.
yeah. But Albert, I mean, going back to the question, right, that you asked a bit early, you know, I still, or I truly believe that at least the government should come out and at least, you know, make the Guyanese public be aware as to, you know, the agreement in terms of Exxon, you know, they would have recovered, you know, all their expensive towards their investment. And, you know, what would be the benefit now, being that they are already recovered? What would be the going forward, what would be the benefit for the Guyanese public in terms of revenue, you know, from these oil sale? I think it's important that the government should come out and give that information.
What do you think about that, Lloyd? He's talking about public accountability, and it's you know, the president, the guy
Well,
of
not
Guyana
necessarily the
administration,
president, you know, somebody on
I
the
agree.
government's
the Guyana
behalf.
administration, the cabinet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree with both of you guys. I agree with a lot of detractors from the PPC because we need them. The PPC, and I'm a PPC guy, right? Blessings know me, and we need
Oh,
them
you all know
because
each other. Oh, you're a
Yeah,
PPP
yeah.
guy.
from way back, Let me check my
Oh,
account.
okay.
I'm a political analyst. So for me, right, we get 25,000 new eligible voters coming in on the ballot 2031, right? There's young people. Now, young people gravitated
25,000.
currently in this country. I live in Guyana. Currently,
Right, right.
to Azruddin Mohammed. He's pretty much,
As
he's
is
a
in.
popular leader currently, right? And populism,
Oh.
as we can see in America with Trump, wins election, right? The more popular you become, the more people gravitate towards you. Now, if we don't have people within our party, the PPP party that is, to criticize when they're going wrong, for example, is this Barima tragedy. I was an advocate for Indar and Ejel for the moral, for moral obligation's sake, to step down. For instance, what is guy name? When he had this allegation, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Darmlal. Yeah, he stepped down
Uh-huh.
because of it. And he was
Dharamlal. Uh-huh.
executive member of the PPP, by the way. Now, what is wrong with these two guys? And there's a popular public outrage. Come on. We're talking about one of the most tragic incidents that ever occurred in our country, in our lifetime. On social media, especially, that is an outrage. Step down. Simple and plain. Let the party, because the party, if they keep the longer they keep going within the party looking bad. And we come back to the 25,000 new eligible voters and the populism within Azridian party. If the PPP keep going in the same vein, they don't want to be criticized or what's not, they will lose the election, simple and plain. And I don't want them to lose the election because they're more intellectually aligned with geopolitics and everything. They're more smarter than the opposition. Well, let me just put it away, right? And but we need people to criticize them to do better. Like for instance, right? Just a little while. Look, a lot of outreaches in communities. Even you had this tragedy, you believe all these outreaches that have been in the hinterland regions. Now everybody having they're looking at the region now. Nobody didn't give about the Merindian and their communities. Now everybody taking notice. Oh, but we have to have a tragedy for us, right? Reactive and proactive is different. I think this government needs to be proactive because we have an energized population. And the other statistics came out the other day, 64% of Guyanese under the age of 35, right? And even better yet, 5% or 5% direct percentage is under the age of 18, not 18, 25. So
I see.
have a free party
But
because
Lloyd,
it took years
you
to
know the
get
election
Agile
is way
and
out
in
in
there,
2030,
also
you
be it.
know?
No, he's making
2030,
some
and then
critical point
Ashuddin
there,
does
you know,
not know
Albert.
whether he'll remain there or he's gone,
Albert,
you know?
I respect Lloyd's view, and this is one of the things that I keep saying to these guys, you know, some of the persons that are supporter of this party. Nothing wrong, yes, you must point out the good that the government doing, but if you're for your country, you understand, you must point out the wrong that they're doing as well. You just can't sit back and accept, and
Well, I
then the
agree with
person
that. I agree
and
with
the
that.
person
And
who's
that's why I want
condemning
to
it.
motivate young people to speak up. I'm a member of the
Exactly.
PPP, you know. I've been a PPP when I grew up in Better Hope and so on. I left Guyana a long time, so I haven't really kept up to date, but I've admired people like Cherry Jagan and Ralph Ramkaran and Boise Ramkaran and a lot of folks, even Forrest Burnham, I admire them, you know, because these were all leaders. But I don't know the present crop too well. I've been impressed with President Ali. I think he's a nice man. I think he works hard. But I want to see other people work like him and be open minded like him, you know? And they're bringing this man down because they're not doing the right thing. They're not pushing him the way they should. If you got a president that's setting the tone, then you must equally be there going with him. And I agree they should step down, not fired, step down until the evidence comes out of the commission because they're being investigated, right? And they're
So
part of the
true, so
investigation.
true. You
So,
know, Carl Albert, I was even reading today. Well, you know, I saw Travis Chase. He made certain revelation in terms of many discrepancy regarding the very boat, right? And I mean, some of the things that he point out is that the discrepancies they were reported. Now, one would ask now, if these things were reported, these persons like Indara or probably Thomas that is in charge of transport and harbor, even Edgil, that, you know, hypothetically, who would have failed to take an action, they automatically form part of this investigation. Now, why should you have them there? Again, I agree with, like, you know what, even if you should not fire them, at least they must, you know, should be placed on administration leave, or you reassign them to some other department pending the outcome of this investigation. But that's not being done. They still get them there. They still overlooking the process. You know, it's like a complete slap in the Guyanese public face.
But why is President Ali helping them out, so to speak? Why doesn't he come and say, guys, you know, you're all making me look bad. I'm the president. This thing ends. And look at the paper. Look at all of the overseas people calling for your head. I'm not going to fire you, but I'm going to ask you, I'm going to get you full salary, but I'm going to ask you to step down. While this investigation, the commission is holding court.
But
Let
Mr.
me
Baldeo,
understand this. This is not something that this is done in all countries. And look at you can cite Dharmlal. Look, Dharmlal are very close. And Dharmlal did a lot for the PPP. I think he was one of the best that the PPP had. Unfortunately, his personal, you know, these incidents bring him down and bring him down real hard. He can cite the case and said I had to dispose of Dharmlal, and you know, and that's a, you know, I mean, this is 100. Nobody died with Dharmlal. Over 100 people died here. What do you want me to do as president? You understand?
exactly. And you got to look at the politics of Guyana, right? Guyanese politics hinges on loyalty, right? Party loyalty, right? So, I mean, we need to get rid of that. For example, I will call out the name Susan Rodriguez, right? That's supposed to be gone. I mean, and now this
But
episode,
like
I
the
mean,
lady still
I don't want the PPP to lose election. I'm still a PPP. Right? But if they're going in the wrong direction, and they got a lot of influencers on TikTok too that proclaim to be PPP people, there, right, and representing them. These are the ones that actually making the PPP going down in the dust. They get just a handful of supporters that all of them supporting the PPP. Now, again, we get 25,000 new eligible voters. Them. How are you bringing even one of them over to your side? No, how? By just going on TikTok, collecting the PPP soup money and just bashing people on a
Well,
daily
how
basis.
you know this 25,000 voters are going to vote for Asmo, as you all call him. I never met Asmo, you know.
I
I
never
see
said
you
it.
and so on. So don't
I
think I'm an
never said it.
Asmo. I'm in his pocket or whatever. I've never met this man. I've just read about him, and I admire his guts and the fact that he could stand up for. So he and his sisters, I admire them as young guys. And these people, I like to see people stand up like that. I tell you the truth, I admire people who stand up and fight the
No, but we
system.
I think what I pointed out there, Albert, is that we're fine, with the, I mean, I think you might agree with me. The way how the older folks and the younger folks view politics is being done completely different. And we was trying to point out to you is that the younger folks, even though it might not, is not speaking in a general context, but the younger folks, they
Oh, I
go
see what you
after
mean.
popularity, right? And they consider after
Populism.
Dean as being a more popular figure who can, appeal to their interests
You know
as
this
young
thing,
people.
you're so right. This thing, if people feel that we talking out of context, everywhere you go, look, I went to buy some food on Liberty Avenue, and the thing was Guyana, MV Barima and politics, and all through Liberty Avenue. Even when I run for office, I don't want to vote, for get a voice. They must study about Guyana all the time, and that's
You
one of the
know,
problems we got. We can do both, but what I'm telling you is that it's so common and so on. And they even said that when this person comes into power, when this person is put as a candidate, as you know, Irfan can continue to run. And the
yeah,
next election, you'll have a woman named
Priya.
Priya. That Priya is going to walk away with elections. That's what the man said.
Albert, it's like at the I was on a panel the other day, and it actually goes back to the question that, or the point that like was making. And one of the things a lot of people keep asking, why is Azadine, why did Azadine never like do a press conference? I said you gotta understand. I said the context of politics in Guyana, it has changed. Now when you look at Bournham and Height and probably, Jagon and these
Nigar
guys,
and Jagan and
you
Janet.
understand? The
Roy
method,
Bauji, eh?
the method of what they would have chosen to, to appeal or get the public attention, it is
Well,
vastly
true.
different. We
True.
living in a modern time.
Sugar
You
workers
understand?
and
So
yeah.
you can find that people use different medium now to get to
Different
the
people.
people.
Yeah.
You understand? And what young people like technology, right? It
Mm-hmm.
actually goes back to the core role I was saying. Young people love technology, right? They be on Facebook, TikTok, and all these things. They say Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
And once you see you can find those medium to get to them, it makes your chance, even better, right? Of ascending to the presidency. So that's why I'm saying that I agree with like Point Zero when he said that popularity, the Cardi young people them they things different, right? I'm gonna say this to you, Albert. Even right now in this country, a lot of older folks they still, vote along this racial line. They would not go against their party, but you might find younger people would do it. You understand? You
I
might
see
not find.
that, yes.
Yeah, I'm
And that is
telling
not
you,
good. You all
there's
got to
some
unite as
person. I'm telling you
Guyanese.
for both you
All
got
of you.
there's some diehard PNC supporter don't care what whether or not the party do whatever bad to them, they would not go against the party.
And vice
Same
versa. That's not good
same
for
goes to the
Guyana.
PPP, but with young people that is different. Whatever best appeal their interest, they're gonna go for it.
Well, same thing in
Albert,
America.
and guys,
Anik, let me bring her in because I think she's been waiting there and she wanted to talk only on this
yes.
topic. We had a previous discussion on some people who were making problem in the community. We're going to follow up on that and do some investigations and take some action. As cyberbullying and this kind of thing is a crime, and that's not something. But let's get to Unik. Unik, you were talking about the contract, the Exxon contract, and you were going to shed some light on it. So let's hear you. You there, Anik?
I'm sorry, I had it on mute.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Yes.
Good evening
Can you join the
again.
conversation? You said
Good
you were going
evening
to
to
talk about the
Lloyd and
contract.
Blessing. I hope you guys are having a good evening. I enjoy listening to your highlights on what's happening in Guyana and what your thoughts are. But let's go back to the oil contract. I know some of you are unhappy to date of what transpired with the oil contract, and believe me, when I first read it back in 2020, when I read the whole contract, my husband can testify. I cried. I literally cried because as an entrepreneur, if I'm in a business with someone and it's all my resources, right? I'm getting majority of the profit, not my partner or partners. You understand? I'm going to get let's say we're going to split it up, it's 100%. I will take 50% because I'm investing more. I would give one partner 25 and the other partner 24. Actually, I think I'll take 51% because I want to have the major say so. And then I will give the other two. One of them is going to get 24 and the other one is going to get 25. That's how I would operate my business so that I can have it for a lifetime. You understand? Especially in oil business, right? So I literally
There you go.
started crying when I saw the percentage. And as you guys were talking tonight, I decided to look it up online. What's the royalty for other countries, right? To see how far behind Guyana is. And if we look at the research, it says that Suriname has 6%. Okay. And any of the young men can tell me, I mean, I know what it is, but can you tell me the percentage that we are getting? Because I know you guys have been reading up a lot about this. I know the answer. If you don't know the answer, I can tell you the royalty. Which, do you guys know how much we're getting?
Lloyd,
Only
blessing.
we getting 2%, but again, we gotta look at context.
Exactly. We're getting
Yeah, 2%, and I
2%.
think and it's profit being split 50-50. 2%
Well,
royalty.
recently, first they had to pay off. They had to pay off for the infrastructure to be able to get the oil out of the ground, right? So they just paid that off, and now they're getting the profit back. And what Albert said earlier, I think, if I understood correctly, you were saying that this knowledge should have been expressed to the Guyanese people. Am I correct, Albert?
Yes, I think
That
the entire thing should be read to them, and all changes on the fact that Exxon has paid off recovered his investment 2 years ahead of time. And Blessing was agreeing with me on that.
Yes, and remember you guys were discussing something about ring fencing. It was on social media, the absence of the ring fencing provision.
Yes, they had some talk about that you should not carry over any kind of deficits or losses on one project to the next.
That
To
was the
follow you there.
Lisa phase 1,
You
right?
know, before you
Go
go
ahead.
forward, sorry to continue, right?
No,
You got to
it's
look
fine. You can talk.
you made a comparison between 6% for Suriname and 2% for Guyana,
And
right?
then also we have Brazil. Brazil have 15%.
Yes, but you got to remember those countries didn't have a bigger country trying to get pretty much 3/4 of our land. We're not in dispute, and we don't have resources to fight that other country.
No, you made a
No,
good point. That's a valid point.
Again, no, yes. I mean, you got to look at the politics of everything. You got to look
That's a
context
valid
and
point
the
that you brought up.
geopolitics, right? We need our big brother. So okay, we can take out a little 4%, and I don't see nothing. Which and I see a bit wrong. We could have gotten more, and I blame it on the previous administration.
Right. That would be Raphael Trotman. He was the Minister of Natural Resources when that contract was
Yes, he should hang his
negotiated
head
and
in
signed
shame as a Guyanese.
on
Yes,
behalf of
that
Guyana.
particular
Cannot
name. I know his
you cannot
father, and I know
blame-
him and his sister. They
you
should
cannot
hang their
blame
head in
Raphael
shame.
alone.
No, don't get me
can't
wrong.
blame Raphael alone.
I like Raphael Trotman, right?
He
Don't
might
get
be
me
a
wrong.
nice man, but when it comes to doing
I
the work
think-
as a
I think that
a minister
their
and as a
negotiation-
lawyer, my
go ahead.
God, you representing a country and you gotta read the contract. If you can't read it, send it to somebody else to read it. Send it to me and let me read it. Send it to Anil Nandel. Send it to somebody who like to read before they make a decision. You could have
I
picked it
agree.
up, you know what I mean? You need to pay a
His
consultancy
negotiation
fee.
skills were not on par with the international community and with the Americans, with Exxon team.
Yes, they would have the best
unfortunately.
lawyers, but at the same time, Ghana should hire the best
Unfortunately.
lawyers too. They can consult us.
I mean,
If they
you
want
guys
the
know
best
why
lawyer to defend
Exxon-
anybody that getting extradited, I know them over here. If you want the best lawyers to deal with a contract reading, international maritime jurisdiction, that's the same thing we can get done.
Well, you guys know why Exxon wanted Guyana to pay for everything up front, right? You guys know why they normally do that in countries like Guyana, right? Like they do that in Africa. And the
Well, these
reason,
corporations always look for the bottom dollar. They
well,
always look for
it's
themselves.
because in those type of geopolitical countries, sometimes they can get kicked out, and every money they put in, they lose that money. And as a business
Right. So let me ask
owner,
you
they have
something,
to
Anik.
look
Now
out for
that
themselves.
the playing field has changed, right? 10 years, you get back your money, get back at 56 billion. Nobody treat you wrong, nobody kick you out, nobody threat you with naturalization. Everybody welcome you. You're going on a boat with the white clothes. You're having dinner. You're having thing. You're always welcomed at our
Exactly.
highest functions diplomatically. Um, and Trump now is telling them, you guys are too greedy. Would you, as president of Guyana, pick up the phone and try to get Trump to help President Trump, or at least to tell Exxon, listen, I think you all should give me something more for my people?
I think, like I
Not me
mentioned
personally, but the
earlier,
people.
theoretically, he have the ability to put pressure on Exxon to voluntarily renegotiate a better deal for Guyana. And I know that they just recently secure access to the bauxite over the Chinese competitors, right? These are all things that they can
And I think you
use
got
as part
Urao
of their
with tail and long
negotiation.
tail is coming up. Future products as UARU. Urawi. Now I pronounce it lied. UARU. Uaru, whiptail, and long tail will generate new costs. And
Something
if
like
you want to talk about
Yauri.
ring fencing, you can't carry expenses over to this other projects.
No,
The
no,
ring
what I'm
fencing
saying
and
is
so on.
before to negotiate that deal, they could have asked the Secretary of Economic Affairs, Jacob Hellberg, who has visited Guyana to secure that deal. They should have asked him, like you said, to try to get Exxon to give Guyana a better deal. Basically, a voluntary renegotiation. Basically, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yes.
So that's what I mean. They have the opportunity to do it. I don't understand
Um,
why, and maybe the PPP can come out and let us
Onik,
know why, and that would be appreciative.
Well, that's a straight point, Anik. I appreciate that because I think that they ain't got nothing like, oh, Trump gonna say, they're not gonna tie Venezuela, and they're gonna look very bad diplomatically for them to say, well, we're gonna drop the ball, we're gonna, take sides, we're not gonna protect you anymore with Venezuela and all that. I don't think they will be that nasty to say that. It will look very bad in the eyes of the world. But at the same time, like Anik is saying, I agree with her that you should at least make the phone call. I'm gonna last 5 minutes. All Mr. Trump or President Trump will say, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. Or I'm going to talk to them,
Well, they
or,
can't
but
fire. They
now's the
can't
time.
fire that. He can't fire them. He can't fire any of the
No,
politicians. They're not working
correct.
for him. You know what I mean?
but
Correct.
guys, I'm gonna reiterate what I said earlier, and the Onik, I didn't know if she was listening, right? We doesn't have any leverage concern even making a phone call to Mr. Trump. First and
Why
foremost,
not?
why make the phone call? Because you guys have no plane. You cannot. Why make this phone call? You're looking stupid. I mean, you're looking greedy as a
Here,
matter of fact,
in politics, you
right?
don't worry if you look stupid. You look at the bigger picture.
No,
Can
no,
I
no, no, but no,
succeed?
no.
Can I
In
win something
okay.
big here?
For example, look how Zelensky looked when he went to the Oval Office,
Well,
right? He looked
look
really
at the way he
stupid
dressed. He
in
should
front
have
of
put on
Mr.
a
Trump.
decent suit. He would have been
Exactly.
able
I
to
mean,
negotiate better.
he was literally roasted for that. You got to understand the person you're dealing with. For example, a character like Mr. Trump or a personality like him. Oh, why you calling me for 5 minutes to waste 5 minutes of my time
Oh,
knowing
no,
that
no, no, no,
Exxon
no. You wouldn't
saved
say
your
that to
ass?
another head of
Hold
state.
on. That Exxon saved. You can remember
President
this
Trump wouldn't
guy.
say that.
This guy who was Secretary of State, right? He was actually head of Exxon, by the way, when in Trump Forest Storm. I forget his name. Right? So you cannot say that, you calling me to negotiate. Negotiate what? You want me to call Miss Rodriguez and say take over Essequibo? Who's there to save you? Again, politics of it. And
Okay, so
again, one more
Lloyd,
thing,
are you
Monique.
in
One more
Guyana or
thing.
you're in the States?
I'm in Guyana.
Okay,
Easy,
so let me
man.
tell you how it operates here in the States. Okay, so
No,
yes,
no,
President.
hold on, Monique.
No, no. Let
Monique,
me
Monique.
explain to you the states, and you can
Lloyd, let
explain
her
to me
speak.
Guyana.
Yeah.
Fair, fair. So President Ali can formally request a call. He can
Yes.
reach out to Trump to discuss the Exxon contract. Okay, there is a process in place where he can go about doing that, and he knows of that process because I'm sure he's already used it. He can have his foreign leaders structure this whole process for him. Okay, they can schedule the call and everything. So this is not a very hard process for President Ali to do. So he can do it. This is not me giving you like horseshit. This is something that is a possibility. Now, it's all up to him and how he is governing Guyana, and if he chooses to do that, if he thinks it's wise to do that, because the voter has given President Ali the opportunity to govern Guyana. So we can only suggest. You understand?
True. You understand, Lloyd? What she's saying is quite sure, quite so. I think if he don't want to make a call to get the Minister of Foreign Affairs or you ask your ambassador, somebody high up in your
No, you're right.
administration, even the
Ambassador,
champion of the earth, Mr. Barajagdio.
it's
Bharat
basically
can make that
called
Albert,
call.
a foreign
Bharat is
embassy
respected
initiative is what
internationally.
it's called.
But again, I can use this one word: leverage. What leverage does we have? Again, what? I mean, you can call Mr. Trump for 5 minutes to waste his time, and what would you say
No,
that?
don't ever think
No, no.
anything is a waste of a time
What
at
can
that
you tell
level,
Mr.
brother. I
Trump?
disagree
Well,
with
that's a
you.
very
That's
good
not a
question
waste
he's
of a
asking. If
call.
somebody else have an answer, we should allow them to let us know what
You know
leverage
what
they
Fatty
have.
used to tell me? You never know till you try. So, for example, they never had a lawyer come out of bed, hope air barn and grow, right? Never had one in the whole history, 3 decades of indentured servants. And people say, and my brother's a doctor too, my other brother's an engineer. That's 3 hits, and my sister's an educator. And imagine somebody to tell us, what? You guys want to be doctor, lawyer, engineer, and educator? Well, I this crazy, man. I this out of your mind. That never happened in
Well,
this village before.
Okay,
like
so
to
now
ask
let me tell
question.
you
But,
guys the leverage. Let me tell you guys now
No, no,
that.
no. But Onija, give me 1 second.
Go
You know
ahead, go
what
ahead,
exactly?
bless you.
Leverage is the very aisle. I mean, I mean,
There you go. There you
when we
go,
when
blessing.
we
Keep
look at
that going.
geopolitics, we can see what's going on right now. Oil price
Mm-hmm.
going up. So the aisle of itself is the leverage that we have right
Exactly.
now. The
Exactly.
very aisle.
you
This is
know,
the
guys,
leverage that we have at
guys,
hand.
guys, must read a book called The Western Trial by Dr. Chetty
Is that
Jagan,
right
okay?
there, Charlie? Don't look at
All
that
right,
over
all right.
there.
Well, you know, when he confronted the
That's not
CIA,
our
Lloyd,
book, though.
let me
That's
answer
older
your
book.
question
when he
about the
confronted the,
leverage. Or
hold on, Miss
Lloyd,
Kitty,
let me answer your
honey.
question though. No, I
All
need
right,
to
go ahead.
stick
All
to
right, let me
this.
bring him. He's
You're
a killer.
talking about you want to know what leverage Guyana have to be able to do that. Okay. So Guyana, Exxon plans to have something called, I don't know much about oil. Let me just tell you, I don't know what they use equipment wise or any of that stuff, but I do understand negotiation and I do understand business. Okay. So they have something called 8 FPSO. If you guys know what that means, vessel that's doing all the pumping on offshore, and they have project 7, 8, and 9 that still require formal government approval and environmental permits. These are all information I gather from research, okay? Guyana government can use this as leverage. Like they can propose the 8th and 9th development until Exxon agrees to make these changes, these administrative changes, such as like the voluntary ring fencing or paying a higher tax rate on specific new projects. You understand? So that's the leverage that Guyana have and Guyana should utilize. And like Blessing said, he's correct. And I'm going to allow Blessing to continue talking about the leverage, because if you guys really want to see a better deal, this is what we need to stay focused on and ask our leaders in Guyana to encourage them to be able to do this. Okay? I mean, what do you think, Albert?
I agree with you. Listen, it's worth a try. I wouldn't say any head of president gonna tell President Ali, any co-leader, they would insult another head of state by telling you call me for wasting my time. No, brother. Are they gonna say, listen, I doubt whether I can do it, my brother, and I don't know if it's gonna work. But thanks for calling. I got to work for do. And you don't get the message, but you're not going to do it. But you push and you push till you get through. Because you talk about billions here, brother. You talk about transforming Guyana.
It's
And if I have to take that
900,000
shot
barrels per
for my
day.
people,
900,000
I will
barrels per
take
day.
it. I will take it, but I won't sleep. I will never rest well knowing that I left that opportunity on the cricket field. That I left that, without trying.
And according to the information that I pulled up, the Stabroek Block has the lowest extraction costs in the world. So that makes it the highly profitable product for Exxon.
But guys, look at this here, right? Would you risk future major investment in our country from America, right? Just because of 5 minutes
you
of
said all the things done already
That's not
taken
going to
up.
happen.
All the
That's not
box
going to
taken up
happen,
already.
guys.
So we
I
don't
mean,
know how
come
to
on,
do investment. Well, we got.
would you risk certain
So are you fighting
donations?
for
I would call it
Guyana or are you
donations.
fighting for America? Let me know.
No, I'm fighting for Guyana, obviously, but I mean, again, right? We're talking about Exxon and its lopsided contract. Again, how can we negotiate what we bring? What are we bringing to the table? For instance, look what is going
I
on
told you
with
what is
the war currently.
being brought today
No,
to the
it
table.
doesn't make sense
Project
because
7,
they would
8, and
counteract.
9, Project
They would
7, 8, and
counteract.
9 still require formal government approval and environmental permits. That is leverage. And the Guyana government can withhold these upcoming projects to be able to get Exxon to agree to the changes, the administrative, I'm sorry, you guys want more royalty, right? So the royalty changes, they can, for the future product, like for 7, 8, and 9, they can request that. They should not be collecting 2% on those deals.
And Lloyd, nothing is wrong with them telling, listen, you know, you all got to understand Guyana is owned by Guyanese. Guyana is a sovereign international territorial integrity country. All the oil done allocated from what I understand, right? So there's not going to be no major investment. Where we can get our monies from what we got on the table here now. Try to get more and future going ahead, right? Trotman did us a great disservice. He should go and hang himself. And I'll say it publicly. Any lawyer who let his country down like that should hang himself. He should be ashamed. In other countries, they would tar you. You know, fair and tar you, they call it. That's what
I
you
know
know.
you're just saying that out of contract.
I'm saying
anger, but
that
you
because out of
probably
context,
should
I'm not
retract
making a
it
threat,
because
and I'm
of
not saying
TikTok.
that people
You should
are trying to
retract it.
invoke any
should.
kind of cyber
Yes,
attacks.
right?
All I'm saying is that somebody who has led the country like that has been so unpatriotic that they should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, but
But
Mr.
that
Okay,
doesn't
guys,
mean that we
Exxon, let me tell
cannot.
you something. Exxon cannot afford a prolonged legal battle or any production shutdown. Okay, if they do that, their stock price will go down. Guyana holds the upper hand in demanding these things that we're asking for. Okay, they hold the upper hand. Don't let anybody fool you.
And they already get it the 55 million
Okay,
billion,
this
and they
is
already do it 2 years. Which other part of the world they get back their money 2 years early? Which other part? You
exactly.
understand? They're
And
doing so
and
great, brother.
you
Even
gotta
Trump, the
understand that
president, say you're greedy.
the exploration license for offshore oil blocks are time bound. They don't last forever under Guyanese law. Okay? So Exxon is literally speeding up, trying to take out as much as they can, right? Until we figure out what the heck's going on. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to say it that way, but literally, that's what
Yeah,
they're doing.
they're taking out as much as they can. And remember, we have never told them anything about nationalizing them. Other countries are saying, you know what, since you behaving like this, we're gonna move
Thank you
to
very much, sir.
nationalize you
Well,
guys.
Guyana
Take
could
away your
take
assets.
the blocks that I just mentioned
British and thank you,
and
Honorable
auction
Baldeo.
them off to other international oil company under more aggressive terms. They can ask for 10% royalty, 10% corporate tax. And this basically would systematically reduce Exxon monopoly over the entire nation energy sector, right? So, I mean, listen, I'm not trying to like get rid of Exxon. I'm just saying what the options for Guyana are, the
Every
negotiation, the
country looks out
leverage,
for its
Monique,
own.
the
Monique,
leverage, like Lloyd was asking me about
but Monique,
leverage,
right?
right?
But listen to this, right? How would it look to other investors, right? That we actually kicked out or changed the contract of the biggest investor that came into our
You ain't
country.
kicking them out.
I
And
hate
you're
to
asking
tell
them
you
to
this,
be
but
Kicking
paid.
them out, we changed the contract.
those
It means the
investor will
standard thing.
No,
pay,
we
It
got
means
them
that
to agree.
we
those
did not
investor
abide
would
by the
pay the
contract,
10%. You know why?
right?
Because
How it
they're
would look to
after
other
the same
investors.
resources. They want that resource.
For
Okay?
me, right, I don't believe we would attract, proper investors in this country if we
Why you're not
did that
kicking
to
them
Exxon.
out? I'm not
Lloyd,
And
saying
you
any
to
guys
kick
are
them
not
investor
out.
coming
talking,
to your country and
first
giving
of
you
all,
I'm
you
two
guys are not
percent.
certainly
talking
not.
the fact,
Here,
right? Well,
Lloyd.
hold on. You guys
I'm
are
not
talking
asking to
against the
kick them
PPP.
out. What
No,
I'm
but you're not,
saying
you
is
guys
we
are not
have
talking the
leverage.
fact
Guyana
that
have leverage. That's what I'm talking about.
the government are auctioning off the rest of blocks. It's not like they're giving ExxonMobil everything
I'm
when
saying that
these contracts were already signed.
If
And you cannot
Exxon
look
does
bad
not
by changing the contracts now.
listen,
Right?
if
Not only to
those
Exxon
well,
and the Americans, then,
okay,
but to
let's go
other
back.
investors
Let's
coming
go
in.
back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Ready? Those deals are still waiting on the approvals. The approvals aren't done yet. 7, 8, and 9 still require formal government approval and environmental plans. They can use that, the Guyana government can withhold those upcoming projects, right? Until Exxon agree to the administrative changes, like the voluntary ring fencing, paying higher taxes on those specific new projects. I'm not talking about what Trotman signed. I'm talking about these new projects. Okay, and again, they have one of the lowest extraction rate costs, in the world. Okay, so they're getting I mean, they're making their investors very, very happy right now. Okay, with the deal that they negotiated with Guyana.
But Monica, isn't that what a company does? Right? To
Yes,
make the investors
but
happy?
And
that,
what
but
does the
Make
country
it
do?
okay,
fast.
If you
yes,
in my country, I
Right?
gotta
yes.
protect my
A
country.
company is in
Okay,
business to
okay.
make as much money as they can, but we need to educate our ministers to be better negotiators so that they too can get the best profit for their resource. You understand? It's a
Good night, good night,
it's fair game.
Good night.
good
Let me
night.
hear KK Rossi now.
Uh, the
Welcome, brother. We're talking about the
welcome,
contract in
welcome.
Guyana.
Yes, how are you, my brother? How are you? KJ want to AJ want to come back up, and the Subadars in the comment there. I think Ito wanted to come up, right? Okay. Listen, let me say one thing, guys. ExxonMobil, Exxon shouldn't. The 2% royalties garbage. It should be going through the door. Barrett say when he lose the election to Granger to everybody, he safely in the street. When he get back into office, he will negotiate a better contract than that because it's not right. 2% is not right. When he getting back into office, did he negotiate the contract? No. He said then collect the 2% and shut his mouth and continue on with the foolishness. Yes, rename there, my brother at the bottom there.
Lloyd.
He know, lied no, personally, is hogwash. ExxonMobil need to either come back to the table or else we deal with them. The rest eye blocks, we don't sign off on it. We don't do nothing. You come back with a better deal. Ring fence is the main important thing right now. Ring fencing.
Exactly.
Right, ring fence is the main important thing. We have to come back. You see, how do I see it right now? I see it in a different way with guys, with politicians, especially Bart and those guys, when they say they're gonna get in back into office and they negotiate the contract. The contract is garbage, and they're gonna negotiate for more. And they're not doing it. They are not doing the making. They're selling the people up here now to like lying them guys to make excuse to them.
I'm not
I'm no
making
fan.
excuse, bro. I'm
I
just
am
being
no fan.
reasonable.
Okay. No, this is not no reasonable life. This is no
No,
reasonable
no, no.
life.
It is because come on, I debated it
No, no,
with
no, no, no,
Mr.
no, no,
Albert
no,
and
no, no, no. It's
Monique
not.
and Blessings
Listen to me.
Earlian.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Light.
And
Listen to me.
you guys didn't debunk anything
Wait,
I said because it makes no sense. It just come back to the
wait.
same thing that you asked
No,
in the
no, no.
same
Let
question,
me say. Let me say
right?
something.
No debunking. Yeah, go
No,
ahead,
no,
go
no.
ahead,
No,
Pastor.
I'm gonna debunk it. No, I debunk it because I think this is a garbage. It is garbage deal. It's not a good deal for the Guyanese people. It's not a good deal, and
No, no,
I am
we
not gonna
all
say it.
acknowledge it.
Right then,
We
why
all
when Barrett
acknowledge it. Yes, yes.
wait.
But
When
why are you
Barrett
blaming the
say
PPP because they can't
yes,
reverse the
because
deal?
of Barrett.
The sanctity
Barrett
of
say,
contract. Come on.
Mr. Baldeo, you remember when Barrett say when we name was in Granger, he said the deal was garbage and the deal was no good. You remember when Barrett said, Brother
Yes,
Baldeo?
the
Yes,
PPP said that they were
yes.
going to renegotiate all the
Renegotiate
parties have been
everything.
saying that.
Everything.
All of
Right?
them, that is the song
Yeah.
they sing. But when they get
And
into office, they don't
artist
dance
is
the
it's
dance.
a different dance. It's a different dance. It's a different dance. And I am
Everybody,
not gonna
everybody's saying it,
as
all the parties, and when it's done, they're not doing what is setting in their portfolio. At least Mam Danny trying with his with all them kind of fancy things he promised, at least he trying with some, you know what I mean? But nobody came back to help the Guyana people with this contract and this sanctity of contract. Everybody, I know who bring up this word. I mean, did it in law school. Oh, sanctity, sanctity. It means like God, like how you got Mary, Mother
It's a
Jesus
moral
is sanctimonious.
obligation.
But they ain't got
Mr.
nothing
Balio,
written
it's a
in
moral
stone
obligation.
and politics.
It's a moral obligation, right? It's a contract is
Exactly.
signed. And again, I gotta reiterate, right? Okay, if you break that moral thing that you did there, it again no investors gonna come back
Me
and
ain't tell
believe
nobody to
it.
break nothing, lie. I'm
No, no, I
telling
just
you to
show you.
come to the
But
table and
if
let's
you try to
talk.
change the contract from 2% to upwards, obviously it's saying okay, cut
No,
that
no, you don't
contract and make
understand
it
what
one.
my whole project is use diplomatic and presidential channels. President to president. These people where you say greedy, they're the ones who are harassing my people and bullying us and exploiting us. Can you as president talk to them? And if Trump
No,
talk to
but
them on behalf of
you got to
the
look at
thing,
other ways,
they
right?
will.
You got to look at other ways the PPP try to get around this lopsided contract that the ACNU signed. The fact that they got local content stuff going on and the new oil blocks and they are more than what was signed before, they're action enough, meaning that they're not getting 2% anymore. The higher bidder gets it. So be it. Right? So come on. What is there to argue? I don't understand we arguing in the past or with Exxon. That you got to go with the previous administration, not with the PPP current administration. Guys, because they cannot do anything to change it.
I
And
agree
I
with
don't
you,
believe
Lloyd.
it
I
should.
agree with you, Lloyd, on that.
So let me hear
Thank
AJ.
you,
I
Nick.
think you missed the whole substance of what I was saying, Lloyd. Must go back and read a letter I wrote in the papers. It's not going back. It's asking for intervention at the highest level of governments. AJ, let me hear you now on KK Rossi after that.
Yes, blessed evening to you.
Bless even to you, sir. I'm sorry we didn't get to talk and so on before. I know you had called and so forth, but we're gonna try to
Yeah,
make up for that
actually,
tomorrow.
I was not calling on behalf of myself. I was calling on behalf of Pastor KK Rossi, who's below me, and Honorable Supadar, who's the leader of the NIP. And I was calling on their behest,
Well, I saw
not myself.
Subadar on
It's
this
not
thing to
myself.
accept, at least hear his voice on it. I'm trying to connect Mr. Subadar. I think he's coming on
He's
now. So what is his view
Yeah. I
on it?
tried
He
calling
has a
him. I
stake in
try.
this.
I don't know if he's sleep.
Being a politician in Guyana, Mr. Subadar must have a view that can be very helpful to all
Well,
of us.
since he's up here, I'll let him go before me because
Yes, Mr.
I was
Honorable
operating
Subadar, how are
on
you, sir?
his.
It's a
I
pleasure
was
to have you on
operating
the
on his
program. I
behest.
know your
So
father well, but I had left Guyana about 1990. When he had not too long come out, but we had a very good relationship. I have a lot of respect for him. He has a lot of respect for me. We've always fought for our clients, and I came over here. And I'm sorry to hear that he died, but he's a very outstanding constitutional lawyer in Guyana. But Mr. Subadar, you're a lawyer too in Guyana?
Good night, the Honorable Mr. Baldeo. I
Must
am
speak
not
up,
Safir's.
Mr. Subadar. We're coming out hearing you.
I am not Safir's
Son.
son. I'm his brother.
Oh, his brother.
Right,
Wow.
I'm
You're the
his
younger
brother.
brother? Oh.
I'm the youngest brother.
And where are you based, in Guyana?
No, I'm in Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, you're a lawyer over there.
No, I'm not a lawyer in Canada.
Or in
I
Guyana.
have nor Guyana. No, I'm not in the legal
I'm not hearing you
profession.
so well. Can you speak up, please?
I'm not in the legal profession in Guyana nor in Canada.
Oh, I think you're in finance though,
Um,
right?
well, yes, finance and mortgages and real estate has been
Very
my
good, very good. So
background
you will be able to put
in
this in a
Canada.
business perspective.
I
What
was
would you say
I
about
was
this,
a
what we're talking
paralegal.
about?
I
Somebody
was
says
a
Subadar is a
paralegal.
win supporter in the comment, but that's okay. Everybody have a right to choose their party, right? That's the freedom of that we understand it to be. It's not only Guyana people go after you if you belong to a particular party, not in America or any other civilized country. Nothing wrong with
Well,
that. It is indeed a part of it, you know.
well, we are not. NIP is not a part of it. I guess you have met my brother Safi, the late Safi Hussein, attorney at law,
Who's this?
that found the NIP back in
Oh yes, yes.
1997.
Uh-huh.
That's right. He was based at the First Federation building. I guess
Yes.
you have good memories of those days. And since 1997, he had courage at the party until I took it over. He passed away in last July.
Brother, I'm hardly hearing you. I don't know if the others are. Can you speak up a bit more, please?
Brother Baldeo, do you have
I
an
can't I
earpiece? Do
can't
you
hear
have?
him at all. It's
She's not hearing none.
completely
He's not
I'm
hearing
not
muted.
them
sure.
either.
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it is very low.
Did you have your Bluetooth
So
earpiece on, Brother Subadar?
no, I don't
Do you
have
use a
any
Bluetooth,
Bluetooth.
or maybe Honorable Baldeo probably needs a Bluetooth speaker or earpiece. I don't know if he has one.
But y'all are hearing me?
We can hear you
I'm
clearly.
hearing you
But
clearly, but we
I'm
do you
can't
hearing
have
hear
an
very,
the other
very
earpiece,
guy.
clearly.
Baldeo?
No, I don't have the earpiece on here. I have it downstairs. But go ahead, Honorable Subadar. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so Safir, my late brother found the NIP in
Yes.
1997, and he has challenged
Brave
several
man.
elections. He has been in the political arena in Guyana. He has been a constitutional lawyer, and he has carried on this fight as an independent party. We saw the need for an independent party to break the status quo in this country and to
Okay.
fight against the race voting that Guyana political party have been using to get elected into power. Our main core value is to end race voting in Guyana. Guyana must have democracy where Guyanese support our democracy, not based on race and based on choosing a government that will deliver for them. We have seen this started by Win being able to capture the opposition as the main opposition in Guyana. And this is a good sign that people are starting to realize that race voting is not going to
Albert is
take us
very
anywhere in this
quiet. I don't
country.
think anybody is hearing anything, so maybe you might have to relate
Mr.
what he's
Baldeo,
saying.
let me rejoin back the live. There could be a problem in the connection. Let me rejoin back the live. Okay.
Probably restart
Hearing him
it
loud
again.
and clear. I'm
Yeah.
hearing him loud and
Let
clear.
me
I'm
start
hearing him
back the
loud and
live.
clear, but I
I am
don't know.
hearing him loud and clear. I am hearing him loud and clear. I am hearing him loud and clear. Seriously, I'm hearing him loud and clear. Right. I am hearing him loud and clear. Okay, he
All
drop
right, you
off.
can come back in. Let's see. It will be better when he come back in then. So AJ or
I just
KK
want to see
Rossi.
it. I don't know, Pastor, you want to go first, or
You
you
know
want me to
what,
go?
Brother Baldeo,
Go ahead,
my brother,
Pastor.
when I met the NIP, right, I was
Uh-huh.
not too well, and I got a friend ask me, because I grew up in both parties. I grew up in the PPP and the PNC. My mother was a PNC and my father was a PPP. And
Okay.
he was with my uncle and they found the PPP party. My mother found the PNC party with Barnum. And I'll be honest with you, I was so drained of those two parties, right? That's I had enough. And I make my mother and my father plead with me when there was passing away. They said, listen, please do not join none of two parties for make we grieve. Find somebody different, find a different party and join it. And I
Uh-huh.
respect my parents' wishes and I honor it. And that's why I joined NIP. And I'll be honest with you, NIP is one the party want to change the constitution in Guyana. People must accountable for when they do something wrong. Politicians must accountable. They must face the consequence of the law. If you break it, you face it. Because Donald Trump break it in America, he face it. Any president break the face the wrath of the law. Right. And I think Guyana right now the laws need to change for the leaders them for be accountable for what they're doing wrong. I'm seeing that 100 something acres, 150 acres of land give to Irfan. You want to come back up, Brother Baldeo? You want to come back up? Brother
Oh,
Subadar want to come back up.
justice is not Sobadar?
Yes, Subadar want to come back up.
Why is the justice?
No, just
No,
as somebody else.
just
Superdar,
somebody else.
comment.
Subadar is about it.
Guys, before you move on a bit, right? You talk about something called NIP. I never heard about that before. KK Rossi.
National Independence Party,
Independence
Lord
Party.
Ray Paul. National
Oh,
Independence
like you're not
Party.
in
They've done
Guyana.
this research.
It's not a party that got a lot of followers, but at the same time, their names was on the
Okay.
list of to contest the election. You must have seen them. There's a lot of parties, but they have a right to
Do
run.
some research, Lord Ray Paul.
No, but they're not prominent. I mean, they're not making a lot of
Right. So
noise.
if the people are not
It's
prominent,
actually
just in America, we don't have a prominent
Making them
name.
prominent
That
now.
don't mean we ain't got a right to run.
No. I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but I mean, when you're talking about it, you gotta introduce yourself that you're ahead of this party or that. When you talk about NIP, I thought it was like an organization concerning an NGO or something with the government.
No. That's not what
I
he
It's
said
a
said.
they
party
realized it was
that's
a
All right,
funded
political party.
Honorable
by an
Supervisor,
Sorry,
you
attorney
go
at
on.
continue and
law.
introduce yourself to fill in the people here who don't know about your
And his
party,
name, he's
including
on here.
myself.
It's. Mhm.
But tell us more about your goals and missions and so on.
Good.
Good night once again. Are you hearing me a little bit better now?
Screen.
Yes, far better. Yes.
Far better,
Okay,
Brother
so we have a
Far
better
better.
connection now. Okay, good night, everybody. Okay, my name is Rahman Hussein Supadi Subadar. I am the brother of the late Safir Hussein, attorney
Wow,
at
he
law,
sounded so good earlier,
that
and now
formed the
it's went
NIP
blank on
in
my end.
1997. Our core values for NIP is constitutional reforms in this country and holding politicians accountable to the Constitution. We have been fighting for an independent GCOM in Guyana and also fighting to hold the government accountable for many issues. One of the issues, wages in this country and true separation of powers. Our country has been, in the back door of a country whereby we're almost a banana republic, where true separation of powers hardly exists. Guyana cannot move forward until we have these major changes in our country. I've listened to the panel on the issue of the Exxon contract, and I would clearly like to Lloyd to educate himself properly that Janet Jagan signed the first Exxon contract. And in signing that contract, she was in breach of the Constitution, specifically giving 600 oil blocks to Exxon when the Constitution mandates 60 oil blocks only. So I've heard reasoning as to what leverage do we have in terms of renegotiation of the Exxon contract. And I guess Ms. Prasad clearly stated that there are 3 projects that yet to be licensed and yet to have environmental protection in this country. If you put all of that together in terms of the breach of the Constitution and those 2 leverage, Exxon do not have a leg to stand on in this country if we demand a better terms of the contract. I've heard Lloyd talk a bunch of foolishness. The contract, the 2015 contract that was executed by Trotman, all of the terms were there except the 2%. All of these terms existed in the PPP contract. So you can't say that Trotman didn't do well. At the time, what he had before his hand, yes, he could have done better. But still, there is a breach of constitution here. And we can't sit back in Guyana or anywhere we are as a Guyanese and allow constitutional breach to override anything in our lives. The supreme law must be followed to the strictest. And Guyanese are failing to understand that.
Mr.
All this
Supudi, right?
nonsense,
Mr.
hold on,
Supudi,
all this
before you go
nonsense that
forward,
you're
because
talking about
no, can I
is
let
about
us take it first?
creating fear
Let
of
him
sanctity of
finish, please.
contract.
Let him finish, please. Thank you, Mr. Draper. Thank you. Go ahead,
All this
Honorable.
fear you're creating about sanctity of contract, and the same with the Honorable Attorney General and the law, Barrett Baldeo, when in fact they promised renegotiation in the 20 election. The Honorable Albert Baldeo clearly brought that out on his program, and I read his post where he mentioned that the nation should not be misled. If we are allowing politicians to mislead the nation in this manner and fashion, then they have no credibility to the people. So we have grounds in order to come to Exxon and said, you know what? We intend to seek a renegotiation of this contract. We don't want to kick Exxon out of our country, but let's look at all of the other countries, what kind of royalty they're getting. If just imagine Trinidad is getting 12.5%, or neighboring Trinidad, Brazil 5 to 10%, 15% flat rate in certain contracts. If you go down the ladder, you've got Ghana 3 to 12.5%, Argentina 12%, Canada 2.5 to 20% caps, India 10 to 12.5. So why should Guyana be at the bottom of the ladder of 6% on the Stabroek block? And now the block has been
We
paid off
doesn't have
for.
leverage.
They have
I didn't
recovered.
listen earlier.
They have recovered their investment. Even if that the current Trotman had given them, because he didn't know how much oil was in the Stabroek block, and said, okay, the company is starting up, and there are risks that are involved in their investments. So you know what? Yes, we'll give you a 2% royalty. But now you have already recovered for your investors. You're paid off. So why are we not entitled to a better royalty for people that have 60% of poverty in this country? Tell me, Lloyd. Don't bring your foolishness and try to tell the people publicly.
Subadar, you all don't characterize each other as stupid.
No, but just,
But
he
you all
goes
have a
on.
good debate.
Okay,
You
sir.
made some very good points there, Mr. Subadar. Lloyd, what have you
Well,
got to
I
say in
have
response? And just stick to the issues he's raised. He's
I've
raised
met
several
Lloyd in
good
many of the
issues there.
panel,
What
and
is
he
your answer
creates
to it, Lloyd?
fear. Mr.
Before my train of thought,
Honorable
last
Albert,
lately
he
going
has
on.
created fear in Guyanese people and all the TikTok panels that he goes on, claiming these things. So we must put an end to what he's talking, because he's creating fear in Guyanese, because Guyanese
if you're
or
coming with
Guyanese brothers and
nonsensical
sisters
arguments,
are not
Lloyd,
knowledgeable
here.
of the contract.
Subadar,
So-
let Lloyd address that specifically now.
Mr. Superdee, right? You're coming with nonsensical, and again, we went
No,
over
don't
this.
call it
umpteen
nonsensical.
times.
Say you beg to disagree, and let's try to keep the conversation very respectful.
No, it's respectful. Nonsensical is a respectful word because it makes no sense to me in my POV.
I'd say you disagree because of ABC.
Yeah, well, first of all, he said 60% of the population. That's the last thing he said. 60% of the population in poverty. Who made that happen? It's the people themselves. The opportunity there, the government are putting out. We got a developmental bank. We got a lot of stuff going on. Free education, free university. That never used to happen when I was growing up in Guyana. And I know none of you guys, with this opportunity that is currently available to Guyanese, I don't see why Guyanese should be in poverty. It's Guyanese themselves making themselves in poverty, right? If you get a strong mind and just utilize what is happening around your area, your community, with the government putting out, you would not be in poverty, bro. Nobody would not be in poverty. Anyway, forget about that. The contract, again, I'm going to reiterate, it's going to be like for the fourth time I'll go back in this. This government did not make this contract, and the government cannot reverberate back to anything because of the sanctity of the contract. And if the government did do it, which they could do it, how would our investors, new investors, look on the government? Or they would not come and invest anything in this country because the government at any day could, just take back their contracts and what's that. For
Albert, when he's
example,
done, let me answer his question because I have all the
no,
answers for what
hold
he's
on,
saying right
Nick.
now.
Hold on, Nick. Right? For example, look what happened in Venezuela, right? Darren Woods, the CEO for Exxon, said that Venezuela is not investable. Means that no way is investing there, right? Because of what they did. You think any big investors going into Venezuela? People is talking about embargo, but Venezuela did that to themselves because they took back, they nationalized everything. They kicked Exxon out of their country. You want Guyana to do the same with the contracts and make Guyana into pariah state? No, man. That means you hate your country. I get a lot of flack in the comment section saying that if I'm for Guyana or for America, I'm for Guyana. The government of this country is for Guyana, right? Hence the reason why they would not
No, lad,
do
I
that.
don't think
Hence
you're
the
for
reason
Guyana.
why
I don't
they
think you're
added
for
bigger
Guyana.
black.
You're for
Right?
America.
We got
Let
bigger
Pastor
black
finish,
coming.
Pastor. Let me finish, Pastor,
And
because I
we
have a lot to
actioning
say to
off.
him. Please
We're
finish. Leave land the
actioning
plane.
off. Yes, hold on, I'll land on the plane now. We're actioning off the other blacks that is coming in, right? We're making better better, what I say, contracts for the country, well. Right? So we cannot just keep on with this contract that was made in 2016, 2017. It is Stratman made that contract. Right? And next thing you went back to Jagan, right? Mrs. Jagan, when you said that she was the one that actually made the contract. Okay. Yes, we made a contract then. So why did not Raphael negotiate a better contract? You guys are being hypocritical, saying that this government could negotiate the contract that the ex-administration did. And now we're going to the one that Jagan made. And that was we talk about the 90s, bro. That time, there was a different era, right? You cannot compare that era to this era with whatever contracts you're talking about, right? That was a
Okay,
time
let's
when
let the
Guyana,
lady on the panel talk now. Ladies before
There was a
gents.
time
Let's
when
have Monique
Guyana
talk now.
was healing from the Barnum era. So
Okay,
when
so
she did
Lloyd,
that,
Lloyd,
hold on,
before before
hold
I
on,
forget
Monique.
what to
Before,
respond,
no, no, Monique,
can we
before I
split
land.
up? Can we
No, want
split
to
it
land
up
on,
so
on
that
this
way
thing.
I can answer your first set? I can
No, no,
answer
Yes,
your
want
first
to,
yes,
set.
yes. Let
I
her
want to
answer what he
land
said so
on this
far,
thing.
Lloyd.
No, want to land with this thing on Super D when he spoke about Mrs. Jagan, right? Exxon didn't
That's
come and dig up
go
no
ahead.
oil under the PPP or under Jagan presidency, right? They did it under Granger and this
No, but
government,
you
right?
see, Sobadar made an indisputable historical connection between Janet Jagan and the contract. And if he's made a legally sound argument based on facts, we can't refute it like that. We have to accept it because it's enshrined in our history that Janet Jagan did have something that very, very fundamental to do with that contract prior to it going to Trotman. Am I right, Subadar?
You're absolutely correct,
Exactly.
Honorable
So,
Sorry, go
we
ahead.
cannot
Baldeo.
just say he made that up. That is part of the
It was a
historical
carryover. The
carryover.
contract was
He's made
itself
a
a
good point.
carryover, right?
And Janet Jagan is part of the PV. But let's hear Onik now, Lloyd. I take your point, Lloyd. That's a good
Okay,
argument you made. But let me hear Onik.
Lloyd, I research and I deal with facts. I don't like opinions. Okay, so we're gonna go with dates. When things have date, it makes them official. So June 14, 1999, Janet Jagan granted approximately 600 oil blocks. And like the gentleman mentioned earlier, this exceeded the standard statutory limit of 60 oil blocks prescribed by Guyana's petroleum law. And how was she able to do this, Lloyd? Let me tell you how she was able to do this. The Guyana oil and gas laws dictate that a company should only receive the 60 block, which is, if you go to the law, you look at section 13 of the Petroleum Act, and you can read that for yourself. It specifically states that Jagan, when she was acting at the time, she held the power to grant the larger block under special circumstances. Okay, and because she utilized this built-in legal discretion, the contract was legally binding and not a formal breach of law. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
Yes.
So
Or
when
would
you
you
say
like me
she
to
found
break
a
it down?
loophole, she found a loophole, correct?
Exactly. It was a loophole.
In the
Okay.
Constitution?
Now, the next thing we should ask ourselves is why the special circumstances was invoked. Okay.
I
A
agree with you,
formal,
Nick. 100%. But a question before you go forward. How many
okay,
barrels
you can
went
continue
was
then. I did
extracted?
that part. You can continue because I have more to add to that, but you can continue with what you were saying so that I just wanted to mention that so I don't forget.
No. I'm finished, right? But just a question, right? What you were saying, what you saying just now. How many barrels of oil were extracted out of Guyana when Jagan was in power? Mrs. Jagan, that is. How many?
I know what where you're going with this, but I think what we should stick to is what the gentleman brought up because we're going in circles. If we stick to the questions and what's spoken about and we answer those accordingly, then we can accomplish something. The goal of why Albert Baldeo brought this forum here to us is so that we can try to strategically think of ways that this contract can be negotiated with the new blocks. You understand? And you earlier you were talking about leverage. I give you the leverage. Now you're trying to defend the PPP stance in terms of the contract as a whole and what they're doing and what they're not doing. And I understand it's your party. You have to defend your party, but we can't be sentimental. And when it comes, we have to be loyal to Guyana and Guyana resources as Guyanese. Do you agree? Do you agree by that?
I agree by that 100%. But how do
Now,
we?
we as Guyanese, we as
protect our
Guyanese, or you
resources?
as a Guyanese, voted for the PPP to go into office to govern Guyana, correct? Right? Now, they're not superhuman. They make mistakes just like us. And when panels like this come about, they can gather information to be able to make their
The necessary correct.
governance stronger in this particular topic that we're discussing in terms of the oil renegotiating with whomever, Exxon, whoever. You understand? Everybody has their own input, who they should negotiate with. My thing is Exxon. Okay, that's who I know Albert wants to have Trump get involved, but I think the deal was made with Exxon, and that's who the PPP should speak with. Okay? Now, this gentleman, this fine man who has a law degree, who have the ability to analyze this much more than you and I, when he speak, we should allow him to educate us. Okay? Instead of trying to see if we're being loyal or not loyal to a party. Okay? They're just trying to solve an issue. So go ahead, Loy.
No, I'm okay with that. I mean, you learn your plane, right? I agree with you. You need to criticize the government, and I made that statement from the inception. I asked Mr. Baldeo that you have the right to criticize the government, and I actually brought statistics saying that we have 25,000 new eligible voters in 2031, and the PPP needs to buckle up. I actually advocated for the dismissal or for the resignation of Mr. Indar and Ejil. I did that, right? I understand. I agree with you 100%, Mr. Nick. But the statement you guys making is about the contract that was made. All right, you guys going back to Dragon era in the 90s, right? I mean, come on. If the contract cannot have changed from since the 90s, you expect it can change now? So that was the point I was trying to
Let me
make.
correct you. We're actually talking about the project for 7, 8, and 9 as the leverage that they can use to renegotiate
But guys,
better
isn't
rates.
that
Okay,
being
so
acted
that's the
enough?
one. We're not talking.
But
We're
it's been
saying
acting off.
when we mention Trotman, we mentioned the fact that he was the one who negotiated that royalty. Okay, so that's law. We can't do anything about that. I agree with you, but we can do something about 7, 8, and 9.
Yes.
No,
What
Right,
do you think
moving
about that,
forward.
Subadar?
Moving forward.
Sorry,
That
go
was
ahead,
my
sir.
Honorable, you wanted to say something, Superdar,
No,
before I
no,
go?
you go ahead because I
Or
wanted to
me?
hear more from after you from about the NIP's platform. What other issues? Because, like Onik said, this is the only way we learn from democracy, and we have a right to express ourselves. I will
Well,
never disallow that because we can all benefit. So we'll go back
right.
to Mr.
Well,
Sobadar. He made a very good point, and I would like to hear more from
okay.
him.
Go
But
ahead,
you
go
go
ahead. Let
ahead
me
too.
mute.
But
Let me
you go
mute. Let me
ahead.
mute. Me?
You go ahead,
Honor?
AJ.
Okay. I have a totally different spin on this whole thing. Pleasant good evening to everyone again. Thank you once again, Honorable, for inviting me up on your panel. Now, I'm looking at this with a wider panoramic lens, if you will, right? Now, with what the young lady, Miss Anik Prasad, would have just mentioned as it relates to the 6, 7, and 8 new, what is it? Blocks, the leverage that she mentioned. Honorable Superdar would have sent me a video of Glenn Lal speaking about a new contract where profits supposed to be rising up from 12.5 to about 50%. I'm not sure what timeline that is expected to become reality or manifest. I didn't get that far into because it's a pretty long video and I got distracted and went and did other things. But I would have missed the timeline when that was supposed to be expected. But I'm more focusing on the end game here because I like to think like a monopolist, and I'm always looking for ways to learn how to play Monopoly in real life situations and scenarios. Number one, Guyana's national debt. How much? When is there anything on the agenda targeted? Because do we plan to be economic slaves to these parasitical companies indefinitely? Or is there an agenda on the timetable to say, okay, we are now going to use the said leverage that was mentioned by Ms. Prasad a while ago to, number one, eliminate the national debt, and if possible, give the middle finger to the IMF, you understand, figuratively speaking. And also get back our country and get back, because you see, I'm of the view and I'm of the comprehension. We can only have true political power on the base of the pyramid, which is true economic power. We don't have a strong economic standing, guys. You know what I mean? I don't know where in any part of the world you can go. I'm pretty sure if I take a visit to Dubai or Saudi Arabia or Lebanon or any part of the Middle East, you're not going to find these people giving out and extorting their prime mineral resources in barges and pontoons. I come take what I want, come take how much gold, come take how much diamond, come take how much this, for next to nothing. Where in the world are you going to go and find this? The resources that we need to back the strength of the Guyanese dollar. And not only that, you can't even have a strong economic system when you're importing way more than you're exporting. These are the things that LFS Burnham was trying to prevent when he told the IMF, no, I'm not going to take your loans. These are the ripple effect of conditions that he saw coming down the pipeline that he said no. And then Hoyt went behind his back and said, yes, we're going to take it. So when on the timetable, again, with the leverage that was just mentioned by Ms. Passad, do we say, okay, all right, we're going to use this leverage now to take care of the national debt within the next maybe 10 to 15 years, hopefully, if that's possible, maybe 20, but we don't have no intention by any stretch of imagination to be indebted to you indefinitely. We can't have the sovereignty of Guyana be holden as hostage and on ransom to parasitical industries from abroad indefinitely. Then what are we doing? We don't have a sovereignty. Right? You know, y'all can say, people can say whatever they want about Donald Trump. One thing I respect Mr. Trump for, when that man first started to enter the political arena, he turned and he said to Obama, hey, listen, man, y'all might not like me, but I stand on this principle. Either we have a country or we don't have a country. Right now, as Guyana is right now, we don't have a country. We don't have border security. It is basically futile to non-existent. You understand? We don't even have economic security. Right? We don't even have a strong military. So, and not only that, as an insult to industry, the country is not run by the Constitution. We don't even respect the supreme law of the land. So what do we have? An 83,000 square miles of just mineral-rich land that has no security measures in place? Which other part of the world are you going to go and see that condition? We got to start taking pages out of Burkina Faso, or rather, even Brazil. Brazil is next to us. I'm pretty sure Brazil has a pretty strong border security. I know for sure Brazil has a pretty strong economy. I know for sure Brazil respects their constitution, and not any parasitical nation can just walk in, take out their resources, and walk out back as they feel like. What is wrong with us? What is our problem? This is my contention. This is what is grinding my gears. So I rest on this and I'll yield on this point. When I'm asking again, where on our timetable, regardless of between now and 2030, okay, Lloyd is fighting because I heard him keep saying all the guy, I don't want PPP to lose the election. I just want them to take responsibility for the mishaps that they doing. Okay, so let's say they do come back in power. Do they have anything on their agenda to say, hey, we need to, number one, eliminate the national debt. We need to take certain steps and measures to fortify our economic base and economic strength. We also need to take certain steps to add strength back to the Guyanese dollar that is rapidly free falling.
Come on. Don't try to spread misinformation, bro. The Guyanese dollar actually.
What is misinformation?
How much is the Guyanese dollar, Lord? You're over there. What is it, 240 to 1?
It's 225, 228, probably 230 now. 228 was the last check. Right?
But that is not good.
When I left Guyana,
it's actually
when I left Guyana, it was 190. Hold on, Lloyd. When I left Guyana, it was 192 to 1 US dollar.
Yeah, but you got to cater for inflation. Let me do by.
Well, okay. So, what is your party's plan to curb inflation? Are we gonna? Is this inflation gonna have? Does it have any limit? Does it have any debt ceiling?
Well, first of all, I was very against this cash grant. If you're going to put a lot of money into the economy, yes, inflation would rise. So if you're going to give free money away, like what the opposition them wanted to do, how you expect you to curb inflation if free money is circulating in the economy, right?
I mean, I don't mean to laugh at what you said, Lloyd, but
everything would rise, and we got to cater. No, I'm just telling him, right? You can't curb inflation if you're giving away free money. I don't believe in welfare state, right?
No, I agree with you there.
Right, and first of all,
let me ask Soren. Soren, welcome to the show. What can you say, sir? We don't know much about you. Tell us about yourself. What you would say.
All right, a pleasant good night, folks. I was a former educator back in Guyana for 17 years.
Wow.
I have sweat, blood, and did everything for Guyana. I had to run because PPP there, PNC there, nothing good has happened. We need fresh blood, or you need a coalition. These people, they're fighting like cat and dogs. What Suriname, where Suriname was and where Suriname is right now. When I left the country, it was like just under 200 US per one. It's 230. Lloyd made sense, but he's totally out of order most of the time. Sorry to say this, as a Guyanese, we gotta put politics aside and let's unify and bring our people together. What is 2%? 2% is BS, right? You as a government, it's your oil. You have all right. You have all the laws and order to put things in place. You know how much oil they're being taken out and nobody measuring that stuff? You know what I mean? Guyana is a beautiful country, but it's in a dilemma. It's in a state where, listen, a country's resource is a country man's resource is its people, not the gold, the diamond, and what you have. You gotta take care of your people, and if you can't take care of your people, gold, diamond, and everything else is primary. You gotta look at the country. You will have no proper security. You gotta be living in gated community like a bird. If you don't know anybody at the hospital, you dead. If you don't know nobody at the police force, you dead. Right?
Ron, I don't like to
Listen,
cut in. Sorry for cutting in, guys. But when you're
no,
talking things, right,
don't cut me.
about
Let me finish. You had your time. Let me talk now, please. All right, I've
Now
been
let me finish,
listening.
Lloyd. Let me finish.
I've been on this
it's
program for the
information.
past hour and a half, and I'm listening to all the viewers.
Yes, let him speak. He's been a long time
Right,
waiting.
right, and I'm Lloyd. You just chopping and cover. You need to come clean, despite where you're following. You need to be patriotic. You need to come clean. If PPP, if Agile, the only thing I agree with you with is Agile and Indira, or the other one must go. Right? They are square pegs in hole. Right? Any country, for a country to progress, you gotta take out the rotten eggs, buddy. Right? If your friend is corrupt, you gotta go. You get somebody can take charge. Nobody is superior. You're not there forever. But these guys, they're power drunk. They're getting the money and like they're drinking the oil too. Right? We need fresh blood. And you know what? Mohammed took just 16 seats in 4 months. And they're gonna try to extradite him because in 4 months more, if he stay 4 months more and they call a snap election, he's gonna take 32 seats, not 16. Right? He is the one who would have shield them and protect them from the Granger government. He were moving them secretly, covering them up. Now it's a stab in the back. All right, we are Guyanese, brother. You're talking about one Guyana, and you're stabbing a man in front of his face. Come on, man. As Guyanese, we need to be patriotic. I would love to go back to my country, but I'm fearful of doing that. That's my call on tonight. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Surrender. But a question: do you live in Guyana?
I was a guy. Yeah,
No,
I know. I'm an
he left
American.
because
But do
he
you
get fed
live?
up and he left.
I'm American. I've been here 17 years
But
now.
you're not living in Guyana currently.
Listen,
No,
listen,
no, that's
bro,
not a
bro,
fair
bro,
question.
bro.
No,
The
it is a
man said he
I
question
don't
taught
have
here, he gave his
because
blood, sweat, and
I don't
tears,
have
and
to
he had
live
to
in
but
leave.
that was
Guyana.
back then. The
I don't
country
have
has
to live in
developed
Guyana,
since.
but Guyana is
No, but
part
the
of my
country has
concern.
developed
Guys,
since.
Had I
I
been
wanna discuss
okay?
what the doctor mentioned. Dr. AJ is what I can see. Mention about paying off our debts. So if we can kind of
Yeah,
focus
pay
on
Yes.
off the
that.
debts.
Let's get back to a more
Yes, yes,
economic,
yes, Miss
peaceful
Prasad.
topic.
Thank you. Go ahead, Miss Prasad.
Okay, so I agree with you that paying off the national debt first with the oil profit is one of the most powerful and physically conservative position our government can take right now. And I know you mentioned if you can elaborate a little bit on the what you mentioned about the IMF so that other people can understand. If you can kind of break it down to layman terms.
Um, well, okay, so I think it was, I can't remember the exact year. I think it was Lyndon Forbes Eliphas Barnum was heard in an interview about, he was being interviewed about taking, they were asking how he feels about taking foreign aid. Around the time, well, this would have been
Are you
obviously
talking about
before
1980s,
1980s, yeah, early
Okay.
1980s, right? That during that timeline. This was before we would have had a CSME, which is the Caribbean Single Market Economy. It was otherwise known as CARIFTA back
We had a
then.
big debt. We had a big debt then too.
Right, right. But Burnham saw it best to reject the International Monetary Fund because their loans come with
Conditions. It forced
yeah,
them to slash
yeah,
to
with
slash
detrimental
spending.
conditions. They want you to import more and export less. They want you to drop the value of your dollar. So it basically is like a soft economic destabilization the minute you accept the loan. And this is why he said, no,
Well,
we're
it
going to
came with
rely on
they wanted
CARIFTA.
to slash public spending. They also wanted to freeze wages. That's where they also wanted to privatize local asset.
Yes, because
And
everything was nationalized at the time. Correct.
right, and
Correct.
according to political scientists, they claimed, this is not my words, this is their words, they claimed that that's what deeply damaged the standard of living and put Guyana into poverty.
Yes, and that's how we fell from being a breadbasket of the Caribbean to now being the handout beggar of the Caribbean community, so to speak. Instead of delusionally bragging to the world that we're the richest, fastest growing economy in the world. I've never heard such delusional nonsense before in my life
Okay, and
from a
to
government.
touch on the debt itself,
Yes.
so one of the things that I did note is that it's not trapped by the predatory bailouts from the IMF right now. It's actually trapped in the public debt, which is this is US dollars, by the way, okay?
U.S.
10.3
currency, yeah.
billion by the end of
10.3 billion.
by the end of 2026.
Do
Okay.
you know, Ms. Prasad, do you know if we have a debt ceiling and what that debt ceiling is?
That's a good question. Can somebody look that up? I don't know.
Let me see.
But let's get back to what you were saying, Anik. Now that he's clarified what he was saying, what
So,
were you saying on that?
so I don't know if any of you remember when the president came out and said that we can't easily copy Norway model, right? He's partly right and partly wrong. But what I recommend is for them to, go along with what the doctor said, to pay off the debt. Like, it's really important for Guyana to pay off that debt. You understand? I mean, once they do that, even they would have the ability to get the GDP to raise. You know what I mean? But I'm going to let the doctor, or is he off? Is somebody else want to
I
mention
got you. While
anything?
he's researching that, let me get back to Subadar.
Okay.
And you continue to lead the political party in Guyana, is that right, Mr. Subadar?
That's correct.
You'll
John
continue
Oliver,
to lead the party and continue your
Yes,
endeavors, which you have all democratic rights to in Guyana. Am I right?
absolutely correct. Based on the
What are some
Constitution.
of the programs? You don't have to give us all, but I respect your take on the Guyana oil, recovery and what we can get. What are the other areas that you would fight on, or fight for
Well,
change or reform?
well, we have to look at how this country is in a state of total disarray. You've got policing a major problem in this country. You've got, let's think about the infrastructure. The hospital, the school, the roads, the electricity, water, sewer, reliable transportation system. Railway system is key to cutting transportation costs for goods and services. We have to invest the right way. The PPP is like they wake up one morning and they just go, you play hopscotch back there You jump in one and you jump into another. That's what they're doing with this country. There is no long-term plan to develop this country. And that is where they've been going wrong. And we've been telling them that for years. You know, we have to invest in our human resource, educating our young generation. We've got 50% school dropout in this country. What is the government doing about it? They're not doing anything. You know, we need proper training centers. We need support for each child when they fall out of school. It's not that you just give them a uniform and you give them some incentives. This is not how you're going to make these children be able to have a future in this country. They walk out of this country and go look for a future in a foreign land while we have all the resources, while we have all the oil resources, natural resources. We've got agricultural lands. What happened? We need land reforms in this country so we can have equal distribution of lands. We should have our children in school at the age of 14, register for a house lot, and for lands when they finish school can go as an entrepreneur, open their own businesses. So you've got so much problems that people have created in this country. It's a runaway train. They can't put the brakes on what is happening right now. And this is what we've been telling them all along. You know, look at what is happening with our young children: drugs, alcohol, suicide, depression, mental
Suicide,
health.
yes.
All these issues are not addressed by the
Accidents.
government. Accidents. I want Mr. Lloyd Draper come and address these issues like a normal human being, not with
I
his
will,
fancy stories.
I
You'll
will
get your
debunk
chance, Lloyd.
everything. Everything that
You'll
you
get
just
your
said, I will
chance.
debunk that. I will debunk that.
You'll get
First
your
of all,
chance. So,
yes.
so you
No, no,
talk.
you're
So let,
misinforming the
sir,
people and that the government is not doing anything in the country because there are a
sir,
lot of
let
programs
me
that
let
are
me finish, and then you get
initiated.
your chance to come back to the panel.
Yeah,
Let
Mr.
him continue, Lloyd. Let him continue. I want to give Saran, because I remember Saran was waiting for a whole hour and a half to get on, which I apologize for. Nobody should wait an hour and a half to get on. If you want to talk, he's a teacher. Thank you for your service, sir. Saran, Surendranat, I think it's Suren for us. I can't remember the last name there.
Surrendra, but my name is Batraj Peters. The PPP, they're
Oh, you're
doing a lot.
Peters. Okay, the
Yeah,
Peters are very
Peters.
connected to the PPP, yes.
They're doing a lot. They're helping their comrades.
Oh,
They're helping their comrades. They're giving them contract, and the cash grant is a medium to keep the Guyanese populates quiet. Right?
Absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct,
Right?
Surendra.
The
Because Guyanese,
cash grant is to keep the Guyanese populates quiet. That's one scenario. Right? First of all, as I said in the initial stage of my presentation, a country's resource is its people. You got to lift people's standard of living. And when you're going to lift people's standard of living, you got to take the different sectors into consideration. Education, you got to uplift your education system, uplift the curriculum, modernize the system. You build in hospitals where you don't have technicians to operate the machinery and the stuff. Where you building hospitals for, right? Okay, train people and let them be okay. You build a hospital, fine, but get personnel to work in them. You got to make people safe, right? You got to make people safe. The security system need to be upgraded. The whole law and order, the whole constitution need to be rewritten, right? We've been following the constitution back in the Burnham Chetty era, right? And I don't mind if you people upset with me, but Burnham and Chetty are the cause of Guyana's dilemma today because they were brothers. They fought against each other on the political platform, and after they leave the Indians and the black to fight, they end up at Castellani House drinking Bacardi and Scotch.
and Suresh is
Bacardi and
correct.
Scotch can
He's
go
absolutely
together. No, those
correct.
are two heavy things.
No,
Suresh is absolutely correct. Why Guyana is a downfall is because of
yeah,
those two
and
leaders.
another thing, right? They are the downfall of Guyana's situation today, right?
it happened,
But
Jack
the
Mess.
ideology, the PPP and the PNC, whatever, they would not want to lose grip of Guyanese. They would hold on because they felt that we are indebted to them. You got to put your people ahead first, make them confident, make them feel like they're part of the country. They must have a say. You got to ensure that they live healthy, they have good lifestyle. Education is below above par, and education, health, and everything, right? We only preaching about Guyana is the next Dubai, and you're talking to somebody and you get GPL blackout. How can you be the next Dubai when you have power outages more than anything? Like, Lloyd, I respect
You
you,
call it.
but you might say I am not living in Guyana, right? But my heart and mind is with Guyana, because had Guyana been a better place, I would have never left my teaching profession and come over here, brother. I came here for betterment, and it's
Look,
it's
Brother,
a sore it's a
Brother
sore to
Suran,
see
brother.
what's going
But
on,
you talk about blackouts just now, but yet you did not come to Guyana in a long while. Come on, make it
bro,
make sense.
bro,
I mean, we
bro.
talking
You go
logically
to
here, right? We're
immigration.
big
I've
people,
been
we're
going to
mature
Guyana.
individuals, right? How
I've
do you
gone to
know that we have
Guyana
constant
for
blackouts?
5 times. I have gone to Guyana, right? And when I go to Guyana, I don't feel safe, brother. I, I
you
felt I
see,
felt like a bird in a cage. Why you gotta be living in a gated community? Why you can't be
see,
living free?
Brother
Look,
Suran,
but I don't live in a gated community
I
and I
no
feel
no.
very
This is
safe.
a general.
Well,
This
I
is a
do not
general
live in a gated
statement.
community, but I feel very safe. Though, make it
No,
make sense
you
again.
should you
You know,
should
you're
feel safe
contradicting yourself, brother.
anywhere
You're
you go,
contradicting everything you're talking about the government against the government. It's like, I
bro.
mean,
I'm not
I don't
PPP.
understand where you're coming from,
I'm
honestly.
not PPP. I'm not Win. I am not APNU.
And you're not
I am a
Guyanese,
human
as I could see
being,
right now.
and I'm a patriotic
Well,
Guyanese.
Lloyd, let me
But you,
ask you this, just
so so
to go on a little segue here. Are you satisfied with the efforts made to raise the MV Barima? I just want to put it out to
oh
everybody on the
yeah,
Yes,
panel.
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes. I am
Listen,
satisfied because I don't want to make
listen,
it into a monument. Let it come up
listen.
and let it show
No, no,
that
but
how
are you
old
satisfied at the
it was.
speed with which
No,
that is, or lack of speed? What is your take on that, Lloyd?
Well, everything, well, the lack of speed, and I criticize the government for lack of everything, right? And, implementation,
now you're talking.
enforcement. That is what I criticize my government for. That's for nonsense what the others talking about. Come on, right? With Exxon contract and
Oh
with,
no, no, it wasn't
no, no.
nonsense. Those
When
guys
that
No,
boat
right
it is
there,
when that
their
nonsense.
boat
views.
sank,
Everybody got a
Because
view,
the
right? Lloyd,
government doing
let's
a lot.
respect them and
The
let's agree to
government doing a
disagree.
lot. The
Well, Lloyd, you
government doing a
continue to
lot.
make us a submission. You're not happy with that, right? What about the $10 million? Do you think that's a fair price to raise the ship? And what about Azruddin's offer to raise it for free as a Guyanese citizen? Would you have taken that if you were the president of Guyana?
give the man a chance. Let him do it.
No, well, for one, right, as a government, I would not let the opposition leader
Why?
raise the Barima
Why? It's
because
one Guyana, brother. One Guyana.
no, no. But
wait,
listen,
Suran, I want to hear
I did
I
not
want to
finish
hear
my
the reason.
statement. I did not
I want to
finish
hear
my
the reason.
statement
Go ahead,
Let
Lloyd.
me
alone,
finish. Let
guys.
Lloyd finish
Guys,
over
I did
here.
not finish
Why,
my
Lloyd?
statements. Right? I
All
would
right, go
not let
ahead.
it. I would. Okay, he wants to participate. Yes, let the opposition part. Not only in raising the Barima, but in everything, the COI and XYZ, everything. Let the opposition, let everybody be a part, of everything that is going on concerning
Well,
this
I don't
tragedy.
think Azruddin has said no to any of those things you're bringing up
I
here.
saw okay
Right.
question.
So
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 yes, I would let the opposition come in and let it be right there. If they want to put money better yet for the country. I mean, he stole a lot of money from the country, so put back some. Yeah, no problem.
so yeah, but what is your contention with him using his own personal resources to bring up the ship to the surface?
No, well, as I just said, with all the money he stole from the country, yes, let him use his finance. No problem. I'm all
Right?
for that.
Now he alone a thief. All of them a thief. Them a
Okay,
thief in
so
seconds.
we're going to get back to paying off the
uh,
debt. We're going to get back to paying off the debt. I think, were you able
yes.
to get the information, Dr. AJ?
Yes, I was. Thank you. Back to refocusing the conversation, Ms. Prasad. So what I have here is it says yes, Guyana has legal limits on borrowing. The country maintains separate statutory ceilings for domestic public debt and external debt under its laws. Emphasis on domestic debt and external debt, which is domestic, which would be public debt, and external debt under its laws, which can be adjusted by approval in the National Assembly. Now, here's the breakdown, the legal framework of this. Government, governed by acts such as the External Loans Act and the Public Loan Act, requiring parliamentary approval to raise limits. Then you have recent adjustments. The government raised both limits multiple times to accommodate rapid infrastructure development and major national projects like the gas to energy initiatives, right? Then now we have the current limits. Somebody eating a sweetie. Oh, that's you. Yeah.
Oh, that was me. Sorry, I apologize.
No,
It's
that's
a
all right.
mint.
That's all
It's
right.
a Huntsman.
It's kind of like, yeah.
I'm gonna
Current,
mute myself.
it's okay. Yeah. Current limits are the domestic public loan ceiling stands at. We get in the numbers now. Domestic public loan stands at 1.5 trillion Guyana dollars, and the external loan ceiling is set at 900 billion Guyana dollars. So we only allowed to borrow 900 billion Guyana, up to 900, not exceeding 900 billion Guyana dollars from foreign entities, but public domestic loan can go up to 1.5 trillion Guyana dollars. So those are the numbers and those are the conditions there. Hmm. Yes. Yes. Right. Yeah, we can prevent. Yes, that's very important indeed. Hmm.
That's a chime in, right? Sorry.
Hmm. 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 Wow. Exponentially. Yeah. Not only that, Ms. Prasad, not only that, remember I have a detective brain. I like to rely on both inductive and deductive reasoning skill sets. So I like to question the timing of everything. Being that, okay, now why is Exxon choosing now to be favorable to contract negotiations with more favorable royalties at this time when they would have already extorted what a great lion's share of our oil to other nations? Would it have not been better to be okay? Maybe let's say 2020, 6 years ago. Why now? This is
Exactly.
what this is what my detective brain is pushing me to ask.
Well, guys, just to chime in a bit, sorry, right? This is my economic brains coming into fore, right? First of all, right, Guyana debt increased because of the
Lloyd, we let you speak.
infrastructural.
Let's Dr. AJ finish his point, please.
No, but you made a statement before I lost my train of thought, right? I just want
Lloyd,
to
we
say
gotta get some Sonatogen for you after this live
You're
broadcast.
gonna
but
get
no, no.
you're gonna get
Sometimes
your turn. Let Dr.
I listen
AJ
to.
wrap up his thought, please, Lloyd.
I think go
Okay?
ahead, doctor. Go.
uh, yeah. Yeah. So again, actionable. We need actionable steps, or at least an actionable plan, right? Between now, I know it may not. Maybe between now and 2030, maybe too soon to accomplish attacking in the national debt. It may be well beyond 2030, maybe going into about 2035, right? But we must have an actionable data plan that we can take to take care of the national debt and reboot, stimulate, and fortify our economic growth. This is where our focus should be as patriotic Guyanese. and go. And I'm saying this on the heels of what I respect about Donald Trump most. Either we have a country or we don't have a country. As it stands right now, as Guyanese, we don't have a country. I rest there for now. Somebody else can go.
I
Can
agree.
I
I
have
agree
We got a
with
new
you
person,
completely.
Alex. Alex wanted to come on it. Let's hear him and let's see if he's Yes, Alex, let us hear you, sir. Welcome to the show.
No, I agree with what everybody is saying, right? But certain people are saying things like, um, we're Mr. What is his name again? Um,
Roy?
Super?
Super,
Yes, yes, super. Super.
super dark.
Super, yeah. I agree with him. This country here right now is, for me, I would tell you straight, this country is going to chaos. And if they don't do something about it right now, it's it's like the poor here is like they ain't got nothing for them right now. And with this Barima thing that's going on, like nobody doesn't care about it anymore. Just you and everybody was on here talking about it. This who cares. But the government, no. Mm-mm.
Uh,
They're not doing anything about this. They're doing all this shit, bringing up this, bringing up that, and there's nothing they're doing about it. You understand? Watch, we had people donate money from, let me just say, the Global Super League or wherever that is. I don't even know if these people are gonna get the money. You
You mean the
understand?
100 people who died, who died, the family and so on.
Yes, the family who
So,
died.
Alex, what part of Guyana you are from, brother?
Um, I'm from Georgetown.
But you're calling from, we're speaking from Georgetown right now?
Yes.
Oh, good, good. So you feel that this, I mean, we haven't heard about the boat coming up, the ship, the ferry, and that sort of like has gone into the back burner. I heard about the outreach, and I'm not saying it because I'm an APNO or PNC or winner. I'm not affiliated to any party. But as somebody who's looking on at this, I tend to agree with you that this thing has lost its impetus, even if it had any, that it doesn't seem to be anybody concerned about it. I've heard about outreach, I've seen a lot of other movements, but I've not seen anything directly related to MV Barima.
Look, I don't pick sides. I don't pick sides. I just like to know what's being doing right and what's being doing wrong. Right? And if you're doing wrong, I will tell you straight, you're doing wrong.
And somebody
If
said the
you're doing,
same thing they did to Adriana Young. Blessed. Is
yeah,
that the best way for a government to handle these things? Expect them to go away or probably give them a cash grant? I mean, where did they learn the politics from or their
They're hoping
administration?
that they're hoping that we will get distracted, go to enough parties, enough adoration parties,
But
enough
Alex,
boat
yes,
cruises.
and I hear you. You think this thing can be swept under the rug like this?
look, um, let me
You
tell
there,
you,
Guyana, tell me.
let me tell you something. I'm not like going into the politics thing more or whatever, right? What I know that should be done, it should have been done. If they know they could have helped this situation more, they could have done it. But nobody didn't do nothing. You understand?
Do you think a
So
cash grant can cure this and make people then forget about this? Is that something that Guyanese are susceptible
no,
to?
no, no, no. No cash grant cannot forget about whatever
If you get
happened there.
5 times a cash grant and say,
There's
well,
a
let's
lot
move
of
on,
there's a
that's the
lot
past is the
of
past. Is that
that's
likely
a
to say, Alex, forget about what happened? We didn't have
no, no,
nothing to do
no.
with that. Wave,
That's a
throw over the
lot of
boat.
life, that tragedy that happened there. It's a lot of life gone, a lot of kids, and up to now, I still feel for the parents and whoever parents go down with that vessel. I still feeling for them.
I
Mr.
hear you, brother.
Mr. Baldeo, uh, this Barimas incident, right?
Uh-huh.
It is a millennium disgrace for the Guyanese people. It's a total disgrace. These are our indigenous people, our first people. And they would have toiled and they would have given so much to Guyana. And others came and met them there, right? To treat our indigenous people like this is a millennium or a total disgrace. I wish an American was on that ship when it went down. The Americans would have get that shit up, right? But and to treat your Guyanese people like this, bring up that ship, resolve the issue. Had it been a government official, somebody for them went down there, that shit would, excuse my language, that crap would be up the next 3 hour or the next,
True. No, I hear
right?
you. I
Right?
have reason to believe that. Yes,
Right?
I've seen
These are
some
our
prostitutes.
indigenous people. When you look at the when you look at the when you look at the status, they're way below, right? And other parties are going in there and helping them, and the government is afraid of that, right? Um, when it comes to politics and religion, that's two things I don't like to get into. But money come, money go, life come, and you can't replace. You need to bring up that ship, put a closure. Why, as Guyanese, we wait on a situation like this when they had that fire? You heard anything about that fire in that hostel when those children died? Nothing. You heard anything when that little girl was burnt in that hotel or tortured? Nothing. You hear anything about Henry Brothers? Nothing. Right? Guyana,
Again,
Guyana
hold
is
on, guys.
popular.
Guys,
Guyana is
guys,
popular
I'm gonna
because
leave the
of Tim
panel.
Jones.
Guys,
And
Mr.
Guyana is
Baldeo.
going to be
Lloyd,
popular
Well,
again
Lloyd, you
let
had
because
me
your
of
hear
chance,
Lloyd.
Guyana.
Lloyd.
Lloyd,
No,
that's
the
a
reason
serious
why.
indictment. So
No,
how
the
can you
Lloyd,
reason.
you
say
had
that the
your
No,
chance
the
government?
reason
before.
why,
Let's
because
listen to
this guy
Lloyd.
spreading
Let's listen to Lloyd.
misinformation that there's nothing coming out of these cases. There's COIs, and we talk about the Henry brothers just now. There are people that were found guilty of unaliving those brothers, right? So come on, why you guys are spreading so much information for,
No, I
man?
No,
forgot about
You're
the Henry
representing
brothers.
your
He
party.
cited some other cases, Lloyd,
No.
that
Can
do
I
You want
say
discuss
you
something?
want
no,
to
this.
I
debate the
was just giving
government,
an example. I
right?
was just
No,
Baldeo,
giving
can
but
an
I
you
say
example.
cannot
something?
debate with misinformation because people would not understand or
Well,
listen to
Oh
you.
no,
For
no, but all
example,
right. Let me
you
take
don't
on the
want to
Henry
go against the
brothers.
government.
He
all
cited
Listen
the
to
right,
what these
Nadia,
two guys just said.
all
the
right.
With that,
Barima,
put
and
me.
Adriana Young. These
Adriana
are
Young,
three
yes.
cases that justice does not seem to have been served. What
Right.
is your response to that?
Well, Adrian Young, there was a commission of inquiry from international people. I think all of these cases, the government interjected and actually put it out. So I don't know what you guys are saying. What is the information you guys are
It
putting
could
out?
be like
Weren't
So
there
Lloyd, can I
commission
ask
of
you something?
inquiries?
20
Wasn't there
years
Commission,
from
no,
now,
hold
that
on, hold on,
case will
hold
be
on,
still
man.
going on.
Hold on, man. Every time I speak, somebody gotta say something. Wasn't there a commission of inquiry concerning all the cases that this individual just mentioned? Yes, was there conviction concerning some of these cases that this individual
Lloyd,
just mentioned?
stop spreading.
Wasn't there
Lloyd, please stop spreading
satisfaction? How was
spreading
that
You
false
had
nonsense?
information.
Yes or no?
inquiry.
I'm
There's been
asking
no
you.
commission of inquiry in the Adriana matter. So
you
stop
No,
have.
no.
There
So
spelling.
was
they did
an
not bring in
Stop
a
inquest.
spelling false
international
information.
pathologist.
It was a
Wasn't it
flimsy
showcase? They
inquest.
did not bring in international
So,
pathologists to
so Lloyd,
look
hold
that girl.
on.
That
Okay, good,
Barima,
Come
good.
on,
Lloyd,
man.
stay right there. Hold on,
What
wait.
more? What more
Lloyd,
you guys want the government to
wait.
actually do?
Lloyd, hold
Right?
on. Lloyd, I'm glad you brought up that they brought in the three pathologists. What happened to that report? Where
nothing.
is that report now?
Well, exactly. Well, you tell
Absolutely
me what
nothing.
happened to it. You tell me what happened to it.
No. Why does your
No.
government have that
You
report
tell me what
under
happened to it.
lock?
What
Hello,
conclusion did
sir,
those pathologists
Why
have
does
over
your
that?
government have that initial report from those three pathologists under lock and key? The pathologist in Atlanta, Georgia, Dr. Carol, what's her
That's
name, is
a
still
white woman with
waiting
no
on
interest.
that. She is still waiting on the initial autopsy reports
Everything is
before
on
she
the
can make.
internet. Everything was
Sir,
put out on the
sir.
internet. What was you
No, it
waiting
was
on?
not.
You
No,
guys
it
are
was
just
not.
being
No,
disingenuous.
it
No,
was
Lloyd,
not.
at a
Stop
certain
it.
Disingenuous.
Stop it.
stage, it was
It's
abrupt
She
just
was
being
not.
terminated.
disingenuous, guys.
What
She
AJ is
was
saying is
not.
correct. I think
Why
they
do
Okay,
they
gave
have
guys.
it
out
under
Okay,
lock and
the
key?
guys.
Because
Let's
why didn't the
focus on what
pathologist in Atlanta
what
get that
Everything is
initial
Honorable
out there.
report
Howard.
to
Everything
make a
is out there.
conclusive?
Lloyd,
It's
Everything
Lloyd,
is
not out
out
there.
there.
Lloyd, Lloyd,
And you guys are just spreading
Lloyd, Lloyd,
misinformation
Lloyd,
concerning every single
Lloyd.
thing
One
that you're
moment,
talking
please.
about.
Lloyd, one moment, please.
Lord, go
Yeah,
get a
Tonic.
cup of
Yes.
coffee,
Every
brother.
time I'm
Honorable
thinking, now
Albert
you
Baldeo
speaking when I'm
asked a
speaking.
question. Lloyd, 1 second. He asked a question. The topic that you're speaking on right now, you're entitled to share it, but you have to wait your turn. Allow the gentleman who was speaking before you to continue, and don't
Again, I
get
gotta
your
reiterate, right?
emotional
I gotta
involved.
reiterate what I just said. With the
Mike, please, let's
misinformation
not let
spread it.
emotion
I did not
dictate
even
how we
address you
solve
earlier.
issues. So it's
Anyway,
just,
and,
you
and
let the young man speak, and if you can wait, you will get your turn, okay?
no. Hold on. First of all, guys, right? You guys got to be
I know
respectful. The
you're
fact that
very
I'm the
passionate,
only
and you're
opposition,
trying to
to
protect
what you guys
Lloyd,
are
my
saying on
brother,
the
you need
panel.
a
Republican
cup.
Party.
You need 2
Listen,
cups of coffee. Go get
I
2 cups of
understand
coffee
that,
and
but
come
right
back.
now, let's allow Suresh to speak, please.
Yeah, I think we need to do so as Guyanese. We need to do better. We got to stop putting politics in front of everything, right? We got to move. We got to work with stakeholders. We got to work with all the commissions. We got to move Guyana forward. We can't be We got to stop pointing fingers. If X want to bring up the boat, allow the man. He's Guyanese. He want to do something. Don't stop him. The man went out with his boat. They stopped him from picking up bodies. You know how much family are going through that pain and that agony. They don't know the outcome of those bodies. Bring up the boat. Do something, man. Come on, we're Guyanese. We need to do better than this. You know? And we need to do better. We gotta put politics aside. Forget what
I
this one do
think
and
I
that one
think
do.
Can I
I
say
think
something
that
when you
part
guys
I
finish,
think
please?
that part there
Can I say something
is
when you guys finish,
you
please?
really have to put against the politics part and let whoever want to help, let them help.
Yeah.
You understand? This is not politics anymore. This
So,
is
Alex, what is the latest on bringing up this ferry? What is the latest coming out of Guyana?
by. Let me tell you something. I ain't in here nothing about nothing going on right now.
So, up to now, nobody ain't get a contract or whatsoever.
Not nothing.
That's a serious indictment because I
They
mean this thing happened
they
since June
trying
the
they
18th,
trying to
July 18th, I think. And we're gonna
they,
be celebrating a month, not celebrating, we'll be mourning for a month now. And those people can't bury their family, the respect and dignity for Guyanese people. And like I said, if it's white people, the pressure would have been there to bring up them people like right away. So why is it we can't love our own people and respect them? That these are, even though they're people, they're every Guyanese is equal. You got to bring up these people and give them a decent burial.
I
Definitely.
wish I wish I could answer that, but brother Suran,
Yeah,
I
brother.
think I think listen, I don't know how when the narcissism on this government will end because we're dealing with people who lack empathy, lack love for humanity. You understand? And you see, like where you mentioned about the the delusions of grandeur. That's what I like to call it.
Yeah.
Delusions of grandeur. Examples being talking about, oh yes, we're the richest, the fastest growing economy in the world, and the greatest country in the South American continent. These are delusions of grandeur.
Doctor, imagine you have a
Baseless.
country that going through a state of emergency where people lost life and they going to the parliament for fight for money for a guy. So he pension can go
Yes.
good. Huh?
Business as usual.
Right? You know, this, listen, it's a total shame. It's a total disgrace. Sometimes when people ask me if I'm Guyanese, I'm scared.
Oh, I
Jim
was
Jones
sharing that
make
with
us
the pastor
popular.
and Honorable Superdar tonight that I'm very shameful sometimes. I don't even want it. You see, I'm gonna let Pastor KK go after me, but I did mention this very same sentiment tonight. Because everybody through the Caribbean region can brag about their island, their nation, because they have nation first. And it is really I just got to admire when the Jamaicans go any part of the world.
Or the Twinnies
Or
also.
you understand? They with the chest out.
Doctor, another situation. We have our young people, there's not enough job for them. They're going through trauma, they're going through social issue, mental issue, physical issue, psychological issue, financial issue. Is there institution to
yeah.
help or curb this situation? Watch
Guys,
Guyana, they
Brother,
one time had the
brother, you know
highest
what's the
suicide
most
rate.
depressing thing? One
Honorable
second, Lloyd.
Baldeo. Well,
One
no,
second, Lloyd.
thanks for having me. And because they can't get the guy like Suresh talking bare nonsense. Right now
All
we
right,
have
my
our
brother.
unemployment rate 6%. Right now we
Brother,
need
brother,
workers.
brother.
Yeah, again, you
You
guys
know
pretend the
the
Guyanese
truth
people
does
in
hurt, you know.
poverty. You know,
The
no.
truth
I'm
does
gonna
hurt.
speak now and leave. I'm gonna speak and leave. Because you never hear nonsense. You got a lot of people in poverty, you know why? Because they choose to be in poverty. You're not
Brother,
taking the
Lloyd,
program that the
Lloyd.
I'm
government
looking
is
at the
actually
young people.
dishing out.
Brother
The
Young
Baldeo,
people,
government
after Lloyd finished,
they're
I was
getting in
something like to
situations to
address.
10,000
go through.
10,000
Lloyd, that's
scholarship, right?
very rude. Lloyd,
Was
that's
given.
very,
No, I
very rude.
no.
No one has been
No, that
rude
is
to you
rude of
in
you
that
guys to
manner.
be
No,
misinforming your
nobody, no, you're
viewers. You
asking,
guys are
All
you
right,
have a
very
all right.
long
Let
chance.
Lloyd speak.
you
Let
guys
Lloyd
are
speak.
misinforming your viewers, and I cannot sit on this panel listening
Well,
to
that's why
Well,
I
voice
Lloyd,
said
is
and
don't
there
get
enough
too cocky
jobs
up
there,
Okay,
your
let
brother?
me
brother.
help
right?
you
I mean,
articulate what you're
you have
saying for the
nobody else
government.
debunking you
This
guys
is what
except
the
me, right? When
government
I
has
come off, you
done
guys can
so
Listen,
talk your
far.
misinformation as much as you like, right?
What?
All
No
right. Let Lloyd
problem,
talk. I don't want him to
right?
come off. Let him talk.
No, and I respect you, Mr. Baldier, right? Everybody needs a voice, and again,
Yeah, you entitled to your opinion. It's no problem. It's
but
we
understandable.
we
these guys are
totally
talking
Lloyd,
that
disagree
the
with you,
country
Lloyd.
is
You
in a
make sense.
But
dystopian
how would
state.
you?
Everybody's saying the
I'm not
country is in a
attacking
dystopian
you,
state.
No, no.
and I like your defense. But
Alberto's
are
right.
there
Let him
enough
speak, please.
jobs for the young people? And then somebody to say earlier that the young people don't like to work. It's true,
Exactly,
Lloyd.
they don't want to work. That is true. That's a factual. Because right now, with the company that I work with, we need almost 300 workers, right? Because the
What
contract we
company
have.
is that?
And I would not disclose, right?
You
And
gotta
yes, we
disclose.
cannot.
You what happened?
No, I would
What
not
happened?
disclose. Why should I disclose?
How
What company do
convenient.
you work
All
at? What
right.
is
You
your
don't want to
address?
get
And
any
what
kind
is
of
your
problem.
address? Can I ask you your address? Simple and plain, right?
Yeah, you want to know my
All right. All
address?
right. Let's move on,
I don't know.
gentlemen. Don't
I'm
ask each other
just trying to
personal
make a
questions.
comparison. I'm trying to make a
You
comparison
should be
anyway.
proud of what you're doing. If you're working with a
No, well,
company,
we
be
as
proud.
All
Guyanese
right.
should
All
be
right.
proud as Guyanese.
If you don't want to
I guess
disclose
Suresh
it,
said
if
that
it's
he
right, it's
doesn't want to
okay.
come to
All right,
Guyana
it's
because
a
he's afraid to
democratic
come to
country.
Guyana.
Honorable
You're
Baldeo,
not a patriot to Guyanese. You're just a freaking
Well,
a complainer,
Lloyd, let me ask you this.
right?
Um, if there's no solution to this problem, right? This
There is a
body, but I know
solution, man.
you've said
Lloyd,
some
listen.
good things, and you've also agreed with us on some, or you know, you've said both things, both sides, and you've kept a somewhat of a open discussion because you've also said that there's certain critique of the government which shows that you're also somewhat objective. Do you think that the government will be able to survive this thing if they continue not to raise the ship and take care of this oil thing and
No,
not?
they would not. They would lose the election come 2031. That's why I said from the inception they would because of popular votes. And right now, as written, Guardian in this country, and most of you guys are not living in this country, right? As written is not the most popular leader currently in the country. You know,
He is or
with
is not?
Yes,
Oh, he
currently,
is.
especially with the fact with that farm thing that happened with our president and with this
Uh huh.
fiasco, this tragedy. Yeah, the PPP underwater right now. So, what you expect to do,
We
right? You
want
have
to
to
I
give
bail
them
them
time
out.
understand. You
We
to,
see,
can
Lloyd
help
is
you.
being
right?
somewhat
And
very honest too,
I've been
gentlemen.
honest. Look, I'm the most honest
He's
person
somewhat
on
honest
this
in what he's
panel.
saying.
You know, I'm the most honest person on this panel, guys, right? And
Well,
you
I
got
don't
to
want to
criticize them.
attack
You
anybody,
have
but
to.
I mean,
But
somebody
you
just said
cannot be
Muhammad Ali
spreading
with some blue
misinformation at the set
hearts.
time. No. What I'm trying to say, guys, if you're trying to bring people over to your party, you cannot be spreading misinformation because it will be
Brother, it's
nonsensical.
not
It will be stupid because
All
misinformation.
right, all
people
right.
are
So
not
It's
here,
Hold
factual,
factual.
on,
you
hold on.
know. People
all
have
right. Listen,
people have
Lloyd has
AI.
redeemed
People have the
himself.
Google.
Lloyd
They can
has
Google
No,
anything
achieved
but
that you
his
not
guys
fully,
say.
not
perspective.
fully, not
Right?
fully.
The man
So
is
Lloyd,
honest
Guys,
enough to say,
not fully,
let
not
Lloyd
fully.
get his two
Lloyd,
cents in.
no. Lloyd, listen.
He's going to
In order to
continue down this line
disapprove,
unless he get his 2 cents in. Let him get it in.
right? No, I'm giving him that time, Lloyd. In order to disapprove what you're calling misinformation, is there any source you can point us to, any direction you can point us to back up your claims or your facts, any
If you
receipts,
guys
anything?
could point of the
We need
source, right?
facts and we
When
need
you see a lot
evidence.
of
Yeah.
people ain't getting jobs in the country and people suffering in the country, and you point to your source and with blackouts in the country, you tell me that, and then I would point to my source. All you gotta do, hold on. All right, go to
If brother, it's
Gemini,
either you have your source or
go
your
to
receipts.
Google, hold on, go to
When
Google
you
Gemini,
can't
and
say
everything is there,
misinformation,
right? But we're talking about the plight of the people in the country. Yes, I agree with you guys. The people in the hinterland regions are suffering from resources that needs to be met to them. I advocate for that. I advocate for compensation for the families of the Barima tragedy, right? I advocate for a lot of stuff. I advocate for freaking
Okay.
jail and there to go. You know why? Because I'm for my Guyanese people. I'm not, I'm not a soup drinker. I'm a
Mr.
political
Lloyd,
Okay.
analyst. I come and TikTok to,
Lloyd, you don't
you
get any
know.
contracts from the government, right?
I
Mr.
do
Lloyd,
not
if
have
you
contracts with the government. Well, look, I could get them if I feel like, but
But
all
you
I
don't
have to
get.
do, I have to certify myself. Hold on now, I have to certify myself first and be experienced in whatever contract I'm bidding for. That's all. That's how you get contracts. I could get. There's
Oh,
a
you
will,
could
there's a
get.
way,
But that gives you
right?
some sense of
so,
independence because you're not beholden to them to
Mr.
take
Well,
away
Lloyd,
I
the
am an
contract.
independent thinker. That's
Mr. Lloyd,
unlike others on this panel. Just everything the
What
PPP
No,
got,
no,
the
most of
this,
them
the
are okay.
PPP
I
got.
don't think
If you
so.
guys
I
just
don't
keep
think they're
coming and
biased.
bashing the PPP
Like Anique, I
Mr.
know
constantly,
some of
Lloyd,
them personally, they're not biased. They just want to see good for Guyana. Tell you the truth, brother.
Mr.
Everybody
Lloyd,
wants to see good for Guyana.
Mr.
Is that
Lloyd,
what really happened here?
I
They want to
hope,
see good for Guyana. All of
Miss,
it.
Mr. Lloyd, I hope you don't be in trouble after this live because you've been supportive with some of the points we are raising. I hope nobody from the government don't attack you because when the minute you attack, you gotta get a big defense. I
oh
wish
no,
you
no,
well,
I
my
was
brother.
attacked, bro. I was attacked. I get to set to them like Team Progress Prince on this on TikTok,
Well,
right? It's just everything is PPP, PPP, PPP. I was attacked just for criticizing the government how they handle this tragedy. I was even
Right.
my phone was confiscated, guys, right, from the police because I was like streaming a TikTok concerning when they were taking out bodies from the riverways, and they
Yeah,
don't want me to even interact with the families.
that
So
was
it
right.
was a whole shit show. They did shit concerning the tragedy. Well, they're actually trying to get back, but without Indira and Ejel that going, the PPP will look bad and they will lose the election. Simple
You
and
know,
plain. That's
I
what it
like
is.
this girl Priya Mani Chan. She's a brilliant woman. I think
Yeah, she
I don't
is. She
trust
is.
Nandalal. I don't trust Nandalal.
No.
I don't trust Nandalal because he get too much of brain and he
No,
know
no,
the
and
law
that's what
and
I
he
trust him. I don't trust him to run for election because he's very unpopular when it concerning. Remember our country mix up, right? And when he chat tree and shit years back, they're gonna come to floor. So I don't
and
trust
Mr.
him
Lloyd,
running
I
for the
think VP he had
presidency.
enough of them and he should go back. He should go in Pradoville and relax for the rest of his life. He had too much. If I should relax, let go take care of them cow. Give
No,
Priya
no.
a
Well,
chance
after
and
this
give them young
election,
a
remember
chance.
those guys. Remember constitutionally, he cannot run back. So you needs
Well,
to be a
well,
new,
Barrett,
front
Barrett,
runner.
Barrett shouldn't be there, but he come as general secretary now, VP. He gonna get a chance again. You think the
I
man
mean, okay,
stupid?
with a small population as us
He's
in Guyana,
stupid.
right?
Barrett
We
is
need, we
stupid,
need, we need as
And
much
lied,
experience concerning
lied.
politics, to help us out. You cannot get like a person like Odessa Primus or a Daggy for coming to government and start
Miss,
for run the
Mr.
country.
Lloyd, I want
Right
to
now,
ask
guys,
you a
back the
personal
PPP
question.
because of their
So,
intellect,
Lloyd,
they're
you
the
made a very
smartest
good
party,
point. You've
right?
made a very
Yeah.
good point. Let me ask you this. If, God forbid, I don't like to see nobody get problems. If Asruddin is extradited, I'm just asking you a question. I hope he does not, and that God bless him, and I don't want to wish
I don't want
anybody.
him
But
to.
I'm thinking ahead as a politician. What happens then? Would the win be able to stand up with the momentum it has acquired, or
No,
will it then deteriorate, into a weaker party?
That's a very good question because if he is being extradited and he's there, the country might be sympathetic towards him and he might garner more supports. On the flip side, who would lead the party? Again, we go
That's what I
back to
meant. Being he will
populism.
be over
Yeah,
here,
it's a
what
good
would happen to the
question.
leadership?
We just have to wait to see. I see his sister Hannah trying to do her thing, for be the next on the throne, but I don't know if she's so popular like him. But it left to be seen.
She's a very strong person. What about the other sister? They seem to be very strong young ladies. I mean, I would admire them a lot in the sense that I have not seen many people do that in my lifetime. And if I see a young Guyanese women doing that, I'm very, very impressed that they have the gall to stand up. You know what I mean, Ani? I like people do that because I'm from that cloth. Must stand up and speak up. And if
Mr.
they
No,
can do
I
it,
agree. They're both, I think the young sister has a political science degree, so she definitely have that credentials. And it seems like Hannah has been on the campaign with her brother, so she's gained some experience from
yes,
2025 to
yes, she's
now.
getting a lot of experience. Yes, you can see that.
And she she definitely needs some guidance in terms of how to be an effective leader, because a leadership is not loud, right? But other than that, I think if she keeps that pat, I would see her in the political scheme in Guyana. She's definitely
What do you think,
now.
Alex? You're on the ground over there. Tell us what are your thoughts on that statement.
No, I mean, I I listen to y'all and everything, right? But Hannah Hannah's a good person. I mean, she following her brother and everything, and that's what family do, right? But I don't think she have a space to be anything for the opposition, or you know. I don't think so.
I don't think she's physically strong.
No, she is doing that because she have she knows her brother have her back. But so if he's not here, she can't make it.
But what about the two sisters? They have two of them. Can they support each other?
Well, we
I still
also
don't
have to
think
think
so.
about they were not on they were not, part of the ticket, the initial ticket. So
Yes,
maybe for next election is what I was referencing. I wasn't referring the way it's set up right now. The vice president would be the one who was elected, who was part of their elected. Well, not for the country, but for when they elected Miss Haley as the vice president. So she would naturally be the next one that would step up into that position.
Ryan just shed some light on it. You see, Hannah, I think, is a U.S. citizen. And in Guyana, this is what Subadar, you talk about constitutional rights and so on, and I agree with you on AJ, Doc, and so on, KK.
I want to,
Guyana has a terrible law
Well,
that they
by the
have to
way,
they
change
omitted their names from the official win candidate list.
because of that,
Okay,
that
that's,
bad
she is
law.
not an elected member of parliament, so she
yeah, she's
cannot
not.
that's an issue.
constitutionally take up the role of the official opposition leader in the National Assembly. Okay, so
But
the
do we know why
family
she was not on
brand,
the list? It's
like,
because
you
she's a
got to look
U.S.
at the family
citizen.
brand too. With the sanction, even
No, no.
though
Yeah, go
elevating
ahead. Sorry.
Hannah, basically would signal that it's kind of like you put in a king and their prince and princess in charge. You know what I
A
mean?
Janet Jackson scenario there again.
No, no,
Yeah.
but guys, technically she can run for presidency in 2031. That's what we're looking at. Not currently. If she's an opposition leader, she could be the de facto, right? Not necessarily sitting in
Well, we
parliament.
have to go back.
But
She's not.
2031, she could run. She could
She's
be on
not
the
on
list.
the. She's not
No,
on
no,
their
but no, we talk about
list.
2031, right?
Oh
Not
yeah,
now.
definitely.
Yeah.
Like I would like to
But
see
now she
those two
could build
young
her
women.
repertoire. She could,
I would
be the de
definitely like
facto.
to see them on the
Yeah.
circuit. I'd like to see them running for office.
So
Mr.
here's a
Light,
bigger question. Here's a bigger question. Is Guyana the new generation Guyana, not the old generation Guyana when Janet Jagan was alive? That era has passed and gone. Is Guyana today ready for a female president in the future? Future Guyana, I should say. Not Guyana today, future Guyana,
Well,
2031.
we had a female president. I mean, it was short lived, but we've already done that. I mean,
This is not saying that was the
Trinidad
new Guyana,
has
but
a
now,
female president. Suriname has a female president. So yes, I would think that Guyana, and I believe that PPP is going to possibly put Priya Manichan as their candidate for the next coming election. So the young man who is requesting her, he might get his wish come
Miss
true.
Miss
So
Bassat,
Prasad, how much faith do you have in Priya Manichan? How much ratings do you
okay,
give
so let's look.
personally?
She's a lawyer, number one. Number two, she's been with the party for quite a number of years. She have a lot of governing experience. She's now part of local government. She was Ministry of Education, and before that, I don't remember what office she held.
Yeah, what 10 years she held? Yeah.
And then she has a team of people who will obviously advise her. So she's not going out blind like let's say if Azardine leaves and Tabitha push for the leadership position to preserve the leverage that they have in Parliament right now, which is the seats that they've gained. She has no experience. So, Guyanese want people with experience, right? So
Right, a track record. Yeah.
naturally, the PPP voters who have voted for them this past election so that they were able to gather an overwhelming number of seats, I believe they'll vote again for the PPP, which is why when Albert asked me if I think that the PPP would win again, I said automatically yes, right? So to be able to get a new party in power, you have to really change the mind of the PPP voters, and I don't think the Barima thing has done it. And the reason why I say that is because because like I said, they have experience governing. What did they do right away? They started the outreach. They made sure that these people got the help that they needed. They were out there. I mean, the government brought in most of the bodies with the French team. Mohammed helped a few, but they did majority of it. Rightfully, they should, right? So,
Ms. Purcell, can I ask you this question?
Sure, go ahead.
Why the French do?
No,
Exxon is right there. The U.S. is right in reach. Brazil is right in reach. Why go all the way to France?
No, you're right. Well, let's look at the contract that was signed in 2024.
Now, let's bring in Mr. Subadar. He's a politician on this panel. Mr.
Yes,
Subadar,
yes, of course.
would you, Mr.
Can I say something? Can I say
have
something?
brought in an outreach program, gone to an outreach which seemed very hypocritical, and leave the ship in the water?
Ross wanted to say something to Albert.
Absolutely.
He hasn't said anything in a while.
Not.
Let
Let's
him
Subadar
say.
talk, and then we get to him.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Absolutely not, Mr. Albert Baldeo. This actually shows that the government does not care about the victims of the NV Barima. I mean, at the same time, when this nation is grieving, you decide to get on the bandwagon and talking about model villages and model communities. I mean, this is so wrong. I mean, all efforts should be to lift that MV Barima up, bring closure to the families, and comfort the families. And this was not done. I mean, it shows the dark side of the PPP clearly. I mean, these are human beings. These are a First Nation, and this is how they're treated.
Right.
This is not how a party in power treats
Facts, cold facts.
The citizens of this country. This is so wrong. I mentioned it. There been a lot of discussion about the billing, and I've clearly brought it out. It's time for us to bring an application to the court for a judicial review, and force the COI to lift that MV Barima. They have the mandate. And if we are going to sit back as Guyanese and allow the government to ride us, then we're not Guyanese. We're allowing them to put their foot on top of us and keep our mouth closed. We've got souls at the bottom of that ocean, and they need to be brought up. We've got 3 persons on alleged murder charges in this country. We have to look at the principles of Sir Martin Moore-Brick in the 2017 inquiry in the Greenfield Tower fire. It was clearly said, if we allow systemic dishonesty in this manner, we will end up with a scorched earth. So we can't just sit down and allow the government to do what they feel. Our people has to rise up and say, you know what, enough is enough. We can't take any more of this. We want action. And, everybody have brought it out that the opposition leader has clearly said he will raise that boat at his own finance. And he should be given a chance. Mr. Baldeo brought it out that Exxon should have clearly, assist Guyana in this national tragedy. I mean, let's go at Professor Jeanette Volkan. She said there was a ship outside of our waters on our borders that somewhere in the vicinity of Trinidad could have rescued that boat, salvaged that boat. All of this has been, ignored by the government. And, the panel brought it up. Why did we went to the French when, the US is our allies? What is it there in that boat that you don't want the US to be involved? I even put it out yesterday on a post on Facebook. We need to get to the bottom of this. We need to bring closure to the family.
Do you know if anybody has photographed or video the boat as it before any kind of, whilst we're speaking here, you could probably have operatives for whoever hired them, mercenaries, disemboweling the boat, burying certain evidence, destroying certain evidence, or ever reaching the inquiry. I don't know. I mean, that's why the more that boat is out there, that ferry, the more it raises questions as why aren't we getting, the full transparency of what happened. I don't know what y'all think about this.
Destruction of evidence, Mr. Baldeo. Degrading evidence, destruction of evidence.
And that is why, brother, I think you're doing good and what you're pursuing. I always believe in democracy. When I ran for office in New York, it was unheard that a little Indian man from Guyana could come here and do so well and win seats and attract the people, But eventually I broke the barrier and I tried to break out the barriers, but that's how democracy is, you always had the Irish, the Italian, the Jews, and so on, coming up against you and trying to stifle you. But we had a right, and then we got a little Guyana made here in New York for the first time, and we have our brothers in Brooklyn also have recognition there as a Guyana gateway. So I wish that you will continue to do what you're doing because I believe in democracy and with this kind of thing going on right now, I think there's room for other parties who want to stand up for justice, who want to fight. They may very well find themselves in parliament where the voice is. And I think the more that more people get into parliament from different denominations, the stronger Guyana will be, the greater progress it will be. That is democracy.
Mr. Albert, imagine you are the head of a ministry, like a landlord in charge of his house, right? You are the head of the ministry, and say like the landlord, he has his house and he's renting it to tenant, and there is a gas leak. In this situation here now, they jail the tenant and not the landlord. You charge the captain and the others. What happened to the minister? Bench him, put him on no pay leave, have an investigation pending, right? Listen, a man juke you in one eye, you're gonna allow him to juke you in the other eye? Put the man, he get big money, he get money that he can sit down for another 3 years and let them do the investigation. Jail should step aside, the other minister should step aside. You can't go after the ordinary man. Is he in charge? He in charge of the entire ministry. You know why they didn't want to they knew that boat had issues and problems. But had they pulled that steamer out of the riverway, they would have lost a lot of revenue. But they wait for something dramatic to happen. They knew everything that was happening. But it's square peg and round hole. They let it flow, Imagine you have a boat flying from Georgetown to Cameroon, 7 or 12 hours, and you know all of the dilemma and the problems and issue, and you as the head of that, you're gonna let it go? You're supposed to send a team, a special team, private investigators. You don't have to show up there as the minister at fault. And another thing, this is what I know. That's the MVP. He's running that country, When Donald Ramatar was there, he was running the show. Irfan Ali is there, he's running the show. But right now, there is a rift between him and Irfan because Irfan is the man on the road. He's showing what he's doing. Bharat wasn't doing that, so there is a rift. Bharat needs to step aside and give the people a chance. He's running that country, brother. We all know that. He dictating. Irfan Ali and Donald Ramatar at the time, they were his puppets.
Mr.
Let me
Baldeo,
say
I
something.
want to give you thanks.
Can I
I
come in?
appreciate
You
your
know,
If
I
thoughtful
have
Marat is
heard
running,
Lloyd. I have heard that
Guys,
allegation or that
can I say
statement. You
something,
know.
please?
Let's hear from Pastor, please.
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead,
no, no.
Pastor.
Okay,
All right,
okay.
let us
You
go
know
ahead.
what?
You want to speak a little bit? Wait.
I am different with Priya, right? And why I'm disagreeing, Priya are baggage. The Madhya fire is one. What the train in the dam get analyzed, and we don't hear nothing out of that. Darul Dalal is one. Was sexual assault Annie Horwatch was sexual assault a young lady, and she never knew nothing about it. Priya is not a person. Even if I was not a part of NIP, I would never vote for Priya. I don't care what nobody says. Because she's not confident enough. Because she sit there and she see they're doing wrong and she's not calling them out. Why should I put Priya when Priya make our Aboriginal children get unalive in a dormitory, locked up, Annie or watch with grill bars on the door and grill bars on the windows, and there was locked down, bolt down, right? Priya know when Dan the Lara and Lawe were calling sexual assault the young woman, the Aboriginal young woman. Many ones he go about it the wrong way. He use word of the politicians, the want certain type of things, and she never object to it. What kind of minister she is, right? That's just that I don't have no trust in her, and I think she shouldn't be running.
The last
Because up front, what she did was wrong. She didn't stand up for the Aboriginal children. She did stand up for X, Y, and Z.
the last
Right?
PPP Congress
Wait,
that they
hold
had.
a second, hold a second, hold a
Sorry,
second,
sorry,
hold a second,
sorry, sorry.
hold a second, hold a second. And then now she know that these three young men, one is my relative, one is my cousin's son, third relative, me, she's third relative, right? And he was a captain for the MB Arena, and she's not speaking out. She stand up there and protecting,
Well, nobody's speaking
protecting,
out.
protecting Bishop One Edgel and Winnie and the other one there in there. She stand up there, folded her hands in Parliament and protecting blacking people to send Bishop Edgel and one in there must go. White people should push it. She's not a person to fit for that job. She's incompetent for that job. She don't have no rights to that job.
I
She's
appreciate your
incompetent.
stance, Pastor. And I believe that I'm going to speak specifically about the Barima to stick with what Albert is trying to talk about right now.
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe that we can separate the two demands right now. Okay, one of the demand is for infrastructure changes in the Amerindian communities, and the other is they want accountability for what transpired with the Barima. Okay, and they deserve both. That's just my own personal stance. Okay, while they welcome the model village initiative, they still need to know what transpired and made that boat went down. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right? Accountability for any company, a private company, when something like this happens, they have to provide the information so that the governing bodies or the different agencies or whatever to show what part they played in this accident. And that's all I believe that half of the Guyanese people are asking for. Okay, they just want to know what happened and they want to make sure it doesn't happen again.
I think it's more than half.
More than half. Okay.
I think that the majority, the more that boat is lodging at the bottom of the ocean there, the more and more ground the government is losing. And I don't know who's
I agree
advising
with you,
them.
Mr. Baldeo.
I mean, true development cannot exist without safety, right?
Right.
We cannot build
All this
a modern
outreach and all
village.
this model village and all this
Yeah, we can't
this thing,
build
they
that
don't get a message
modern
unless you
village.
bring up that ship and give closure to these people, however they are
Exactly.
Amerindians or who you feel they don't belong or whatever. These are Guyanese indigenous people. These
Indigenous
are Guyanese.
first
So we,
people.
we cannot build
Respect
that
it.
These are not
village. We
Jonestown
cannot
people. You can
build.
say, well, it's America problem. Even with Jonestown, they give them more.
Guyanese.
They bring the bodies up better, more. They brought them to Georgetown and the federal thing
So
with
we cannot
Jonestown.
build
But we had nothing to do with that. And your
modern.
own Guyanese people, you can't bring in the helicopter. You don't have to bring a lot of bodies out of Jonestown with the GDF aircraft and so on. Right?
We
And now
cannot
these are your
build
own
modern
people.
villages on land if our people are not safe on water.
Because
Okay.
that is a land of many waters. You can't hide that. You can't
We
run away
have to
from that.
those people, that's what they use for transportation to get from place to place. So we have to make sure those vessels are safe, and for us to
So let
know
me
that.
ask you all this: what ship is plying that route now? Is there a ship that's plying that Port Kaituma that MV Barima used to ply? Do you folks know?
They had a new ship that they had purchased, but some problem with
Malisa.
this. Yeah, some problem with the wharf. But they're using that for a party boat for the elites and
So
the
wait,
comrades.
no ship is being substituted for the MV Barima?
I don't think
Well,
so at this moment.
they had the MV Militia went down to Port Kaituma, and I think that has also been used to Barima, Komaka as well. But they're claiming that the wharf is not
Party
completed.
boat, right.
But it's 4 year down the line that now the Honorable Attorney General Amin Nandalal is looking at this. Where was he? I mean, 4 years before this massive tragedy unfolds in our country. Why did he not look and see that, well, over a year that this port like nothing has been done? The contractor is not even nail in that, and the people are suffering. You're using an 8 to 7 year old boat. What do you expect? First of all, the MV Barima was never designed to be an ocean ferry. It was a river ferry. It was built as a river ferry. You're putting that boat onto the most dangerous waves with people's lives.
Yeah,
And you've been doing it for years, over years.
the Asukaba River in easy, brother.
Right?
Lots
Isn't
of
this a criminal act? I mean, and then you're charging the captain and the crew.
Offense.
I mean, you should be arrested in a foreign country.
Mr. Baldeo, I have
That's a good point you made, and somehow like lawyers think or people think alike. I just thought of it that the man will take the contract for how much billion dollar? Calling him the other night. If you're gonna charge the captain, you're supposed to charge this man. I got my file here, but I don't know if I can pick up your name now. But they had somebody got a big contract for do that wharf, and he's supposed.
I hear the gantry not
To be
going
held
down.
accountable.
That was not critical.
Me no care what gantry not go down or what pile not go down. If you go take some $1 million, you better get it done.
Was not critical. Was not critical.
You talking about Michaela, Michaela
Mr.
Rodriguez?
No,
Baldeo,
not that
Michaela
one.
Rodriguez?
This is an Indian name.
Mr. Baldeo, we know a dentist is for tooth, right? But what the PPP doing? They giving the dentist the gynecologist work
Yes.
because he can pull out.
Basically.
He can pull out. Because he can pull out, he can be a gynecologist too.
Yes.
Because he can pull out.
You must have accountability for all contracts. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised that the government does not recall all the contracts. When I say recall, bring them all into one unit, probably publicly accessible. And let me see, you got so much billing for Billis Road. You got so much billing for do this
We got
wharf. You got so much
1.4 billion to build the Port Kaituma Stellan. His name is Karishma Jagmohan.
Yes, that man.
Karishma
You
Chakmahan.
guys are saying that if
It's
you're going to charge the
1.4
captain,
billion contract, and he received that.
1.4 billion.
He got that I believe, in December 30th, 2022.
Right, and he was supposed to finish in 2024. Why is that gentleman not being hauled in and kept in the lockups
Exactly
for
what
72
so
hours?
what kind of
Well, it's
justice
it's
are we
actually
having in this country?
90%
Most of these contractors
complete
are
right
not
now.
certified. They are not certified. But because they're diehard fans of the party and supporter of the party,
Die hard
they got a
supporters,
heart. They're not
yes.
certified.
All that's supposed to change, and
An
I hope it
Well, I
ordinary
can
changes.
tell I can tell you guys what happened.
ordinary
You
carpenter can
guys
go and
want to
get a
know what
contract
happened?
there.
Why they
Yes,
delay?
yes. Please go ahead, Miss Prasad. Go ahead. Let us know, please.
Okay, so while the engineer design was done by a company called CEMCO, the
Yes.
contractor built was on blueprint, but the design itself failed to properly calculate the soil condition, which led to massive issues. Okay.
But he still got a contract.
And the attorney general had already went ahead and launched an official review to figure out whether the fault lies with the construction company, the engineering company, or the ministry-owned oversight.
Well, then you see the DPP should have come in and arrest him and charge him,
So,
because
but
if you're going to charge the captain.
these are things that are the Guyanese people
I,
need to
I
do.
agree with you. I
Right now,
certainly
the
agree with
other
you.
thing that was quite interesting is right now, the people that are traveling that used to travel that route where they use the MV Barima, Honorable Baldeo had asked this question. They're literally they have like a two system right now. They're forcing them to travel like in smaller shuttle boat to finish off their journey.
Wow.
Right. So
Wow.
basically, they get on the Lisa
Mm.
to Maruma, and then they have to go to another route using the shuttle boat after they get there.
So they go to
And these are
Kamaka, and
people who
then
are
from
suffering
Kamaka they
already
take a
from
shuttle boat.
fear. Now you're putting them into small ships and all these kinds of things, prolonging that, you know?
Right. So
That's not
these are
nice.
things that need to be discussed. I would like to see the opposition bring forth these concerns. Like they should be talking about what we just discussed in terms of why the wharf is not completed. Right.
So,
But
Miss
even with
Prasad, you mentioned about the soil topography and the soil condition. Are we saying that the soil topography needs to be fortified in order to, for the stelling to have a good solid footing and
Exactly.
a
Well, you
foundation?
obviously know
Why?
more than me, so you're on the right track there.
Well, I would have only whatever knowledge I have of soil topography I would have learned from geology and mines. The time I spent there, a little bit of time I spent with geology and mines in Guyana.
That's
okay.
awesome.
I'm not a soil engineer expert, but I know all the I think Honorable Superdar was saying something.
Well, Brother AJ, isn't this a repeat of what happened with the Wales plant, the gas to shore plant? When
I
there
think
was
yes.
no feasibility study done, and the
That is a
no-brainer doctor
feasibility study.
tell us that
Yes.
isn't this a repeat? Is this how a government? A government who tells the people that they care for them is running the country. You have the Port Kaituma problem. You've got the problem at Wales. How many other projects are in the same boat? We have to be very
Good
We
point.
careful of
probably
what
should
this government
answer
is doing.
some of the posts that are in the thread because these people are posting stuff here. We in the thread we have Justice. He has some comments in the thread. If we can each take one of their comments and respond to them. The one that I would like to take is where they said that Hannah would learn. That's the one I'm going to pick. You guys each can pick one in the comment to try to keep them engaged.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'll answer that. You answer that, Oni.
Okay, so my personal opinion is Guyana is in a situation right now where we need leaders who actually have governance experience. Okay. I myself, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but I ran in 2020, and then I decided not to continue because I realized that we have a two-party system, and it's really hard to get a small party in. The strategy that Win used was very effective. And coming in myself as another party, I wouldn't be able to use that same. Does that make sense? So I believe that Hannah has a lot of good potential for 2030, but because the way things are set up right now, as I mentioned earlier, she was not on the ticket, and because she wasn't on the ticket, she cannot be elected.
I don't think because she's an American citizen and you can't be president or on the from foolish law in Guyana and be a member of parliament unless you renounce your citizenship. Why should she have to do that?
But you brought up the exact point we've been fighting for years. I mean, let's go back. Article 155(1) of the Constitution. Just we in the diaspora must take a serious fight to the government. I mean, Mr. Baldeo, we must challenge this constitutionally in the courts, or else we've been discriminated by Article 155. When all of the you have PPP and you have PNC and AP and you were sitting in Parliament. In fact, Sharon Das was a dual citizen. And that led to there were other members of the APN who were dual citizens.
What happened to Charandas? He had to give up his Canadian citizenship?
Of course he was Canadian. I think he's still a Canadian.
He's still a Canadian.
Right? He was a dual citizen. And let's go to Gail Teixeira. She was being a dual citizen. And I strongly think the court's decision with respect to that matter should be reviewed. I mean, when someone blatantly breached the Constitution in a consistent manner, they should not be given immunity. And basically,
but the floodgates have already been open, like you said. Charandas and Gail Teixeira didn't renounce their citizenship, but yet they became MPs. Is that what it means?
Yes, exactly.
That's what you're saying, right?
They became MPs prior to.
So they've already created a precedent that has to apply to other people.
Right.
But so they've already renounced that law by their acts.
Well, by their acts. And I mean, it goes back in piercing the veil. The veil has been pierced and you cannot go back and rejoin the veil. So clearly, Mr. Baldeo, we must take the fight constitutionally to the PPP government.
Yes.
Or else, we have the laws and we have to challenge them.
Yes, and it doesn't make sense that you are born Guyanese and then you can't even hold office in your own country and you've gone through all these countries living as a second-class citizen, although you might be a citizen here. Why your own country?
I agree with both of you on that. Super, can you give me 1 second? I want to thank this young lady. Her name is Bless, and she said, "All right thinking Guyanese, I love all of you. Let's keep the fight up. I'll just put the phone down now." That's what she said.
Thank you.
And then the one person that I'd like you to answer, Super, is one of the people in the chat said that Azruddin dad has been in politics for a very long time, so the family have political experience. Can you answer that person? I'm trying to scroll back to get their name, but if you can kind of touch on that.
I think they were supporters of the PPP.
We know that the father has been a supporter of the PPP. I mean, this is
nothing wrong if you want me to bring them on. Who, Blessed?
And
Blessed, you want to come on? You can join the group,
He was also elected in the local government election. I'm not sure he still holds that position. But I see no problems
with, he doesn't have a position anymore
with the win leading the country.
Well,
I
Donald
see no
Trump didn't
problem
had
with him leaving
any
the country.
experience, and he.
Exactly. So I mean, there are sound business people in Guyana. I mean, the history goes back very long. There have been ties with the PPP, but although they have not been in the leadership role in any parliamentary positions, but that does not deprive them. We need fresh blood in this country. We've seen what the
If
old
Mohammed could get
politicians
rid of
done.
those sanctions, this is why I personally would have preferred for him to sort out the issues with the sanction, you know, first, and then run for office. That's what I would have wanted, because they're claiming that it's a setup, and you know, everybody, you guys are, we have what, 2 lawyers on the panel, and you're not, I mean, he's charged, but he's not proven guilty yet, right, Albert?
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to embrace what happens to you. He didn't expect that he'd have been feeding these people, paying them money, paying their rent, and collect everybody. Like he said, that they used to come by his office 10 o'clock every week to collect X amount of money. He used to give the president transportation for his safety and
When they were
bulletproof
in
car.
opposition, he
Didn't
protected them.
expect that they're going to treat it, he was going to be treated like a pariah. So what he did was that he embraced it. It so happened that they've made him a martyr. I believe the charges have made him more famous than he ever was. When I was charged here, I became more famous than the people who voted for me. So
I agree.
sometimes when people see through these nasty things that you rise above, and they come to you. And I don't think Muhammad would have been as popular as he is today if, right, like it or like it not, that he wasn't charged. He has become a martyr in Guyana.
What
I
he
don't want to
done
break
for
for
the,
him.
what he has done for the PPP has made him stronger. You know,
Yes.
he got stabbed
You
in the back.
understand, Anik? So life is never like, okay, I'm going to become a lawyer, then I'm going to get married, then I'm going to have kids. And you know, I try to live my life
Yeah,
that way before.
it's not like when
It
you
doesn't
line up
always
your
happen that
ducks.
way.
Yeah, it
You
doesn't
got
No,
to
no,
happen in a
I
embrace
linear.
life.
but the
It
thing
doesn't
is,
happen in a
he's still,
linear fashion when you line up your ducks in a row. Yeah.
I,
Sometimes
be-
it don't always happen.
I
Mr. Albert,
believe though
let
that,
me
you know, we as Guyanese, especially the older folks.
Somebody say he's hiding and using an Afro Guyanese, Enet. Do y'all agree with that?
Well, he apparently,
E-Net
allegedly,
is E-Network. They're a member of the PPP. E-Network. Somebody for E-Network.
Oh,
uh,
Enet.
can I come in?
But I don't think that is true because
somebody's asking to come in.
he has
Yeah.
friends.
Okay.
He has friends in the amongst Afro Guyanese. So we can't say, well, because he's an Afro Guyanese, he's playing race or whatever. He's a Guyanese and entitled. I was born in Pleasance. I have a lot of people who vote for me from other races. Why? Because they vote for the truth and they vote for the people who can best represent you, the people who know your circumstances, and the people who who will grow up with you. That's a fact of life. I can't accuse Muhammad of racism and say, oh, you know, African Americans are voting for him because they give them money. That is nonsense. Have him come to the
Well,
Indian community.
not just to give him money, Honorable Baldeo, they believe that they're using the Afro Guyanese as human shields, like, oh, that's a primus. But anyway, Honorable Superdar wanted to say something.
Let me address Mr. Prasad with respect to answering to
The young lady and the person in the chat,
yes. Yeah. Then, you know, we have what is called due process rights. We have a constitution, and he has all right to challenge the extradition proceedings. If we give up our due process rights and our constitutional rights and just obey everything that was thrown at us, then what are we doing? Tell me, what are we doing? We must challenge the process as being fair, unbiased, and we must have natural justice. So
exactly. You can keep on talking. Albert, Apostle Michael wants to be brought up. Do we have space to bring him up?
We must
not tonight. Apostle Michael has always been on the show. He's a very, very good man. But I'm trying to get Enet or somebody from the PPP, somebody from the government to be on, because that guy left.
He going to get coffee.
He going to get coffee?
Yeah.
He said he had to go. No, he said he had to go. He put it in the chat. He said he had to go, and he said.
And what happened? I'll bring up Apostle tomorrow because yes, we do have a lot of people here. It will drown us out, you know.
and from the
With all
bottom
due
left
respect
strong
to Apostle,
parts.
he's a very good friend of mine. Appreciate him a lot. I want to look to try to bring up somebody else like Enet. So
Enet.
if they're talking, they would put them out where the money is. You understand?
Enet is Enet work, I guess.
I think Enet is a troll because a lot of them don't want to come up.
Not mind if they got to talk, they got to talk. You understand? How we talking here? We're not scared of anybody. Why are they so scared of people? I mean, that's how countries develop. You
And
cannot
that's
be
what they
afraid.
love to do. A lot of them talk in the comments,
Fundamental
but they
right.
not.
Okay, we
Don't
have
They
another
don't have enough.
question. Mac Guyver said the government is trying to pass a bill in Parliament not to pay any bill when he stepped down office. Does anybody have any idea about that, and they can respond to that?
Who's that trying to do that, Onik? Which
His
person?
name is Mac Guyver.
MacGyver. Oh,
Mhm,
but what's his
MacGyver.
question? What's the question?
The government is trying to pass a bill in Parliament not to pay any bill. It's a little grammar there. And when he steps down office, I just want to speak the way he's speaking.
Oh, to pay any bill. I think there's a lot to go in for that because people are talking and complaining in Richmond Hill there how all this money going to the former presidents and it's too much and this and that too. People are saying these things. People are not stupid.
When the Barima went down, they were in Parliament fighting for Irfan to get some money after he retired.
There you go. There you go. That's what yes, that's a priority.
Mr. Baldeo, it's so sad. I have traveled extensively, right? And nobody knows nothing about Guyana. I had to bring up the Jim Jones tragedy, right? And then I had to link them, hey, we are neighbors with Brazil, soccer. And then I had to get the map. But this Barima is going to make us more popular. And it's sad that the PPP, they wait on these moments. They know they need to clean their house. They need to break the wood nest. They need to get rid of the wood answer they have in the nest there. They're doing good and they're doing some bad, but they need to put their acts together. I mean, we must give them credit. Every government that has been there, we must give them some credit. LFS Burnham, I remember we had to do national service. And from that national service situation, everybody start planting garden, putting in a little pigeon peas, putting in a little provision. That's where national service came in, right? So everybody, and Haidt was a good man, economic recovery program. And had it not been for him, we had a fair election, thanks to Carter Mission. All of them, they had their good and their bad. But what's happening today is like thieving the milk from the tea, brother. Taking the milk out from the tea right now. And they're going to...
Yes, I hear you. And more of our young people have got to stand up. I'll tell you all something, and I never talked much about this. When I was arrested in politics, I was told, when I got into politics, I never had a problem at all, not even a parking ticket. And when I was arrested, they told me that if you get into politics, we'll drop all the charges. It means you cannot represent Caribbean people anymore in New York, and we'll make you a judge, and you'll go away very, comfortably. And I told them, no, that's not what I want. I find there's a lot of injustice. We don't have our own district. We don't have no recognition here. Our people do 3 jobs just to make it. And I said, well, okay, then we got to try you and all that. And, they did what they had to do. But then when I came back, and that is why I'm saying Ashridin has a good chance of following these same precedent that I've created. Or what happened to me, then whatever happens to him, you rise again, and you even rise as a martyr. And that's why people just vote for me, because they say, you know what, they brought a lot of nasty things against this man. He overcome them and he became a martyr. And that is why I would continue to tell people to continue to fight, because you can't be afraid of anybody and feel that they won't that it would stop. So I tell anybody, you got to continue to fight. And Ashridin will not necessarily lose his popularity because of even if he were to be extradited, or even if he served time over here. He will become a martyr in that sense. And they have made him a martyr because of, he stood up for the right thing.
He's going to be a national hero in years to come.
He will. Just like the people behind me, Martin Luther King, Cherry Jagan, Gandhi, and the man Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in jail.
And who were their role models? Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and
you got to take it from them. But I want to just get back to what Anik was saying. It was saying here that the man's name is Parameshwar Jagmohan. He won the Kaitium was selling contract through public tender, quote unquote. Because you know what the public tender is. You pull out and you allow people to get it. On December, and he was to finish it on April 17, 2024. So, and then he had to scrap that with the same Samco you talk about. And then he had, because, I'm preparing my case for the COI to have these discussions with them. I'm building my case and my evidence, as Sobadar would know. Why aren't you charging this man? Why you not charge him at least for the money what it took, this 17 million? How much million he take for build this wharf? It didn't build a proper wharf.
That's a
You
very good
understand me?
question, right?
Is the wire visible?
For the
1.4
PPP.
billion.
That's a good question for
They pay the
the
man 90%. How you gonna pay somebody 90% and they haven't done the work? All of these contracts supposed to be pulled in and said, listen, none of y'all ain't got them paid. You got to finish it. You got 2 months, or you got 3 months, you got 6 months. Time is of the essence clause. You must complete, or you will have to pay a fine of so much money a day.
Somebody
And I
can
want all of y'all to know.
Harsh deadlines.
Chad
Oh yeah, you
Mohammed, BJ's
perform.
friend.
And I'm coming
Harsh
to inspect.
deadlines.
I, as president,
Yes.
my outreach now is how the taxpayer money is being spent. And I'm coming out with Milan boots.
I think
And I'm
that should
coming
be
in
the
with fancy
focus, because
vehicles.
if he got $1.4 billion to build this wharf, and he had a date to deliver it, we're now in 2026,
And the
right?
Barima sung because you didn't build a
And they're
wharf.
claiming that in early 2024 he was 90% completed, right?
And then they scrap that.
And then they had to scrap it because of the soil shifting that occurred.
Yeah, the soil topography was not set up.
They didn't do any testing, nothing. What they just do? Go try
And
doing
listen,
some
as
posts.
far as I'm concerned, if you take a contract with build a wharf, you're supposed to know or employ people with soil topography and moon topography. You're supposed to know all the topographies. You gonna come to me with no topography.
Looks like them bars only get one topography.
You know topography. This I don't know all present. I'll just sit on there and look
They
at
only know
the trees.
about one top stuff, not to be with
When he
Italy.
come in and he smiling with his people and he make his face vex and pretend like he vex with them, and they
Yes,
go back and
optics.
do the
Yeah,
same thing.
of course.
Mr. Ali,
You see, me and mine, if it was a $20 or a $40, that don't mean nothing.
We
But
gotta,
when
we
you take
gotta.
all these millions and people's life can be, look what happened now. 100 and something people dead, right?
Mr.
And
Ali
you got a
busy with
ship
it.
doing your party.
Now let me ask
Oh
you guys this
man,
question:
oh,
Would you guys do you think Guyanese would have preferred if they had given this contract to an overseas company who have experience under their belt?
Let me tell you this, Miss Prasad, but absolute one thing for certain and two things for sure, right? Or one thing for sure, two things for certain. If they are giving the contract to the Chinese, we won't be having this conversation now.
yeah, they're very efficient, right? Yeah, that's their work ethic. Yeah, you gotta watch how them people build the country
If
and
they
so
are
on.
giving the contract to the Chinese or maybe the Russians, we won't be
Professional
having this
stuff.
conversation. We have a conversation right now because we give into contracts to people who love the eater food culture. That's what we call it, right? Just want to eat the food, belly full, go to sleep like a grizzly bear in bed, and wake up, rinse
Soup
and repeat.
drinkers.
Well, listen, I
You
think it's
understand?
much more than this. I think it's much more than this. And I'm a guy, information comes to me. People are getting this contract within a certain circle or cabal, as they call it. Okay? And it may not come necessarily to me as so and so person, as a minister, but it'll come through some other corporation or shell company. And that is why they should call in the FBI to investigate all these things and see who's getting what, who own what in Guyana. That's the only way our country can move forward.
You need
Because a lot of money is being siphoned
federal
off.
audit. Yes.
But this cannot happen
You
under
guys
the
want to
present
laugh?
PPP
You
government.
guys want to laugh?
We have to have a fresh government
You guys
that
want to
can
laugh? Anyways,
empower,
you guys want to laugh?
or else we will never have such an investigation.
Accountability. Yes, Anik, we could do it at laugh at this point in time.
So because of the local content policies that they have, right? They have to basically give out a certain amount of money, right? And the money that they have to give out, the money that they have to give out that they have to award is, I believe, is
The 3
roughly
billion.
1 point something billion dollars to people locally. And what did this man get? How many billions did he get?
Oh,
He
this
got he got 1.4 billion, right? But according
yes.
to local content, you only have to give out I believe 1.4 billion dollars, right? So if they're arguing why they didn't use the Chinese, that they have to do local content, it's not an argument, I guess is what I'm saying. Right?
Yes,
If
yes.
they're saying they're trying to keep the contracts and give to local Guyanese, it's
Mm-hmm.
not, it's just sort of like something they're using. It's a very small amount of money that legally that they have to give to local content, which is Guyana dollars, 1.4 billion dollars. They give this man, Jag Mohan, 1.4 billion dollars. That's why I laughed, because you're looking at US versus Guyana dollars, right? So they should have given that to the Chinese and have the Chinese build it and deliver everything on time.
Ms.
But
Prasad,
then again, Ms.
I
Go
would
Prasad,
have
ahead.
loved for them to give the
uh,
Demerara Harbor Bridge contract to a Guyanese. It would have floated away by now. But they give
oh
Jack
Lord.
Mahan, because when that float
I
away,
guess you got a
nobody
better
would know.
joke than me.
No, he's
If they
right.
give
Oh
Jack
Lord.
Mahan, because it dead in the middle of nowhere, it float away or it dead and nobody know. Because both are gonna
Oh,
once a week. But they should have
so
given
some
Guyanese the Barajak your bridge contract.
so Surendra,
Yeah, brother.
I would like somebody to do a analog investigation, not analog, a backtrack investigation into Mr. Jack Mahan. His career, his track record. What is his track record
Bro, I
as a
have no
contractor?
idea. All I think he's a
Well,
good.
we can look at what the track record that he have
Listen,
right
this can be
now.
done. This can be done with proper noise and proper public advocacy on it. We are public people and we're part of Guyana. And Guyana, this is public money. Anytime you hear public money, it is always
State
subject to
assets.
forensic audit. State assets
Yes.
must be disclosed. And all the
Right.
content got to be brought in, and enough people to say, well, you know what? Just like I was setting a raise the bridge, and previously they were saying, oh, we're going to use this as a memorial. And we're not doing it because we hate PvP or hate APNU or whatever, or for win or whatever. We're doing this for justice.
We
We
want the
cannot
best
allow
for
all
Guyana.
our money to go down the drain like this,
Yes. Right.
right? We not taught we got to fight over here for little, you know what I mean? So therefore, the same must apply to these tycoons in Guyana. They must come to the table, bring
So
who
the,
got what percentage of what, what's your interest in this, what your company name, whosoever own these things,
so the
and bring
local
them out to the
engineers
open.
are the one who made the mistake, Albert, with the wharf.
Huh?
Just to be clear, it's the local engineer
The
That
consultants.
local
made the
engineer.
mistake.
Okay.
But that's where
Yeah,
you got to
just to
bring
be
in
clear.
foreign people. You
Right.
can
I
give, like a
think
guy came, right? And everybody from Guyana is a contractor. Even over here, when you call somebody to do the work, oh, yeah, I used to be a contractor in Guyana. I build this, I build. I used to work in the president's house.
Mr.
And I used
Baldeo,
to fit this
if
up.
you
When you
can
put them
nail,
there, they don't
if
even
you
know
can
nothing.
nail, if you can nail and nail you a contractor.
Yes, big contractor. So what I'm saying, Onik, is that simple thing. If you got to bring in foreign labor, Caribbean Force, CARICOM, and you. But tell me the truth, man. If I get a $1.2 billion contract, don't you think at least I would spend some good money to make sure that I get a good job, right? So that therefore I might be eligible for more contracts, or I won't get into trouble. But
Did
why
they
these
not
people
think
being
they didn't
charged?
think about recording a little for today and not tomorrow? If they were, let's say they be me, right? And I want to
So
be
what,
if
AJ,
they
well,
not
they
one of
guy.
need
your close
stricter.
friends,
They need
if you are
stricter,
close friends to
independent,
the government, what happens
international
Yes.
when
oversight
you're
on
a
the
close friend to
engineering
the
design
government?
when they
Yes.
build in anything in Guyana. Really and truly, there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong
There's
really
no
in giving
blacklist when you're a
the,
close friend to the government.
keeping the wealth in the country. There's nothing wrong with that, but they need, and if they're gonna give these funds to local contractors, and you're gonna have the engineers in Guyana designing these plans, etc., then they need to have independent international oversight on the engineer design. before any single, like the guy mentioned earlier, before any single pile is driven into the mud, they need to make sure that the engineer have followed the standards.
So, like Honorable Superdar was saying, there's no blacklist when you're a friends and favorite or family of the government, which is obviously true, right?
And that is something the public must be very, very diligent in calling the, contractors who have taken money that
Yes,
projects
oversight,
are not complete,
audits.
and they basically hold on to taxpayers' money. Projects are left incomplete.
Name one
The
thing.
AG must proceed in the courts to recover these money, and they must be blacklisted. We can't have a government who's just passing out money and contracts and say, okay, I give you this, I give you this, I give you this, and you have contracts that are not finished, and even if they're finished, sometimes they are so substandard. We can't have a country like this. And this is what the PPP are doing. You've seen what people are complaining of. I mean, in the public domain, and the shabby kind of work that is being done. I mean, how are you really governing this country? And then who's responsible? The Minister of Public Works. It falls on him. It falls also on aviation, Mr. Indar. They are not. So you have to. They are not being performing as they should in this country. And we've heard a lot of everything being said tonight, and even Lloyd himself said he agreed that the both of them should step down, and that is fair. I mean, we should have seen the Vice President Baldeo come out and said, you know what, I'm demanding your resignation. But what has he done? He has not done anything about that.
Look
I
at
mean,
this.
their lives lost. He have not taken that initiative and said, you know what, I'm going to stand up for my people. You're a two-time president and you're the vice president in this country. You should be demanding the resignation of Deodat Indar and Juan Ergili. Both of these ministers. In fact, what you did, you sit and fold your arms and you're going out into these communities to build model communities when people are grieving and they need closure. This is unacceptable. And this is where Guyanese, in the diaspora has to start raising their voice very strongly, advocating for accountability and transparency, or else we're not going to move this country forward.
Watch at the Charandas incident, right? Because of him, the PPP is in power. Because of the yes, right? He went to Canada, and then they got him being ambassador for India, Sri Lanka, and another country. He had a molestation case where he molested his neighbor because of some dog. Of course, of the lady, they hid the incident for 1 year. It came out. They get rid of Charandas. All right, Barima, get rid of Edgel, get rid of Indar. You
You have
did
a
the
good
right
point
thing
there.
to
Absolutely
Charandas, right?
correct. And this
You
should
have a
come
good
from
point there.
Barajak himself.
They treated
This
Charandas
should
badly,
come from the vice president. If President
You know,
Ali doesn't want
Apostle
to
said,
make the
Michael, the
call,
fittest we must
he should
have
make the call.
grading system for all contractors, engineers, etc. And he's right, and a minister and a commission. You just can't be given doling out money and there's no proper person looking after this thing. And if it's possible, put an independent person.
Vetting, yeah. No proper vetting of credentials, no proper vetting of skill sets, no proper vetting of nothing. Just it's like the government giving out contracts. Like, I remember when we used to go to school, we used to have raffle. You had to have the raffle sheets fill out. Everybody put your name in a bag. You shake up the bag, or you pull away, put your hand in the bag. Wherever you want a contract, and you want a contract, and you want, like Oprah Winfrey giving out cars.
This time they had the palm the card, the choice.
Cha. No, we had to do better than that. So I agree with Apostle.
Because the oil ain't gonna last forever.
Yeah, there must be a vetting system in place when it comes
accountability. You got forensic audits.
Well,
and
yeah,
lock up if your thief man, if you kind of come for money
penalties
stuff.
too.
Listen, man, we charged people when I was prosecuting Guyana for fraudulent misappropriation for less than the money that
All
man
right,
took.
there we go.
And he get it
And
through there, and they get back the money, you claw it back and put it back in the treasury.
another thing, Honorable Baldeo, Honorable Superdar was mentioned. I don't know if he forgot, but I'm going to jog his memory tonight on this because I wrote it down. As it relates to the constitutional reform and the dismantling of and rebuilding of GCOM, right? So the Constitution does not have any penalties as it relates to the violation and breaching of the Constitution. I don't understand how is it you have a supreme law. This is why I say we don't have a country. How is it that the supreme law of the land don't have no penalties for violating the supreme law of the land? That's number one. Then you have the GCOM Commission, right? I was made to understand that Opry Norton is the key holder. And there's no clean voters list. And it seems like between now and 2030, I don't think the PVP care to have a clean voters list. And why would they? Because they're benefiting from the, corrupt voters list. So these are other issues that need to be addressed. If Honorable Superdar cares enough, he can dive deeper into these issues.
Thank you, Brother AJ.
I have a
The
suggestion
Constitution,
for the diaspora how we can get involved with these affairs. I think we should form an international advocacy coalition group, and we can put people from New York, Toronto, London. We can host town halls, right? We would be able to defend some of our stands with the support of civil society in Guyana. We can also go through international agency here in the US, in Canada, in Europe. You know what I mean? So that's one way that we can create a legit group that would work towards the benefit of all Guyanese. I mean,
Sure,
that's
why
just
not? We
one.
can have that. As a matter of fact, I went to a meeting 2 days ago, and they had Christopher Ram there, and he gave some very good, insightful information. So when I finished, and they had some people like 592 Guardian and a lot of people who are, are doing their best for Guyana, I said, let's draft a resolution. And I drafted up the resolution and sent it back to them and said, calling for the same things we have discussed. And they're supposed to send it by tomorrow to the press and, let people come aboard and say, well,
And we
we
can,
support
when
what's
we
going
do
on.
that, we can lobby the U.S. lawmaker to ensure that the Americans back in Guyana infrastructure boom address some of these requirements.
Well, I think they ought to know too that if they don't bring up that ship with the bodies, it will be a breach of international human rights for this
So
indigenous people of Guyana. And America
if
doesn't
we
like to hear
create this
that.
group, you can lobby that. You guys can
So it could
put
be very
all
well
the.
paper coming out that says if those bodies are not come up and properly buried and honored, that America is going to get involved and say, you know what, you got a problem here. Guyana is violating indigenous people's rights. They're allowing them to be
Yeah,
at the bottom of the sea. And in our
start
report on our
lobbying,
country,
start
that could go
lobbying,
far.
To bring your attention. Dr. Baldeo, we should
and
bring
get
this to your
to
attention. I think this is
Jeffrey
what
Epstein. Jeffrey,
oh, I
rename
like, I
Jeffrey,
like,
Akeem Jeffrey.
might do the Guyanese to
Yes,
the
yes. He's a very
advantage
can
powerful
I,
player
to
nowadays.
that was in Guyana and
Brother AJ,
and
can I
sign
come
away
in?
the bauxite
Yes, Super wants to come in.
company
I think we
for
have to go to the
what's the
OAS
commission with her?
and file a
You sign
petition
away
to
the
the
bauxite.
OAS with respect to the failure of the Guyana government to act in due diligence with respect to bring up the MV Barima. I think we all should put a
Yes.
petition and get it to the OAS and
Well, this is a
said, you know
perfect
what,
time for us to do this
this
because
this
the
is
U.S.
this
Secretary
is
of State
totally
in
wrong,
Georgetown is
Yes.
and we have
they,
decided
they're
to file
trying
this
to.
petition.
Lando.
If we do a lobby now, it would benefit the Guyanese currently with the situation in Guyana. We
Yeah,
lobby the
that is
U.S.
exactly
government.
what I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah,
While they're doing their
yeah. Go on, miss.
Petition?
petition and all this stuff, we should. I mean, we can get on this panel and talk all we want, but if we don't literally put action in place. We can't, as
Action. That's
Guyanese
right.
citizen living in the diaspora, we really cannot do anything. And the Guyanese people are tired of hearing words. They want to see
That's facts.
actions, right? So
Boots on the ground.
I think it's important, if anybody on this panel is interested, I know I am, I know Albert is, they can reach out to Albert, and this is something that needs to go
And
into
especially if
effect.
any of you had any group, For example, I had a group, in addition to being the community leader here, I had a group called the United Communities Alliance, which is a large diaspora group. So I usually sign on their behalf as views, because these views are not mine. These are views that come from the people that I represent as a leader. And so come you would have a possible, Michael might be representing a church or a congregation, Super is representing a party, and national, it's NIR, right? Right. So Ran, Dr. AJ, KK Ross might be representing the church, and Anik, you would have your
Well, we hold immense power
foundation.
here in the
So these are all
diaspora.
things that we can put out. Oh, of course. And the thing is, we don't have anybody breathing down our neck, And then we have to teach our people that in other societies, like me, I never really did, I have been moved by politics. That's I tell like Hannah and the other sister, Adija, I'm very impressed with them because these are young women. Any young women I see in Guyana doing this, that never used to happen during my time. And I went to the best schools in
I
Guyana.
can see why you admire that, because true accountability must be driven by Guyanese people, for Guyanese people, and especially when you see women who are being berated publicly.
Yes, I
and
stand the
they're
ground.
still standing their ground. I mean, like, you can go to my page right now and you would see, and I get it from both sides.
I'm going to follow you now, Ms. Passad, but your account is private, so like mine, so.
Oh, you mean my TikTok? No, I'm talking about Facebook. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. So so TikTok was kind of like a little plaything for me. I never really took it that seriously. But I think now I'm gonna try to curate it like I did with my Facebook.
Would you say TikTok is the most effective method of communication, or Facebook is equally good? Y'all tell me.
TikTok is more effective because Facebook doesn't allow you to have a panel. TikTok,
Right.
I mean, yeah, Facebook is more, you're live and everybody, you're at the mercy of whoever can type the best with the typo errors in the comments there and blah, 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 blah.
But TikTok is the best.
TikTok
So
is
to
more
wrap
live
it
and
up, what we
direct.
discussed tonight is we discussed, we talked about the national debt. We talked about bringing up the MV Barima, what it takes, and the gentleman came on and described. He works in the mine and how they would go about achieving that. He also suggested that we allow Mohammed to have a chance at it, and Albert second that, and a few other people second that. My stance was, I feel like it should be somebody who have the experience to do it, and if Mohammed has a team of people who have that experience, why not, right? It's currently being tendered. I believe, if I remember correctly, a company they had chosen a company, but that has to be verified, so I'm not sure about that. We also discussed the paying off the debt, the country debt. That's a big one.
National debt, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one for me. I think it's very important.
Very big for me.
We also discussed, Lloyd tried to, mention the things that the PPP have done for this incident.
He needs to come with his receipts for that.
So maybe Albert can do a follow-up, and if he has his receipts, he can let us know, right, Albert?
Lloyd, what he said he had receipts for?
He claiming everybody have misinformation.
Right.
Accusing everyone of misinformation.
He got a lot of negative comments that a lot of people did criticize him in the comments.
Yes, Ms. Prasad, I would like the things that this panel hasn't touched on as yet. Now, judicial review is one as it relates to the unjust from the DPP, with the 3 crew members of the FA Barima. We need to touch on the judicial review, follow up with the COI, Justice Anderson of the CCJ being compromised by making the CCJ compromise because he's now fixing the panel benches, right? Well, we
And
spoke
may
of
have
the
affected
resignation.
Muhammad's right to justice in
Right.
some way or very deep in it.
Can
That
I
probably
actually,
needs
when he's finished,
investigation.
come Baldeo, can I say something when he's finished?
Yes, sorry, Apostle. I'm
Yes.
sorry that we kept you out so long. You're one of the
No,
fundamental
that's okay, that's okay,
members of
that's
this
okay.
group.
I understand.
Hope you
Yeah,
don't take it personally.
I'm giving you the mic in a minute, Pastor. I just want to lay out what we haven't touched yet. So, Justice Kissoon, I can't remember what we had to speak about Justice Kissoon. I know Supadar. That's a trigger. That's a trigger for you, Honorable Supadar. You had me write down Justice Kissoon last night. I can't remember what is the case with him.
It would be in respect of the unlimited insurance under Exxon, which was appealed by the Attorney General, and
Okay.
that was dealt with the appeal court. But it shows that the Guyana government is clearly not siding with the people. I mean,
Right.
you've seen here that if we have a massive oil disaster in this country, we are finished, basically. And when you're fighting against the people and you're sitting on the side of the bench with Exxon, this is not good for our people. I mean, you must look at, yes, you want the oil and you want the money, but then what about the protection if anything happens? If there is
Right.
if there's a tragedy out there, what happens to our nation? What happens to our people?
Similar to
Exxon-
1994 when we
So-
had the Oh My Gold Mine spill.
Exactly. So,
Cyanide.
remember,
The cyanide
Justice
spill,
Kissoon
yes.
passed an order for unlimited liability. And that should not have been appealed to the court, because the AG should have stayed with that order and let Exxon give us the protection. I mean,
Right.
they're an oil company. They're a big oil company. What will be the liabilities of Guyana if something like that happens? And you've got all the Caribbean countries, you've got Venezuela, you've got all these people suing us. Where would Guyana be? Tell me. Is Exxon going to be paying all those liabilities with a limited amount of
Yes, that's a good
liability?
point.
No, it's not. It is not going to happen. It is not
Right.
going to happen. So we need to be more careful we need to be more mindful of the decisions that are being made on behalf of the Guyanese people. And this
Right.
is, certain things need to be considered, to protect the citizens of this country, right? I also want to touch a little bit on Mr. Saad we talk about the 600 oil blocks, but I want to raise with you that section 13 and section 22 of the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 1986. That discretion that Janet Jagan used as a loophole, she exceeds her discretionary power. Imagine that you're given a discretion. Should you abuse that discretion to 600 oil blocks instead of
No.
going over 60, instead of 100 oil blocks or 150? She has grossly exceeded that discretionary power. In fact, the act in itself is unconstitutional.
Well, she was
And to
acting
take the
on
position that
behalf of
section-
Exxon. She was acting on behalf of
Exactly,
Exxon.
she has exceeded her discretionary power, grossly exceeds her discretionary power in this instance. And that is what Guyanese must understand. Yes, she had used the loophole. Was that discretion give her the right to give 600 blocks? No, it doesn't. Discretion must be carefully used when you're given that power.
Yes, discretion cannot be abused like that on administrative
Exactly.
law, or your actions can
Exactly.
become null and void.
Take it up.
Yeah, you
take
guys
it
are
up,
both
Baldeo.
lawyers. You understand the language.
Take it up in that
Yeah, it's
respect.
a gross
because
abuse,
that-
You can't go to
It's a
10
gross
times a
abuse.
month. They would knock it down.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And that is one of the leverage we have if we take Exxon to court. And we should not hesitate to take Exxon to court.
And it's certainly a leverage you can use.
And
Yeah,
try to
it's
give us
true.
votes.
Yeah,
I've been
he's
saying
right.
And
that
you
too.
come to a
I've been saying
decision,
that
well, give
because
us
It
50%.
compares the it
And
compares
everybody
it compares the
signed that we
contract.
okay. Give us 50% now. And we drop that lawsuit. These are all things that help in
Absolutely correct.
negotiation.
First of
Like
all,
some people say it's
you
wrong, it's not wrong. It's all goes towards a common what you want to achieve. Negotiation. We do a lot of that in American law.
absolutely,
So let me hear Apostle
we
now
Comrade
because he was trying
Baldeo.
to go ahead, Sobadar, complete.
oh yes, we just can't sit down and let these oil companies ride us over.
No, we can't.
We have given them a chance. They have succeeded, and their pockets are filled. Now, we need to protect our people. We need to protect. We've got 60% of poverty in this country, and we're pumping oil for 6 years. Where are we? Look at the cost of food, cost of living in this country. It is through the roof since oil came to Guyana. How is this really helping us? Yes, you're building some infrastructure all over the place. Yeah, but look at what happened. You've got a mess. So we have to step on the oil company and say, "What enough is enough, and we are not going to sit down. Either you come to the table, or we are going to go to court. We don't have a problem with that.
Yes. Yes.
And if not, we're gonna use our last straw, and we'll nationalize you. If you decide to be so bold and bully, we'll
Yes.
nationalize you. We give you a chance to renegotiate. Give us something that will make our people happy, and we're willing to work with you. We're not here to kick you out, but we want something better. You had a contract that was signed, and that gives away everything to you at that time. The circumstances have changed. There's so many billion barrels of oil that has been discovered.
Do you
We didn't
think,
have a
Sobadar, it
graduated contract.
was a little mistake of their part to come out and talk? Oh, we have recovered our costs and we finished it 2 years. Do you think like somebody dropped the ball? What should have been an internal memo became public so that Guyanese now have a chance to go at them? Do you think that might have happened, or was it deliberate?
Well, remember, you called for the nationalization, and I've been pressing along with that. So they're listening that, Guyanese is not going to take this very easily. Eventually, this population is going to rise up and demand more. You see, Guyanese were never accustomed of getting any money from the government. But we are an oil-producing nation. And as an oil-producing nation, the little gravy that you're getting from the oil company is nothing. It's not because you have never seen a little bit of gravy money before. But we are a different country now. We're not that same country. So that little gravy money cannot be, you cannot be satisfied and say, thank you for the PPP. This is not PPP oil. This is your oil in this country. It is all Guyanese oil. Our ancestor came here, work and die and sweat in the blood and tears in this land. And we are going to fight for it. We're not going to give up.
Exactly.
We need a better life for our people.
Why can't these people understand that? That's when we talk, some of our own people are saying, oh, you're not supposed to talk like that. You're not supposed to go after these people. Nobody's going after anybody. It is what we are accustomed. You live in Canada, I live in the States.
Militant about it. Because every other nation is
we want something that is fair.
Militant about their resources. Why can't we?
Correct. When you're poor and you can't get a blanket, you think anybody can give you a blanket?
That is it. All right.
You think the oil can multiply the fish in the sea? When it's done, it's done.
It's done.
So might as well get big again now.
Right.
And if our country
well, let me bring back Apostle Michael De Freitas. I think he had lost us. I don't want to feel left out because he's always been a good steward, He's been a good shepherd.
Welcome, brother Apostle. Welcome.
All right, come on, Apostle. Let me give you the last
I'm here
word
on this panel with you this morning. Welcome and greetings.
Thank you. Greetings to my friend. Thank you. I would like to say this. Based on the facts that I've discovered, Guyana as the host country for oil, petroleum, and gas it is on our onus to call the shots. Because based on my latest discovery, is that on agreement, the standard range, most sovereign host nations charge production royalties between 5 to 25% of the gross market value of extracted oil. So that 2% is a lopsided deal, marking the
Insult.
inefficiencies, the incompetence of our government not to make a proper deal to the interests of our government, to our people and nation.
People.
The second thing I discovered is that Exxon is not the only oil company that we could have seek a better deal with, because you have four giant oil companies such as Big Oil, Exxon included, Chevron, Shell, and BP, which is British Petroleum.
Right.
So the issue here is that when you choose illiterate people to lead you and blind people to lead you, the good book says blind lead blind, and they all will fall over a deep ditch. So Guyana is in a deep ditch situation or falling over a cliff because we elect incompetent men and women, such as the PPP. So we must be able to strategize and change the trajectory of where we are going. And Mr. Baldeo, you made some statements a few weeks ago where you talk about financial incentives apart from royalties. And what
Yes.
I discover as well, you have signing bonuses.
Bonuses,
You
yes.
have equity participation, income tax, corporate income tax. All these things can
Tax
be a part of
concessions.
our
Yes.
negotiation. Yes, so, but we must have a government that is educated to take on these strong negotiating points and bring the money back in the countries. And we need to ensure that ring fencing, what's his name? Justice Kisunu, whom I know personally, did a great ruling in giving ownership of all of these financial bureaucracies and accountability to the Guyanese people against Exxon, which government always seeks to go against the people of Guyana, who they say they want to govern. What foolishness is this? And the Guyanese people are so ignorant to vote for the enemies, because the government is actually enemy of the state. Because if the judge can rule in favor of the Guyanese people, and then the government can go and oppose it and appeal it, what is that saying? Are we so docile? Docility is our tea, our breakfast, our dinner. That's what it shows.
That is
And
similar. I don't
so,
want to cut you to the case where you have an individual who owe money can get money from him to pay the sanctions, but instead you take it, and I'm not
yeah,
holding any brief for Mr. Ashuddin. You send him to another country for milk him and deal with him, and your own country could have get all the money that you owe right here because the offense started in Guyana. So somebody was telling me the offense was done in America.
no,
No, it
but they
started
got a
in Guyana. You have
bone, they have a
jurisdiction.
bone to
You don't
pick.
give jurisdiction to another country.
Exactly.
You're an independent country. You're just as equal to any other country under the United Nations Charter. I don't know what was the haste of sending this man out, and the money we could have gotten from him, take it and help the poor people of Guyana. And he would have given it. He would have given it when he said he gonna lift the boat. I realize the man would have given it if we had deal with it that way. But go ahead, Apostle.
Mr.
Right.
Baldeo,
Yeah,
you said the
but here
man
is
been
what is more serious than that. It's a little more serious, because watch this. There was a man that was charged for extradition named Mr. Gupta. Mr. Gupta was no labeled as a drug lord, a kingpin. America wanted him,
Yeah.
and he fought his extradition in the High Court of Guyana. He fought his extradition. He won the extradition, and he's remaining in Guyana since 2019 to 2026.
Okay, thank you for the timeline.
They did not, Mr. Mohammed is not on drug charge. He's on money laundering and he's on gold smuggling. Money laundering and gold smuggling. Where why aren't the people giving him a day in the courts of Guyana to prove his case? But they give Mr. Gupta, who's not a Guyanese, who's a foreigner, to try his case, won his case, and still remain in Guyana, even though he had an international Interpol. Canada wanted him. America wanted him for drug trafficking.
And he's still in Guyana?
And he's still in Guyana, Mr. Gupta.
And this is not a
since
Guyanese citizen?
2019 to now.
Is
He's
that
not
the
a
Indian
Guyanese
national?
citizen, sir.
He's an Indian
He's a
national, I
national,
think.
yes.
So you protect other countries' people, not your own Guyanese citizen.
You
Yes.
want to know why? The answer is pretty simple, gentlemen. The answer is pretty simple.
Yes, I
Mr.
know the
Gupta,
answer,
Mr. Gupta is not a threat to the PPP's power. Muhammad is.
I know that. I know that. I know that. That is why they have no problem with Mr. Gupta. Mr. Gupta is humbling himself on the PPP's dictatorship. But who dare that Mr. Mohammed to jump out his class to challenge the status quo of the PPP? That is what this is all about. And then the quicker Guyanese come to the reality to see that this man is being targeted and being molested.
Selectively prosecuted.
Okay, I just
prosecuted
researched
illegally?
it. I just researched
Yeah.
it, so let me read what it says here. It says that he continued to live and manage his business operation in the country after successfully challenging an international legal efforts to remove him. He was wanted by Italian authorities via Interpol Red Notice for his connection to trans drugs trafficking and mafia link operation. However, Georgetown Magistrate Court dismissed the extradition requests, and they did this because of insufficient evidence. The local court ruled that the evidence that was provided by the requesting state failed to meet the necessary legal threshold to justify the extradition. And while the Guyanese Attorney General suggests the case drop because of an agreement with the Italian authorities, Mr. Gupta legal defense publicly denied this. They clarify that they won strictly on legal merit of his defense. That's it.
Clearly, what we were saying. And then, of course, you also have the case of Warner. Trinidad said, get out of here. We ain't sending Warner nowhere. We're not sending our citizens to no other country.
Exactly.
For the FIFA fraud, some big fraud concerning FIFA. Jack Warner said, no, we're not going to let people go to no other country. Your country is not a great country. We're not going.
True.
You must protect your citizens.
Let's touch on Mr. Gupta. The AG never took the position to appeal this matter. The magistrate dismissed this extradition proceeding, and the AG of Guyana never appealed this matter to a high court. They accepted that ruling.
They disposed of it. Yeah, they accepted the disposition.
Correct.
I see the double standards you're talking about. This is Subadar.
Right, and that clearly shows a double standard, because the amount
and I hope these lawyers who are
resource-
defending a Guyanese citizen going to cite these cases, because so far there just seem to be, and I was a former prosecutor, so I was shocked, or I'm disappointed then in the way they're handling that case for that man. They should push more and break up the charges more and, destroy the whole thing instead of just doing one angle of the case only. You got to attack it from all sides. So I'm not impressed.
Let those 15 team lawyers or 20 team lawyers, I'm not sure how the number of the team, win the case for those 3 men for the MV Barima. Then you're going to see how many times Anel and Dalal will run to the appeals court. Like a marathon. He's going to become Usain
the
Bolt.
lawyers there, they didn't ask for bail, from what I understand. They didn't ask for bail for those 3 people, because if you don't come to court and you charge somebody, you don't have the statements, I'll be making a lot of noise up and down. Well, how can you charge them? What you charge them on? Your whims and fancies? You don't even have statements to give me. Give me 2 statements. And you find a murder charge, a worse charge.
Capital offense, yes.
Capital offense that carries life imprisonment or hanging
or
whatever. And you cite the law, and you're asking us, Mr. Magistrate, to hold these people on this flimsy evidence? You don't even have the boat up. You don't even have the dead bodies. How are we going to prove your case? You got some, but what about the rest down, since you make a big fuss that the ship has not come up yet? and you got to grant them bail.
And
And she might say
the
no.
lion's share of the forensic evidence is still on the ocean bed. So
Exactly.
how is this? How is this? How
I
is
can
this?
see they can give in a passport and you can hold them, but they
Right.
gotta grant them bail. If she might go on bail the first time. Second time we go back, same nonsense, because I don't think they're gonna get all the statements then. You make more noise, and then
Right.
she might go on bail. And
But
you say, look, I
Honorable
got a
Baldeo, let me
passport for
ask you
that.
this. Let me ask you this, Honorable Baldeo. So let's try to be practical with this, because Honorable Superdar would have posed this question to me multiple times. So I'm gonna do a relay with you now. Let's say we won the case in the High Court or the regular court with the captain and his three crew. What do you think Anil Nandalal is going to do? Or how many times you
You
think
mean if
he's going
these
to
men
try to
are
appeal?
dismissed? If the
Yes.
charges of murder are dismissed,
Yes, and
that's
dropped,
the
and
end
they
of the
throw it out.
case. He can't bring it back.
He can't.
That's it.
No appeals court can bring that back.
No, you can't bring back those charges. Those men have been acquitted. It's called a principle called autrefois acquis, meaning that once you have beaten those charges, you cannot bring those charges back because they have been defeated and there's res judicata. So I hope
Res
the lawyers
judica.
know the law.
So Superdar, Honorable Superdar, we are free to go ahead with the what was the name of that lawyer that defended O.J. Simpson in 1994-95? What's his name again?
Johnny Cochran. The
Johnny
famous
Cochran.
Johnny
Yeah,
Cochran.
if the glove doesn't fit, then what?
You
You
must
got to
acquit.
It
quit.
must
You must
acquit.
acquit. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
we need that. We're gonna
Yeah,
need
because
that.
you can't be charging people and they beat the charges and then you come back. You know?
Yes.
As long as there was a trial, like you said, the High Court, the
Res
jury said
judicata.
not
I like
guilty,
that.
not guilty is not guilty.
All right. So the Landalal gets shaky. He will be like a dog chasing his own tail.
But I would chase you out of court. I don't care. I know him well. I mean, I would consider him to be a friend. But when it comes to doing the job, I don't make jokes with him. Think if he can make himself to be a fool as a lawyer and come back and they're trying to hang people again, I would say you should be ashamed of yourself. How are you going to charge a man twice? You don't get that.
And I think this is the reason why I have the CCJ thing, why they were befriending justice.
Strategy that Gupta used, and I'm looking at the
Yeah.
one that Mohammed is using. So Gupta, his defense team let the case go directly to the local magistrate court, and they waited for Italy to submit its evidence and then aggressively attack that evidence and proven it insufficient. Mohammed, what his team did, they did not want the local magistrate to look at the U.S. evidence at all. They bypassed that immediate evidence and launched a massive constitutional challenge in the High Court and Court of Appeal. They fought to completely throw out the Home Affairs Minister authority to proceed. Okay.
Which is don't put all your eggs in one basket in law. They should have
So
also done what
they
Gupta
both
did.
have different strategy. So if you're wondering why, I mean, basically Gupta was like, okay, let's see the evidence and let's go up against the evidence, and that's why he's remained in Guyana. The Mohammed, I think that their legal team need to kind of readjust a bit, if you ask me, you know.
Well, you can readjust and they can bring in that and focus now that they've lost that first round, which is not a good thing for morale, to show well the evidence does not amount to an extraditable offense.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a guy from Jamaica, Trinidad, and Portugal.
Who?
That's Mohammed.
Mohammed.
The lawyers that he has. Yeah, you have somebody from Portugal. Yeah. You know, they're basically focusing heavily on political bias defense, basically.
Yeah, that is not gonna be. You don't
No,
mind
that's
doing
not
that?
good enough.
Boy, you're gonna put all the eggs in one basket for a man's life is involved. You put everything in. I'm sure they're being well paid. They can't say man, we didn't pay them good money for their time. So gosh, you got a big case like that, make your name. You broke the whole case upside down and keep going at it. Yeah, you know.
But I mean, they tried to freeze. I mean, Mohammed tried to freeze the evidence, right? And they took it all the way to CCG, right? And then that was now thrown out. Now they're basically going back to Guptar legal defense, basically, is what they're going to try now.
Okay.
Right. But I mean, you can say, well, maybe he was just buying time and whatever, but I personally think he was misled.
Mr.
I
Baldeo,
believe that too.
the
I
money,
believe that. I
the
believe
money
that.
that they spend on the Mohammed case, they would have raised the boat already, man. All that money that they're wasting to
Well, also the money he could, I mean, if you look at what the sanction is, he could pay off because, people get sanctioned.
no, the government,
Oh,
the money they spend behind
oh, okay.
Mohammed.
No, what I mean, Mohammed could have paid off the sanction, right, with the
Right.
U.S. government because
Yeah, yeah, and the taxes that he owed, whatever they owed.
yeah,
Why don't they just
he
do
could
that
have
though?
made
I
some
don't.
kind of monetary arrangement. He wouldn't have to
Yeah,
pay
yeah,
all at once.
installments. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think he was afraid. I think him and his father were afraid of bankruptcy. Maybe if they pay the lump sum, they could have just do like what we just do with courts, do monthly installments. Work out some payment plan
No,
system.
they can't go bankrupt, brother. The Muhammads would never go bankrupt because if
So
they claiming that they did a lot of
They're going to pay the money.
underhand
Now
deal,
the
they
money
can't go
going to
bankrupt.
America, right? It's not going to Guyana. Just like somebody said, a political. I don't appreciate that kind of reasoning, and I don't appreciate that kind of obvious miscarriage of justice. For you to
Mm.
conveniently, like Apostle said, get rid of somebody because they're a threat to you. He will continue to be a threat, and he may even become a martyr. And even them with folks like Subadar, who's probably going to join, or probably going to be the common, the enemy of my enemy, the enemy of my
Oh,
enemy
my
is my
my
friend.
friend. Yes, yes,
You're going to
yes.
have all these parties now being able to bring
Well, I
their
mean,
forward their
the
views.
injustice of all
That's
of this is that
democracy.
Right,
they helped
right,
put
right.
put he helped put his friend in power. That's the injustice of all of this. And
I would like to have a friend like that. What do you call him? Kind of friend.
so this is
There's a saying for friends like that.
Friends with benefits.
Judas.
No,
No, no,
something with
no, no,
friends. It's better
no.
that you don't have friends like that. It's better to have an enemy
Now,
than a friend like that.
friends with the benefit is a small definition.
Small.
It's way higher than that, and we did nasty more than that.
With friends like these, who needs enemies?
Oh, there you go. There you
Exactly.
go. That's it. That's it.
That's the term. With friends
That's
like
it. There you
those,
go.
you don't need no
With friends
But
enemies.
like these, who
I
needs
truly wish
enemies? Yes.
Mohammed, if he's innocent, that he is able to, get through this process. And if he is not innocent, he finds a way legally how he can handle,
Either way, you're going to be a martyr. He's a young man. The most they're going to give him here, if he were to plead guilty, I'm saying God forbid he don't have to come here. But I'm telling you from my knowledge of the American criminal law, since I went deep into it, the most he might get here is not a very long time. Especially if he plead guilty. And I'm not asking him to plead guilty. I think he could very well win the case, and he probably may win the extradition. But don't expect that people are thinking that Muhammad is going to go away or he's going to become impotent. I don't mean any other, I don't mean, but no pun intended, that he's going to become impotent because he's extradited. No, heroes don't go away like that. He will be a martyr, and he can go back and get power. And people are going to call for him and want him back. But they're going to remember what he did, and this thing is going to be thing.
It's just going to
Here
increase
this,
its popular.
here this covered, Albert. Listeners, the other thing about Mr. Muhammad is that based on when I researched what he was also charged with, he was not charged on individually doing these things alone. It says he was in collusion with ministers of government. It
Oh, that's
says
what the
clearly
indictment states, correct?
in
Okay.
collusion. So the indictment is not single-handedly hand down to Mr. Muhammad per se, but is him and ministers of government. So
So let me put it this way. If he's in an American court, Florida or wherever he is, and he says, I'd like to bring as a witness the president of Guyana, the prime minister, and the vice president. This is my witness list. I need you to make these people available. As is his right.
Now the
And the
court.
jury is
yeah,
sitting there. Yes, this is true talk. And the jury is sitting there. And they got somebody run up there, whosoever going to represent him, and say, no, them is presidential, this and blah, blah, blah. You think that jury's going to convict Muhammad? and he can't get
No,
his right to his witnesses and due process? No.
never,
Then let's
never.
throw this case out because the real criminals are not before us. This year, and he's young. They might look at this young man as a clean man because if you notice with Muhammad, he looks very clean.
He's very clean. He's, I
He
don't
looks
know.
very
He's
young,
very clean.
handsome. They can say, man, all this thing about this young man like this, all this millions. Nah, I don't believe that crap.
Exactly.
You know? Jews are not fools. And his father is old too. His father's like a
Exactly.
Meiji. They're going to watch the father and say, this old man is more like a Meiji. He's a religious man. I don't believe this story. But the man, we don't even get the truth because we didn't get the president, the vice president, who he lent his car to, and all the big ministers' name. Where are they? And
Exactly.
they might be the people that got to come. And the marshal got to
Jack
come.
Dio,
Put him in a
Jack Dio,
helicopter. Check in the train.
And not only that, the jury,
Jack Dio
is
collect
really
a check of $20 million with his name from their father. He collect a check, sir.
Yeah, I have that
20
check.
million.
I got that. I have a copy of that check, Apostle,
Who
from
collect that check?
Melly
Jack
Mel.
Dio, the check was mailed too.
Oh, he collect the check,
Yeah,
but he's
a
no
pink
longer
check.
president.
Jack
He don't have
collect
no
check.
immunity.
A
You can
pink check.
subpoena Jack Dio.
Yeah.
As a lawyer, I would subpoena him.
And May Thomas, come Baldeo, Miss May Thomas was the go-between for the government because she had the
You got to
diplomatic
subpoena her
bag with the
too.
gold. She's a party. Come
And she
on.
may go and take a lawyer, and the lawyer may say, listen, you don't get charged. If you open your mouth, you might get charged. You know what? Take the fifth. So she can be like Fauci. She going to stand and start taking the fifth. They can say,
Itself.
that is the real criminal. How come she wasn't charged?
Do not
You understand?
incriminate
So you got to
yourself.
read all these things, the cases
The
that I've
fifth.
done. And American
Yes.
lawyers, you can't bring the same lawyers who do the man extradition for going to fight in American court. You got to get lawyers like me advising them with the jury who to pick, who to go with, what is the angle here, how you assess American law to show that these people are not guilty. And that's how you win cases here. And American juries
Yes.
don't play. From time they hear you bring these two people here, I don't care how rich they are, they like the scapegoat. And the other players like me, who and them kind of names you're talking about and come, or they come and take the fifth, I gotta let them go. They're gonna let
That's
them
true.
go. Trust me.
This is an easy case. I don't see this case difficult if he put the right people in place like yourself and others. This is a winnable case. And he could turn and sue Jack Dio and all of them too.
It's weird. And then, he go back as a triumphant man.
I
Yeah.
think Muhammad is just a trailer. The PPP is a picture.
Exactly. That might be the picture because, lawyers are not going to allow
Muhammad is
that. They're
just a
going to.
trailer. The writing and the,
What's the
and
race?
the director and the star, but the real picture, the climax is the
Where
PPP.
See, I
Guyana
don't know.
need
A lot
a
of people
clean
who
slate
direct
to
this thing don't
prosper.
understand American law, how it works. And I don't blame them because the allies over
So
here
that
that not
means,
have legal exposure. But they should
that
have
means
think
Muhammad
about
is a
this May
highlight.
and all these people that got to come over. This man has a right to present his witnesses. If not, the case got to be thrown out because you're not giving him due process. And you just can't bring somebody and then you deprive them of the rights. All them rights that they're being deprived of in Guyana. Any judge will blow up in all those rights and say these people have rights. You have to honor them.
Mr. Baldeo, Muhammad is not afraid, You see how cool, calm, and collective he is?
He probably get good advice already and he know what's going
The
on.
PPP is more afraid because there's a lot of things to be exposed, and them gonna be going down in bigger times.
I
Because
will tell you though this. When I heard him lose the case, that part of the case with the that embattled court of justice, I thought in my mind when he went out there and was speaking, I looked at him and said, you know what, that guy's a champion. This guy just lost something that people are saying he done, he can be extradited, blah, blah, blah. And yet the man stand up on his feet and still continue his work. That's a champion. That's a hero. That's not an ordinary man.
watch
I'm
when
telling you.
watch when I went to his premises and took even a couple $1,000. He said, take everything I want. They went and took the guns and everything that protected the PPP. Remember when I raided his premises?
A young man, he got a lot of strength. And I see his sisters, they got a lot of strength. To God bless
Oh
them.
yes, I
God
admire
bless
them
all of them
family. I do
because
admire them.
I
I do
see a
admire them a
new
lot.
Guyana with
I
these
admire
new
them a lot.
people. People used to run and hide in Guyana, but not now. People standing up. against authoritarianism or whatever, or perceived, and they have a right to speak up, right? I'm not
Yeah,
saying the government is
dictatorship.
100% bad. I'm not saying that. I'm not holding no brief from Muhammad or the or nobody or even the PPP, but I'm saying people have a right to dictate how they're going to live. And oil belongs to every Guyanese.
And the beauty, he single-handedly
Yeah, the
stand up
PPP
before
is
them.
just a manager right now, so we always have to keep that in the back of our.
A manager and a custodian of our rights. And anytime they miss out, they should sort of think in their mind that there's somebody come and chop off my hand.
So that regarding the whole sanction thing, it always in the back of my mind, I've always thought that there's more people involved with this situation with the goal then and basically Muhammad is taking the fall for it, right? He could not have acted like, for instance, they had reused the shipping,
Steals.
right? And for that to happen, he would have had people on the inside to allow that to pass through, right? So I think May and her direct boss. I think this was a scheme that was happening, and Muhammad is the one who's get left in it. Like when you're kids, and me personally have never experienced this. I'm an only child, but sometimes you and your siblings go and you do your mischief, but then only one person get caught.
Yeah, or Peter pays for
Also get
Paul. Yeah.
penalized, get the licks for it. Yes,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
everybody
That's right.
else.
That's right. That's right. That's
Yeah.
And the
right. I
way
agree
the way
that.
how I look at
I
this,
agree with that assumption. I agree with that assumption.
yeah. So because
So
I
them
mean, if
they calling there when they got to Florida, them coming back home to Guyana, them getting their own share there.
That
They
is
if
get
it.
an
if if,
indictment.
if it was
The
just
American
him and
government
his
don't
dad,
play.
like the
If they get evidence that these people are
if
involved in this thing with Muhammad, they're gonna indict them.
it would have just been him and his dad, not me. You understand?
Exactly. Exactly.
So
Point.
that's how I
Point.
kind of look at it, but I can be wrong.
No, it's
However,
real
Well,
sense.
hold on. So the
You're
question we
talking
gotta
real
ask
sense,
ourselves
man.
now. The
Real
question
sense.
we ask. The question we gotta ask ourselves now: how easy would it be now for Mohammed Azruddin and his father to prove that ministers of government, right up to the office of the president, were complicit in these acts?
That's part of his defense. The
The
man is
the
saying that I was
evidence.
a victim of politics
Yes.
and I
Yes.
entered politics. I give these people my car, I give these people my money.
I
We were
bankroll them
buddies.
on the campaign. Yes,
They were
And the
part of the
huge
reason and
bankroll.
motive
donations.
why I am standing before this court is because I've been made a scapegoat or there's a vendetta and a vindictive prosecution of me. And
They
that
Yeah,
is
were
why
on the
I'm here before
bandwagon.
you.
and I have the paper trail. I hope you get the paper trail to prove it. God no.
To me, he may
You
have
see,
like a whole plane load of trail
Hello.
because
He has
the
a
amount of things
chess.
he
He
talk
got the
about
chess.
who he help and
The
who he
check
and
is
pay
that's
and
why
who he
the
deposited.
feed.
U.S. government wants him in the states because
Mohammed,
once he gets
so
here,
Mohammed has
then
shipping unit.
then he can be able to be free to speak as he need to speak, and which is why I think he should go to Miami and address the issue. You know what I mean? Because if there's more than multiple people involved, then this, and he has the proof, then there's an opportunity for him to present his case in Miami. He cannot do it in Guyana. He cannot do it in the CCJ. Only Miami he would be able to do that.
Well,
Like
he does
like
have a right to put on a defense of the extradition, and he should start from now to make the whole thing into this circus that it is. Calling me, put her on the stand, calling all these other people, call from top to bottom who he helped, and ask them what is their role in this extradition proceedings. Call from Harry right to Harry wrong. That is
Exactly.
his time.
Exactly.
You start from now. Because his interest
Yes.
is at heart. These people are not playing with him.
They're not
These
playing with
people
him.
want that man out to
Gone.
Guyana. You gotta fight up. You gotta fight back.
Of course.
They
I
want to
told him
nail him
show the
so they
kitchen
can
sink at them.
get full
I told him
funding.
that already. Show the kitchen sink at your enemies, and you don't. Well, maybe he's waiting to bring out certain evidence at the right time, but you need to start like you're saying.
But
Don't
I
wait
think
for
as
too
Guyanese, we
long.
really need to focus on the oil contract, though, because I think myself, I think that's a personal problem with Muhammad and his father. and the
No,
government
no, no, no,
involved.
no, no, Nick. No, we can't look at it that way. Remember, this man is a member of the opposition. This man is a leader of the opposition. This is a Guyanese who was elected by 105,000 people. And if you go back on YouTube or probably one other thing, you will see where I told the speaker of the assembly, Nadir, didn't want to see him. And I sent out a video with over 200,000 likes where I told him nobody elected you, Mr. Speaker. This man was elected by 105,000 people. I don't hold any brief for him. I don't even met Mohammed. But you got to recognize the people's rights.
He was
Even if you
elected.
want to disregard his rights, you have to see him as a member of as a leader
No,
of the opposition.
I'm not trying to disregard his right. What I'm saying is, while we're busy over here, the the oil keep getting drilled and the resources keep getting going in a different direction, right? So you understand what I mean? Like
I understand what you mean, yes, but they're two
it's
separate
like
issues, but
it's
each
like
must be equally addressed. Let me put
yeah.
it that way then. Each must be
Okay,
equally addressed.
I agree now. If you want
Yes,
to
you
put it
understand.
in
Because
that
remember,
way.
he's a public figure. And if they could do that to a
Mhm.
Guyanese and a leader of the opposition, then who's to say they can't take out 15 other Guyanese and carry them and make them slaves
And also,
in
Basically,
none of
America?
us had the opportunity to see the evidence because the evidence has not been presented in court.
Right. But the lawyers got to be much more aggressive than that, in my opinion. They're taking
Yeah,
too many
now
blows.
it will be because that's the new strategy that his defense team will have to take.
they're
Well, have
gonna
they
have to
They
come
indicated
up
they're
have
with
going
to
to do that?
exhibit.
go over the evidence now.
They gotta come up with exhibit A to Z, all 26 letters of the alphabet.
Well, even the alphabet done, you got Exhibit AA, Exhibit BB,
This is where we
Exhibit
needed Lloyd.
CC,
Where's Lloyd? Lloyd disappeared.
and then
Lloyd
you got
couldn't hang.
Exhibit AAA. Yeah,
Oh
I got these
gosh,
lawyers
no.
over here to make joke, brother. I've been in a lot
Yeah.
of cases where they're bringing in trolleys of evidence coming in.
Well,
Like truckload.
yeah, when there's a landslide case, man, there's an avalanche.
You got to do that. You got to put
Yeah,
up with
but
evidence
one
behind
last
it.
thing on Exxon that we really have to mention, okay? By now, we all know that ExxonMobil doesn't want to renegotiate this contract. They love it. They don't want anything else, okay? They have already recovered their 55 billion US investment, okay? Now they're legally obligated to hand over a larger share of profit to Guyana. But what they're doing is they're exploiting the lack of, I know people are mentioning Glenn Law. This is what Glenn Law is talking about. They're exploiting the lack of ring fencing by rapidly launching new wells to artificially inflate their expenses, right? So what it does, it's delaying basically every time Guyana have to pay for the new setup, it delays that 50% payout. So that's what's going to keep Guyana cash poor. Okay, so we really need to get people on this. It can't just be Glenn Law. We have to get more people out there talking about this. Okay, so that's my only thing I want to mention on Glenn Law and the whole ring fencing business.
Yeah.
You see, good
Well, the
point.
ring fencing is one, but we as the host nation must fight to hold them to the increase, the 5% and all of that. We
No,
just
yeah,
can't
that
play
too.
dead because of what they
No,
We
no, no,
want.
think to
that
say
too.
We
Exxon
as
will
the
not
host nation,
renegotiate, and it's right. That
take
is when
them
you're
to
coming
court,
out now
take
with
them
the
to
N
court.
word, You come out with the N
Can
word,
we take
nationalization.
Aye.
can we take them to court, Dr. Baldeo? Can we take Exxon to court and its shareholders?
There's always the possibility of going to court, but I always think they're gonna get lawyers, they're gonna get battery lawyers, they're gonna
Yeah, they got deep pockets,
postpone
so they
that
can
case for
come.
10, 20 years. What I would
Yeah.
do is the same simple advice I give them. Talk to President Trump, who said his people are greedy, and then bring Exxon to the table. That this is not going to happen again, and we need more. And
Or if
if
that
not,
don't
you
work,
gotta start talking like how
national
Barima used to tell them.
nationalize your raw.
Yeah, I mean, Burnham was a man, I admired him for that. He used to come out and said, we are a sovereign country and, we'll have to protect our interests. And if that means nationalizing you, then I'm afraid we'll have to do that.
Right.
Right
I
now,
want to switch.
they are coming for our earth-rich minerals in Linden to take over the bauxite. We should
Right.
start protesting there too, and saying to them, we will incorporate that into a corporate scheme for the Guyanese people to the development of private sector, and the citizenry will come together and we will work our bauxite. What about that? And they have to buy the bauxite now from the citizenry and private equity coming from the Guyanese people who want to invest in company to create bauxite, aluminum, and so we can store our minerals. So we can take this fight to America. It doesn't matter how superpower they are. Our wealth is our wealth, and we have
We're a
we have to
sovereign
protect our
country.
interests.
We're equal in the eyes of the United Nations and the world. And
Of
America
course,
got too many friends. So, you don't got to know who you align with and make demands.
Right.
Greenland and whosoever, all
If
these
they don't
countries.
want to respect our sovereignty, then we may have to align with the BRICS nations. And I'm not sure how much favor we. I guess that's going to be a very dicey situation.
Never mind. At least
dicey
you can
now,
get
not
allies.
dicey.
You'll have some allies.
Dicey
We
now,
have some
dicey.
allies.
You have to
Yes.
have the heart
You'll get
in that
allies.
dicey.
Right.
Why this
I want to.
politics?
I want to focus on something here. Before Superdar, are you still there, Honorable? Good. So I want us to focus on what is the role of SOCU, the Special Organized Crime Unit in Guyana. I want to know, have they been compromised, and why are they doing Kanu's job? I think it's the Center for Anti-Narcotics Unit. I don't know if anyone has any intel on that. Maybe Ms. Prasad can help me with that. Ms.
That's a
Prasad?
very good point you raised with secret.
Yeah, with SOCU. Special Organized Crime Unit.
Let's
Because.
start. Let's start from the panel. Ms. Prasad, I guess we give her the go ahead first. And as
Well, you go ahead,
I'll do that.
Subadar. In the event that Onik is having some coffee or what, you take the floor and let's hear what you have discovered and what, because you would be in the know. I mean, what you've heard, let us know. It's free speech.
Well, so I've been looking at the work of Suko in our country, and they seem to be very laxed instead of being very proactive in going after people who should be prosecuted. If we look at how they're operating, it doesn't. They're not operating in a clear manner to help Guyana to get rid of its problems in corruption. They need to be more robust to deal with corruption. I mean,
That's so
there
cool.
are allegations. Yes, there are allegations of corruption. When these allegations come forth to them, they should play a more proactive role into investigating these issues of corruption and go to the root of
Yes,
the
they have to.
problem.
That's their duty.
Exactly. So that is what AJ is saying, is that they're more lean towards Kanu. And well, you can't be that organization that this country is a runaway train. And, people are every day telling you that there is corruption and you're not doing anything about it. I mean, let's look at I'm just going to call some simple example. The allegations against the agriculture minister, the allegations against the chocolate minister, the allegations of the president's farm, allegations against the David Atindar, and many other allegations that are out there in the public. Should they not be more proactive and said, you know what, let's take these issues and do a proper investigation of what is happening in this country? If they are going to bring change to the country and function as a body, an independent body, then they have to do more. I'm not satisfied with the work they're doing. And I guess Guyanese on the whole are not satisfied with the work that they're doing in terms of
So
dealing with
Soku comes
disease.
under who? Just refresh my memory. Soku is what? A state they investigate state crimes or
Well, are they part of the police force?
they're
They're
part of the
part of the
police
police.
force. Okay.
Correct,
But
right.
they're like with financial crimes.
Yes.
Well,
And
financial crime, but
Kanu is more
apparently,
like drugs and so on.
Narcotics, yeah.
Narcotics. But
Yeah.
they're both
Yeah,
under
they
the
work
Guyana
with
police
narcotics.
force.
Yeah.
Kanu's
So Kanu's a
narcotics. Kanu's
narcotics unit.
narcotics.
Sorry, guys. I
Kanu's
have to go.
narcotics.
Probably for a minute.
I'm glad you're back, Ms. Prasad. So maybe you could help
Suku
us with
is financial crimes. Suku is financial
financial.
crimes. Narcotics is Kanu.
And they're
Yeah.
both under the jurisdiction or the composition of the Guyana police force.
Police force. That's right.
yes,
Both
So
arms
so I
of the
guess the
police force. I was a
CID.
police legal advisor. We didn't have these people before. We always had like you had Special Branch, you had Skip Roberts there, you had like,
Yes, yes,
There's
I
a
you know, we didn't
remember.
have
special
all these
arms of
fine
the
point
Guyana
things.
Police Force. That's what
Yeah, these are
Soku is.
special
Soku is.
arms that are now came in after my time, which was some time ago. And I understand that they want to do that, but you're right. These places must not be used as a cover to cover up crimes. They must be used, and the Honorable Subadar made some very good references there, which should have been
Yes.
investigated and
Mm-hmm.
possibly the charges. Where the DPP now gotta do her work and charge. You just can't charge
exactly.
the opposition people.
No, they have to, if you're going to run this country in this way, we're never going to get ahead. You have to operate as an unbiased arm of
Yes, law enforcement.
the police,
So
right?
the
Of law
the
enforcement.
bank passed the information to Soku to handle the actual investigation. Once they become suspicious, they pass it over to them, right? But the problem is the bank lacked the resources to, they have a compliance team that focus on, like the red flags when they're processing, right? And they don't have sufficient resources, like even for investigating people here in America, right? They don't have, they have some tools, but it's not as effective. Like right now, I think what I was told, the Demerara Bank, I believe, is using Google to research these people that they suspect that might be money laundering, right? When they should be doing a more detailed background check, right?
Have access to more effective databases when you want to vet people and
Exactly. They also have a
terms of crimes.
cost problem. And okay, the other big thing which you probably know about, Albert, banks cannot legally compel individuals in another country to hand over personal documents outside of their own bank statement. So like from bank to bank, they have to go through a whole lengthy process to be able to achieve those bank
It's red
statements.
tape. That's red tape.
Bureaucracy, yeah. Or they may be out of the jurisdiction. You're right. It stops at the
I think
borders of the
it's
United
called
States.
it's like a data sharing privacy
Yes.
law.
Yeah.
And also they have a lot of it's a lot. They don't have enough people. Like they have a backlog then. In Guyana, they have a backlog of trying to process all this stuff with Soku.
But
So yeah,
more
you're right. They need
importantly,
to be more effective. And
but more importantly, it is a government who has to legislate the system
exactly.
to demand the banks work in concert with law enforcement. So anybody is under investigation, the bank and police agency like SUCO and everybody must have access to those records immediately. But why the government will not do that? Because the government is not accountable and transparent enough. So we have a problem now with state neglect of making the system transparent. And which people never do because they are part of the criminal underworld and
Exactly.
system. So how can
Because that would expose also expose their skeletons too,
That's
Apostle.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So they're
Yeah.
not going to work against themselves when they are a part of the problem and not the solution. They are the problem. So in order to solve the problem, you have to clean from top to bottom.
Yeah, exactly. They need like automatic filing system like what we have over here in the States. So they can
Digitalize. Maybe both
exactly.
analog with digital with analog backups. Finals
And then also these people that are in the
filing
compliance
system.
department, they're at great risk too, like their actual lives. I think I read an article a few years ago where a young lady from the bank was shot. I don't remember all the facts on the story, but um, I mean they're in their own department and the customers don't really see them, but still, they can pay for inside information and all this stuff. So there's a lot that goes in to this whole money laundering business in not just Guyana, but all over the world.
But here's where the United States as a democratic nation as they claim to be, and the police of the world with its embassy and secretary in Guyana has to aid in the upkeep or the upbeat of the financial system for government to pass legislations to truly bring the system up to par. Because how can you claim to be a democratic partner when you're actually the one who encouraging the crime? So America and its system is just a facade. It's just a poppy show to say that, okay, we have an embassy in Guyana while all the tendency of government is undemocratic dictatorship and they are criminals to the entire financial system, which America is seeking to enforce here. And that is why if America is serious, they will begin to bring greater sanctions to Guyana and its government. Ensure that you have forensic audit coming out of the FBI to be locally involved in Guyana.
And
So,
the DEA. So
I think
I think that if I remember correctly, I'm sorry, I think I have my oh no, I don't have it on mute. I think that the United States are currently actively helping Guyana to develop this type of system through direct funding. They're also training them. So, I'm not too sure about that, but I believe that the US are working with them currently to be able to develop that. I think, do you remember when they had the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative?
yes,
Where all the people from the Caribbean went down there?
yes.
I think that's when, and it was a very high level security meeting. So I think that's when all of that went into play. So I think if you guys know people in Guyana that are part of SOCU and the banking system, you can probably get more detailed information on that.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah. Go on. But my recollection is that even to the British Security Initiative,
so right now, just to give you an update, right now the FBI, the US Embassy in Georgetown, they basically will allow FBI technical team to come down and help, build courses directly inside of Guyana. You know what I mean? To help these people to identify the money laundering better. So they've already kind of
I don't
done
think
that.
they want that, sister. I don't think the government The government would not want that because at current
Okay.
affairs, Jack Dio has lent out, and this came from my brother Rickford Burke. As
Okay.
what he has discovered with his financial export is that Jack Dio has given so far $120 billion to those of his kind, those who are supportive of his backdoor dealings on what you call the dark index. If you have knowledge of the dark index, you will know what that is. So how can America be involved? Well, Jack Dio continues unhurrying everybody with the dark index operation. That is, I don't think that is feasible to even put my mind around because it shows that corruption and illegality continues to be the source of Guyana's economic system. So if the FBI and everybody was involved, none of that could have been taking place, in no shape or form. And that's just
Well,
my
I mean, they
my
have goals, right? The US have goals for overhauling even the legislation in Guyana, right? And allegedly, they're actively rewriting or replacing some of the anti-money laundering and counter finance, whatever it's called. I don't remember. It's a long name. Laws, okay? So that's in effect. But like you said, is it on a slow train? Is it on a fast train? Is it on a medium train to get these things put in? I mean, the U.S. can only do their part. Guyana has to do their part also to implement these
exactly
changes. Uh, the U.S. actually expects Guyana to build a transparent corporate environment, right? But behind the scenes, we don't know what kind of issues the U.S. is having with that, like you said, right? I think for me, like I mentioned earlier, is for us to be able to put pressure on the government. We have to put pressure on the money, right? So we go back to the whole Exxon thing. Every time they get a payout from Exxon, if they're breaking any kinds of international laws, the bank that pays them out they have certain laws that they themselves have to follow. And if Guyana is breaking a law, the bank would also have to adhere to not giving them any money. You understand?
yeah.
So, you can pick it all you want. Right now, there's the opposition collectively do not have enough seats to go up against the PPP. So
That's
that's out,
true. That's
right?
true.
The second area is to go after who when daddy paying out the money, we have to go to daddy and tell daddy what mommy's doing. Mommy's not feeding the children with the money that you're giving them, right? So we got to go to daddy and complain to daddy, and daddy got the checkbook.
And next
Okay?
you know, mommy might not cook for
And
daddy.
we need to tell daddy when mommy go to the grocery store, she keep $100 back.
Make sure you
So
bring back the right change by, or she can get licked.
right?
But
So if
listen,
you guys want to really, force these changes to take place in Parliament in terms of
You
like the whole
see,
money laundering
the
thing, right? That Trump is
yeah.
trying, invited everybody to come down to and says, hey, okay, we're gonna overhaul your legislation. We're gonna enforce aggressive civil forfeiture, right?
right.
And all whatever else it was a high security thing. We don't really know what it was, right? So they should say, okay, the opposition, their job now is to follow that thread and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. And if they're not doing it, then contact the daddy and says, hey, he did them not doing it, with dog. Okay? Here is the proof,
Next.
and Daddy now has to adhere because Daddy got his own set of rules that he got to answer to God, right? God being the Bank of America laws here, right? For the banks. So that's how you go after it. You go out through the payment itself coming to Guyana versus all the, because it's like
Hold
you
on,
can
wait,
put stuff.
wait.
Is there anything
Wait.
that is being done
So
with the law and the constitution, rewriting of the laws and constitution?
we coming to
Well,
that. We coming to that's the next
even if
topic.
you
We coming.
rewrite the laws right now, they have more seats that they have to agree to
Yeah,
pass.
it's the seat thing I want to address. So, Honorable Superdar, how many seats does Mohammed, the Win Party, have currently?
17.
16.
16.
Oh, 16, sorry. I thought it
16.
was well, no, 17
Who
with
has
Ford
and hold
Guyana
on
movement.
and who has
12.
12?
We
No,
got 12.
16,
no.
12.
So
EPMA
why don't
12
they
and
just collate? Why don't they just
FGM1.
collate and
Well,
then
it's
you
65
take
seats,
down the
right?
people?
It's 65 seats. And you just add it up. Win have 16. Forward Guyana movement have 1. And
APNU
APNU have what? 12 or
12.
13? 12, right? So you add
Yeah,
that up.
they just join together and just go up against the PPP
Well,
giant
they can't
and
because
get
I think
No. Don't happen like that. Don't happen like that. They need 43 seats. 43 is two-thirds. In order to amend and change constitution, you need 43. So PPP can go with any one of them and make changes to the constitution. Because just 43 seats it takes.
right,
Maybe
but APNU, Win, and
ah.
Forward Guyana movement can't go up against the PPP to bring about these changes. Is what I'm saying.
no, it's not going up against.
Well, they
What
have to
they need to do
force
is to
them to
have that
do the
43
policy
to change
change,
the
right?
constitution. So
Constitutional reform,
and
yeah.
Sorry.
PPP and Win can say, listen, this is what we can do to change executive power. This is what we can do to get that done. If they're decent, but the PPP is not going to do that because they would want to hold on to what they want to hold on to, hold the executive so they can do whatever they want, especially with the president. But his officers, the ministers of government, doesn't hold executive immunity, only the president. So you can still
Well,
go after the ministers. You can
well,
still go
what
after.
the U.S. expects
But
them, basically, the U.S. expect the PPP to
Mhm.
align with the global standards for the financial thing that they went to.
what do you
I
It's
mean
called
agree.
a
as it relates
financial
to the
action
digital ID or
passport. Huh?
you mean like as it relates to like the digital ID and the digital travel documents?
This is about the anti-money laundering that we were discussing
The
earlier.
money
Oh.
The
financial
SOP.
systems must come up to the world equal like America to bring the
Right.
system transparent to
So
ministers of
America
government.
expects them to do that. And if
Yeah,
they don't,
but
Yeah,
then they
but
don't.
once they do that, once they bend the knee to America with that, it makes it easy for America to sanction you now, right? I know
Right.
they could freeze your assets and freeze your
they
liquid
can freeze it
whatever.
even now. They can freeze it now. They got wait for that. America can freeze any nation asset if you have asset in a country. They can freeze it right now. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But what I'm saying, what will force the hands of America, of the Guyana government, America has to start stripping their visas and canceling their passport and access to America. That's how you go about dismantling evil people, like the PPP. Take away their visas to America, and you'll see
Mm.
changes will
Brother
begin
Apostle,
to take place.
can I intervene for a minute, please? Can I
Yeah,
Go
Yeah,
go
ahead.
go
ahead,
on,
intervene?
sir.
sir.
Go on.
Go ahead.
Move on.
Honorable Albert Baldeo.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I see Mr. Prestige has been in the audience and he's asking, please let me up, please let me up. Would you be able to bring him up on the panel?
All right,
And do we have enough
guys,
space?
Mr.
Who's that?
Baldeo, Mr. Baldeo, I want to thank you and your panel for having me. I want to give somebody else a chance. It was a
Okay.
privilege. It was
Respect
an
to you,
honor.
Surrender. We
Oh,
salute the
it's all
manners,
right.
All right, Surendra. I look forward to hearing from you again. You hear?
All
Your
right.
contributions were very, very
Thank you,
well
sir.
taken and listened to. So who you
I'm
want me to
not
bring up?
quite
I think that Prestige, Mr. Prestige.
Prestige. Oh, Mr. Prestige. Oh, okay.
Please.
prestige Okay, yeah, take
He's
it,
been
sir.
requesting
Good night,
quite
everybody.
a
Good
lot
night,
Welcome, Mr.
to
everybody.
do that
Prestige.
with.
Good
Good
morning.
night, brother
Good morning.
Prestige. How are you?
And thank you,
Good
Brother
morning.
Subadar, for
Greetings.
noticing because I've been requesting for a while.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry
I
about
when
Um,
that.
I look at the
Yes.
screen, it is
okay, now I
yes.
listen to everybody, and the fundamental principle that I think is everything leads back to the government of Guyana. If the government doesn't have no morals and no values, then the change has to come from outside because every department in Guyana is controlled by the government. The police force is controlled by the government. The courts are controlled by the government. They just got to get one phone call from the president, and they're not investigating nothing. So Soku, Moku, Baku, it doesn't matter because once the president say cut it off or shut it down, that's exactly what's going to happen. Because everybody worrying about their jobs and everybody worrying about I ain't messing with that with the president and I ain't messing with whatever. The only way I see out there is foreign intervention. Guyana has completely corrupt and everybody comes under the thumb of the president and the vice president. You
Well,
understand what
this
I'm
foreign
saying?
intervention got to come from Guyanese diasporans. Remember that. We
Correct is
can't
right,
allow anybody else to
because
go
we are
in
the
there.
only one that can speak
But us,
without
yes.
consequences. Anybody
Correct.
that live in Guyana do anything in the next day, they can be victimized.
Victimize, yeah, lose their
I
You
get
job
that
understand?
and
impression,
So
Preston. Got a lot of people fighting for talk from just talking
exactly,
to them. And they're
just
reaching out to me on the internet and emails
right,
and
right,
represent me. I can't fighting for talk,
right.
don't talk my name and all kind of thing. I was
You
very,
you
very
remember
disappointed.
you remember one time somebody from the diaspora was speaking against the government, and they literally sent a policeman to America saying, "But they're gonna execute an arrest warrant for somebody speaking in the diaspora when America shut them down."
Were you able to bring the person up, Albert?
Yes, he's on. Mr. Prestige is talking.
Right? You remember? I think it's Mr.
Oh, okay.
Berg or somebody.
But
They
Mr.
send the
Burke,
police.
Mr. Burke,
Yeah,
Mr.
and,
Burke.
and he, he had to get America to shut them down because they think they're so powerful
Yeah, they don't have
they can
jurisdiction
reach out
here.
into the diaspora and try to
Yes, they don't have
victimize people.
jurisdiction here.
and do
You
the
understand?
tactics over here. They don't walk over here.
So
As
right,
a matter of fact,
exactly,
they could get locked up for impersonating law enforcement here because there ain't no law enforcement in America.
right. But
Same
I'm
way,
showing you,
when America
Okay.
send people in Guyana, they should tell them here, get out of my country. This is my country.
right,
You don't know
right.
rights here.
I'm just
Exxon
showing
and
you
all that.
how bold these people are. Think that they're so powerful. I
Yeah.
remember a few people from the for talking and saying, "Wait till you come at the airport. We know who you are," and those kind of things. They try to intimidate people. They try to.
Yes.
But the key thing in
Harass them.
Guyana is that they
They're waiting.
control the police force,
They're waiting. They're waiting
they
for Melina.
control the army, they control the courts, and those are the three machines that can really interrupt the program. And so they make sure that they put their people in charge of those areas. So anybody step out of line, there you go. So, first of all, for us to even fight them, like I said, we got to come from the diaspora. We cannot do it from Guyana.
Yes, the
No,
Guyanese
you
have the
can't do
law for
it.
the
No, you can't
country.
do it from Guyana. I don't hold water to that statement. I don't hold water to that
When I say
statement.
that,
We can do it from
I
Guyana,
don't mean that the Guyanese
but
people
we
don't
have
have
to
no
bring
power.
the
Listen to what I'm
legislative.
saying. The Guyanese people are so afraid of victimization
No, I hear
that
you. I hear you.
they pull the tail
I hear
between
you, Mr.
their foot
Prestige. I hear you.
and they don't wanna they don't want, even they're doing something or saying something, they're doing it on the down low. We need them on the up low. We need them to demonstrate, shut things down, do whatever, but they can't do it. Because do you remember during the election that Dragio said, "I got the police force and the army and standby waiting for y'all." That's why nobody went out and protest, because they were waiting for them. And Mohammed already don't know that from getting here in through the grapevine, and he asked people not to go out and protest because they were waiting for them to lock them up
Yeah,
and
yeah.
treat them and beat them and do all kind of
I
stuff.
hear that. But let me come to that. Let me be allowed to come to that.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
I will come to that. I have the means to come to that.
Go ahead.
Is that we do not have the profession, bold, brave attorneys or the legal framework, even though you have we call it this bar association, a bunch of waste of bar
That's why I
baristas, a
told they
bunch of
control the courts.
yeah, there's not a context. Article 97A of the Constitution explicitly says the state that the defense and the security forces shall owe no allegiance.
Okay, well, who's going to enforce that?
The people and like I said, the bar association need to stand strong. So we need to call on the bar association. We need to call on all lawyers that are what you call patriots, true patriots of Guyana, but they fear the bar, the gun from the drug on the world and all of that. So fear is what is creating the this weakness. But it says the army should have no political loyalty.
We already know what they should, right? We already know what they should. I am saying what they don't.
You have to hold your foot to the fire, brother.
How are we going to do that?
Hold your foot to the fire.
Yeah, but
how are we going to do that?
Hold on, Mr. Presley. I tell you what, Mr. Presley, he's just trying to find for me, Apostle.
I got it.
Which lawyer?
AJ,
Wait, no, man.
I got it.
Wait, no.
Don't come talking
What I'm saying.
down to me, AJ. I know what I'm saying. We got to hold
oh,
the foot
God,
to the fire.
Jesus, quicker.
No,
we get
Jesus
that. We get that.
Okay, guys, let's
what we're saying.
let's not talk over each other. Let one person talk, and then
he likes to do that.
Guys,
You don't know what I'm going to say.
That. You think
All
you
right,
know
all
what
right.
You have no idea what I'm going to say. What I'm saying,
Sorry.
the members of the Bar Association,
Sorry.
how many of them are not susceptible to bribes? That's what I'm talking about.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
Well, I was surprised that the Bar Association didn't start representing some of these victims of the Barima tragedy. Because what have you done? They got to sue the Guyana government. There's money for them. People do that over here. Lawyers, they get 33%.
Yeah, they're going to try to buy all Dexter Todd just now.
I think Dexter got most of the cases, no?
It would seem so. He representing
but the Bar Association itself, as a humane body, should issue statements and come out and say we're going to support these people, we're going to ensure that they get justice.
But then what happens to the magistrate? What say it's a PPP? What happened to that?
I want y'all to understand that the DPP should not act alone. She has a deputy. But you don't hear anything about our deputy.
Because they're controlled by the government. They all are controlled by the government.
They should not be
magistrates
controlled by the government.
are controlled by the government.
That's an illegality.
Let me give you an example, right?
Prestige.
Let me give you an example.
That's illegal, Mr. Prestige.
There's no separation of powers.
Exactly. Let me give you an example, right?
And we need to fight for the separation, man. You listen to me.
Tell me how we're gonna fight. Just tell me.
Using the very courts against them.
The courts are with them, sir. The courts are with them. Do you know
how appointments should be made? Do you know that there's a legislative?
I know all of that, but I'm saying to you, it doesn't happen in Guyana. It does not happen in Guyana. Nothing happens by the rule of law in Guyana. All it happens by the president said, "This is what I want," and that's it.
We are too comical in Guyana. We just accept
right, but that's all of that is fair to say. But I'm saying, who is going to hold the people's feet to the fire?
Mr. Prestige, a lot of people are seeing what is happening, and a lot of help is coming from the diaspora.
That's what I am saying. We need outside help.
I understand that.
The people in Guyana are powerless, including the courts, the magistrate, the police, the army. They're all powerless.
But the people of Guyana will get stronger because this thing is a lot of things happening at the same time.
That's all we can hope for.
A lot of things happening at the same time. And a lot of people gonna come up and say enough is enough. And if, as like Apostle said, if there's right guidance from bigger
let me show you how powerful these people are.
I think they're gonna understand that Guyana is for all Guyanese.
Let me show you how powerful these people are, right? One time a magistrate may tell Exxon to do X or Y. And Jack Dio tell the magistrate, you better watch yourself. I'm gonna tell you something else. The one of them, I should think was Kissoon, ordered Exxon to do certain things, and Jack Deere went and testified against his own government so that they don't do it.
We brought that up
Yeah.
about Justice
No, that's
Bassoon
all right. That's all right.
earlier on
You
in the
understand what I'm
panel.
saying? Who are these people representing? The government of Guyana or
But
America or Exxon?
They
Who are they
represent
representing?
interest, their special interest, their
Their
invested
interests, yeah.
interest is what
Right.
they're
So what I'm
defending.
saying to you, unless we take these people power or clip their wings, ain't nothing changing in Guyana, man. The courts are controlled by the government. The police, special branch, everybody is controlled by the government. The army is controlled by the government. And everybody is thinking about, I'm going to lose my job, and my kids can't eat tomorrow, and da. And that's how they're thinking. Nobody is is getting the gut to say, look, I'm going to make this sacrifice, including the Guyanese people. Because if they come out in numbers, they can make the change. But everybody's studying about the next meal and how the kids going to eat and blah, blah, blah. And nobody is wanting to do
Streets of
nothing.
peace. Yeah.
Exactly. Because
Well,
all you
that's
gotta do
why
is hold out for a week. All the government gotta do is hold out for a week, and everybody that stop protesting because they got to study where the next meal coming from. They
isn't
keep
that
you
why
in
they keep
such
the
a state.
population on the mount
They
from
keep you in
testing?
such a state that
Is-
nobody can go out and protest for no 1 month, 2 months, 3 months because their funds are not enough to carry their family through that period of time.
But
The
that's why they
government
keep the
is keeping the
population in
people
that
in that
state.
state so that they can stay in control.
Correct. They keep them in that state so
Well, Skelly
they
Gonzalez said
cannot stand
true.
up.
Times hard in Guyana. So,
Yeah,
Anik, what is your
because the
perspective on
government
this?
has the place like that so that they can stay in control. Because if a man need a pint of rice, and you tell him, look, you better stop protesting or you ain't getting a pint of rice, you think he going out there and protest? He want a pint of rice.
So even though we have oil and all
Country is
this
in a
things
very
supposed to
sad
happen in
state.
I have a
Guyana,
question, guys. So what is the CRC doing right now in terms of this imbalance that you guys mentioned, right? What are they doing to help Guyanese?
Who was the CRC again? Remind me.
Where's the CRC?
The Constitution
Please.
Reform Commission.
They're all controlled
Oh,
by the government, man.
they're gonna need GCOM. But Honorable Superdar,
Who do you
explain to
think
this
GCOM?
panel how.
Who do you think
No, wait,
GCOM
wait, wait,
side
wait,
is
wait,
on?
wait,
let
wait, wait,
Subadar
wait,
take
wait,
that
wait,
and let
wait.
us know because I'm sure he's following up
Honorable
with this.
Now,
Superdar,
from what I
explain to this
recall,
panel how.
they
Hold
explicitly
on, hold
stated
on.
that every Guyanese citizen has a direct legal pathway to submit proposal for this reform, right? The reform that you're talking about, the Constitution reform, correct?
Government have to agree. They got a
So,
majority in
so,
parliament.
so, I remember Superdar was saying that Aubrey Norton has the keys. I'm not sure if that's still a fact.
Well, my suggestion is this. Let's start from taking GCOM out and make it a
So we need we
independent
need
body.
we need
Two,
written submission. Any individual from the diaspora, like us right now, local groups, they can draft a recommendation how judges are appointed and submit them to the CRC.
The government has to approve all of that.
That's not true.
They have
That's not
33.
true.
They
All
have
judges are
they have the
appointed
seats in
through
parliament.
the Judicial Service Commission, sir.
I
Please come up here
understand what you're
with your
saying.
receipt,
All right,
sir.
go ahead, man. Go
You
ahead.
guys
Go
come
ahead.
up and have no receipt.
All right,
Have your
go
receipt,
ahead,
sir.
sir. If you think that can happen, sir, go straight ahead. And I'm telling you,
The
everything is
I'm
controlled by the
telling
majority
you,
rule government.
the
They have to go to all 10
the
regions
prerequisite
to
for
hold that
appointing
town
of
hall,
judges
basically,
is through
right?
the Judicial Service Commission. That's the only legal body. And the president does
And
not
they're not
have
controlled by
no
the government.
power of appointee. What the Service Commission
No, they're
does,
not.
they choose the judges
Okay.
and they recommend who to be appointed and they take that advice to the president. The president
Okay.
should not do anything
He
of
should
appointing
not,
nobody.
but would he?
Well, we have to, like I said,
So this
challenge
Service
them,
Commission, is it an independent body?
It's
constitute
not,
what?
nothing in Guyana is independent. Nothing.
So
What,
Nothing in Guyana is independent.
what you ask? What you ask, AJ?
Everything is controlled
Never
from
mind, never
top
mind.
down.
No, you gotta watch your mouth here, Jacob. We're going to go wrong, you know. Because you coming to me with your bullish chauvinist, you know. Please, get
Sir,
your receipts when you're going to talk to me, brother.
I am
This,
all I ask.
Can you
this
guys
is some
speak without being
information they call
aggressive, man?
appointment.
Can you
Just so
guys
you
Apostle,
know
speak
that,
without?
please stay quiet.
you
Please stay
can't
You
quiet.
guys, can you
I
guys
would
speak
prefer,
without
I would
being
got Apostle sitting
aggressive,
blood
No,
on
man?
the
no,
side,
you
boy.
can't
Take
threaten
You
me when
can
you
never
think you
get
the boss
aggressive.
from people, when you're bossing me, brother. Not me. You take me to your children.
Apostle, I can make you my bitch overnight.
You
Stop
can't
this
make me
Oh
shit.
no
Lord,
bitch.
help
Shoot me
me.
in
All
the
right, all
face.
right.
You're
Let us
fool.
get to the
You're
Honorable
fool, AJ.
Subadar to
You're fool,
discuss this
brother.
constitutional issue.
You're
Y'all calm
fool.
down, Apostle.
You can
AJ.
make me anything. You know nothing. You
Let me
just
hear
come
Mr.
up here and bum
Subadar
your
because I'm
gum.
sure that Mr. Subadar has been giving this thing a lot of resort. Tell us
Continue
what's
this
going on. Who's the
chauvinist.
head of this CRC? Is it Carl Singh, the former chancellor, acting?
Yes, he is the head of the
When they going to start
CRC.
doing their work?
Well,
He's a
I've
PPP.
seen I
I
see that
know.
the
When it's
Constitutional
supposed to
Reform
go to
Commission.
do the work in all regions, like somebody said here just now.
Well, they've been appointed a very long time, and they should have been on the road doing their work. I've seen a circular that's been posted on Facebook that they're asking the Guyanese to send in their
Yeah, we need to send
suggestions
it.
or their
Even in the
discuss.
Like
diaspora,
Anik said,
Albert,
yeah.
you
Right,
need to
to
put that
send
out in the
in
Guyanese community too when you're doing to
to
let
the
them know that they need to fill that, and we need to
Yes.
make it available to them so they can go directly to a specific link and fill out all this stuff and send it
Oh,
in.
there's a link in which they can just
I mean, the
join on and
Carter
say that we
Center, the
propose.
Carter Center
Honorable
is trying
Superdar,
really hard.
can I make a suggestion, Honorable Superdar?
Go
Sure, go
ahead.
right ahead,
If you
Justice.
ever gain power in Guyana, you need to govern Guyana in a way in which, like how America governs. Burby should be a
Absolutely.
state, be like a state. Demerara should be like a state, and the script should be like a state. They should have governors assigned to them, whether they're PPP, PNC, whatever. And every section should have its own election and elect either a PPP government or a PNC government or whatever, so that if I have a problem in the Demerara and I am and this the head government is running there, I can go to Berbice and file a case, and it can still be heard in the country. If you understand what I'm trying to say. Because when the government controls all three, it doesn't matter what you do or where you go. You cannot get your point out unless somebody's willing to put it out there. So what I'm saying, we need to have Demerara have its own government. When I mean its own government, but they're all going to answer to the head of whatever. Demerara and Essequibo. They have the governors that govern those areas, and they report to the head government as a result of it. And when these resources come in, they split the resources between the three states, when I'm saying state, you know what I mean, Demerara, Essequibo, Berbice. So that
Counties, yes.
Right. So that
Separation of powers. I
eventually,
get you.
if we have a good government in Essequibo would strive. People in the Demerara are going to want to move to Essequibo and so on. And when they start seeing, well, this part is running better than the other part, then Guyanese going to start getting stuck. Guyanese don't know anything until they come out in the diaspora. They don't
That's
know.
so
Well,
true.
we
That's so true.
So
definitely
I am
need to
saying that if we
decentralize.
have individual governments running each part of Guyana as a collective, like a United States of Guyana or something, I'm just using that as a metaphor. But what I'm trying to say,
I
in
think
other words, if Demerara is being run better by let's say the PPP or the PNC or the WIN, whatever, people in the diaspora, which is going to be Essequibo and Borby, is going to say, you know what, the Demerara is running this way. Maybe that's the kind of government we need here. So they might try to elect a government that's like that in Berbice and very, very well in Essequibo. Eventually, the country is going to have, because if they don't compete, and if the resources is not shared equally, and each government get a chance to run their area the way they want to run it,
It's culture.
Guyana would never change.
Mr.
So
Baldeo,
somebody
I
said
can
like
think
how you have a
Mr.
mayor
Baldeo,
or a
can
mayor.
I
I
come
think I
to
Hey,
can
that?
I come in?
yes, go
I
ahead,
think we
Superdar.
need to I think we need to decentralize power
But you don't
in a
stop
model
Ghanaian, man. You
similar
shut your mouth.
similar to Canada. where
East
we have
Coast,
the province have
Province, right,
their
right,
own
right.
government.
Mm-hmm.
And we have 10 regions. And if
Right,
we decentralize power into the regions, then
right,
each region will be able to develop
right,
each region and
right.
have a better
Uh,
control
right.
of
And
their
all the
economy
main
in
government
that
have to do
region.
is send the resources that the state have, split it among the each province or each area, and let
Regions,
everybody do what
correct.
they gotta do. If they want bridges, they want this, they want that, they develop their own area.
I agree with
Eventually,
Sipa.
Right.
It's a
And
much better bet.
but
it well
ma'am, are you
it would
And
be
aware,
less,
Mr.
it would
it
Baldeo?
would
help
be
the
easier to
political gridlock,
control
by
the
the way.
corruption as well.
right,
It will be
No,
much easier to control the corruption
Yeah.
right.
and have a government that
A
in
lot
each
of
region would
political
have a
experts
hold
who are
on what
watching
is
Guyana
happening,
politics
because
have been saying
everything
that.
is on a runaway train. What we have right now in Guyana,
Right, right. All
we
the
need
president got to do is pick up the phone and make
decentralization.
a phone call and everything done. It's like too
Right,
much power these people got, man. Too much power.
exactly. We need to cap that power. And that is, but do you think any constitutional reform under the PPP,
Well,
if this would ever happen?
if they
It
do
would
the
never happen.
decentralization, Supa, it would legally enforce Article 75 of Guyana's constitution. I don't know if you research some of that already, but that's what would go into effect right away, which mandates the local organs for
And then
financial
provinces gonna be able to compete with other provinces. Barbies can compete with Demerara, where we gonna build so many bridges for the people, we can do the whole housing for the people, we can do XYZ. And then eventually once these competitions we start singing, you're gonna see they're gonna be a big change. Exactly.
Well, Parliament would be required to pass a fixed formula to give regions a direct blockable percentage of the national oil and tax revenue. And
Exactly.
that is
Correct is
really,
right.
this is really important, I think, because if you're going to have
And
your own,
that would definitely help, that would definitely help
and
the
each
development of each region.
region, like you said, gains their own legal authority to own their own local taxes and their
All
resources
right.
too.
Correct is right. That's
ma'am,
just my suggestion. That's the only way
that
Ghana can move forward.
system is already in the constitution under the local democratic organs.
It's
Regional and local government bodies manages localized public services and community development.
But what we
But
saying, brother, is that even though supposed to happen, the government still controls all of them because they got the people there.
well, it is saying that they're supposed to have budgetary
Supposed to, and what they
allocations for
can
the
do is two
local,
different things.
no,
Who
it's
is
not,
saying
different, it's the same.
who's,
But it has to be enforced. Enforcement is
By
what is
whom?
necessary.
By whom, sir? By whom?
Government and local, the
But the
government,
government
centralized
is
government
corrupt,
must
sir. The
work
government ain't
with
doing
the local
nothing.
arm.
All they do is put their
This is
people.
constitutional mandate, brother. This is a constitutional mandate.
All right. Well, listen. When you make it happen, I'm gonna applaud you. That's all I can
No,
say.
now when I
Well,
make it happen, the people of Guyana must make it happen.
But ain't gonna happen because the people are scared of the
Because the
government.
people,
They're scared of
they
retributions.
have to find a way. They have to
So
find a
you
way.
feel this contributional reform, gentlemen and lady, would not be, remain the same way because it look like they're not
we
doing
will
any
not
work.
The
we will not
constitution
have
is there,
any
but they're
proper
not following the
constitutional
constitution.
reforms
They love the
under the
Constitution
PPP.
as it is, right?
Yes, it
Right?
is in the constitution.
There will be
Local
It's
amendments,
government
in
but
the
only
is
minor
the
Constitution, but
amendments.
constitution.
who is following the Constitution? Tell me who.
well, they're
You
both,
got
you
to
guys are
you got to
both correct. I
force
mean,
the
both of you
government.
are correct. We have it already, like he said, but
Who is going to
Enforce it.
enforce it?
the central government is deliberately bypassing it.
Exactly.
Okay,
And when
Exactly.
they change the
you guys are
constitution,
both
they're going to do
correct,
the
but
same thing.
How you gonna change the Constitution when they have the majority in
You're not
Parliament, sir?
listening. You're not listening. You're talking me long
I
enough.
am
Even if
listening.
you change it, they can still do the same thing. Because the PPP is bullies. So you got to know how to bully a bully. You
All right,
can't
you
just
do it.
allow a bully to
Listen,
be a bully.
I'm putting my hat behind you. Go ahead and do it, brother.
You got pull you out against me. I'm just telling you the facts. And
Okay,
then the fact
and I
remain
agree
here.
with you.
so what the
But I
speaker
want you to
is
make it
basically,
happen.
what Apostle is saying is that they have it, right? But what he's not saying is that there's a massive gap that exists between what the law says and what the ruling party actually
Correct is right.
behaves.
That's what I'm saying all the time too, man. That's what I'm saying.
But I
So
just told you I am
Central
with
government.
you.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
just told you I am with you. The problem is who is going to enforce it. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying if you can get that done, brother, I'm with you all the way. But what I'm saying is
well,
that
the ministers are the one who veto
it's
the
not
current
in the
law, right? So the
it's not
central
in the
minister of
atmosphere.
local
Take the
government,
ministers to
which is
court. Take the
Priya
ministers to
Manachan,
court. That's all you gotta do.
she holds an aggressive, not just a power, but an aggressive override power.
Right. All of
Now
them
you
do.
understand why Priya was put in that position. Okay.
Do you remember the stage with the ambulance when the man see he can't drive the ambulance? What did the man tell you? I say you better drive that ambulance if you want to keep your job.
Mm-hmm.
Too much power these people got, man. They got too much damn power.
No, they give themselves it because they got these people weak not
Yeah,
to
but sir, how are we
weak.
gonna make the change? That's all I am saying.
How we
I
gonna make the
understand your
change?
point of view,
By
right?
any
But I'm
means
saying
necessary.
the people in
Well,
Guyana is
Prestige, we cannot
terrified
achieve
of the
any of
government.
these changes.
The
We
people in
cannot achieve
Guyana
Well,
any
is
of
no,
these
we
terrified
can't
changes.
of
give
the
up,
government.
and the power more power to the people. I'll tell you this. Remember when you had the two major parties? Nobody would have think when a third party will come out of nowhere and win those kinds of seats, right?
Well,
Yeah.
So those things
we
you
need to
always feel
submit the
positive, and
amendment,
we got as a
amendment to
process
the
said, we got to continue
constitution reform
to work.
via the CRC
Well,
is what
James is valuable. You
Apostle
know,
them
I
needs to
believe
do
that
in
Win won
Guyana.
that last election. The Win
Well, look at
party won
that.
that last
So
So
if
election.
another
Apostle,
third
you need
party
to
come out like that, you got
let your
Super gonna do
people
a
to
party
submit
too. They might
amend.
coalesce who depend if it makes sense for them to coalesce. Don't be surprised the next election got a set of small parties and Win come together.
Okay, let me answer Mr. Prestige. He wants solution, okay? So number one, Apostle, you guys need to submit amendments to the Constitution Reform Commission, which is CRC, what I mentioned earlier, right? That's the most direct way to fix things right now through the CRC. I know you're saying that the government is also running that too, but this is what the options you guys have, and you have to utilize it, okay? The second thing that you can do, you can repeal the minister veto. Okay, you can demand an amendment to chapter V. What is that? V11. What is? I don't know anything about my Roman numeral. What is V11?
7.
It means 7, yeah.
Seven. Okay.
C is 5 and the two ones are
V11 of the Constitution to explicitly strip the minister local government of the power to dismiss elected council or veto local bylaws. Okay. Second, you can establish an automatic funding formula. Propose the creation of an independent local government grant commission. This body would use a strict mathematical formula based on population and regional size to automatically transfer oil and tax revenue directly to the RDC and the NDC, okay, bypassing central ministry entirely. Second, you can launch legal challenges in high court, okay? Because the Constitution already states that the local organs should be autonomous. Legal groups can sue the executive branch for violating the spirit of the law. Challenge central takeovers. The Guyana Bar Association, like Albert mentioned earlier, our local council can file constitutional motion whenever a minister attempts to bypass an elected local council or install handpicked overseers. Okay. You can also force a financial compliance. You can ask the High Court to issue orders forcing the state to comply with Article 75, which mandates that the Parliament provide a local organ with sustainable independent funding. 3, you can build a local power coalition constitutional change requires 2/3 majority in parliament, meaning the political party must be forced to vote for it. Okay? Bipartisan local pressure, you could elect council from both the PPPC and opposition party that face the same issue. The lack, basically you guys are having what? Fixing local roads, drainage issues, right? Is that some of the
Okay.
problems you have in there?
Okay. I have a question for you, right?
Go ahead.
Who controls the
Great
courts in
points.
Guyana?
Thank you. Thank you, sister. Great points.
Okay, listen. Who controls the courts in Guyana?
Well, that's what we were just talking about, and that's why we
Including the high
also.
courts. Who controls the
Well,
high
based
courts?
on what I have, it says the judiciary, an independent legal system headed by the Supreme Court
But it's
of
not
Judicators.
independent, my
So
brother. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It is not
no, we have to
independent.
force them to be independent. We have to
And
do what
how
is
do we do
necessary
that?
to make them
How do we
independent.
force them? How do we do that?
By whatever means, through the courts,
Like
whatever
what?
means,
The
you have
courts
to come
are
up
not with
with
us.
strategies and we
The
resolve.
courts
You
are
have to have the
not with us.
resolve,
All the
my
courts get a
friend.
phone call from Ali, and that's it. It done.
It is wrong. It
It is wrong,
Ali have
but
no
I am
power to do
saying
that.
that that's
Ali
what
should have no
happens.
power to do that.
But hear
And
what
that's
I'm
what we
saying,
need to
brother.
fight.
I'm not
Stand
saying
up
that
against.
you are wrong, Listen to my point. I'm not saying you are wrong, and I'm not saying she's wrong either. I am saying we don't have no mechanism to have to enforce those powers because those people that running the high courts, they worried about being on the wrong side of the president. Period.
Are you referring to Roxanne and Navendra Singh? Is that who you're referring to?
The high courts are not with the people. The high courts are with the
Well, it's
government.
supposed to be independent.
It's
It's not supposed to
supposed to
be
be
legally
independent.
controlled by any
That is so
political party.
100% true. But supposed to and actuality is two different things.
Go to the
Go to
the
who?
people have to demonstrate until they get what they want.
Only the diaspora can help Guyana. Guyana cannot be helped from within.
No. You gotta start taking military people to court
When you're
because
ready,
they are in
I can join you.
violation. Sir, you can take military officers to court. Commissioner
Okay.
of police and all them need to take them
Who
up there.
controls the
They
court?
need to
What I'm
start
trying to
challenging
say, my
these
brother,
people.
I
Again, we have to
understand
go
you're
through the
correct.
CRC,
You are
guys.
correct. You are correct. But who controls the courts?
All of we hear from Onik. I hear you take a point, Prestige. Let Onik
So,
complete her presentation. What are you saying?
so basically, the High Court is a constitutional independent, right? That's how they're supposed to be.
Supposed to, right?
Okay. The court is head by the Chief Justice and the Chancellor. Okay. And currently it's Justice Roxanne George, who we all heard of during the election situation back in 2020. And then we also have Justice Narendra Singh. He serves as the acting Chief Justice, sorry.
They
While
kick
the
out
government
Roxanne
has
George, didn't
no
they?
legal right to control court ruling, political
Didn't they kick out Roxanne
influence.
George? Not calling you. Didn't they kick out Roxanne George when she go on vacation or something like that? And put in
No, that was somebody. That was Cummings.
Okay, coming.
Judge Cummings, Yvonne. She was acting chancellor and they kicked her out, yes.
So the way how we got to look at the system, the way how the political party is able to do this, and this can be any political party, okay? They have a structural loophole, which is the appointment process.
Correct.
Okay. Under Article 127, the president can permanently appoint chancellor and chief justice.
Correct is right.
And if they get an absolute agreement of the leader of the opposition, okay? Like somebody mentioned that Norton has a key, correct? Somebody mentioned
I don't
earlier.
know about that because Norton is not the opposition leader. And even until if that's the case.
That was me. I got that from Honorable Superdar as it relates to the key for GCOM and getting the clean voters list.
Okay, so what we have here right now is the PPP and the opposition is locked in a political stalemate, right? And Guyana has been unable to basically appoint a permanent judicial head for over 20 years. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So instead, the president used their executive power to appoint
Mm-hmm.
judges to act temporary
Right.
roles.
And they come on
Okay.
the if you appoint me, it's you're my man kind of thing. You
Right.
know what I mean?
And the
But go ahead.
Caribbean Court of Justice, they argue that leaving top judges in temporary position risk
Mhm.
undermining their independence. Because,
Correct.
like you mentioned earlier, they lack the secure permanent tenure, which means they, like you mentioned, they have political pressure.
Correct.
Okay, that
Mm-hmm.
they're afraid, you know what I mean, like they're gonna get cut off or whatever. But this is
Mm-hmm.
how you can fix it. And again, I go back to the CRC. Okay, to cut off this executive influence, we have to ensure the High Court remain entirely independent, and we need to. Okay, how can I say this? You need a. I'm trying. I have to, because you know you don't know whoever is recording whatever, so I don't want to give away. I tell you what, Albert, let me send you some of these things
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want them to jump to try to fix what I'm saying right now, I guess is what I'm
Okay,
get what I'm
fair
saying.
enough. Yes. Yeah, you have
So
my
I don't
email
want
and so on. You can send it through that, you know.
right. So but there's a way, there's a solution that you guys can utilize in Guyana, but you just have to
That
follow
is
it
what
to
the
the
PPP
T.
doing. Yeah.
Huh?
The PPP just play on the weakness and the cowardness of its society that they rule over.
Because
If
they
people stand
make
up
the
and demand
society that way.
constitutional enforcement,
They make them dependable on them. Oh, we
coward,
can give you
go sorry,
100,000 and we can do this and
fearful,
we can do that, and
fearful.
they make them in that
No,
way.
it's not about this
But
fear. It's
once you
fear.
guys are able to
Fear to stand up for your rights. The
amend
lack
the
of boldness.
Constitution,
Lack of boldness.
you
That's what
can
this is about.
change where
A
the
drowning
president.
man may clutch at a straw, and that's how the guy these people are.
So
It doesn't matter.
the president ability to handpick these acting judge the way they have been doing it needs to be
Hmm.
stripped. It needs to be stripped. Okay.
It's
Correct is
illegal.
Absolutely
right.
correct,
Correct is
Mr.
right.
Sam. You're absolutely
Okay.
correct.
But how
So,
are we gonna do it?
and this is not just PPP. Any political party that gets
Right. But
into
what I'm saying, how are
office.
we gonna do it though? How are we gonna do it?
Yeah,
The
I'm going to send
problem
it
is
to Albert. I'm going to send it to Albert,
okay. Good.
and he can
But then we
follow that.
also have the Judicial Service Commission.
Yeah,
We
that's a
need to
GSC.
insulate
The,
That's the
J-
GST.
the
the
GSC.
judicial
We need to
Yeah,
service
I
commission
was
insulate
has
the
to
trying
do
not to
over
GSC
mention
everything.
too much stuff,
in such a
super.
way
Everything.
that the president
listen.
and the opposition leader should not be a part of electing any of these judicial bodies. It must come. It must come from partisan professional who are not political figures. Because
Yes,
once you're using
that's going to
politics
be all what I
They
to
send
they
you,
elect these
they they
Albert.
should
judges,
run. They
we are
should have
never
their
going to
own
have a fair
election, and
system,
the people should elect them.
Yes,
right? We
Just
would
like
never
It
have
is
over
a
here,
fair
here.
they got
Listen,
system.
certain
listen,
judges
listen,
as run.
We'll be
listen.
using politics
Can I say this? Can I say this? It
go
says
ahead.
this under the Judicial Service Commission. It says is a fully constitutional
Body.
but explicitly created and protected under Articles 134, 198, 199 of the Constitution of Guyana. It is designed to act as an independent shield, preventing political so that law officials can perform their duties without fear or favor. That is one. It says appointments and promotions. It deals with appointment and promotions, advising the president on judges, direct appointments of legal officers, commissioners of title land, courts, judges, director of public prosecution, and deputy prosecutor, director of public prosecutor. So it should not be just the public prosecutor, but deputy as well. But we just keep hearing about the deputy, but we don't hear about the. So there it is. And out of this, you
exactly.
have the
There you go. See,
disciplinary.
there's solutions.
Do you all see how the
All is
parliament
right
is being
here.
run?
No,
All is right
knowledge
here.
is power, Apostle.
Do you all know how the parliament is being run? They
I didn't hear
choose
you,
when
sis.
they're
I
going
didn't
to
hear what you
open
said.
parliament, when they're going to close parliament. They're telling you that you can't use the word corrupt in parliament. They decide, well, I ain't opening parliament for 6 months,
That's
9 months,
the case
whatever.
there.
How
And
the
this and there is a disciplinary committee that comes from the Chancellor of the Judiciary, which serves as the chairman, Chief Justice, chairman of the Public Service Commission, and additional members such as retired judges appointed by President after consultation with the Disciplinary Service Commission Board. So
all of that's
there,
supposed to happen, brother. But hey, it's Guyana we dealing with, so it's up
it's
to them.
supposed to, but we need to stand up and make demands and say this is what
Okay.
we need. We need to stand up.
The
Got be
people need to
covered.
stand up, but then the people stand up. What happens to them? They're victimized, and who ain't lost their job, can't feed their kids. The government keep them in a steady state of despair, that they always feel that the next day we gotta think about tomorrow, and they just hold back. They hold back.
Well, we have to design a system of protest that will aid people in their presence on the streets. That
Listen to
there's
me.
some.
Hear my suggestion on protesting. The farmers, everybody got to come together. The farmers got to say, listen, I gonna produce X amount of food, and I gonna supply these people if they can hold a demonstration for this period of time. We need to come together as a people.
That was where was I.
I think I
That is
gotta let
exactly
my
where I was
friend.
going.
I don't know if I know. I have a Sharon Das has a sister who's very active in politics. She has a good conscience and she speaks up. Her name is Fazia. She's a real estate broker, right? I
Mm-hmm.
think Queen Shazzy. Queen Shazzy, is that you?
Yes.
Oh, my good friend. Yes, let her speak now because
Thank
Okay.
I
you.
talked to see her.
No, no
I
problem.
owe her a return call, and she's always supported good things. She's a very strong woman.
Okay.
And I
Go
guess
ahead.
you listen to the conversation about constitutional reform and raising the Barima and this 2% at Exxon. What you got to say?
What I have to say is that it is a very sad and a very ridiculous situation what is going on in Guyana. It is a big, big tragedy. For the first time, so many lives has lost. And all they're doing is pointing fingers on people who really helped to save lives. I've spoken to one of the survivors who is
Okay.
65 years old, and he hung on a water bottle for 11 hours.
Oh, my
Imagine
God.
11 hours in a water fighting to save your life. Guyana has trillions of dollars and no safety, no coast guards, no help, no nothing, and all they do is blabbering and filling their own pockets, and that's ridiculous. They need to be stopped somehow. All the people in Guyana need to come out and stop, say PPP, 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 and protest. PPP is not PPP, it's FFF, family, friends, and favors. That's what Guyana is running by. And with all the oil money that they have, no government ever in history ever had that kind of money in Guyana. So they could not have developed Guyana the way it's supposed to be. And they're in there almost 8 to 10 years, and Jagde was in there 20 something years. And the same situation we have since 50 years ago is existing. No electricity. We still got blackout coming on. No internet. We don't have that. No safety. No fire brigade. If there's a
Water,
fire,
water,
you're born
water.
to death. And Guyana is a land of many waters. You
Yeah.
have people living in poverty, not even proper water to drink.
We
No
got WA, not
electricity.
hers. We got WA.
No. I mean, I can go on and on. It's ridiculous. It's like it's a foreign third world country still going on there. And the ministers, them only go in there and they're living like king. And all of them own billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars in asset.
But
What
look
is
at
going on? It's the,
Barbados. They don't have no resources, and those people are their
right.
US dollar is into US
Is the
dollar is
people
like $2 or something.
blind, or the deaf, and they're only pointing figures
All
on
they
the
got is
opposition
beaches. All
leader?
Barbados got is beaches.
And
and the people that
also,
have
Good
a higher
morning.
standard of living than Guyanese.
and another
Good
thing
morning.
is, um, the opposition leader is very much so disrespected, because in every country you must have an opposition leader, and we have one, but they treat him like crap, and that is wrong. And he helps the people with his own money, while the government uses the people's money, and yet people don't see, they're blind. I
Yeah.
mean, I was a born PVP, diehard PVP too, but fair is fair. What is going on is not correct, you know?
Good
Yeah.
morning. Good morning,
Well, on the
Queen
line here
Yasmin.
with me, we also have Subadar, his brother Safir Hussain, a very prominent constitutional law in Guyana, my friend. And then I left Guyana, lost touch with all these great guys. There's a son, began Mr. Prestige, Apostles were very good to my show. And Dr. AJ. And Onik Pasad, a very good friend of mine who's helped me in my campaign and so on too. She live in Georgia. I know everybody, even Sof Shazia.
Big doctor. Okay, go on.
I'm seeing the people like I got C. Paul, a lot of people with different names. These are not only African, Afro-Guyanese. This is all Indo-Guyanese, and all of them are very dissatisfied. It's not a race thing now. It's about across the board. It seems that people are very dissatisfied with what's going on, but it's not lifting his Barima, not compensating these people. Going on outreach when you're supposed to be doing the right thing and bringing up the ferry and giving these people proper burial and proper dignity and all these kinds of things. You know what I mean?
Look,
Christopher Ram
look,
was here a couple of days back and he told us about it. And he said the same thing. And people are scared to really stand up. So
look,
we've got to
look,
help them.
look. Fobs Burnham and Chetty Dragon were on opposite sides. And you ever see the Burnham have Chetty Dragon get through the back of a police car?
No, they
Yo,
will never do
these
that. There's
people are
certain amount
so
of
disrespectful
decency,
to the
yes.
opposition leader. So
Correct.
disrespectful to
Very
him.
disrespectful.
Well,
And then there was a
let's think
friend, but
about the
they
spring
were even close. I
movements.
mean,
You had to
Burnham
call
helped.
Dragon Comrade leader when he was when he was in the opposition. You had to have respect for him. You couldn't be disrespectful to him.
The money
Let's
fly to
think
the
about
people
it.
them head, man. Money talks, bullshit walks. That's what's going
But
on
this
here.
man
That's
has
it,
also
man.
had closer relationships than Burnham and Jagan ever had. In I understand from what he did, his past history, and how he gave them transportation and all these sorts of things.
Yeah.
That was a good friend. How do you treat a good friend like that and throw him into the dirt? I mean, come on, there's some humanity there, no?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's think
And
about
you
the
know what? They're
movements. There's
violating
restricted movements in
the
the country.
opposition leader's
As the
human rights,
opposition
because
leader,
certain places they're blocking him from going and all that. That's
He's
violation
supposed
of
to have
human
exactly.
police
rights.
protection. He's supposed to
Hmm.
have in Burnham time. Shelly Jagan had his own police escort and things like that. The opposition leader is a leader. You got to treat him with the respect that
You
he
see, one of the
deserves.
things that Burnham and Jagan, while people always respect them, is that when time comes for critical support or support on a national issue, Jagan and Burnham always support each other, especially
Yeah,
like
Yes.
because they're
that.
all
Freddie was saying, I'm
Guyanese.
going to
That's what
give
they
you,
think
once
about.
it
They're
comes to Guyana
Guyanese.
independence and sovereignty, I'm supporting you, Forbes. I'm supporting you for our country because this is not a party issue.
Exactly.
This is a
Exactly.
national issue.
Yes.
And I don't see that happening in Guyana. And this is where they got to go back to politics 101. That, the country come first, the people come first. These are people,
When Jack Deal could go and
Guyanese.
testify against Guyana for Exxon, I feel he should be charged with treason right there.
Who's this?
Jack Deal went and
Oh,
testified
when he did
against
that.
Guyana
Oh,
for
that was,
Exxon.
yes, that wasn't a nice scenario because it looked like you were playing sides and you were deliberately being,
He's representing the Guyana government. Why is he going on there? Yo, he should have been thrown in
yes,
jail for treason.
that was a very,
But Mr.
I mean, be
Baldeo,
personal.
Being a lawyer, I want to ask you a question. Why is it that the Guyana don't have laws to be respected? Like the law, nobody should be above the law. But how these guys are above the law? What's going on really? Why that cannot be addressed?
Yes, law should be independent. Law enforcement should be independent. Like, oh, you have the FBI.
Yeah.
Nobody can control them, right?
But
Even
these
when
people
President
control even
Trump
the
came, they
judge.
said,
Did you
they
see how the
can't. These are
CCJ, how
institutions. Our
this
institutions got to grow like that too.
did you see how the CCJ judge was found going out and to Irfan Ali's house?
You should, yes.
So
And
you
He
see,
should
also the other
resign.
side
He
too.
should
And
resign.
that's not
He's a
supposed to be
shame.
happening. They're
no,
controlling everybody. They have too much
yes.
money. They're using the people's money and got the people them like
That's a
poor, like
bare-faced thing, you know. Things like that,
yeah.
even if they happen or not, or happen like that to the
They're
public in only one
bold,
country.
bold, barefaced people.
But one other thing, where in his lifetime he can make billions of dollars to accumulate a farm worth so many billions of dollars when people don't even have water and food.
Man, and the
Yeah.
thing is, the Guyanese
And the
people
man say he borrowed the
are
money.
supporting this kind of crap, coming
Yeah.
out in support of this man.
And the man say he worked hard and he took loans. How
He's a
did he
liar.
qualify? How did he qualify for those loans? What did
He's
he
a
pawn?
nasty liar.
Eh? Do the math. They can't do the math.
And when you look at a picture of Irfan working very, very hard in those years, he's a very
Eh,
big and huge man.
he could have worked all his life and he can't get billions of dollars like that.
But tell
Which
me, Shazi,
government?
you know a lot about animals. What is this thing with this black belly sheep? They taste so good. What is the deal? They cost
They
they bring
drop
in
two
huge
sheep at a
profits.
time. Instead of one, they drop two.
Oh, they
Yeah.
drop two sheep at a time, so they
Yeah,
multiply
They
very
multiply
quickly.
exactly.
more. Yeah.
Oh, they
Well,
carry like two
the
every
man
boy
himself is
bearing.
he
Yeah.
himself is a black sheep, so we expect he need more friends. The man need friends.
You know, sometimes you gotta make a joke of this thing, but it does hurt, especially when you see that
this
boat still
this
there. Right as we speak, piranha and what you call it, think sharks are eating out those bodies, and
But Mr.
most likely when you
Baldeo,
come up, you don't get nobody inside or
yeah,
no
yeah,
train or
exactly.
anything. The place gonna be
They're not
clean.
bringing up the boat.
Just
They
my
want the
bones
boat.
and my flutes. My
There we
bones and
Yes.
got.
my flutes,
You
you
better
know.
stop eat fish in Guyana, body, because them people go full up them belly with all them Guyanese people. Them fish. Them
They
That's
people
can
not
fish.
eat
true.
fish from
That's not true. They
Berbice
got
or so, you
billions
know.
of fish in the sea, and they're not all swimming in here, no. And they're not
But
all swimming in the Esquimalt.
but anybody know why they're not bringing up the boat, and now they're calling millions of dollars to bring it up. That's another way to keep the money.
Mm-hmm. Kick back, kick back.
I'm surprised that in the hour of need, when people are dying and at the sea, you negotiating contracts like that and so high in them opposition leader tell you, I gonna pay. If you say this man take money and he enrich himself unlawfully, then let's get some money for Guyana and $10 million, give the people them.
No,
But
but
yeah, I'm
this man is
annoying.
spending his money all the time, and they are people who generated their wealth since we were not even born. We were not even born when they had all this father, all the gold business. That's how they generated money, and then they put a lot of it into real estate. Them time that you couldn't do anything illegal like how the people are branding them as. And the guy who was running the gold board say he have never seen any illegal activity that goes on with the Mohammeds. And when he said that, they fire him. Jagder had him fired from the gold board. Find out, you'll see. I saw it on the news. They're doing their own thing because they have the money to do it. And nobody can talk. And the election, you hear what he said about 2030? He already buy out the election. They're mocking the people. The Guyanese people just hear cash grant and they feel big. Oh, they're running and vote for them. But then they didn't see. That's called behold the pennies and losing the dollars. They're
So
not
you
doing
think
the
that
math.
will have currency? No pun intended, Shazia, that I mean a cash grant or several cash grants flowing at the year 2030 will convince people to vote otherwise against the conscience, so to speak, if this kind of thing continue?
Well,
I don't think
it's
so.
not.
It would be tough, but understand they can rig that election very easy because they know how to pay off and buy off everybody. And Guyana don't have any security, any law. Nothing is being controlled. They just people who has the money just do what they want. They could kill people, they could rob people, they could take the money. They do what they want. There's no law. Guyana is not a real country. I'm sorry to say. Nothing happens there that is
Lawless,
real.
lawless.
Nothing. You see, even in parliament, look at the ministers, look at the behavior. Where do you ever see that in a country? I've never seen that. I've toured over 70 something countries already. I haven't seen that kind of life in nowhere. Nowhere. And the safety is what bothers me. One time I went to Supanama in the regular boat and I was so scared. I said, "Oh God, I'll never do that again." Because if that something happened to you, nobody would ever find you back. There is no coast guard, no proper life jacket, no
But you don't see
security,
what happened to
nothing.
Big MV Barima. You don't find nobody there. Nobody rescued them for 7 hours.
Right.
So what
So
about that now?
And all the money that they have, why they don't build bridges across all the damn river, them like how they have in other countries? Why
We
they need
need
to build bridges?
bridges, tunnel, rail lines, all
Yeah.
that we need again.
And this way people don't have to worry about them life going in the water. Too many people is dying, fishermen, boat, regular citizens. What is going on? This guy is blind and then they take the big boat and they partying with it. I
Yeah,
mean,
that
these
is a
people,
very sad part. That is a
very
real
shameful
disgusting.
people,
That
very
part, that
shameless.
part, nobody can explain that or live that down. That's a sad indictment
Hmm.
on using on the abuse and so forth. You know, nobody will forgive anybody for that.
I think all the American people who are here to we should go to United Nations and just protest. I can arrange that. Protest against the
You
Guyana
have a
government to
beautiful
save
idea.
Guyana. Guyana need to be saved. I'm telling you, Guyana is in bad shape. Those people gotta go.
Well, United
I think
Nations
you
is
have the
one, and
most
also the
beautiful idea.
government of America. Remember, America has a human rights division, civil rights division,
That's what I'm
and
saying. So we
they
need to
have
go
to
and
be able
protest
to, you know.
for proper human rights operations in Guyana. This is a violation, big time.
The
Well,
government
before
is
you came
using
in,
people money
Mr.
to control them.
Prestige had was asking for a solution in terms of the higher court and the government having too much control. Um, so one of the things that we discover is that we can fix this particular system by sending a submission to the CRC. Okay, it's a Constitution Reform Commission. So we have to demand that the court has total independence. Right now, it has Ali or whomever is in power is able to elect temporary judges, etc. Okay,
Control.
right.
You got the
So
remote.
right.
But we have to strip the
And the other
powers of
thing
the
that we would
president
like
from
to demand
electing.
is true local power. This is before you came in. This would force the Treasury to send 5% of the national oil revenue directly to local regions and villages, cutting out the ministerial control. Okay. What we've proposed in the diaspora is for us to, I've already went ahead and created the submission style form that is required by the CRC. I'm going to send that to Albert. The next step is we probably should hold a town hall meeting and
Yes.
invite as many Guyanese as we can so they too can fill out the same form. And we have to make sure everything is follows the criteria of the CRC. They're going to have their Guyana ID or their Guyana passport to be able to submit this, okay? And the forms that I created, we're just gonna leave the area where their names are gonna go in. And we can have one form and have that on that day, the town hall day. When, I'm not sure, we probably have to get like a church or something like that. I know the local city council sometimes have rooms very inexpensive, right, Albert?
Yes,
Because
yes. So we can get one of the Mondays here, like we met last week with Christopher Ram, and people signed off after I did the resolution. So that would
we
not be
need
a
to.
problem.
Okay, so
I'll
Where,
link
once
you
where
with the
did this
same group.
happen in Guyana
so
or
once
America?
This was
in
happening
Queens,
in
this is going to
Queens,
happen in
in
Queens.
Richmond
So
Hill.
once we secure the venue, the next step is you have to promote it. So, Albert,
But of
know
course,
that
everybody
that's
can hold a tongue on. Like Subadar has his own group in Canada.
yes,
He can hold. I
yes,
can work with Shazia. You're in Georgia,
Guyana,
Monique.
yeah,
And
and
you have
Guyana,
AJ, you have Apostle, you have Prestige. They have their own circles, and
right?
it can be anyone who signs. Especially the Guyanese Americans. You get
So
them
we
to
need
sign up,
a
and then we
local
put it all
media to.
together and send a package in.
Well, we have to advertise. Okay, we need to push it through the Queen's diaspora outlet, like the West Indian newspaper and the Caribbean radio station.
But the
Okay.
Yes.
same Facebook and
Also
TikTok, we can
Facebook.
send it.
Also
Let me
Facebook.
ask you:
You
this is
have
on the
to.
constitutional reform, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Um, so then once Albert or whoever the leaders are in the community, they can decide who is going to run the town hall, or multiple people can do that. I'll do the same thing here in Queens. We
You live
have
in Georgia, right?
yes, I'm sorry, in Georgia. We have a Guyanese organization that's already set up here. I can, try to get them to kind of lead it because
See, when
I'm
it
just
comes
like a
from
newbie.
Georgia and Canada and all these different places, it has more teeth. That Guyanese, not only the diaspora of New York, but all over, are asking for these changes.
You
You
can
have more
have people in
teeth, yeah.
Florida too. I know a few people in Florida.
I
And they
already
designate
created the
the
PDF.
Florida.
I
Yeah.
already created the PDF, so we just have to print out multiple copies of that. Collect the submission. We can do something called a digital Zoom hookup where we have like a live laptop stream, so family members back home in Guyana and other states can listen in and comment as we have this town hall meeting. Okay. Once all that's done, we formally send it to the CRC. And they have a Gmail address that you can send it to, but I also recommend you send it directly to their office, okay?
Right.
Right. That sounds good.
So that's what we should do, because unless you have these reform, all these panels, all the protests, it's mute. It's like screaming and telling mommy we gotta leave daddy. And mommy don't have no way, and daddy or daddy want to leave mommy. However the story goes on, you have to find legal avenue to
Mommy
get
always
out.
need help, you know. Daddy get power.
You know what I mean? Like, I guess what I'm referring to daddy as Guyana, not
I know.
men specifically, right? So I mean the
Look, somebody
picketing.
said I would like to assist from Canada, JP. So JP, keep in touch with us, and you can always like drop me a line, and drop me your email, and I will send you the petition to the CRC, the commission.
I'm gonna email you, Baldeo, so you have the PDF file.
Whosoever want it,
And
I will circulate it out. Shazi will
yes.
work on the same page with me, and Subadar, he has his own people in Canada, but of
Yeah, so
course,
you can email it to them if they can send you their email so that we can
Honorable
send the same
Superdar, I
form.
have also another suggestion. Remember, I suggested that the Berbies, the Demerara, and Ezekiel be independent. We also need to connect them by train, tunnels, bridges. We need to connect these places so that people can move around. Farmers can get their stuff out. People can move from one place to the other without have to worrying about going on a Barima boat. And we Guyana is too small and too a little bit of people inside in order for us to not have those living our standard of living raised, and it
Right.
starts with transportation. We need very purified. We need water, a water system, a sewage system throughout the country. You
And
understand? These are
electricity,
things that we need.
proper electricity.
Look, this is nothing personally against PPP. This is changes, constitutional changes that we would like to put in place so that no political party have, these type of
We can got
powers.
trains going to Brazil, trains going to Suriname. These things we need to
It's nothing
connect the whole
against
And it's
area.
nothing
PPP.
against Irfan Ali too. I know
Nothing.
he's trying the
We
best
need to
that he
connect the whole
can,
area.
It is a human rights situation here,
right?
because people
But
don't
we
have
have we
any
have
say.
voices that are not getting heard in
Correct.
Guyana, and they need representation. And right now we kind of have a tricky situation because everything is controlled by one party.
Correct.
Okay,
And he
so
doesn't care. So
One
nobody
the
should be here
1%
trying
is
to pat
controlling the
her on the
99.
back. They
And the
don't care.
constitutional
Because if
rights
they
of the people
care,
should be
they act
existing,
like they care.
not
I think
controlled.
for us to be successful with this
So we
CRC
not
business,
cover for nobody.
we need to be bipartisan. Meaning, we shouldn't make this
Yeah,
about
go on now,
any
man.
political party. We should do this for the Guyanese people. No political party should have any affiliation with it right now. Okay,
Right.
so
It's a
that way,
Guyanese
that a
I
Guyanese
agree.
initiative basically for
initiative.
this reform,
Guyanese
and
diaspora
then
initiative.
right, and then
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
the political parties that are in opposition will benefit from this, but we need to do it in a bipartisan manner. Okay, that's kind of how I feel
Gregory,
you'll be able to get these changes.
So what we can do, trying to wrap up now. Everybody send me your, well, I have Shazi and so on. Super, I got your numbers too and so on, but just send me the email because I put you guys back.
Yes, I will.
Prestige, you're the only person I don't have an email for or a phone number for.
Okay.
So you must send me that and your email.
Okay.
Same thing,
Will
I
do.
have Apostle. You can send me your email, AJ and Subadar. I have Onyx and I have Queen Shazia.
I will forward it to
Okay.
you,
And you can send me that CRC to
Baldeo.
Onyx. So that way I will
Okay. Well,
review it.
I already did it. I pretty much as you guys were talking.
You send it to my email. Okay, good.
Yeah,
What I'm going to do is
I've been
ask the
working
guys who
in.
met with us in Christopher Ram to reconvene a local meeting here, bring the resolution to the floor, and then they can add their part to it. But these are a set of guys who are also very much influential in the press. And like you said, it's a nonpartisan approach where we're asking for things as Guyanese Americans. So nobody can point the finger at us and say, "Oh, you're a Mohammed person, you PvP person, you Abdul person, you're this and that." We don't need that kind of distraction because what we're saying here is coming from our hearts as Guyanese Americans.
That's correct. But the only thing it may look like you're talking about them is because they're the ones who in control and who is fully do whatever they want to do. Nobody else can do anything except them.
I hear
And
you.
Mhm.
But
that
we'll continue to tell them it's just a nonpartisan.
and that's
Group.
violating the human rights for the people of Guyana. That's a violation right there because they can be controlling everything and tell you what to do. It's a free country. You're supposed to be going where you want, speaking to who you want, and not being controlled.
Milkshake
Do you
suddenly
see? Do
appear
you see when
at
Muhammad?
5:20 in the
Do
morning.
you see when
Milkshake, I can't
Muhammad
bring
was
you on
running for
tonight. You can bring you on
election?
another night. You hear, Milkshake? I'll bring you
Do
on
you see
another
when
night.
Muhammad is running for election? They block this man
He's on
from
his
going
sleep
here and
now.
block him from going there. Oh.
All of that is
Okay.
human rights violation. They shouldn't be doing that.
Can
Blocking
I can I
leaders.
come in for
This
a
was
minute?
definitely beneficial, Albert. I know you have to work, and
Uh-huh.
everybody else probably have to do the same. So I understand that you have to go, but this time that we spent is not going to be used in vain. Something came out of it. Wouldn't you
Oh
say,
no, but this
Apostle
here live,
and
I usually put
Doctor?
it on YouTube. When this is done
Hmm.
here, I'm gonna put it on YouTube. So
Oh no,
that way
but
y'all can go refresh your minds,
no,
come up
no,
with
no!
other
You can't put
ideas.
this on YouTube. We're gonna get in trouble with the Guyanese people there. We
With
can't go
who?
to Guyana.
These people don't need to go to Guyana.
Victimization.
Tuba is a big one in Canada. He got your own profession. Prestige, Apostle. Nobody can mess with Apostle.
But if you
Dr.
go to Guyana,
AJ,
they hassle you. You know, once you're against
Let
them.
me let me
Onyx,
come in
Well,
she's
for a
she's
nobody's
minute,
standing for
against
please.
herself.
anybody. Nobody's against
Can I
anybody.
come
But
in?
what we're trying to do is make constitutional reform
Travis said when we talk
to
through, we get
avoid the
locked up.
gridlock.
Just what y'all say. Travis is in Guyana, no doubt.
And thank you, Albert,
Can
for
I come in for a
hosting
minute?
this panel and allowing everyone a chance to be able to share their concerns and their solutions. It's much appreciative, and hopefully we can have something that is more timed, and that way everybody know. I know right now you don't have a schedule, but we can split up the stuff in parts so that, you know, and actually it
Yes.
should also be a
We can
group.
hold it
It
like
should be a
every two
group.
days. Every 2 days, like tonight I won't hold anything, but tomorrow night was what Thursday night I can come back and
Yeah,
we'll,
yeah.
And then create a
reconvene.
group, Albert. Create a WhatsApp group with the same people that are on
Hmm.
that want to see the
Well, I
reform.
think you can
Okay.
create a group from right here. I saw somebody can create a group with the same folks here, you know?
Yeah,
So that's something like that.
invite
AJ, you can do that?
everybody who jump in, who come in. They must invite other
And we should
people.
look
So
at the
this way.
comments too. We should, you know, some of these people haven't
Right.
been
That's
able
the
to come
important
up.
of the comments, you know? A
So
lot of the
we
folks
need
have
to add them
agreed.
to the comment, but we have to vet them because, you know, some of them can be a bit.
Trolls.
Hmm.
I mean, every Guyanese should be part of this reform if they want to be part of it. However, you know, you don't need individuals who are
There
trying
to
to create
disrupt
jokes.
this.
The jokesters from the pack. We got to get rid of the jokesters.
No, but some of them come on purposely just to disrupt stuff.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of Guyanese need to be educated too. Like Lloyd, I think he learned a lot tonight, you know. And I
Yeah,
think
some people
I would
seem to
very much have
miss,
liked I would have very much liked Lloyd to be on the panel when Queen Yasmin is here,
Under the
so
super
that he
dollar, I
can
talk to
address
you
and
in a
he's
while,
here.
brother. Good night.
But
good night.
good night, Brother
Lloyd.
Pesky.
Yeah, we'll make
But
sure
because
Lloyd is on the panel.
yeah, we need to get Lloyd on this panel when is Queen Yasmin is it Jasmine Queen Jasmine
Queen,
or top your top the top guest just came in and was talking there.
Queen
I only see
Shazia.
part of
Oh,
it.
you
Shazia.
mean Queen
Shazia.
Oh,
Chassia?
Queen
Yeah,
Shazia. Hi,
Yeah.
Shazia. Good night. Good morning.
Morning.
Actually, I was following you when you were standing up for the swearing in of the opposition leader, and the Speaker of the General Assembly was not, moving on that issue, and he was using the Constitution because there was no legal time limit in the Constitution that which he had to comply with, and
Those are
he was
reforms
dragging
have
his
to be
feet,
done.
right? So thank you for being on this panel, and I really enjoy you. We want Lloyd so that Lloyd is the one to always see when we are pointing these things out. There's no water, there's no electricity in many parts of Guyana. He's saying that we are talking propaganda when he's the main propaganda, spilling propaganda in the public domain. Brother Prestige, I want to address you with respect to Essequibo. It was in our manifesto in 2015 that we propose in bridging all the islands in Essequibo and bring them together to the mainland. So that was one of our manifesto initiative, in the 2015 election, and the PPP has not, done anything since 2015. We're in 2026. Not one of the islands have they even tried.
And the
They've
manifesto
not
is
put it in the
billions of
manifesto
dollars,
whatsoever.
trillions.
So clearly they don't have an interest in
They
bridging the
don't have no
Essequibo
vision.
Islands, but no
But the
vision. That was
manifesto that
clearly
they
set
bring
out
out
in our
is
manifesto,
trillions of dollars for what?
and we have continued on Facebook talking about it on Facebook and advocating that we need to bridge Essequibo on all the islands so that we will eliminate all these river transport and the ocean and so dangerous for our people. Then we have better movement of goods
And
and for
yeah,
our
services.
faster
people
development. Yes,
transportation. Yes, but they don't have the vision to execute
you
these
gotta get
plans.
a
And
vision. Yes, you invest money in making the whole place
right,
assailable. You must be able to travel Guyana
exactly.
within half a day or so many hours. Connect the whole place up. Free movement, free
Imagine
trans, free
imagine
goods.
taking
Mr.
24 hours
Baldeo,
to
I
get
see a comment
to
there. Someone
Northwest
is
District.
asking.
That
Someone
that
is
is no
asking in
longer
one of the comments
acceptable.
how Muhammad gets so rich.
I was looking
Someone,
at that comment. I was
You know,
laughing because Nick and so on. Some people
let's not
explain that the
let's
man's
not look at
father
the
worked
comment to
hard
distract us.
and so on. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Right. So we're taking 24 hours to get to Northwest District. And they
Yes.
have children sleeping on the floor on a ferry, on
very
many
sad.
of
Women
these
and so on
vessels.
too. Yeah.
This is not Guyana. This is horrible.
Mhm.
You can't
And
have
another,
this kind of thing anymore in our country,
The pastor
and
said 3 hours
right?
traveling. Yeah. You gotta start cut down the traveling. You're right.
Mr. Baldeo, and another big
Exactly. We
point
we
that
we
people should look. Guyana doesn't have
we.
1 million people,
But this is
and more than
this is
50%
where
is
we
in
need.
poverty. That is ridiculous.
Yes, we made that point came up loud and clear. I think it's
That is
65%
very
of property.
that
I
is
think AJ
ridiculous.
had brought to that statistic,
People
right,
need to do
Adrian?
the math, and then
65%.
our Guyana dollar is not getting any better. It's getting lower and lower
Yeah.
every day.
That's a mark of a country's development. So when you're gonna talk about Dubai or you're gonna talk about the fastest growing economy, that is easily refuted and said you got
We ain't even
monopoly
gotta go
money.
that far. Barbados is right next door. Look at this. They don't have nothing but beach. And their money got power.
And it's stable. I lived there when I
But
Absolutely
was
that's
correct.
because
You're
all the
absolutely correct.
resources that happens to country that is developed nicely because all the resources that belong to the country stays in the country and for the people and enrich the country. It doesn't go to other people in other countries and being controlled by certain people only so that Guyana will not get the benefits. That's what's going on. People are saying Guyana is not working. Qatar is a country small country, but everybody in Qatar don't hardly they work, but everybody is a millionaire because they don't have a lot of people. Guyana is not even close into getting proper living standards, much less being a millionaire. Our money now is $230 for $1. That is ridiculous. People need to do the math. Then you'll know how Guyana is doing well. Seeing big houses and big buildings putting up by everybody else doesn't mean Guyana is great. They're building the wrong. The boats are in Georgetown and they're putting up big building. All the people them who own, certain people own half a Guyana real estate
And
land.
then as soon as the rain set up the whole place flood, please.
Yeah. And then soon as couple hours you inside, you get blackout for the whole day. You can't do anything. It's still happening.
But
What
you're
a
stating the
manifesto that
facts.
they build out. They bring out a manifesto for trillions of dollars for what? I don't see anything that came out well out of that.
Might as well call it a curry festo or a curry festa. All they're doing is partying on the boat.
Exactly. It's very sad. Nobody's controlling them. I don't know what's going on. We need to do what the young lady just said, form a good group and address the matters that is important. And it doesn't have nothing to do with PPP or WIN or nobody. It has to do with the human rights of the Guyanese people. You know?
Well, we should
Guyana needs
definitely
to come
start thinking
together with
about.
Brazil and Suriname and have a railway system running from Brazil to Suriname to Berbice to Essequibo. We need a whole railway system.
Well, that's how you sign intercounty agreements. You know, you tell Brazil, I'm going to build up over my jurisdiction. You do the
Right.
same thing for you because it's your bridge. You know what I mean? You talk to your
Right.
neighbors, them. They would build it. They would do it.
Yeah,
Of
that's
course
how
they would.
Europe
Of
Europe
course they
have
would.
bridges going all over Paris, London, Italy, everywhere.
Europe, that's how they
That's right.
connect up the world. If the white people could connect up themselves so mightily, why not us, Australia, all these countries?
It should have, the Caribbean should have that because everybody has oil now. Trinidad has oil, Guyana have oil, Suriname have oil. They have money. They can do it.
Like you can go to England on a train and travel to other parts of the thing with the train.
Europe, you know?
Europe.
Well, if we relied upon the people to develop this
We
country,
have the resources. We have the
we're
money.
not going anywhere. Listen, we have two foreign ships that is supplying electricity in Guyana.
Yeah.
A bunch of nonsense.
We
The money they
we
spend
don't
on
even
that crap,
have
they could have already done
proper
get getting
generators in
electricity.
this country. We don't even have proper generators in this country, and we got foreign ships supplying. That is how bad this country is. Could you imagine that? And okay, we
We
have
don't even have a
gas,
proper army. If anybody
so
decides to
we've got one
attack
gas
Guyana,
plant
the
with no
army is full of
feasibility
nonsense.
study.
The army is full ain't got no proper equipment. They barely got a helicopter. When the people sinking in the Essequibo River, the army should be able to mobilize resources and get there in time. They don't have any.
Well, that's why you see you depend too much on another country and you can't ask them to talk to the oil companies. Like somebody was saying, well, if you talk too hard to Exxon, Trump might say, well, I can't help you here. But you don't depend on anybody. You build up your own equipment. You get money now. You get oil. Start building up your
And Burkina
defenses.
Faso, that man is doing it all by himself. Building thousands and thousands of homes for and giving the people them free. Doing all kinds of stuff.
I think,
Producing factories, mango factory, all kinds of stuff, and that man is doing everything.
Brother Preston, do you want to address Mr. Milkshake? He said they're living overseas and know the best for Guyana. Well, let me just touch a little bit before you take over, Brother Preston. Mr. Milkshake, we live overseas and we see what a foreign country, a G7 nation, have to offer Guyanese and have to offer all the other citizens. You have never experienced that, so you don't know what the foreign countries or a G7 nation is. So you believe Guyana is developing when in fact there's nothing developing. It is at the bottom of the ladder. Think of all the things that we have said here today. And then you consider how bad this country is. The little development that you're seeing is nothing when all the other issues are not there. All the things we have mentioned tonight, they're not coming together. They're all break apart. So what kind of a country do you have? no separation of powers. All the other issue we're talking about, we've got the MV Barima at the bottom of the sea, and up to now it can be lifted. Think about all the things. I don't even want to go through the list with you, because if you can't understand plain and simple what is happening in front of your eyes, I don't know how we will be able to convince you. Maybe you have to come to a foreign country and experience a foreign country, and then you will understand what a true democracy is and how country are governed. And if you
I make a guy use my
break the
my
law,
protocols and bring in
right?
milkshake. He say you want 2 minutes, but because you call milkshake name,
I
I
gotta
gotta
take a
bring in
quick 2 minutes
milkshake
on
and
this
give you the right to
morning.
reply. So milkshake, you got
Yo,
2 minutes.
Yeah, come up, Mr.
yeah,
Milkshake. I
I
saw
want this
you
2 minutes. I
in the
want to tell
comments.
y'all
Good
something
night,
here, right?
good
I
morning,
tell
and
y'all
welcome,
something.
welcome.
Y'all is living overseas, right? And y'all feel y'all got the world of best brain. Guyanese don't have it in Guyana here, right? The Guyana government don't have these brains that y'all is get, right? Y'all is live in some high-end countries, right? And then come to try to influence other people about Guyana gotta get y'all want train, y'all want all the bridges them done. These things them take time. Y'all just come with some idea like these ideas could run overnight.
The
Right?
government been
These
in
things them
power
don't run,
for
hold on, hold
something
on. These
years. How
don't run
long
overnight, big boy.
we want to be dead and we great
Big
grandchildren
man,
dead before Guyana get
Guyana
better?
don't even,
How long you want we wait?
you know, Guyana don't even have an army, a high-end army. We now developing from a third world country. We now get into the
Now
oil
developing.
industry. We now developing, right? We is not like America yet. You understand? Y'all living in America, y'all got all these fancy things that we now getting there.
You see,
We
people like
mightn't get to
you,
see it,
Guyana
but
would
our
never move
children
from
get
where it
to
is.
see it, right?
Guyana
Guyana
would
moving
never
forward all the
move from where
time.
it
That
is
is
when
why
I have
y'all
people
is living
thinking
in the
like you.
States. You understand? You guys living overseas, Guyana moving forward, right? Today, people could comfortable to come to Guyana and the children know the children have a future later down. Guyana getting
Well,
nice.
milkshake, I coming back to
You
see what's going
understand?
on. You hear? I coming back to see what's
Yeah,
going on.
man. Guyana get
Right?
nice now. You see when you come out down here, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it now. Getting
All right.
nice. You understand? Yeah, Guyana getting
And
nice.
if I ain't like that, make
No
enough
matter with
noise.
some of these banners, them couldn't even give their own party these ideas, them, right? But they just come up with some
Why do
ideas
you
out of
think
this
we
world
couldn't
just
give
like
our
that,
own parties these ideas?
right?
You think because of
Why you think
politics?
their party couldn't make it? Their
Who's their
party couldn't
party,
make
sir?
it,
What are you talking about? You're saying
right?
because I'm
We
black
don't
I
know
might
who's their
belong to a
party.
political party?
You
That's what
understand?
you're
Their
saying, sir?
party couldn't make it.
Your prestige make a
Who is
point
my
that it's
They
party?
just
not
come with some
necessarily because he's
ideas.
Afro-Guyanese, that means he
Sir,
belong
who is my
to that
party? Tell me who's
the
my party, sir.
Them this enough of them down here
Tell
is
me who is my
PNC.
party.
Yeah, them is PNC, buddy. We know them
I'm
this way, so
PNC.
they
Oh
couldn't
my
get their
God,
own
What was
Lord.
the
their
party,
own
Prestige?
side these kind of ideas.
I don't have a
So we don't
party,
get
but
time
I
for
support
You
listen
the
to
don't have
some
a
of these
party, he's
numbskullions
independent. Like
got up
over
here,
here, you
so.
know, a lot of people are independent. They don't like Republican, they don't like Democrat. They're just
These
independent.
ideas, they ever come to this panel and say, hey, you know, Trump should do this, here, sir, and Trump should do that. We could come.
We do that
They
right
can't
here.
talk about Trump.
Right here we do that.
You understand?
No,
They
so they
can't even say
fight.
nothing.
They fight for the
So you just
rights
gotta
here.
let
We have
somebody to
to.
come forward with the
We have to.
ideas. Yeah, they gotta left up for the come and share the ideas with Guyanese and Guyana doing well under the PPP, right?
Oh my God.
Guyana doing well under the PPP. And why y'all get it in your
Well,
head?
No, you
You
doing
hear?
milkshake,
well under the
That's
PVP.
why y'all
You're
overseas
doing
it to
well
you
me.
under
need
the
some more
PVP.
milkshake.
Yeah? Nice things
You need
getting
some
here,
more
so Guyana getting
milkshake.
real nice, bad. Y'all must come and visit Guyana now, right? When y'all come and visit Guyana now, y'all so Guyana nice. Y'all gonna enjoy it.
What? But
Long ago we couldn't
milkshake.
enjoy it like now.
When this ship gonna come up, brother?
Well, they put out the things for trying to get up the ship, right? They put out the business out there. They were trying to work on it. You see what some of these banners them know because they're living in these high-end countries, right? They always get this thing about technology and this thing and that. We now going into it, right, Mr. Baldeo? Let me show you something, right? They have divers who came into Guyana. These men they went down to the vessel. They can't even see their hands in front of them 1 inch away from their face, right? How you expect these divers then to get into the boat? The one they ban just go into the boat and get pinned off. This is
Milkshake, are
international
you up
Let me
divers
to
ask you,
coming,
debate? Are
here,
you
here,
up
Mr.
to debate
right?
Milkshake,
with me?
Mr.
Are you up to a
Milkshake.
quick
What did they
debate
use to
with
But
me,
these
archline
ones
them
them
on the
know,
milkshake?
but they
bottom
got
there?
you relax at the
Milkshake,
bottom there.
Or
You
Jum
come
Jum
with all you
Lam?
reform them you want
you
and bring
stop.
them
You
on,
stop. You
right?
have
You
a
bring you
debate
Mr.
reform
with
them,
me.
Milkshake,
Let's
Did they
go to
use
your
Joe Lamb to go
accusation.
to the bottom of the
Let's
boat,
deal with
or
your
they,
accusation.
No, man, you
or they
relax
used
You
the
had
yourself. I
your
don't
two
capture?
let
minutes.
you
Let's
got so
deal with
much
your
ideas.
accusation right now.
Why
Number
you
one,
never run for
you said
president?
that we think we have more brains on Guyanese. Have you heard any one of us said that? Guyanese on the ground are incredibly sharp, resourceful, and they understand the daily new survival.
You need a
How's
set of
surviving Guyana?
reform to be done, right?
Okay,
You
listen to
need a
me.
lot of reform to be
Okay,
done. We're working on it. Ghana's
listen.
getting there.
The people in
Any
in
president's
the
coming,
diaspora doesn't
they
have
will do
more
it.
brains, but what we do have is more perspective and independence. We live in a system with checks and balances. We're trying to help bring some of that to the Guyanese on the ground. And what you're saying
Yeah,
that
but
we should bring that
your
to them.
brains got to focus, right?
What we
Listen, your brains
recommend
got to
is a more
focus. So your brains got
democratic
to
society.
focus.
We're
Is that
adding
we
to
a
what's
third
already
world country
happening.
now developing? This we got to know. Y'all is living in a high-end country
I mean,
and
it looks
expect
like you
Guyana
just
to
came
turn
on
just
here.
like
It
this thing
looks
we're
like
living in.
you just came on here to criticize the diaspora. And if that's your
You're talking
deal,
bullshit.
then
This what
you
come up for tell you bullshit you're talking.
no, you're
No,
the
That
no,
is what
bullshit.
this
no,
what
No,
come to
you're
tell
the
milkshake. You
you.
can't do
bullshit.
that.
You
You
better
can't cut
shut
you
up.
off now.
You
Anyway,
with a
you're gonna
name
lose
like
this. You're
milkshake,
gonna
I
lose
can't
this
even
Yeah.
take you
discussion with Onik
seriously.
anyway.
Come on,
Onik
a
knows
name
your
like
onion.
milkshake.
So
You better
milkshake
I
you
would
must
better
tell
challenge
get
people
you
them
and do
things
and
when you
like
come
place.
on here.
101. Me
You
But
better
shoot
I
get
you
did
and
in your
101.
entertain you,
place.
and but you
Saying
didn't
how
answer my
we think.
question.
We never
When
said
is the
anything
boat?
about
When is the
Guyanese
ship
Milkshake
gonna
being
come
dumb.
up?
is a little child with
Guyanese aren't
Well, they're
dumb.
working on
Uh,
it. They ain't
they're
get the
some of the
bids yet.
smartest people
They ain't
in the
nobody really
world are
make a bid on.
Guyanese,
Look,
whether
only
they're
stay
home or
quiet a
they're
little bit,
abroad.
man. Hold
All
Come
on,
right,
on,
hold
all
on.
milk.
right.
You
Stay
you
You
quiet a
have
you
little
no
bit,
problem
insulted?
going
man.
to bed now.
The
All right,
Milkshake.
milkshake. We come on
You need to
another night.
learn to know
the
your
boat gonna come up
place.
soon, right?
Your little
All
hot
right, all
hand.
right. He said the boat would come off. I took him off, Onik, because I think he was a bit rude to you. I apologize for that. I like to
Well,
have good
he's a
discussions, you know.
punk. He's a punk, and
All
He's a
right, I
little
we've
child
understand.
with
never
no
said that
experience
Guyanese
whatsoever.
aren't smart. We do listen. I certainly do not profess to be smarter than my countrymen at home. I'm not saying that. All I'm trying to bless Guyanese on the ground with is a different perspective that we
Of
have
course, yes.
here.
Which is what we're working on right now. So let's stick to
Right.
that and let's get that out. I just brought him on because he begged me to come and explain because somebody
He begged
mentioned his
to
name. I
come
think it
on
was
views
Subadar.
people.
He called
He's
his
Well,
trying to
episode
tell us that
on
we
the
are this and
devil.
we are that.
he's been making comments, and
You know, yes,
we
yes. So
need
you
to
had to
challenge
Disruptive.
him
have
on
He's
his
being
comments.
disruptive. That's what he's
And
doing.
disruptive. Yes,
But
yes,
he can't
yes.
put words in our
so,
mouth. We have never, nobody here has
No, it's
ever
true. I think
said
so,
that
right? We
Guyanese.
don't
And
do that.
I take that personally because we are here to enrich our fellow men,
Yes, and we do
fellow
it without
Guyanese
being
life.
paid. We're not looking for money. We do that as volunteers. I don't get
And
paid
we've
for my
been on
legal
here
work, for
all
my
night. Where he
political
been?
work.
He went sleeping. He now come on.
You must be sleeping and all kind of things. So don't worry about it.
And
Listen,
then
Now
talking
you
so
about
probably be
Anik, we're
reform.
gonna
listening all the
work.
time and waiting for each chance to come and counteract.
But if you notice what
No,
he was
no, don't
talking
waste time,
about, he was talking
Prestige.
about
I mean,
reform. He was attacking me about
the
reform.
brother has
He
his
came
own
on to
views on
stop the
what have
reform.
you. You
the
know.
honorable
No,
Brother
seriously,
Albert,
people like them in Guyana
we have a
country never
gentleman
move
named
forward
Navin Classic.
because they're just stuck in
He's
their ways, man.
messaging you to bring him up. Let's bring him up for a couple of minutes.
Oh, there's a
Navin Classic
gridlock in
Killer.
Guyana. That is a fact. There's a political gridlock in Guyana.
Yeah, they're
And
just
it's
stuck in their ways, man. They don't want no change.
Good morning, Navin. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to
Blessings.
the panel. Good morning to
Good
everybody.
morning, sir.
Greetings,
good morning,
Glad to have the
Navin.
show.
Good morning. I've had Mr. Superdar. I sent you a post that I just came from Jamaica, and I expressed my feelings on the vacation thing, where I wrote
Yes, I
about
got
the
it.
tourism
Thank
sector
you.
in Guyana that where they said that they're not equipped for tourism. What I experienced with sandals, man, they come for me in all form, man. They curse me out in all form because I was talking about the tourism sector. Well, we're not even prepared for tourism yet. And when you talk about these things, as the young man come and say, we jump in and people are living in overseas, but we see things and we call it out.
Yes, that's
And
the only way the country can develop.
you see what happened, and Mr. Baldeo,
They're stuck
a
in
lot
their
of these
ways, man. They're
people,
just
a
stuck
lot of
in
these
their
people
ways.
never traveled. They never travel overseas. They never see what development. And they think think putting up a building and a big road and a fancy restaurant, and they dangle today, and they dangle tomorrow, and they dangle Monday. They don't go to work because mommy take 2 shots, mom, I'm not going to work today. They think that's development. That is not development. Development is when your people are developed. When your
I mean, and he's talking to two lawyers here, Honorable Albert Baldeo, and also I have to get your last name. Is it Sabad? Supa Sabad?
No, I am not. I'm not a lawyer.
Oh, I thought you were a lawyer. I
My
apologize.
name,
Is there any
no,
more
no. I
lawyers
said
on
right
here?
from the beginning of the panel, I am
Oh,
not
I
a lawyer.
apologize. I
But my
apologize. But we
brother,
have a
my
lawyer
brother
on
was
this
His
a.
brother
panel.
is Safir, who was a prominent lawyer in Ghana before he died.
Oh,
Before he
okay.
died.
And but Supa is also a very learned man in the field of ttechnology in Canada,
And
finance, I
obviously
think.
politics too now. So
Yeah,
we
but he's giving himself to politics, and I think he's doing a good job. From talking to him and listening to him, I think he has a very good career. And politics is not only about winning the whole government, but making alliances. So who knows? He could be the change. He could be the Trump card in the next election.
well, we need
Because that
a
one
viable
seat can turn
opposition
the
party.
table and you can become a majority.
And
Thank you,
the
sir.
first thing
Thank
that
you.
they quick to label us, we as they listed them, they listed Mr. Prestige just now. From the time you can't have your self opinion. I am not affiliated with myself with any close political
You're a
party.
Guyanese first and foremost. I
Guyanese,
understand
Right,
that.
and I see it and I call it out. I don't have
So
to be
why
an
should when
absolute.
somebody tag and say, "Oh, you're a Apnu
Well,
or you're
that's
a Win or
well,
you're a
that
P,"
that
and that's not right.
that's the
Guyanese got to
level.
learn to
That's
love
the
each other and
level.
respect
I mean,
each
you go
other.
to my page, you'll see I support things that initiative and stuff that PPP are doing. I'm
Right.
not biased. You would see me post things from Apnu or whoever. What they call me? They said that I'm a sellout or something like
Same
that.
thing
Yeah, I
they
don't know
call
why they
same
would
thing
do
they call
that.
me too. Let me make this point, right? One man was arguing with me. Look at how healthy.
This is both sides. This is Apnu, Win. I get it from all three of them. And you can you
Yeah.
can go on my
Let me
page and
finish.
see the craziness.
Let me finish, right? So this guy
Go
was
ahead.
telling me,
Sorry.
look at the healthcare system. So let me ask you a question. You're talking about the healthcare is doing great. Name one of the minister go to the hospital when they get ill. Do you ever see any one of them there? No, the first thing they do, they jump on a plane and they fly to North America, right?
Exactly.
Right? And you same system you're telling your people to use, you don't use it. Right?
President Ali was saved by the US government when he first got elected into office. He came here and used the hospital system here.
So
Nobody don't
let
really
me
know
break it
about
down.
that, but that's a fact.
Let me break it down small. It's like I cook fried rice, but I'm not gonna eat the fried rice but I'm telling you to eat it because it's good. But for me, it's not good. Right?
But I need to apologize to you guys. I'm sorry I got so upset with Milkshake, but he touched on
No,
something that
take look for that because I
think
was
you get
surprised the
upset
way he
with it.
talked to you.
I don't like to
But you
get
have
out of
gotten a lot of
character.
roses too, Anik. You've gotten a lot of roses from other people who
Well,
have
thank you.
complimented you. So you can't worry with other people like that,
Guys, you know what?
He's a little kid with no experience, man. He just
These people, I think these people, they it's like a cult. They get caught into a cult.
Yeah.
They get caught.
It
So
doesn't matter
anything
what
they
these
tell
people
them.
do. They just
Well, it's not
follow them
necessarily
blindly.
the PPP. They have groups of how do we call it? You know how musicians have these groupies? Well, politicians have groupies.
What
And
I'm
these
looking at
groupies
right now.
recruit people that are considered influencers to go after people like us so they can disrupt any kind of, like he said, reform. They don't want reform.
Aren't we,
They don't want nothing.
guys?
Oh, that explains a
They're
lot.
pretty.
That explains a lot. Yes, there's
But
people
when they
out
keep
there who are
saying Guyana is
apparently.
getting
They're
there, when are we
groupies.
gonna get
It's
there?
not.
I
Do you
mean,
think Anil
we've
have
been
time doing
independent
this?
since 1960. What name? And we in the 2026. How long would they want us to wait, man? The next 100 years, when our great grandchildren still suffering?
And another thing is, right, guys, did you see our democracy is under great attack right now? Because it's like
Yes.
our democracy is under attack because from the time the people, there's a lot of things that happening in Guyana where I see the police is getting involved that they shouldn't even get involved with.
Right.
Because
the police is being controlled by the government. The army is being controlled by the government. The court is being controlled by the government. They all run by whoever get a phone call from the president or the vice president or a minister. Do this, do that. I said so.
So
That's it.
that means our democracy is under attack.
We ain't have no democracy.
And our constitutional right is under attack too.
You
Because you
gotta,
can't
you
speak.
gotta emphasize on the middle.
This is why
Listen, you
milkshake
gotta
came on.
emphasize on the middle. Democracy, that's just a mockery.
To the panel,
You're
one of the
funny.
most important things that we have to address is free movement of the opposition leader.
Correct.
The PPP
Correct.
government has been restricting the opposition leader, his constitutional rights to free movement in this country. And
Brother
we
Superdar,
in the
Brother
diaspora,
Superdar, I'm gonna ask you this question.
Brother Marvin, just give me 1 minute, please.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Just
ahead.
wait a minute. Yeah, we have to heavily advocate for the free movement of the opposition leader in the country. He was elected the opposition leader. The
Yes.
free movement is guaranteed under the Constitution. And when I look at seeing the police force restricting the opposition leader, clearly what we're seeing is dictator powers. And if we don't stand up for free movement of the opposition, it would be any other political party that is a threat to them. So, I want this panel to seriously consider what course of action that we will take in terms of that, because he is entitled to free movement in this country. He's also entitled to protection under the Constitution.
Of course, you're supposed to have police escort.
And none of this is happening. Remember, he is an elected leader, regardless of his legal issues that is before the court. Innocent until proven guilty, and due process of the law.
Exactly.
He must have his constitutional rights
But
as an opposition leader. And this must be addressed to all international countries. Shazi made a very good point. It's time for us to go to the United Nations and start protesting in front of the United Nations. It's time for us to call out the diaspora and go to the United Nations, because you can't restrict a man who is the opposition leader in this country, and you claim to be a democracy in there. Guyana has no democracy. And we have to let the people understand that. And we intend to fight against that. We want a true democracy. Canada clearly stated that. The High Commissioner of Canada, our people must fight for a true democracy. And if we stand down, this country is never going to have a true democracy. We're seeing.
That's when we got people like
we're seeing what's happening.
Yeah, Brother Superdar, and guys, let me do this poll. Ask people, Guyanese, especially that live in Guyana. I'm not putting anybody down. How many of them know the constitutional right? They don't even know the constitutional right, so they think anything the people tell them to do, they must do. You understand? They don't even know what's the Constitution. I spoken to none of them. Oh, what is that you're talking about? I said, that's why you guys living in a bubble. You're living in a bubble, like as you said. All of these things that they do to the opposition, it's against the Constitution.
Education of the rights. That's what the Guyana Bar Association has failed its people. It's supposed to be able to educate people of the rights. That's that point you made about his freedom of movement. That affords every Guyanese, including the opposition leader.
The Bar Association is scared of the government. They're
not educating the people. They're not educating the people on that level for the people that could get to understand what's going on. So they're keeping them.
They don't want to be victimized. Why? That's why you think they're doing that. They just look. I don't know what to say. Everything is being controlled by the government. Everything. Okay? If you don't follow what the government wants, they victimize you.
And then they come on national television and say, "Oh, we have the fastest growing economy in the world." I'm like, where does it even stifle itself when they say these words?
I got people in Guyana right now waiting for somebody to send them $100 from America. What are you talking about?
Well, you see, the problem we have is that many Guyanese don't understand Article 148(1) of the Constitution. I mean, it is a fundamental
I just said that.
right.
I just said that 5% only 5% know the Constitution. I just said it.
And when Mr. Mohammed is being restricted from going anywhere, they think the police have the right to restrict him. The police don't have any right to restrict this man. This man is the opposition leader. He has to carry out the functions of the oath of office that he took.
That's why I
to
said
the
our
people of this
constitution
country.
is under attack. Our
Not
constitution is under attack.
only to who voted for him, but his oath is to the entire country, this entire nation, and his duties cannot be restricted. So we have to heavily advocate that he must be allowed his constitutional right.
Even though all of that happening to the
to
man,
move
he's
freely
still
in this
fighting.
country.
He's still giving us information.
Guys, let me give you this one
Right.
that's funny with Mr. Milkshake just now. He said the water is so bad that the man can't see. So Guyana is the only country in the world got bad water. So they're not trained for these things.
Yeah, that was a poor excuse. You have to bring up the vessel by other means.
So
They were just divers, yeah.
right, so
You can't make excuses for
these
that.
divers are trained for that. Don't give me that excuse. You have different water in any part of the world. Don't give me that. And that vessel is not that deep to compare to some other vessel that raised in this world, and even larger vessels raised. And that little. First of all, let me say this: when Edgel said that vessel is capable of carrying 260 tons, I'm like, what is this man saying? The largest cruise ship in the world weighs 250 tons, which is the Icon of the Sea. And this small thing can carry 260 tons. What is he saying? I listened back to his video. I said, he don't know what he's saying. He doesn't know what he's saying. That little thing can carry 260 tons? No way. That was his statement.
Well, let's hope on that score that we can all recalibrate and
Probably
continue to do our
the
legal
size
duties
D
as people.
Goldie.
So that way we can end now, and hopefully we'll reconnect in another 2 days.
Yes.
Because they
Goldie
break
is
up, we don't get
260
to
tons. He
sleep.
can't hold on the boat.
And we were here since I think it was 8 o'clock, 8
Okay.
p.m.
So, Mr.
My
Baldeo,
God,
whenever you're on, you could always
it's time
send me
for
an
us to
invite.
get some rest.
Yes, and I'm
Yeah,
going to
we
put it
both
on the
need that here,
YouTube,
but
and we're going to reformulate. We've passed some good
for a good
motions here.
reason.
And Anika, I'm going to look at that, and we're going to try and get it out to everybody.
Okay,
Okay.
no problem. Thank
Okay,
you,
you
guys.
guys.
So
You
take
guys.
care. Good night. And may God
Good
bless
morning.
you
I
all.
want to say thank you.
Good
I
night,
want to
good
say
night,
thank you
good
to
night.
everybody on the panel. Miss
It's good.
Anika
It's good
Saad,
morning, man. Not
the
good night. It's
Honorable
good
Albert
morning.
Baldeo.
Good
Thank you
morning,
very
right.
much for being on the panel. And God bless. And, we will convene at your convenience. And we must keep this fight up.
Mr.
To change
Baldeo,
this
I'm going to send
country.
you the post I wrote about
Right.
tourism, and they come for me, but you can read it
Thank
and tell me if I'm
everybody.
wrong.
Thank everybody in the audience
Yes.
who are listening to us. And we
Yes,
thank you for your contribution.
yeah, I'm very thankful for
And
everybody that
look
came and
forward to
joined also.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much
Thank
for following
you.
up. And we hope we've inspired
Thank
you
you.
in some way to stand up for your rights. We are a non-partisan group. We don't belong to any party. And we are just making sure that we can have our voices heard and help Guyana the best way we can. We don't get paid to do this, and we're just doing it because we love our country,
We doing it to help
our mother
we doing
country,
it.
And
Guyana.
We doing
also,
it.
most of us, at least I'm hoping all of us here that are overseas, have our homes, our children are grown and either in college or out of college. So we are not looking for any handouts, just so you know.
We are just looking because we want to help our people, and we see the wrong, and we just calling it out. We don't need anything. We don't need no.
We don't need anything.
We
I
don't
own
need
my
anything.
own house here in Georgia for
The
20
first thing,
something
the
years.
first thing that jump on you, oh, I get contract. That's why I thought about the government. That's the first thing
No,
that jump on you.
we don't need
We don't need no
we're-
contract. We
At
don't need
our
no
age, we
contract.
don't need contract. Our age of contract was when we were in our 30s and possible
Right,
40s.
So, Mr.
All we're
Baldeo,
saying, there must be full accountability and transparency of those contracts. So make
exactly.
sure you all bring them up and put them outside and put them on a website so people can see. And don't pay them the money until they've done the contract, and let them sign personal liability for those contracts.
Exactly.
Mr. Prestige, must follow me. I'm gonna send you the post I wrote with
Very
tourism.
good.
The man, they
Okay,
come
brother.
for me, man. They come for me.